Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback and enjoy the story. There were people in black, and among them was a guy with blue hair, whom his father once told that he was immortal. The father stood and looked into the distance because it was inherited. The barbell fell to the floor. Next to the mother was the same barbell. Her face was sweaty because she had just been working out, and from her she received the ability to transform. There were people standing near the exploding building. One killed another with his knife. There was a man standing behind the father holding the knife. The sniper was watching, the other was shooting. The other was standing near the monster. The guy is standing next to his partner and wiping his lips. The guy is standing with his back to us. Another girl was looking up. They stamped their feet because special people lived in this world. His eye was glowing, and he was also holding a person because he was one of the half-breeds. His face was bloody and bruised because Larry is a carrier of 2 abilities. The guy looked at those who were standing near her. Standing in the building, he said that his current rank is in the NS Special Forces. The men in uniform asked what he was carrying. Then they showed off their weapons. Some had an axe in their hands. The protagonist stood next to them. Then his eyes went crazy. They started shooting at him. Larry defended himself with his human body. The protagonist pushed off the ground. There were enemies next to him who were running at him. The protagonist extended his hand, looking menacingly ahead. Something hit the enemy's hand. The protagonist stamped his foot on the floor. Suddenly, he hit him in the face. He was holding a sword in his hands. After that, he pierced him with the sword. Landing on the ground, he saw a dead man falling behind him. Straightening his hand, he shouted for them to stop firing. He takes the shield from the guy. The gun was still shooting at him. Larry ran at them, defending himself. He had a sword in his hands. His face was crazy. Running at them, he decided to swing. The shield hit the enemy's neck. He stamped his foot on the floor. He hit the enemy with his elbow, then in the neck. Squeezing his hand, he decided to make the final blow. He hit the enemy in the chest. Opening his mouth, he was silent. Looking at him, the guy asked who he was. Standing next to him, Larry realized that he hadn't explained it properly. Smiling, the main character said that NS stood for power beyond the ordinary. The traffic light was on, and he was told about the world that existed before he was born. People were standing near the highway, waiting for when they could go. Then their feet stepped on the pedestrian. Something began to form near the leg. Putting the phone away, he looks down. Suddenly, his eyes became wider. The guy is standing in a black hole. Others turn around and look at him. All the people ran away from it. A green hand began to appear from it. Then the rest appeared and stuck out. Different monsters were forming because it was normal. An airplane was flying near the hole. Because it continued to grow and reach terrifying sizes, the government was trying to fight back. There is a sneaker, there is blood near it because there were many holes, which disturbs the peaceful life. There is a bloody child lying on the ground. Next to him is a guy in blue sneakers. The boy begins to crawl towards him. The man in the hood smiled, and the story told of an unusual world. Black holes are gates leading to another dimension. They were high in the sky, also on the sea surface. Well, and naturally on the ground, they appeared all over the planet. The creatures were different, but not like people. The invaders indiscriminately killed ordinary people, and when the world turned into hell on earth, special people appeared. Straightening his hand, he conjured, because those who owned telekinesis, controlled fire, froze, and had many other ordinary powers. There were swords in his chest, but he did not die. Others could turn into a bear or a wolf, and those who at first glance seemed ordinary but owned magical skills were called magicians. The man ran to the monsters because thanks to the special ones who fought the invaders from the black hole, the world regained its peace. People stood near the white man because as soon as the situation was settled, everyone's attention switched to the saviors, and they were considered a threat to the rest, which is why they were isolated, and soon people were divided into ordinary and special. There is a building because the immortals belong to the government. Werewolves cooperated with an international company, superhumans created their own organization, and magicians protected themselves with a special magic barrier. People stood in the store because 20 years had passed. Cheeses were on the display case, and the special ones hid their special appearance and lived among ordinary people. While he was looking at the phone, he was called. Looking at his father, he was asked not to be afraid. Opening his mouth, he said that he was immortal. Larry, looking at his father, initially remained silent. While in the store, he asked what it meant. Standing near the vegetables, he said that he belonged to the immortals and most likely he got it too, and they asked him how he could say such a thing while choosing an onion. Holding the onion in his hands, he asked not to tell anyone because they did not shout for the entire sales floor to hear. Looking at his father, he said that the immortals have clear skin and a beautiful face. They answered that he was unlucky because he did not get all the charms. Squeezing his hand, she said that the immortals woke up on their 20th birthday, and he was born at 11 o'clock in the evening. Pointing with a finger, he asked if he needed more garlic. They answered yes, but not chopped. They took a pack of garlic and asked not to tell anyone about the ability. Opening his mouth, he said that his mother did not know that Larry was like that. Looking at him, he told him that if she found out, she would want a divorce. Standing near the checkout, he said that it was better to get out of here. In his hands, he held a bag of groceries. The main character was carrying several bags. Smiling, he called him strong. Coming up, he said that the immortals did not have physical strength, but it was all because of his training. Laughing, he thought that he did not spend much time on training. Holding a bag in his hands, he thought if this could be why he had such strength, because he had a second secret. They were standing at home, it was already getting dark. Opening the doors, they said that they were home. Mother, holding a knife in her hands, asked if they had returned, because there was another secret. Approaching her father, she asked if he had bought garlic. Taking his hand, she asked if it was chopped, they answered yes. Then they kissed, Larry said that it was still here. Opening her mouth, she said to start setting the table, and also Agatha was a werewolf. It was 2 years ago, Larry was silent. Showing a thumbs up, they asked her, not like the girl from the anime, they answered negatively. Standing in the hall, they asked if he was really joking and really was a werewolf, she answered that he had also inherited the gene. Exhaling, he said that it was too unexpected, they answered that werewolves awakened at the age of 18 and his power would manifest at night. Taking his hand away from his head, they asked him not to tell his father. Looking down, she said never to tell. Taking food from the refrigerator, they asked him what gift he wanted. Closing the refrigerator, Larry said that he didn't need it because they brought him into this world. Smiling, Sean said that he had the same character as his mother. Then they looked at their smiling son. Looking at them, he thought that he had unusual parents. There was different food on the table. Agatha was holding a cake in her hands. Smiling, he heard that there was a missing candle and he also wondered why they hid their peculiarities. It was evening, everyone was wishing each other good night. He fell on the bed, his hands were behind his head. Larry noticed something. It was almost 11 o'clock and according to his father, he would become immortal at the age of 20. Holding the bag, he asked if it hurt when he woke up. Opening his mouth, he said that he suddenly felt like his blood was boiling, and then suddenly cooled down and then all 5 of his senses became sharper. Looking at him, he asked if everything went without incident, he was answered in the affirmative. Walking along the road, he asked if immortality would definitely awaken if his mother was ordinary. He was answered in the affirmative because their blood is stronger than human. Looking down, he decided not to say anything. Then Larry looked at his father. Lying on the bed, he wondered if he would become immortal if he had already awakened as a werewolf. Looking up, he wondered how he would explain himself to his father if nothing happened. Poking himself on the cheek, he decided to go to bed. The light goes out. Shivering, he lay on the floor. Looking down, Larry understood that his father had said that everything would be painless, and also remembered that the old world had not been occupied by invaders from a black hole. Clutching his head, he was still shaking, and no one had ever known about the existence of special people. Hitting the floor, Larry grabbed his head with both hands. Standing up a little, he understood that this was an absolutely abnormal story of his life. His eyes began to shine because the world was also abnormal. 2 years ago, he decided to look at his hands. Then Larry looked at his shoulders. Then he looks at himself. Smiling, he thought that he had not even studied. Mom opened the door and asked how he was. Starting to cover himself, the main character asked why without knocking. He was told that she wanted to check if everything was okay. Looking at his hand, he said that he felt a surge of strength and a feeling that his sense of smell and hearing had improved. Agatha looked at him, and they asked her why she hadn't warned him. All the hair on his body had fallen out. Blood gushed out, and he also felt sick. Holding his head, he felt like blades had run over his muscles and his head was exploding. Opening her mouth, she said that even if she had told him then, nothing would have changed. Turning to her, he asked if there would be a third or second stage, and they answered that there wasn't. Exhaling, he realized that yesterday had been terrible and he never wanted to experience it again. His hand was shaking, and sweat was also pouring down. Holding his head, he closed his eyes. Opening them, Larry realized that sweat was pouring down him. It was sunny and we were near a building. Then Larry grabbed his cheek. He hit it and realized that immortality didn't mean the absence of pain. Looking in the mirror, he was glad that his appearance had not changed and he could see better in the dark and his senses had become more acute. Something hit him in the street. Larry covered his ears because it was too loud for him. Holding them, he understood that he had learned to control his body since he became a werewolf. Holding them seriously, the protagonist understood that if he forced himself to think that he did not hear anything. Then he removed his hands from his face. Exhaling, he did not believe that immortality had awakened in him. Looking at himself, he wondered if he would be able to hide it well. From behind the door, he was asked to come to the table. Oliver opened his mouth and was surprised. There was food on the table and it was all for breakfast. Starting to sit down, he said that he was lucky. Looking down, he understood that everyone in his family was a glutton. Looking at his wife, he asked why Agatha put less rice for herself. He was told that there was none left in the cooker and so she put more. Looking at his son, Sean called him. Taking the sticks in his hands, he was told to prepare for the civil servant exam. The wife turned to her husband and said that he needed to prepare for university. Sean, opening his mouth, said that education is important, but more important is a person's abilities, and this was a civil servant job. The mother replied that she was not eager to let her son into the dorm. Looking at them, they told him that he would not have to wander around the dorms because he was not a fool. Holding the sticks in his hands, he thought that immortals mainly worked for the government and he should get a job there too, but his mother had other plans. The guy was training, counting approaches. His mother stood nearby and said that werewolves were stronger than ordinary people. Squeezing her hand, they told her that now it was clear why she was so strong. She replied that she also trained regularly. Holding his hand, Agatha said that there was something else that werewolves were good at. Opening her mouth, she said that these were instincts and they were stronger than those of ordinary people. Folding his arms, he said that he did not feel anything now. They answered that this was for now, but there would come a time when they would become a problem in his social life. Starting to train, she said that she wanted him to go to university and get a job in some company. Making approaches, she said that their grandfather had connections in a company where people like him worked, but the decision was theirs. He was holding rice with a spoon when they noticed him. His parents asked if he wanted to become a civil servant. Putting the spoon on the table, he thought that there was something he wanted, but never told his parents about it. Opening his mouth, he said that he would like to go to the special forces. His parents looked at him in surprise. Agatha began to get angry, calling him shameless. Smiling, he said that he was already 20 years old and could make his own decisions. Clenching his fist, she said that he was not capable. He folded his arms and said that being a soldier would be nice. They put their hands on his neck and asked him if he wanted to become a soldier because it was cool. He replied that it was because of that too. He opened his mouth and said that it was strange that a 20-year-old guy was eager to fight for his country. Larry started eating and listened. They told him that if he became an officer, it would be good. He opened his mouth and asked if he could do whatever he wanted. They answered in the affirmative. His father opened his mouth and said that first he had to pass the civil service exam. Looking at his son, he said that after the exams he would still be able to join the army, and if he changed his mind, he would be able to get a job in any company and they would also count the extra points if he went there as an officer. Looking down, he thought that anything could be expected from his father. Taking the meat, he said that he would try to pass the exam because it was not difficult. Opening his mouth, he said to free up the weekend because he had a person who could study with him. Closing his eyes, he agreed. Then he opened them in surprise. The bus arrived at the stop. Riding with a backpack, he understood that because of his work on the farm, he was unable to get out to the city. Looking out the window, he understood that he was a good teacher, which is why he had to make sacrifices. Looking at the phone, he would never have thought that he would have to take an exam to become a civil servant, but his target was still the special forces. Looking in surprise, his eyes widened. Holding the phone in his hands, he saw ads. One of them had a blue dot burning. Looking at the phone, he understood that he did not want to become a soldier either. The white hole is a gate that appeared soon after the forces were gathered. The black hole was the exit, and the white one was the entrance. In other words, there was an opportunity to get to another space. In that world, unknown precious metals, plants, and wonderful animals were found. Looking out the window, he realized that the Earth's black holes were a thing of the past, but people continued to fight for extraordinary deposits and most often called werewolves to battle. Leaning against the window, he realized that his mother wanted him to get involved in this battle and therefore had to agree to her conditions. It was possible to fight there as a soldier. Closing his eyes, Oliver initially did not think that he would become a soldier because he wanted to do something more significant. Holding the phone in his hands, he asked if their son was sent to him. The sun was shining on the house. He said to rely on him. He was in a flesh-colored t-shirt. He said that it would not be easy for their son. Sitting and taking off his slipper, he asked not to worry. The guy began to fall asleep. Harry was silent. His eyes were not visible because of the Panama hat. Larry looked at him and was also silent. Standing opposite each other, the man with the Panama hat was told that he was Sean's son. Looking at his hand, they asked him where he got so many muscles from because he was immortal. Closing his mouth, they answered that 2 different bloods flowed in his veins. Opening his mouth, he asked if he was half human. Putting his hand on his neck, he said that his mother was also strong. Looking at her, he called her amazing. Walking along the path, he said that there would be lessons. Looking at him, he remembered why he came. There were trees. The main character, on the advice of his father, came here to prepare for the civil servant exam, and the Hwasong district was in the countryside. The two walked along the path. Looking at the teacher, Larry understood that this savage would be his mentor. Opening his mouth, he asked if there was a temple nearby. Walking ahead, he asked what kind of stupid question he was asking. Opening his mouth, he said that they had arrived. Looking surprised, he was in shock. There was a house in brown shades. Daggers were stuck in the ground, and also the firewood was chopped. Approaching the house, he told him to follow him. Larry thought that his father had slipped him for training. There was no one on the path, and the mentor asked if the guy had come to his senses, to which he was answered in the affirmative. Taking a stick in his hands, he asked if he had tested his skills, to which he was answered that he had tried to cut his wrists with a knife, but they had instantly healed. Smiling, he asked if he knew how injuries on their bodies healed. Larry answered in the negative. Sitting on the ground, he said that even without knowing this, they knew how healing medicines work, and also, the healthier the immortal, the easier his wounds heal. Having drawn 2 people on the ground, he said that the more sensitive they are, the more acutely they will feel pain, and if they learn to control it, they will be able to quickly recognize the injury. Bowing his head, he continued that the more time he devoted to training his physical strength and controlling his emotions, the better he would be able to use his healing abilities. Opening his mouth, Harry asked if the guy had any questions, to which he was told that he did not understand something. Raising his finger, he asked what it had to do with the fact that he would have to run through daggers. Harry, opening his mouth, said that in addition to training, he would have to learn to handle his immortal body. Standing up, he asked them to stop wagging their tongues and asked how he was going to pass the exams. He was told that they prepare for exams with notebooks and books. Opening his mouth, he asked what kind of nonsense this was, because they were preparing to enter the Immortal Special Forces. Looking surprised, he did not understand. There were mountains nearby, but Larry said that it was an exam for civil service. Opening his mouth, Harry said that it was almost the same as being a soldier. Looking surprised, he was asked if he was going to do anything at all. Clutching his head, he said what he would do, but was stopped. Turning around, he saw a teacher with shorts. Then he was told that if he did not want to ruin his clothes, then he should change. After that, he took off his sneakers. Standing near the daggers, they told him to move, because while he waited, he would die. Opening his mouth, he sighed. His eyes turned purple. There were daggers next to him. Sitting on a stone, he heard screams. Pouring tea, Harry asked not to relax, because if an enemy was chasing him, he would not stop to rest. Starting to drink, he heard swearing. Looking at the ground, he asked to kill him. The teacher came up and said that he managed to dodge a couple of daggers in the center, then this is not bad physical shape. His attention was attracted by something. Looking at Larry's legs, he said that his healing power was amazing. There were blood stains near the main character. The mentor said that the speed of regeneration will increase after each recovery and that he should not avoid the blades so that the wounds are deeper. Gritting his teeth, he was told that he could cut something off. The sun was shining. Larry was asked to stop overreacting. Folding his arms, he watched the main character run. He thought with displeasure, what kind of guy is this? Sitting on his butt, he screamed in pain. His legs were electrified, and he himself asked how much longer he needs to run on daggers. Harry answered that he first needs to survive the shock. There was blood on the blades, because each time his pain threshold will increase, and the forest was preparation for panic on the battlefield caused by severe pain or fainting. Squeezing his hand, he asked why Larry had not yet gone into shock. Looking tired, he thought that first of all a werewolf, and then an immortal, and the body of werewolves is more resilient. He closed his eyes and asked if he could do something else, because he ran 50 meters in 6 seconds. Opening his mouth, the mentor said that there were about 50 meters in this place, and if he ran the forest of blades in 6 seconds, he passed the test. Looking down, he decided to run after all. Putting on his hood, he smiled, because he asked not to take his words back. Stamping his foot, he thought that he really said about 6 seconds. Looking down, Larry thought that he had run at a calm pace for so long, without straining himself. The mentor was behind him. Larry thought that the pain could not be turned off, but he needed to try to block his feelings as much as possible. His leg began to rise because he decided to run quickly. Smiling, he ran towards the blades because he had to do it in 6 seconds. The mentor looked at him in surprise. He was wearing shorts on his legs. His mouth was open. The main character ran with all his might. After that, Larry ran. Sitting on his knees, he thought he had met the timing. Exhaling, the coach looked at him. Opening his mouth, he looked at him. With the hood up, he was told that he was overconfident. Straightening his hand, he asked for another time. Holding the phone in his hands, he said that he forgot to note the time. There were green villages. The coach said that they would now begin the second training. In his hands was an object that they asked him to take. Taking it in his hands, Larry asked if it was a dog leash. Wrapping it around his neck, he asked what they would do now. Larry was surprised because they would train holding his breath. Starting to tremble, he understood what this thing was needed for. Taking the button in his hands, Harry said that when he pressed it, the collar would begin to choke. Holding the remote control in his hands, Harry asked to tighten it tighter. Putting his hand on his head, he asked if he could just go underwater to hold his breath. Straightening his arm, the mentor said that the lesson was aimed at training endurance and strangulation, and if he lost consciousness, then he was finished. The path led to the house, and the teacher said that after a terrible year of war, ordinary people had the opportunity to learn how to stand up to them. Exhaling, he said that before they trained by hanging from trees, but now it has become easier. Starting to put on the collar, he asked what the conditions were to move on to the next lesson. Getting up from the ground, he was told that he needed to hold out for 5 minutes. The teacher, opening his mouth, advised not to try to remove the collar or take away the remote control because he could get a hole in the chest. Opening his mouth, he said that he was ready. Then they pressed the button. With trembling hands, Larry held onto the ground. The collar was strangling the main character. Opening his mouth, he looked down. Grabbing his neck, Larry screamed. Then he began to remove his hand. Harry came up and hit him so that he would not get involved with his hands. Holding the stick in his hands, he said that he could do it longer. Squeezing his hand, they told him that if it was too hard for him, then he should give up. Gritting his teeth, it seemed to him that more had passed. His mind began to crumble, seeing blurry. His eyes looked up. Starting to switch off, he fell, when suddenly the collar stopped working. His eyes widened. Looking down, he tried to catch his breath, and the mentor thought why they switched off. Looking at the control panel, he wondered if the batteries could have died. The collar fell to the ground. Putting the stick on his shoulder, he said that he could not die. Opening his mouth, Larry asked if they would repeat it again because more than 5 minutes had passed. Taking the phone in his hands, he agreed. Looking at Harry, they answered that almost 13 minutes had passed. Looking in surprise, he thought that the record was 8 minutes and how he would even justify himself. Smiling, they asked him not to look like a child who found a new toy. Near the house, he was told that he could rest, but first it would be better to eat. The stove was burning, but he was told that without food it would not be possible to study effectively because it affected his endurance. Coming up, Larry asked if he could help with something. The mentor asked him to just sit. Sighing, he thought that he still did not know how to cook. The liquid was purple. Larry was ordered to eat. He looked at the food in surprise. Looking down, the main character asked what he had added there. It was night, the moon was shining. Holding a towel in his hands, he removed the water from it. Putting his hand on his hip, he thought that next time he would cook for himself, and when they returned home, he would ask his mother to teach him how to cook. Looking into the distance, he thought that before that he would talk to his father. Starting to climb the stones, he said that he was tired and wanted to go to bed. After that, he looked at his bed. Opening his mouth, he was surprised. Then Larry looked at the mosquito. Having killed the mosquito, he called the teacher. There was no light in the house because the insects flocked to the burning lamps. The mentor was lying on the bed in complete darkness. Having exhaled, he closed his eyes. Then Larry lay down on the bed. Having opened his mouth, he said that the training should drown out the sense of touch because it made them feel anxious. Having stopped talking, he decided to turn around. Having looked at the main character, he realized that he was already asleep. Larry's mouth was open. It became light, and the guy was called to breakfast. There was strange food on the table. Having exhaled, he hesitantly wished him a pleasant appetite. Bringing the food to his mouth, he said that immortals need a lot of energy. Having looked at the food, he asked what kind of training awaited them. Taking the food in his hands, he was told that he would learn to hold his breath in the air before a blow. Larry asked whether it was necessary to pay attention to the possible shock from a strong blow. Opening his mouth, he answered affirmatively and asked not to forget that maneuverability was impaired when the legs were injured, and at such a moment it was better to use hands for protection. Squeezing his hand, he asked to put it in front of the enemy trying to take him out with one blow. Sitting opposite each other, he continued that it was best to beware of a knife, not a gun, and also to avoid swords and explosive weapons. Near the house, they told him to eat faster. Standing on the cliff, the mentor hurried him. Then Larry fell off the cliff and spent the whole day training. Putting his hand on his hip, he chased it away. Having got on the bus, the main character was heading home. Putting the phone to his ear, he decided to call. Opening his mouth, Larry asked his father if he was sent there. Exhaling, he said that he was forced to jump from mountains, to which he was told that he was immortal and therefore his body can be tortured. Looking out the window, Sean told him that this way it will be possible to find out the limit of possibilities. Riding the bus, the protagonist asked what kind of exam he would take. Holding the phone in his hand, he was told that the teacher would help with it, then they said goodbye to him. The phone in his hands was turned off. Closing his eyes, he thought that his answer would not have changed anything. Starting to fantasize, he realized that he would initially take a shower. Then Larry would play PS5. After that, he would have a delicious meal from his mother. After all this, he would go to bed for about 12 hours without mosquitoes. Smiling, he sat on the bus. This was the perfect rest plan. Opening her mouth, Agatha said that she would take a shower a little later and now she would go somewhere with her. Opening her mouth, he understood that all his dreams were shattered. Taking her son by the hand, she said that she and his father had talked and decided that he needed to prepare for university. Holding a suitcase in her hand, he was told that she had a teacher she knew who lived nearby. He looked at her in surprise because Larry would be with him for a couple of days and training would take place there. There was a building and the main character had a frightening feeling. After pressing the button, he was told that they would come for him in 2 days. Looking back, he asked what kind of person was waiting for him. Agatha answered that everything would be fine. Opening her mouth, she said that it was not enough to be smart. The elevator doors were closing. She said that you need to have a trained body. Then the doors completely closed. Standing with a suitcase, he did not know what to answer because it was then that he realized what was waiting for him ahead. Opening his mouth, he began to laugh because there was never any preparation for university. The elevator began to go down. Suddenly it stopped. It opened and the protagonist appeared there, after which he got out of it. Treadmills appeared in front of him. Looking at the dumbbells, he said that this was a gym. Coming closer, he asked that they had arranged an underground parking lot. A second later, someone approached him, saying that it was him. Larry looked ahead in surprise. A girl in a sports uniform stood in front of him, who said his name. Looking ahead in surprise, the protagonist replied that it was him, but he didn't know why his mother sent him here. The girl replied that she said that he would be training for 2 days in a row. His physical potential would be wasted if he only used his brain like a nerd. Larry, laughing, remembered several moments from his life, thinking that he couldn't tell the truth here either. It was so damn unfair. He remembered standing in the boxing ring, thinking that since childhood, his mother's upbringing philosophy was simple: if he disobeyed, then he only needed to use force. He should be responsible for his actions when you live with such values for 20 years. Looking at the girl in front of him, he continued to think that he naturally began to perceive them. He entered the ring and, looking ahead, thought that if he rebelled against his mother, he would get the shit beat out of him. Exhaling, he thought that refusal wouldn't work here either. He could see it in the teacher's eyes. Then the girl threw him something, telling him to take it. The protagonist looked at his watch in surprise, replying that he was afraid of such things. His trainer said that it was a simple measuring device. Let him put one on his wrist and ankle. Larry obediently put the device on himself, replying that she wasn't going to train him by chance, that he would have to check it first. Then she pointed her finger to the side, adding that he should run. Larry glanced at the treadmill. A second later, he was already running quickly on it. He sped up his pace several times. The girl, looking at the phone, said that she heard that he himself didn't train. She, frowning, added that he was trash. His pulse was normal, which meant that the equipment was good, but that was really all he was capable of at this level. The protagonist's face turned pale and he wondered why they were making fun of him. The girl exhaled and added that he was incredibly lazy because the modern world had everything he wanted. Looking ahead, Larry thought that immortals and shapeshifters age slowly, so she was older than she looked. Then, turning around, he asked how much longer he still had to run. The girl answered that he should not stop. She stretched her neck, adding that first, cardio, they would gradually improve his body. Smiling, she continued to say that she would make him look like a newborn from head to toe. Larry looked ahead in surprise for a few seconds. Then, continuing to run, he answered that he did not want a second mother. The girl, waving her hand, said that it was because he was Larry. It seemed he liked to joke. We were transported to a huge building. The clock showed 15 minutes past 5. The protagonist continues to run along the track. The girl, looking at him, told him not to stop. Even her grandmother would not get tired after this. Larry's face was sweaty. He was breathing heavily. He continued to run along the track, saying that the time was 4 minutes 30 seconds. Looking ahead in fear, he thought that he had to run all night without a break. Even the immortals training had time to rest. His trainer approached him, saying that he was fighting just by trusting his body. Without training, this was just an amateur level. Looking at her ward, she added that while he was watching, let him listen. She passed him, saying that this was a stretch that they would do later. Let them remember. The protagonist thought about how the human body could bend like that. He looked ahead in surprise, and the girl said that he should train his flexibility. A rigid body is bad. Pushing off from the track, he thought that he wanted to ask one question, but he was out of breath. Even with such a body, running for 14 hours straight, you get out of breath. His face turned pale, and he said that the time was 14 hours 10 minutes, thinking that he should keep track of the time in case he was asked. Looking at the screen, he thought that moreover, he should memorize the video in front of him. Looking at the girl, he thought that in addition, he should listen to the teacher's explanation. This is too tough training. Then he frowned, telling himself that he can handle it. After a while, we are transported to the forest. The guy, looking at Larry, said that it seems that he knows how to block out feelings, but this is not enough. If too many feelings are dulled, his movements will be erratic. He pointed to his head, adding that he should clear his mind of the feelings he wanted to block, and at the same time let him do something more precise. In other words, he needed to learn to multitask his senses. The protagonist continued to run, looking menacingly ahead and thinking that he should remember the time, the movements from the video, and listen to the teacher while running. Continuing to perform the actions, he thought that separately these 4 different tasks but running is done by his body, and training and the video do not happen at the same time. Leaving aside the feelings of time, doing the rest of the tasks is not very difficult. He looked at the clock, then the screen. In front of him was a board with the time. Then, taking a deep breath, he shouted that 24 hours had passed. Stopping and lowering his head, he added that it was finally over. The girl looked at her phone. She smiled, saying that his brain was fine. Let him relax his body. Flexibility is a must. We are being transported to a high-rise building. The girl, looking at her protege, asked if he remembered the video he had watched. She would demonstrate it so that he would follow what she was doing. After which she knelt down, and then she arched her back strongly. The protagonist looked at her in surprise, thinking that such flexibility with this body was incredible. After which he sat down on the carpet, and the girl told him to try. Larry arched his back. His body began to shake when he reached the halfway point. His trainer replied that he should not overdo it. Flexibility takes time. The protagonist clenched his teeth, and the girl said that they would increase the amplitude of the movement little by little, repeating the same stance every day. In other words, immediately tear the muscles, which he thought that such healing after a muscle tear increases his flexibility. Exhaling, he thought that then he did not need to do it little by little, because immortals quickly heal from injuries. After which he arched completely, thinking that he only needed to endure a short-term pain. The girl looked at him with displeasure, her mouth wide open. Coming closer, she shouted that everything was okay with him. She told him not to overdo it. Who taught him to be so naughty? The protagonist fell to the floor, and he laughed. Picking him up, he asked that he was able to do this. The girl, looking at him in surprise, answered that he was very interesting. After which Larry extended his hand to her, telling her to help him up. A huge piece of meat appeared in the oven, and someone said that it was enough for today. They needed to eat. The protagonist, looking at the dish, asked that they eat a whole pig. The girl replied that this was her portion. After which she pointed to the second piece, answer that this is his. Larry thought that one whole pig per person. The trainer put on gloves, answering that food is also training. Let him get used to it. Accumulate enough energy to move later. When he eats, the protagonist answered in surprise that she is a bear coming out of hibernation. After which he and the girl pounced on the food. Biting off a piece, she told him not to clean up after eating. Just put it there. 2 days a week is too little. It is not even enough to learn the main points. The protagonist thought that it was incredibly delicious. It was just a piglet roasted with some spices. Maybe it was because he had not eaten all day. The girl, continuing to eat, told him to eat everything. If he left even a little, he would die. Larry answered that he had learned since childhood not to leave food. The trainer, stepping aside, said that she was going. After eating, let him wash up and go to bed. Larry sat on the mattress, sighing deeply. He smiled, thinking that this was much better than sleeping with mosquitoes in the forest, and unlike his previous teacher, he could use the phone. He glanced at the screen, wondering if maybe he should call his mother. When he picked it up, a voice came through and asked how he was feeling. The protagonist wondered if she was worried about him after being sent, and then he replied that he was absolutely not. Suddenly, he was interrupted, saying that she had told him 10 times that his coach shouldn't be easy on him just because they had known each other for a long time. Larry looked ahead in surprise, his face turning pale. He stared ahead silently, and his mother said that she was still worried. If she was being too soft with him, he should tell her to be stricter. Larry thoughtfully lowered his head, thinking that how could he not be worried about his son. Lifting the barbell, he thought that he had realized something after training on the second day. If the Immortals' training is mentality, the Shapeshifter's training is ignorant actions. You need to know and exceed your limits. That's the essence of training. Looking down, he thought that science is added to training using many devices and electronic applications. In any case, the conclusion he came to in time was this. The girl, looking at the tablet, said that his reflexes are very bad. She went down to the barbell, adding that he should lift it, and Larry thought that 20 kilograms on both sides with the barbell is only 60. Lifting the barbell, he continued to think that it would not be difficult for him. His strength is 3 times greater than that of an ordinary adult man. Suddenly his coach told him to carry it and follow her. The protagonist went up the steps. The girl, turning around, told him to run with her now. Larry stared ahead in surprise for a few seconds. He looked at the thin beam and thought that this was the second part of the crazy training after the blade training. His face went pale and the trainer said that balance, let him always keep the center of balance and use his reflexes for the rest. Larry asked if this worked, to which she said that he would test it until it worked. The protagonist lifted the barbell, thinking that they used the corners of the basement floor. It is long, the width is only half of his foot. Then he said that it is okay if he falls. The girl, looking at the tablet, answered that the probability of injury from a fall from a height of 3 meters is small. Although he should not run. Preparing for the fall, the first priority should be to protect his body. The protagonist took a deep breath, thinking that he could do this at all. He needed to end this. The coach said that it was disadvantageous if he was injured on the battlefield, since their bodies did not recover out of ignorance like immortals. Larry suddenly ran forward, thinking that the teacher who was watching the program behind him said that he needed to take care of his body, but an immortal like him would quickly recover even broken bones, so he would run, preparing for a fall. The girl looked in front of her in surprise. The protagonist, pushing off, used the ability 5 senses, thinking that his touch skill could sense the pressure on his running shoes and find a sense of balance. Beads of sweat appeared on his face, and he thought that although most have insane reflexes, they cannot compare to immortals who specialize in feelings. In a moment he was already on the other side, thinking that he could do it. It really seemed funny, and there was no chance that his foot would be pierced by the blade. Turning around, he said that he had successfully completed it. The girl sat down on a chair, answering that he should do 2 more times there and back. Then she looked ahead in surprise. Frowning, she thought that the board was 4 centimeters wide, 50 centimeters long, but he completed it without bending over even once. After a while, a long line appeared, and she said that it raised the level. The protagonist's face turned pale, and he wondered if it was a wire. Looking down, he added that he should run on it. The trainer answered that everything was fine. This installation was called a single line. Lowering her hands, she continued to say that the wooden board was just a small step. She thought that the protagonist was crazy, looking at his body, but she thinks that he was born with a good physique. He has good balance. Larry, looking forward, said that this time there is a mattress. The teacher replied that it is strong and will not break, so he should be careful when he falls. His skin will tear if he grabs the wire, so he should just fall. Looking ahead in surprise, he thought that after he gets used to the start, he will have to run carrying a barbell, but he is not afraid of it. It is lightweight compared to the immortals training. He took a step forward onto the line, thinking that the difficulty of this course is hellish level. It is harder and harder. His leg began to wobble, and he thought that the wire is strong and does not shake much. Looking around the room, he began to think that this was not a fall from a cliff and that there was no hurricane blowing here. A second later, he took another step forward, thinking that there was even a mattress on the floor. Then he frowned, thinking that he was not afraid of this. He would just try to run forward. Then he took a few quick steps. Suddenly, he began to lose his balance, waving his arms. He was able to freeze in place, thinking that maybe he should go slower. He took a step forward. Then, pushing off, he lifted his leg. A second later, he made several quick jumps. The girl looked at him with a smile, and Larry thought that that day the teacher looked at him as if he was more interesting than the video she was watching and made him run in line with the bar all day. We are transported to the next day. The protagonist is standing on the street with a suitcase, bowing. The girl, looking at him, said that they will see each other next week. The car moved forward quickly. The protagonist's mother, sitting behind the wheel, asked him if he was interested and why she was making him do this. Larry answered that of course. She looked menacingly in front of her and replied that she could not bear to watch her son being beaten. The protagonist turned pale. An image of him hitting a man appeared in his head, and the woman said that he should know the limits of his current body. He was too weak now. Larry thought that if his friends heard this, they would faint from shock. After which he looked down with displeasure, thinking that since the situation was like this, he might as well practice some more. When he went to the gym later, he would at least be able to help and not interfere, although the immortal special forces that the teacher had talked about would bother us. We are transported to a skyscraper. A lot of dirty dishes appear in front of us. Someone thanks us for the food. The woman, looking ahead in surprise, asked him about the fact that he had been hungry for several days. Larry replied that he had learned how valuable her cooking was after 4 days, and now he wanted to learn how to cook. The woman turned around in surprise, and the protagonist continued to say that male chefs were in fashion now. Let them teach him how to cook for his future wife. The woman looked ahead menacingly, replying that it sounded good, but didn't he need the sexual part? With his body he could become a pig chef. The protagonist, patting his stomach, replied that his mother was, as always, witty. The woman replied that she was serious, so he should stop relying only on his body and eating all day long. Remembering his teacher, Larry, smiling, said that he would start with cooking anyway, thinking that he remembered a dish from a man of nature. Then he raised his head, thinking that the food issue was solved. Training. He couldn't do anything about it. What would they do next week? Would it be the same thing or a new type of training? A full moon appeared in the sky. The guy was cleaning his knife. He looked ahead with a smirk, and Larry wondered that whatever they were doing, could it be harder than what they did last time? Larry, his mouth wide open, fell down. The crows flew away in surprise. He fell to the ground, and blood appeared around him, and he thought that after a 4-day break, the teacher said, the training before this was just basic training, offered separately from the entrance requirements. The protagonist clutched the ground, thinking that in other words, the blade field, fainting resistance, and cliff jumping were now mandatory courses. He completed the last course by throwing himself off the cliff. Larry stood up, clutching his head. He sighed, thinking that maybe it was the wild training, but despite the painful part, this course quickly became much better. The problem was that it was just basic training. Looking at the guy, he heard him yell at Larry to get up if he was done. The teacher grabbed the blade, saying that one of the benefits of immortality is regeneration. When he gets shot with a gun, it's fine as the bullet either goes through him or he just pushes the bullet out and regenerates flesh and skin. But a weapon like that without firepower is a pain in the ass. It takes time for an amputated limb to regenerate. The protagonist replied that's why he said they should be careful. The guy swung the machete, replying that he can afford to receive attacks that deal damage within a short distance, but he should avoid such attacks. Larry thought he was swinging like a murderer. He stepped back in fear, adding that means the reason he pulled out the blade. The guy replied that what he was thinking. Then he lunged forward, holding out his dagger, and the protagonist thought that this training was a continuation of learning how to wield a blade, so to avoid the blade, or rather, he needed to deflect it. Larry dodged the first swing, then he ducked his head, dodging the second. He jumped back sharply. The guy, looking at him, said that the goal here is to avoid serious injuries, getting small ones instead. It's useless if he avoids everything. It seems he's a bit athletic. He'll start with the easy ones. The protagonist, frowning, thought that how could he not avoid it? The guy jumped forward. A second later, he cut the protagonist's stomach. He slashed the blade at his leg, shouting that if he grabs his thigh or calf muscles, let him take the blow with his shin or deflect it to the side. A second later, it hit his arm. Larry, looking menacingly ahead, will be hit by a blade. At least he has already made the blade installation. A second later, the protagonist's wounds began to heal. The guy, looking menacingly ahead, said that he regenerates quite well, and they need to continue. Then he rushed towards Larry. Blood flew to the side. The protagonist was on his knees, and his teacher said that it was anemia. This is one of the weaknesses of immortality. Larry replied that this means he carries blood bags for transfusions. The guy replied that usually yes, it is better to stop the bleeding in advance. Then he turned around and began to leave, adding that they needed to take a break. Larry, healing his wounds, replied that he is a cook today, said that he is going to cook instant ramen. We are transported to a room. There are many ingredients on the table. Someone says that it is spaghetti with meat sauce. A beautiful dish appears in front of us with a note from his mother that if he wants good food, he should cook something with lots of sauce. The teacher ate some pasta. Then, smiling and looking ahead, he said that it was delicious, to which the protagonist replied that at least his taste buds were fine. Since immortals have good senses and his taste buds are sensitive, he can still enjoy it. The guy continued eating the food, answering that cooking is also a form of training. He puffed out his cheeks, adding that this is necessary to dull the sense of taste. We are transported outside. The protagonist, looking at his teacher, asks what they will repeat. The teacher replies that Larry is used to taking blows from a blade on the muscles of the arm, which means. A second later, he lunged forward. The protagonist's face turned pale. The teacher's knife was stained with blood, and he said that it was time for the training of organ steam regeneration. Larry fell to his knees, and the teacher told him to wait. Organ regeneration takes a long time, so basic strength training is a must. The protagonist began to tremble in fear, thinking that he could not dodge. There were no premonitions. Then he asked how he did it. The coach, smiling, answered that he hid his tracks. If the enemy has sensitive senses, you need to know how to hide your energy. After which the protagonist began to restore his wound. Getting up, he said that if he was going to make a hole in his stomach, he could at least tell him about it. The guy replied that he actually heard him, and besides, it was almost healed. Larry looked at the bloody shirt, answering that didn't he pierce him so that he could regenerate. The coach, looking at his student, asked if he wanted to learn to hide his energy. The protagonist, frowning, answered that he did. We are transported to 2 days later. The elevator slowly descends. Larry comes out. They say that he is here. Suddenly, someone points a gun at him. The protagonist asked that today was a survival game. She answered that he almost guessed. After which Larry looked ahead in surprise when a bullet sharply passed him. It hit the wall, and the girl said that it was a modified weapon made of gas and specialized remote controls. She pointed the gun forward, adding that he should dodge. The protagonist smiled sarcastically, after which he began to run from side to side, dodging shots. The coach, looking menacingly ahead, made a couple more volleys, shouting that guns are dangerous. Hitting him will cause severe damage to his body. Let him move while she aims. The protagonist jumped from side to side, and she screamed that he needed to find cover, and if he did not find one, then he should run so fast that she could not aim properly, and he must run in zigzag, not allowing the other person to predict his movements. If he was caught in a reverse action, he should put strength into his muscles and change direction. He should use the tension to lift his body. Larry, frightened, felt a bullet graze his arm. The girl, raising her gun, screamed that he should not take damage. One hit will make him helpless. If he was going to take damage, then he should take it in a place where it would not be critical for him. Larry, turning around, thought that preventing loss of mobility is the same as the immortals. Training with both sides taught him that. He imagined a warrior and a bear in his head, thinking that the fighting styles of the immortals are adapted to their characteristics. He remembered running forward, thinking that they, the other shadows, had not taught him how to fight. Then he imagined himself falling to the floor, looking ahead in fear. An image of himself running appeared in his mind, thinking that he needed to survive. Then he remembered walking on a tightrope and arching his back, thinking that in any situation he might find himself in. The guy was cut with a knife, after which his body was shot, and he thought that immortals need to be wary of weapons such as knives, which can cause damage in the existing radius. As for guns, a shotgun is more dangerous than a rifle. Then he imagined the guy punching the attacker from the hand, thinking that on the other hand, shapeshifters welcome those who attack with knives. All they have to do is dodge and hit. Reflexes, strength allow them to react like that. He pictured the guy running away from his opponent with a shotgun, thinking that the shotgun was much more convenient for them. It had a short range if they got close to it. The game was over, they could just move away so they couldn't be hit. Shapeshifters couldn't regenerate, so their movements were designed to not get hurt. There were a lot of rubber balls on the floor. The girl took a few steps forward, saying that the training was over. Looking around, Larry wondered how they were going to clean it all up. Then the trainer looked at the wire, telling him to get up and run along it. Larry lifted the bar, thinking that at least physical training was better than just stupidly inflicting injuries. Then he stood on the line. His face went pale, and he felt the monster approaching behind him. He frowned. Then he pushed off the line. A second later, he fell to the floor, and then turned around in fear. He looked at the trainer in silence for a few seconds. The girl, looking ahead in surprise, asked him what he felt. The protagonist turned pale, staring ahead. The girl, looking at her protege, said that it was called a wild bloodlust. She saw that he was able to feel it. The protagonist answered that she should not do that anymore. It seemed to him that his heart would break. He did not like it at all. She answered that it was normal and when he got used to it. A monster appeared behind her, and she added that if he had something similar, it would become easier for him. The protagonist turned pale, and she continued to tell him to continue training. Larry, looking at his trainer, thought that hellish training had begun, but strangely enough, after 2 days he stopped falling to the ground when running along the wire. He figured out how to resist the teacher's thirst for blood. Gritting his teeth, he continued to think that thanks to his heightened immortal senses, he was able to catch the feeling of bloodlust with his 5 senses and use his 6th sense to cope with it. Then he ran forward along the fishing line, thinking that he needed to bend his lower abdomen and hold it, then he would be able to cope with it. The trainer, looking at him, laughed, saying that he was doing well. The guy grabbed the blade. The protagonist, looking at the bloody weapon lying there, thought that immortal training was still akin to hellish punishment. In addition to organ regeneration, he had to train with axes, spears, and arrows. He fired several arrows into the protagonist's body. Larry looked at the bear trap, thinking that even with traps, he had to be especially careful with these. The guy pointed to his head, saying that if you step on one of them, it will cause terrible pain, and when the pain does not stop, the brain will work with difficulty. The protagonist asked what is meant by dangerous things that cause constant pain and not instant. Looking at him, the trainer answered that usually immortals fight by simply receiving physical injuries, so pain must be accustomed, since pain makes logical thinking difficult. We are transported to some time later. Larry is running, dodging bullets, and thinking that this is why he had to consume poison later. The shapeshifter training was not much different either. He had to train, starting with weighted belts and vests. Then he lifted the bar, thinking that after which he added weight with sandbags on his wrists and ankles, and continued to train himself to dodge bullets and walk prob. The rest of the time he trained his body with dumbbells. His hands shook when he lifted the heavy bar. He thought that of course there were changes. In the middle of his training, his father went on a business trip for 10 days. The protagonist turned pale, looking at his parents kissing. The woman said what she would have to do if she wanted to see him while he was gone. The man replied that it was okay. They would see each other every night. We are brought to training. Larry holds a sword in his hands, thinking that in addition to holes all over his body, the teacher also taught him how to use conventional weapons in martial arts. The guy, looking ahead, said that he quickly learned how to use a weapon. The protagonist attacked with all his might, thinking that this was how it happened, but it did not mean that it was difficult. Holding the machine gun in his hand, he continued to think that maybe it was because he had a shapeshifter's physique and reflexes, but he learned quickly. On the other hand, the teacher taught him how to shoot a gun. The girl, looking ahead in surprise, said that it was also useful to study martial arts, but he could do it on his own. He would succeed if he watched a few video tutorials on the topic, but learning to shoot was difficult since it required him to use his senses. The protagonist pulled the trigger, firing a small burst, thinking that he was a mixed blood with the special 5 senses of immortals, so this was also easy to learn. So 2 months passed. It was night outside. The white moon was shining on the earth. The protagonist returned home, and his father asked him that he was in the gym. Larry thought that after a week's break from training, his hands were already itching to work out. Did his body really want pain? The man, smiling, looked ahead and said that he was very strong, despite being his son. The woman replied that this was good. The protagonist looked at his parents with a smile. His father said that he took an example from her, and the woman replied that it was because he was smart, like her husband. Larry thought that their relationship had always flourished. Why didn't they make him a younger brother or sister? He leaned over to the basket with dirty clothes. Then he looked at himself in the mirror. He put his hand on the counter, and then, looking menacingly at his reflection, he thought, why doesn't he have a girlfriend? His standards aren't even that high. Why should they be? He doesn't even want someone healthy and sexy like his mother, just someone pretty and mature, but at the same time inviting. It would be nice if she could cook, maybe have the same hobbies as him, if he could add something else to that. He wanted her to look good in jeans. If he could add even more, he wanted her to be smart and know what she wants to do. The woman looked at the phone. Then she looked down at her husband, saying that she was going to see a friend for a while. He replied, why so late? She said that her child was a high school graduate. She must be stressed. The man replied, it was quite a difficult time. He looked at the closed door for a few seconds, upset. Then he turned to the phone, surprised. The protagonist got out of the bath, saying that he couldn't find his phone. Looking at the couch, he added that no one was there anymore. He then sat up, looking at the screen. Looking at the message, he asked if there was an exam tomorrow. It hadn't been that long since he last took a big exam, but he felt strange. Thinking back to his comrades, he thought that his friends were surprised why they were going to go to college after taking the SAT. He didn't think it was a shame that he didn't use his good grades for anything. He never intended to go to college. Imagining dark matter in his mind, he thought that his path had already been decided 9 years ago on the day the great black hole called Hughes Gate opened. He remembered how he, as a child, lay scared under the pipes, thinking that he was crushed under the rubble of a collapsed building, and as soon as he saw it, he continued to look ahead in fear. Many dark figures appeared in front of him, and he thought that he had fought countless invaders, and he decided that he wanted to be like him. Smiling, looking ahead, he thought that his mother would be upset if she knew. She said that she wanted him to lead a normal life on the day of his awakening. We are transferred to the street. Someone asks where she went at all. The girl looks at her friend, raising her hand. Smiling, she added that under what pretext did she leave? The woman answered that she said that she needed to meet the mother of a student who lived in the neighboring area. A can appeared, and someone asked that wasn't she curious. The coach, looking at the night city, answered that her son, she never asked how he was doing. The woman, looking ahead, replied that she just wanted him to be okay. For a half-breed, mixed blood of a human and a shapeshifter, usually not even half the ability. Then suddenly she opened her eyes, saying that she couldn't ask because she was worried. Someone was holding a phone. A voice came from it, that he was serious. The man, standing on the roof, replied that he wanted him to throw him into the Pacific Ocean with his arms and legs cut off. He was answered that he really didn't know. He thought he didn't contact him because he knew. The protagonist's boyfriend is surprised, frowning, and a voice came from the phone that he is unconventional. We are transported back to the street. Someone says that he doesn't have to be brilliant or good. She just wants him to be able to stand up for himself against groups of mad scientists or something. The trainer put the jar on the table, answering that a group of mad scientists won recently, bastards who tried to combine various special species to create something superior to basically pure blood. Irregular. The woman, menacingly looking forward, imagined a monster in her head, answering that they did not succeed. In the end, they created grotesque monsters with the strength of both parents. Turning to her friend, she answered that the conclusion of their action was only one, to be an immortal shapeshifter, superhuman or something else. If he has offspring with a human, he simply weakens the blood of the special species. The trainer, smiling, answered that she was lucky. Turning, she added that she hit the jackpot in the form of her son. We are transferred to the man. He fearfully asks what an irregular means. He is weaker than a quarter of the forces, after which he thought that he will at least reach the half because his bloodline is strong. After which his face turned pale, and a voice from the phone answered that, on the contrary, he was talented. He was a genius with talents that he had never seen before. He even taught him to hide his energy. The trainer, looking at the girl, said that his pedigree was not good, but excellent, and, moreover, his head worked well. The woman answered that she should not use such terms. After which the protagonist's mother's face turned pale, and her friend added that he even learned a wild thirst for blood. Larry's father, standing on the roof, said that if his friend was lying to please him, he would bury him for a good 2 weeks. The woman clenched her fist, replying that she would be seriously angry if she was joking. The guy next to the phone's ear replied that he was telling the truth. His son was talented. And the girl, smiling, added that her son was a genius. The protagonist's father and mother smiled sarcastically. They happily looked ahead at the same time, saying that they expected their son to. The protagonist walked forward, yawning loudly. Rubbing his eyes, he asked where his father was, to which his mother replied that he had gone on business, and that he should also quickly wash up and sit down at the table. A huge amount of food appeared in front of him, and Larry asked what such a feast was in honor of. The woman turned around and replied that today was an important day. The protagonist's face turned pale. His mother began to babble, telling a lot of information, and he thought that it was true. Today was the day of the civil service exams. Only his training was not for brain activity, but for survival. But that was not even the point. The exams for special employment, where fresh blood would rage. After a while, the plates were empty and Larry thanked him for the food. He began to get dressed, and the woman asked if he was ready. The protagonist answered that yes, so much so that even in his sleep everything he had learned appeared. He thought that they had hit him on the ankle and pierced his organs. The woman, lowering her head, said that if he did not pass, his dad would be very disappointed. Turning around, Larry thought that it was obvious how confused she was. She didn't like the idea of him becoming a civil servant, but she also didn't want the exam to go down the drain. She seemed to be trying to support him, but at the same time she was worried about him, like a werewolf. Smiling, the protagonist answered that she shouldn't worry, thinking that he was also immortal. Then his mother, looking menacingly ahead, answered that then, if he failed, then let him know that he would meet her in the ring. Larry, looking ahead, thought that he remembered something that he would like to erase from his memory. The woman, smiling, said that if he didn't want to get it, he would just fuck the exams. Turning around, Larry answered that he would. Then he pressed the button for the floor. He slowly began to go down, thinking that music was the best cure for nerves after all. Then suddenly he opened his eyes, thinking that he had received the acute feelings of an immortal. He raised his head, thinking that why was he saying the wrong thing? And turning around, he regretted it. Now he would finally confess she was his love from the very beginning. Larry went up to the 13th floor. The doors opened, there was a girl in front of him, and he said out loud that this is how much he loved her. A second later, he looked away in surprise. The girl, looking at him, told him not to sing when he proposed to her. A handsome man does not necessarily have to be a singer. The protagonist lowered his head in depression. Answering why she was interested in this at all, she answered that he would not confess his love to her. He said no, and she asked why. Larry answered that he had already said 100 times what his ideal type was. She nudged him in the side with her shoulder, answering that he should stop. Taking his hand, she continued to say that such beauties with a good figure and brains are hard to find. The number for the first floor appeared on the screen. Larry jerked his hand, leaving the elevator, answering that she was in charge. Let her not say that on the street, because she knew where they live. She wanted to give him a gift in the form of 2 iron bracelets. And about the brains, by the way, he did not agree. In my opinion, she forgot to mention greed. The girl ran after him, and Larry answered that she should not follow him. Approaching the bus stop, she asked where he was going. The protagonist answered that he needed to pass the exams to become a civil servant. The girl looked ahead in surprise, and the protagonist answered that, by the way, these guys know how to do advertising. Looking ahead, he added that he was busy. Let him go to school. The girl answered that she was in her senior year. Next year she would go to university. The protagonist said that he congratulated her and let her try not to waste her life on drinking. When she gets an ID card, his girlfriend answered that he was only a year older than her. After which she put her hand on herself in displeasure, answering that now she was already studying in a girls' school, but she would choose a regular university, and their rabid pack of wolves could attack such a beauty as her. Larry answered that first he should take care of his studies. He waved his hand, going to the bus, and the girl said that they needed to start dating, and he would help her with her studies along the way. It would be cool when her boyfriend would study well. The protagonist answered that who was whose boyfriend here, let him not scare away his future wife. The girl, displeased, showed him obscene signs. The protagonist adjusted his headphones and smiled, thinking that their lady hadn't changed, and if she got angry, she'd give him a hard time between the legs. The bus quickly moved forward. Then it stopped. A large building appeared in front of us. Larry went inside, thinking that 7:50 was somehow early. The exams wouldn't start until 9. Where would he even go? He approached the reception area, greeted the girl, stood up and asked what his question was. Larry replied that, as far as he knew, exams for special employment were being held here today. Suddenly, a man in a black suit appeared next to him. He asked what the protagonist was taking. The man looked menacingly ahead. A dark aura emanated from him. Then he angrily asked if the protagonist could show the application. Larry wondered why he was looking at him like that. We are transferred to the elevator. The man said that he checked, let him go up the elevator to the 9th floor. Larry got off on the 9th floor, looked around. He asked what he needed here. A girl with red hair appeared next to him. She asked that he was going to an exam, let him show his application. She checked the papers with a smile, answering that everything was correct. After the card, opening the door, she answered that he should go forward until he came across a door at the end of the corridor. He should go there. Larry, thanking him, thought that it was incredibly tedious. This is what exams are for immortals. In front of him was a long corridor. After a while, he reached a door on which it was written that an exam for special employment was being held here. Looking ahead, he wondered if there was good soundproofing there. He thought there would be a lot of noise and blood. They decided to hold exams in the very center, so this is what the power of the world government looks like. Then, lowering his head, he said, okay, thinking that he needed to get ready. He wouldn't be surprised if knives were thrown at him after opening the door. Perhaps dodging them could be a condition for entering the place. Whatever it was, he was sure the same torture awaited her as in training. He opened the door slightly. In front of him was an ordinary office. Then he was frightened to see a man at the end who said that he was the first. The bald man, frowning, told him to come here and show the application. Larry thought that they had long ago made a cure for baldness from materials found in the white hole. Of course, it had a side effect, but there were cheaper options. Looking at the man's head, he thought that this was a fashion for baldness. The guy looked at him in surprise. Larry smiled and came closer, pulled out the papers. He said that this was an application and an ID, and then thought about why they all took him for some kind of clown. The man pointed forward, answering that his number was 48, let him go there. The protagonist thought that it was not at all what he imagined. He did not have all these tables and chairs during training. After which he sat down, thinking that how did he know what would happen when the exam itself began? Even that bald guy with a knife could attack him. He looked menacingly in front of him, thinking that he must not stop being vigilant. A strong aura began to emanate from him, and he thought that he needed to be ready for any turn of events. After a while, there were many people sitting at tables around him, and they were holding books and notebooks in their hands. The protagonist's face turned pale. The bald man raised his pen, asking that there was someone who had not taken the subject to write on the exam. Then his attention was drawn to Larry. The protagonist slowly raised his hand. The man, looking at him, asked who he was anyway. Larry replied that it was a good question, thinking that of course he felt something was wrong, but there was no one to complain to. Then Larry was lost in thought, remembering how he sat with the girl at the table and realized that he had to study for the civil service exam, and all this flowed into a terrible torturous training. He ran in a hood, and his feet were covered in blood. He fell to the floor exhausted, and then he dodged a slashing attack. He understands that since he had such a fate, he decided to give it his all. The guy with the bloody sword stood next to the protagonist, and he sincerely wanted to pass this exam. Then he looked ahead and realized that everything went differently. He sat at the table, holding his hands near his face, and understood that in 10 minutes the exam was supposed to start, and he came here as the very first and sat in shock for 50 minutes. He looked ahead with an important look, folding his hands in front of him. He understood that there was someone in the audience who did not take a pen for the exam, and the last hope said goodbye to him. He took the pen in his hands and handed it to his friend. Larry held the pen in his hand and understood that in appearance it was the most ordinary marker, but the assessment for this exam was written. He looked at the other people and realized that even the atmosphere in this room was like a final exam. And he also didn't understand what these people were checking at all, and if he asked to show what they were doing there, he would probably be considered an idiot. The girl was sitting at the table and looking down, and the protagonist noticed that everyone here had a rather unusual appearance. The guy was also looking down, and Larry realized that some of them could have been sent to idle right away. And then the protagonist got up from the table and realized that it was true because one of the guys caught his eye the most. Then we see how the guy was holding a book in his hands, and Larry realized that his hands were simply incredible, and also this guy would be good for an advertising model. The man with blonde hair looked away. Then he turned his head. Larry looked away with a ridiculous face and was lost in thought. He hoped that this guy did not think anything strange about him. Then a guy and a girl came into the room. Larry was sitting at the table and looking ahead in shock. Then they started to lead something around the office. Larry was sitting at the table, and a wall was put up to him. He leaned on his fist and realized that now everyone would receive their exam tickets. And the protagonist was lost in thought and realized that these people decided to put up a screen for the hypersensitive immortals, and he also thought that the distance between the trunks was very huge. He looked to the side and heard someone late. The man gave Larry a sheet of paper with assignments, then said that his number was 50, and he had to go here, and the protagonist understood that if it were another exam, he would not be in a hurry to take it either. Then we see a sheet of paper with a test for special employment of an immortal. Larry thought that the immortal exam would be very easy in general, but everything was not so, and he had to take his words back. He held a piece of paper in his hand and put his hand to his head. I suggest that he run with knives better because he was better at it. Then he looked away in surprise. He looked at the task sheet, where it was written that he received a through wound in the leg the size of a 101 coin, and he had to choose the action to take first. Larry held his hand near his face and realized that he had recently complained that the test was too difficult. He looked ahead and immersed himself in his thoughts. He realized that the answer to this question was 4 if he did not belong to a special race. Then the 2 and 3 answers here could also be very important, and if we assume that the weapon was a throwing type, then it was better to start with stopping the blood. Then he imagined the man pulling the bowstring, who said that the first thing he needed to do was stop the bleeding, otherwise he would go into shock, and he had to do hemostasis. and then find shelter. And that's what the teacher had told him, although after a couple of runs with knives, he finally realized that by stopping the bleeding, a minor wound would not threaten the immortal's life. Then he looked at the test with task number 2, which asked what percentage of blood had to be lost to cause shock. Larry remembered how the coach cut him with a knife and his teacher coupled him on the brain constantly because he never had this shock. And also his teacher said that immortals were similar to people in the basics, and in this case the correct answer was number 3. The protagonist sat and wrote the test, holding his hand near his head, understands that he could not dodge the swing of the knife, he had to do something in this situation. He chose to put his hand out, and also heard about the importance in mobile power because it is much more than everyone actually thought. He held a pen in his hand and wrote down the answers. I understand that suddenly he remembered one movie that he watched a long time ago. He held his hand near his neck. I remembered that it told about a man who came from the slums, and he also took part in a quiz where a huge amount of money was at stake, and he guessed the answers based on his life experience. The other guys sat and puzzled over this, and Larry realized that this exam asked the test takers what they had been through in this life, and having the body of an immortal, they should also know a lot, and his second level of knowledge was at its best. He sat at the table and remembered all his events. He realized that the advice that the teacher gave him, as well as the information that he was able to get there, were needed by him from his own experience, and all this told him that he answered correctly. Then he put his pen on the table. He looked at the tests, folded his hands, and realized that everything turned out so that his training with the teacher was training. He took a sheet of paper with text and realized that there was another question on the back, which said that he should write about how it was possible to kill an immortal. The protagonist looked forward and wondered how it was possible to kill him. The whole answer was obvious. He raised his head from behind the screen and said that he was finished. The man with the bald head said that there were still 60 minutes left and those who had finished could leave this room and leave the answer sheet with the exam sheets on their desk. Larry looked towards the doors. He looked at the girl with the folder and realized that he had seen her at the entrance. The girl asked if he had read what was written on page 1 of the sheet with questions. Larry looked and pointed his finger at the folder, saying that he had to leave his consent. The girl nodded her head with a smile, and Larry realized that this was some kind of collaboration between a werewolf and immortals, and the girl said that she would hope for his success. The protagonist looked away with a smile and thanked her. Then we see the night sky and a huge building. The bald man was holding his head. He took Larry's test, decided to look at it, where it was written that an immortal could be killed by strangulation, infection, and other various ways. Then we see the guy holding his neck and strangulation. All of this was dangerous for an immortal, and also it was a loss of consciousness due to airway obstruction. Nearby we see a guy who was frozen with liquid nitrogen. Then we see a person burning to ashes, and burning in fire was one of the most terrible, because the burns of the whole body made the proper activity of the immortal impossible. After we see blood stains, and dismemberment was also one of the terrible types of murder, because so the probability of regeneration in this case was inaccurate. The guy with the bald head looked ahead and realized that it was possible to endlessly describe the ways to kill an immortal, because in other words there was no definite answer to this question, and most immortals had only a strong immunity to safety. Then he looked at the test with the task and did not understand how many ways to harm an immortal he knew, and judging by the last question, he understood this topic, because therefore it was necessary to take into account all the deadly weapons in the situation. Then he imagined the body of a person with the energy that flowed in his body, because the body of an immortal was capable of regeneration, but it could also die, and knowing all this, it was possible to significantly reduce the likelihood of death, and even without memorizing all the ways to eliminate an immortal, this could be achieved without problems. Then he looked at the personal data of the protagonist. Immersed in his thoughts, he heard that this person was born from a human and an immortal, and his physical abilities, perhaps, were not the best, but he had brains, and he checked the test completely, and his score was an example for impression. He looked ahead and imagined the smiling protagonist in his head. He understands that his one impression was quite suspicious, because he did not look like an immortal. He came before everyone else and stared at one point for an hour and left before everyone else, and he did not bring a pen to the exam. Then, after half a month, we see how the phone began to vibrate. Larry took the phone in his hands and told his mother that he successfully passed the exam. He showed the girl's phone and said that he, however, not only passed it, but took first place. Then he looked at the message congratulating him for getting first place in the civil service written exam. Then his mother put the knife on the table. She snatched the phone in her hands. Then she stared at it and was happy that her son got first place. She pointed at the protagonist and told him to put on his pants with an elastic band because he was allowed to unbuckle his belt today. Then we see the night sky and a huge building. Larry looked down with a smile and said hello to his father. His father was holding bags in his hands and he told him to at least pretend that he was looking at him and not at the meat. Then we see the meat frying on the stove. Then they were holding bottles of drink in their hands. The father looked ahead with a smile and said that he didn't even doubt his abilities, and it was understandable because he was the son of good parents. Larry looked away and remembered his teacher and realized that the questions were much easier than he actually thought. He sat at the table and they ate meat together, and his father said that since the results had come out, there would be an interview soon. His mother looked at his father and he said that he didn't know exactly when it would be, but it would probably start at a government enterprise and it would all be under the Ministry of Administrative Security. Larry ate meat silently. His father looked ahead with a smile and realized that his mother hadn't noticed anything because his father always acted like that, but it seemed to him that he was trying to evade his answer. Larry held a chopstick in his mouth and thought about the organization, not understanding why the government and this organization chose immortals and what it did by hiring immortals to serve as a government employee. The protagonist ate meat with a sad face and was lost in his thoughts, realizing that he had a lot of questions, but no one was going to answer them for him. Then we see the night sky in a building, and the protagonist asked his father to give him at least a little advice for the interview. Then the protagonist put the jacket on his body, after which he straightened his tie. Then we see a piece of paper with information, and Larry realized that soon after the joyful news of first place for the tests he had completed, he had received a message with the date of the interview, and of course, the interview was to be held in the same building. The father looked ahead with a smile, and Larry realized that he had not given him any light, because he did not know what he had to say, because at the interview he had to show his individuality and answer clearly and distinctly. Then the protagonist walked forward with the understanding that nothing could be done in this situation, and the strongest had to win. The mother looked ahead with a smile and wished him luck. Larry straightened his tie and thanked her. Then we see an electronic scoreboard. Larry walked forward along the street and turned his head. He pressed his hand to his head and thought. He thought while the girl was looking at him, and he also realized that in such a wonderful outfit he could go straight into show business. Larry looked away and said that they had been running into each other too often lately, and he also said that even though it was the weekend, it would be better for that girl to sit with her textbooks instead of walking around. He waved his hand to the side, and the girl said that he would become her tutor when he himself would understand something. The girl pointed her finger forward and said that that suit suited him. Larry looked back and said that he knew that. Then we see a huge building, after which we see a sign with a waiting room for applicants. The protagonist looked at the people and realized that everyone was trying too hard, and he, too, needed to listen to more of other people's stories about interviews. Then he looked at the blonde guy and realized that this was the same prince who sat next to him during the test. Then the guy opened his eyes, after which he closed them and looked away. Larry looked at all this situation was deep in his thoughts. He did not understand why this guy behaved so strangely, and this time he decided to sit away from him. Then we see the corridors where people were sitting on the couches. Then the man opened the door and called number 48. Larry entered the room. The red-haired guy looked away, and the protagonist realized that he had eerily white skin, and he also had fiery hair, and he was 100% sure that everyone called him by the nickname Candle. Then he looked at the smiling girl, whom they had seen more than once because she had been on the jury since the first stage. Larry was sitting on a chair, and the girl asked what prompted him to apply to their company. The protagonist looked ahead and said that if he said that his father made him do it, he would fly out of here with a whistle, and so he had to come up with something. Then he said that he was very interested in finding out his capabilities in such a difficult exam. He looked at the red bald guy and said that he also decided to fulfill his dream because he wanted to fight for his people and his homeland. The guy with red hair looked ahead and asked then what sacrifices he was ready to make for a comrade in battle, because everything depended on the given situation. Then asked if he had any intentions to sacrifice anything in this battle. Everything was taken for a reason. He just had to find an effective way out of a difficult situation. The girl with the red-haired pair silently watched and listened, realizing that all this sounded too provocative. Larry looked at the girl who said that his mother and the girl were drowning in the water and who he had to save first, to which Larry said that he did not think that he would have to choose, because he swims well and he will be able to save both at once. The guy with red hair looked at the protagonist and asked what he would do when he had only one bullet left, but there were two targets. The protagonist answered that he would shoot one and try to defuse the second, threw a gun at him. Larry sat opposite the girl who imagined this whole picture, after which she grabbed her head with her hands, and Larry realized that if you think about it, then maybe his answers were not entirely obvious. And in general, this interview should come to an end. A few days later, Larry was holding the phone in his hands. He was lying on the bed and was covered with a blanket. His mother came into the room and said that he had been lazing around too much lately after the interview, and then asked if he had any plans for today. Larry raised his head and imagined that he was in the ring. They say that if he fails, he should spar with her. Larry looked at his mother and said that he had decided to dedicate this day to something very important. His mother looked ahead silently. Then she clenched her hand into a fist angrily, realizing that she suddenly wanted to do something. Then we see the blue sky and buildings. Larry held his hand behind his head and realized that if they all got the upper hand, they would be in a lot of trouble. Larry was sitting with his mother at the table, and she was telling about the frequent cases of beatings. She looked ahead and imagined how wolves howled at the moon. It is said that this is how the story of werewolves crying at the full moon came about, and one of these werewolves could not control his instinct, and he decided to get up and swim above the moon, and then there was just a full moon. She sat at the table and said that if he could not control his own desires, then he should go outside and scream. It should make it easier. But Larry said that if you believe all this news, then the most problems were caused by magicians, and besides, he never heard anyone howling in the middle of the night. Larry looked ahead and imagined people running, because if you think about it, then after awakening the ability, his mother often took him with her to the mountains. It was obvious, because all this for him was like training. Mother pointed her finger ahead and said that the second way to relieve stress is to save the remaining energy and spend it on the necessary exercises. The protagonist with a sad face sat at the table, and his mother asked him to find himself a girlfriend. After which he hung his head in despair, and she said that when he was born, with a high degree of probability, he was supposed to do something. They sat at the table, and his mother said that he could like other people. Then she put her hand to her head and said that they had spent a month living together during orientation. It was extremely difficult. Larry looked forward, and his mother said that he was probably accepted, because this way he could postpone the assignments for now, and also he had to do what he really wanted, according to the precepts of his father. Then the man put down a folder with documents and said that they congratulated him on the final passing, and then he was asked to carefully read the documents, because if any questions suddenly arose, who should he ask them? Larry took the folder with documents and realized that it was a 5-week internship, which was set for orientation, and he also had to learn something there, because it took more than a month of his time. After that, his view changed. He sat and looked at the folder with documents, reading that the annual salary of an intern was $65 million, and the coverage of expenses affected physical training. There were also bonuses, coverage of cultural entertainment events and daily expenses, and much more. Larry held the documents in his hands with a smile and realized that this was just an incredible company, and it violated the entire working system of South Korea. The girl was sitting with him at the table, and Larry asked if he could show these documents to his parents, to which he was told that his father was also considered immortal. The girl crossed her arms with a smile and said that if he wanted to see his mother through the iron bars for the rest of his life, he could also tell her everything, because it would also be a kind of memory. Larry opened his mouth and called out to his mother. He understood that this was precisely why he could not tell anything, and such conditions in relationships were extremely difficult. He looked forward with a serious face and understood that this was enough to melt the man's icy heart, after which he said that he wanted to try to become the head of a state corporation that was part of the Ministry of Administrative Security. His mother exhaled with a smile and said that she believed that the youth, who had a huge bright future ahead of them, and who also led their country, should have had similar aspirations. She stood up, keeping her hands on the table, and realized that most likely she just wanted to work for a while in a company that recognized his talent. But it was not at all because of the money, and it was all because of his father and beautiful mother, although mixed blood in her also played an important role. Then she looked away with a smile and said that she was glad that, apparently, Larry was doing great. The protagonist was sitting at the table and realized that if among the werewolves there was a child like him, then everything would be fine. The protagonist looked forward with a smile and realized that he had a successful mixture of 2 types of blood. Then the girl from the news talked about werewolves, because these animals had instincts that were hard to control, and immortals had a heightened sense of attention. And his instincts, one, could manifest themselves in a very acute form, and among 2 there was a special sensitivity, but Larry did not belong to either one, and it was not easy for him to cope with his instincts thanks to the internet. Then we see the door of the room, and the protagonist understood that he was still too young, and this concerned his high sensitivity of an immortal. He was lying on the couch and understood that he was great at sleeping anywhere and eating anything, which is why he should not worry. Then we see the blue sky. Larry was holding a phone in his hand where there was a message. The blonde girl was sitting, and the guy was pressing his hand to his chin, because wherever he went and whatever he did, everything ended up the same way. Also, other people were sitting in their seats. Larry with a suitcase was looking towards the bus, realizing that he had complete confidence in his abilities. Then we see the blue sky. The bald guy was adjusting his t-shirt. Larry at this moment got on the bus. He was looking away with a smile. There were many people sitting in the bus, and the protagonist realized that in this huge bus that the company provided, one could fully enjoy the air conditioning, avoiding the scorching sun, and there were only immortals inside, although the cabin was half empty, and it was a great time to start going to the orientation for the trainees. Larry stood up and walked forward, realizing that after getting on the bus, He looked at all the guys again, and he understood at one glance which of the people were purebreds and which were half-breeds. Then he imagined a person with strong energy and realized that purebreds were easy to recognize, they had an eye-catching appearance, and also there was a completely different aura around them, and he could also feel it with his excellent sensory memory and usually intuition. He turned his head and looked at the guy. The man with blonde hair was sitting with his arms folded, and Larry thought that this man was also a purebred immortal, and he was sitting next to him again. He was looking away and was lost in thought. Then he raised his head up and realized that other people were already getting to know each other. He also needed to try to make more friends and not judge everyone by their clothes. He remembered sitting on the swing, and his father saying that sometimes it was hard to find a conversationalist, because the one he did not like at first glance turned out to be a good person, and so it worked exactly the opposite. His father put his hand on Larry's head and said that he had grown up. He leaned against the pipe and said that at his age he had problems with sleeping. Larry sat on the swing and asked what was wrong with his insomnia, but otherwise he was fine, because the sounds from the neighboring house at night did not allow him to close his eyes. The protagonist looked ahead and asked how he managed to solve this problem, because it was impossible to constantly stay awake because of this, and werewolves were restrained by instincts with the help of self-control, and how he then dealt with immortals with his high sensitivity. Father looked up with folded arms and said that he tried inserting earplugs, putting on a sleep mask and covering himself with only a microfiber blanket, and all this was useless, which is why he bought a 4-story building, made a room in the center and fenced off with soundproof walls. Father closed his eyes and said with a smile that when he continued to struggle with insomnia, then introducing a social life. Over time he found a way to control his feelings, and it became easier, but it was also possible to still train in the mountains for 3 years. Larry looked ahead and plunged into thought, understands that it was so difficult for his father to master control of his feelings and skills, and for him it was as natural as breathing. Father bent down to pick up the bag, and Larry realized that werewolves had access to fine muscle regulation of the entire body, and control of feelings was similar to when he, for example, pricked up his ears or tensed a certain part of his back, and then his father said that all his boys would be very sensitive. Then we see a bright yellow sky, and Larry had to come up with a strategy, because it would be interesting for him if he knew everything in advance. The guy with blonde hair opened his eyes. Larry raised his hand and said that this was the 3rd time. The man nodded his head and looked silently. Larry looked ahead with a ridiculous face and realized that he did not know him. He waved his hand and remembered how the last time the guy closed his eyes and looked away, not paying attention to him, although they met twice and crossed eyes, and they also met at the interview test and now on the bus. The protagonist held his hand in front of him, shaking all over, realizing that he did not know what was there about the example of the father, about his first impression, but here after the first dialogue everything was clear. He clearly had problems with memory. Larry turned his head and realized that then this prince had to go far away, and then he decided to say hello to the girl who was sitting behind him, who was also a blonde, though she did not look like a purebred. The girl sat with her hands folded in front of her and silently looked forward. Larry looked back. The girl with a calm face said that he was immortal, step aside, and his feelings were dulled and Ross in abundance, and even she did not know where they were being taken, and also the protagonist bought into the conditions and rushed to sign the contract. Larry with a dissatisfied face realized that he had not only one guy who was strange here, but also the girl was the same. Larry looked at the girl and realized that he had not seen her before. The girl sat with her arms folded and said that the immortals were very sensitive individuals, and that was the reason why everyone here was far away from the window, and even through the curtain the irritating rays of the sun were coming through, and she didn't even really want to wag her tongue now because she understood perfectly well that this was the reason she was so sensitive. 2 guys were eating chips at that time. The girl with a haughty look looked forward and said that Larry should have been kind and he should also have kept quiet. The protagonist with a frightened look looked back and realized that he would have spat on all her words and also on the words of his parents and would have shown this girl how to behave. He lowered his head, folded his arms, and realized that, on the other hand, if you look at it, she was right, because if he was not mistaken, his father was generally nicknamed a thorn when he was in a relationship. Then he plunged into his thoughts and realized that all this was despite the fact that his father began dating after he awakened his abilities and got used to them, and also his neighbors on the bus were then 100 times worse than him. People sat in their seats and rode. Larry realized that all this was not his excuse for their boorish behavior, and just like that, their bus, going to orientation, turned into a hearse. Larry looked to the side and realized that if he opened a bag of chips, he would be an enemy of the people, and he was glad that he had a hearty breakfast in the morning. Then he looked ahead in surprise, after which the flying gas cloud, which asked him to call a mixture of nitrogen, methane and carbon dioxide, hydrogen and other components, he looked forward with a smile and asked if he could release it. The protagonist looked away and realized that if he wanted freedom, he had to break away to the fullest on that girl. The girl at that moment smelled something was wrong and covered her nose. Other people also covered their mouths and sat closer to the windows. The girl covered her nose with a terrible look. Larry looked up with a smile and realized that this was an uncontrolled revenge. The bus was moving forward at that time, and several hours had passed since the gas attack, and they finally arrived at the place they needed. Then someone put the suitcases on the floor. Larry, holding the suitcase, walked forward. Then the guy waved his hand, and Larry realized that it looked like some kind of outskirts and a hotel. Two guys came up with a smile and asked what he ate in the morning. Larry turned his head and said that these were the same guys who became friends on the bus. Larry looked at the guys, and they introduced themselves. The blonde guy smiled, looking forward. Then the suitcase rolled forward. Larry looked at his comrades, said that it no longer mattered who was older, who was younger, and he did not understand why this orientation was from the company and in what situation they were in order to address each other. Then Larry became wary and looked ahead. He saw a huge building with a field, and it was a training center. Then the man opened his mouth and shouted for everyone to line up in 5 rows. The guys with suitcases ran forward. Larry looked to the side and was surprised how many of them were there. He stood with the suitcase, while the others were out of breath. The protagonist became wary and looked ahead in surprise. The man in glasses stood with his arms folded, and he was their examiner. Also, the guy with red hair and the girl were also wearing a cap and glasses. The man stood on the stairs and said that from that day on for a month they would all have to strain their bodies in order to master the endless progress, and he also wanted to tell them all that they were already very disappointed in them and that they could not do anything with such lousy endurance, because in their year everything was completely different. The boys turned their heads and looked at the field. Then they saw 3 trees. The examiner looked ahead and said that 1 out of 15 people who run their wins. Then many students ran forward. 2 boys ran forward, gritting their teeth. Larry watched all this and realized that the guy and the girl were also trying hard. The protagonist ran without straining himself and realized that he did not want to brag, but he would have galloped to the middle even on 1 leg. After which he looked ahead and plunged into his thoughts, realizing that it was all because during all this time he had to go through many absurd obstacles. Now he could be calm as a boa constrictor, and he also decided to run somewhere 14th so as not to attract attention. Larry sat at the table while his mother washed the dishes. He had to remember that no one should know that he was still a werewolf, and if people still find out this information, then there will be trouble. Mother looked to the side and asked, "Who do you think a werewolf looked like in the eyes of an ordinary civilian?" The protagonist sat at the table and realized that it was a time bomb, which was not clear when it was supposed to explode, and he was almost a criminal who fought naked, and also he was just a walking threat to everyone. Then he took a step on the ground, and he realized that he could not get caught. He ran ahead with his classmates and realized that he had come in 14th place perfectly. He looked ahead and realized that his acting was 10 out of 10. The examiner stood and looked at the tired people. The boys looked ahead in surprise when they learned that such a result was absolutely terrible and they had to go back home, because such results were extremely terrible. The man with glasses looked ahead sharply. Then the students began to do push-ups from the ground. Larry rested his hands on the ground and realized that the slogan was not interesting. The examiner stood next to him, and the protagonist realized that when he read the stories of employees of large companies about their orientation, they all said that they played all sorts of games and started dating someone, but he thought about it in this regard. The girl with a haughty look looked down and asked if he was a fool and couldn't he hit the beat, but Larry was grateful for this support and inspiration. The guy was bracing his hands on the floor and his body was shaking. He was gritting his teeth with a shaking face. Then the examiner stepped forward and told them to stop because he hadn't had anything like this since he was young. He looked down at the scared guy and said that the young people were cursing in front of the instructor on the first day of training. And the examiner leaned over to the shaking guy and said that he shouldn't have yelled if he didn't want to rip the purebird's eardrums, and he was also planning on this guy's mockery. Larry looked away at the shaking people and realized that yelling was not allowed during these training sessions and the immortals were really weak these days. The examiner looked forward and said that in his time people like him were thrown out right away, and now the world has become better for such people and he gives him the right to choose. He knelt down next to the guy and asked if he would leave on his own or get punished. Larry's face changed from what was happening. He looked away in horror and did not understand what was happening there because it sounded like a fracture. The examiner grabbed the trembling guy, and Larry realized that he was very interested to see what was happening there. The examiner stood up, and the guy's hand suddenly turned blue. He said that he had to close his mouth, and he would talk to the wall like that. Larry lowered his head to see what was happening there, and realized that the examiner broke his hand and forced him to be silent because it was an incredible pain, and even in principle it was impossible to endure. The examiner walked forward among the trembling people, and he decided to tell them right away because when breaking the rules, the punishment began with a fracture, and so they had to follow all the rules, and they also had 1 point for foul language and 2 points for their screaming. The examiner stood near the protagonist and said that 5 points were for fighting without permission, and the rest they could check at the moment of the punishment itself. Larry, with a stupid face, sank into thought and realized that it was not interesting at all. The examiner took a step onto the stairs and said that all these students had gotten out of hand, and in his time this had not happened. Then the protagonist stood up with the people, and he realized that the first 15 people were no exception. He looked ahead with glasses and introduced himself, saying that from now on he would be their instructor. The man in uniform stood next to his comrades. The girl pointed at her colleagues and said that she would be responsible for training and basic endurance, since she had a close connection with the restorative power of immortals. Larry looked up and realized that for now they were still very weak, but working in the company would allow them to do all their basics, and it was precisely honing the basics that was the purpose of their orientation. And if there were monsters and normal ones among the instructors, then they had to be treated normally. The girl with a stern face stood and looked ahead. She explained that she was an instructor of techniques. Then she stood in line with her colleagues. Then the instructor showed us her glasses. He looked forward with an angry face and said that he would kill them. He stood on the stairs and looked at the students. Then the female instructor stepped out of line and held out her hand, saying that they had misunderstood everything, because this instructor would tell them in detail how to properly control their body, being immortal, but the protagonist found out that it was written on his face that he really wanted to kill them all. Then the instructor stepped forward and said that whoever wanted to go back to their parents, they could go, because he himself would be happy if no one remained here. Larry looked ahead and lost in thought, realizing that he only had to hold out for a month, and after that, they would have milk and honey, and most importantly, not to get shot in the head. The examiner stood and looked at the students, and then he opened his mouth and said that they had made their choice. He stood with his hands folded on the stairs and welcomed them to this place. Then we see a huge building. Larry and the other students were sitting on the beds, and they had to change into uniforms. The protagonist held the uniform in his hands and realized that this dorm left much to be desired. The guy with green hair looked away and said that his whole body was sticky with sweat and he wanted to take a shower. The girl looked at the uniform with a stony face. Larry looked at the guy on the right and thought about it. The guy was sitting with his head down, and the protagonist realized that all of them immortals were thin. Then he remembered the guy with black hair and realized that they had a person who looked like Manser. Then he remembered the brother and sister with white hair because they were very similar, and it also seemed to him that their names were Poodle and Whitey. Then he remembered the girl with long hair and realized that the latter was a relatively simple girl, and there were 7 guys and 3 girls in the group. He turned his head and saw a sign with a locker room, realizing that he did not know anything about the other, but at least they made a male and female room. The girl looked at Larry and told him not to think about peeking into the locker room. She exhaled with an arrogant face and felt absolute distrust towards the protagonist, and the protagonist in his thoughts understood that he had not yet been exposed, but was already considered a pathological criminal. The girl with black hair smiled and said that they should all get along well, they would have to follow many rules. The blonde guy looked away and realized that they would deal with their physiology in this room, and he also said that whoever broke the rules would be a corpse. The blonde girl raised her hand and agreed. The other guys also raised their hands and agreed. Larry looked forward with a smile on his face and realized that everyone was staring at him. The blonde guy looked away and said that they had to forget to brush their teeth, and frequency was the key. The protagonist looked forward in shock and realized that he brushed his teeth normally. They all sat on their beds and raised their hands, realizing that no matter how much he wanted to, he would have to live with these people for a month. Then he raised his hand and said that since they were all in the same boat, he would have to join the group. Then we see transparent trust. Larry sat and ate in the dining room. He realized that they had to chew food and listen, because in each dorm room there were 10 people, and this was one room, and teams from 1 to 10 were determined in the order of the rooms. The protagonist turned his head, and the examiner said that after they finished eating, they had to determine a leader in their team. The girl with blonde hair said that the guy should become the leader. The brother and sister with white hair turned their heads and realized that he was of these bloods. The girl with the other guys also looked forward and expressed their agreement. Larry raised his hand and said that it seemed to him that he had a bad character, and in general, a leader should not be an open person, and he also had to unite other people. The girl with blonde hair looked away and realized that if he considered himself a leader, then he was deeply mistaken, because the fact of who is pure blood did not play a role here, and that is why the right decision would be to ignore his opinion. Larry got angry and looked ahead with a smile, realizing that their Sherlock would make a great traffic cop. He also wanted to throw her out into the center of the 8th lane of a huge city. The protagonist held his boots and looked at the documents, realizing that all this time he thought that there was supposed to be a training session after lunch. Everything was different. They were given clothes and a few more attributes. The man in the cap looked ahead and said that it was time for lights out after a short lecture. He adjusted the chair and said that they should all be looking at the screen, and he also thought that everyone knew what their company was called. Larry looked at the guy and asked what it was called. The protagonist turned his head, and the information said that the purpose of the training was to select official employees. Larry sat on the bed and listened to what he was saying, because their company was supported by the government and they were not civil servants, but they also had to consider that they worked for the state. But Larry realized that his father called their test a civil servant exam to hide it from his mother. The protagonist smiled and sank into thought, realizing that for this reason the selection criteria were too weak, and in his time it was impossible to even dream of a job, because if he could not dodge knives while running. The examiner in the cap looked ahead and said that in general they should not want to die in this place, and they also had to strain their muscles to leave here healthy. The guy, folding his arms, looked to the side and realized that they already knew enough. The girl came forward and realized that their company had another whole one, or rather, they had to help them use their skills correctly. Larry looked ahead and began to think about everything that was said. Then we see the night sky and someone said that everyone should get ready for bed. The protagonist was lying on the bed with a smile and realized that after he washed up and got into bed, he felt much more comfortable. He covered himself with a blanket and opened his eyes, realizing that everyone was talking to each other. He turned his head to his comrade, and the latter asked him not to breathe because he could not sleep. Larry looked away and realized that if his father said so, then he needed at least 3 years to cope with his hypersensitivity, and most likely everyone had the highest hypersensitivity now. He lay on the bed and asked how the guy even lived if he could not sleep at all. The guy with green hair put his hand to his neck and said that they, immortals, did not have any complications. Then he turned over on the other side and realized that they had to knock him out in order for him to sleep. Then the protagonist was going to take him by the neck, because if you overdo it, you can only wake up in 2 days. The protagonist was strangling his friend, wishing him good night. The guy looked at all this with a frightened look and could not believe it. Larry carefully put the guy on the bed. Then he began to strangle his friend again. Larry put the immortal down, the others were closing in and watching all this. All the students raised their hands because they also needed his help. Then we see the door and screams from the room. Larry looked at the big guy and realized that he had sent everyone to the kingdom of Morpheus, and only the prince and princess remained. He turned and looked at the girl with the guy. The girl with blonde hair looked ahead and realized that everyone had their own talent. Larry asked with an angry face why he should help her if it was practically a question of I was not your roommate, but the girl said that if he helped her now, she would help him later, and even on such logical calculations it was profitable. The protagonist turned his head and realized that he somehow didn't have the desire. He looked forward and a light bulb went on in his head. He turned around, spreading his arms, and then slapped his hand and said that he would help her after all. Then he hit her on the back of the head and knocked her out. The protagonist looked at the sleeping girl with a smile and realized that this was not violence at all, he was simply and effectively using his abilities. Then he looked at the guy. Larry smiled and raised his hand. The guy looked in his direction and then lay down on the bed. Larry looked away and told him to go away because it was time for him to sleep. Larry looked away at the blonde guy who had bags under his eyes. Victor and everyone slept at night except him. The protagonist looked away with a smile and realized that he couldn't wait for the next night. The examiner stood with glasses and said that day 2 was too difficult from the very morning and the first lesson for them would be the hardest. Larry ran forward with other students. The girl looked at the protagonist, who was standing in a rack. It was a basic endurance training, which included running and strength training, and they also had to stand in a pair of geo because their immortal bodies could not be called invincible and they had many weak points. The protagonist looked at the guy and said that he had a little experience in wrestling. Then the guy ran forward and did not spare his strength. He pushed Larry and grabbed him by the belt. The protagonist looked ahead in surprise. Then he hit the guy, knocking him out. He stood there looking at the guy who was unconscious, and the close combat skills training was over. Then we see sharp stakes from the ground, because it was the 3rd lesson with another instructor, and the tradition of the immortals was to trot on knives. Larry and the other students looked at all this in surprise. The protagonist's face changed and he realized that the blades here were 3 centimeters, and his teacher made him run on knives from 15 centimeters. Then we see the Night Sky edition. The protagonist realized that for a believable game he had to press on some points in his body, but he also tried hard to act weak. Then he looked ahead with a smile and plunged into his thoughts, and he was very interested in whether the guy would refuse him in his request today, and he would decide to ask him a couple of times and go to bed. He looked at the students sitting on their beds and found it very funny when the guy with the disgruntled face turned towards him. Larry looked towards the guy and realized that his supersensitive suddenly told everyone to shut up again. The guy with blonde hair and bags under his eyes realized that their leader had left the room because he couldn't sleep, and he also had a conflict with the guys in the other room who also wanted to sleep. He looked away with a tired face and realized that because of this, several people were sent to other rooms today. Larry looked away and realized that the sounds of footsteps were approaching them and there was more than one person there. The guy with bags under his eyes looked down and realized that this was his problem and he had to deal with it himself, although no one was going to solve his problems. Then people with tired faces walked into the room. The blonde-haired guy looked away along with Larry. Then the guy with a tired look asked who here could help him. The red-haired boy was standing with other students near the door. Larry raised his hand and said that it was him. The boy looked ahead with a confident look. Larry looked back at him. The boy opened his mouth and said that he wanted to dream about him too. Then he lowered his head and became embarrassed. Larry looked ahead with a shocked face. The boy spread his arms out to the sides and Larry apologized for liking girls. The tired boys stood and looked ahead because they were really going to die soon, because they also needed to sleep and gain strength. The protagonist walked forward along the corridor and asked how they found out about him. The red-haired boy smiled and said that they blabbed to him. Larry stood next to the red-haired boy and asked why he addressed him like that. The protagonist raised his hand and said that it wouldn't take long, because that night, at the request of the boys from room 1, everyone was prescribed a blow to the neck. Larry walked around all the students and hit them on the neck. The red-haired guy was holding a tray with a smile on his face, and the next morning he was much more cheerful. He slapped the chair with a smile and said that he had golden hands because the previous night was a real paradise for him. Then we see the blue sky, and then they continued training. The man with glasses was running and asking how long they would die from the warm-up because they were going to develop more and more. He turned his head and looked ahead. The huge guy was running forward and out of breath, and the man understood that in his time everything was completely different, and the current immortals no longer knew how to control their weight. The guy turned to the side, and Larry noticed it. The protagonist looked at how the guy was leaning on a tree. He was holding onto the tree with his hands and asked not to pay attention to him. Larry approached the guy, and he said that he didn't care because he would not be able to finish again. The protagonist with a serious face said that he had to become a man who does not know how to give up. The stone-faced guy didn't understand if this guy was making fun of him. Larry was looking ahead and the guy decided to stay there, everywhere the village took to be created, then he had to start it all then. Larry grabbed him by the jacket and said that he should keep running. The protagonist smiled and said that he would help him finish. Then we would see a bright blue sky. Larry offended, holding the guy's hand, saying that he had to control his breathing. And he also had to smoothly move his legs because if it was really hard for him, then he had to walk at a fast pace instead of running. The examiner looked at the protagonist with his friend. He stood near the students and shouted that time was up. Larry looked at the tired guy and said that he should not have doubted his psyche. Then he went forward and asked him not to worry about it because his mental health was fine and he decided to finish the race tomorrow. The protagonist turned his head and the guy did not understand why he helped him. The guy with the sad face was looking forward. Larry waved his hand and said that there was no need for a reason for this and he could help people without a moral obligation because in order to help a person who fell to the ground from helplessness or began to drown, a reason was needed. Then we see him standing in a hood and enemies were attacking him, and he was sure that the man thought the same way and that is why no other reasons were important to him. Then we see open lockers, and one of the guys asked if he had to put one team to bed today. The protagonist closed his locker, and the guy said that he had to lull them to sleep and also their leader, because his bruises under his eyes were already reaching his chin. But he asks him every time if he needs it, but he never agrees, and in response just grimaces. Larry looked away and realized that they did not get along very well. The protagonist put his hand out and told his friend that his comrade was very sad. He remembered how the blonde guy was standing near the students, and recently he had a conflict in the cafeteria. Then we see how the documents fell. The blonde guy picked them up and held them out, saying that they had been living together for a week, and they did not even know each other's names. The girl snatched the documents and said that she did not care. Larry looked ahead with a stony face, realizing that after this incident he was now very sad. The protagonist put his hand on the guy's shoulder and said that he should not have been upset about such an incident, and he should have known that he had a very good character. The guy, hearing this, smiled and did not realize that this girl had a very beautiful name. Then we see the windows of the building. Larry and his comrades were walking forward along the corridor. The protagonist turned his head and heard someone ask him to shut up because he took this very seriously. A group of students were standing in the corridor. Larry stood with his comrades in the hallway. One of the guys said in surprise that this man had come, because this tall guy was the one who had been acting up on the bus, and they had also heard that he had great lullabies and that they made you feel very cheerful. Larry looked ahead in surprise and listened to all this. He looked at his comrades. The guy with green hair said that he was just praising him. Larry looked ahead with a scared face and did not understand when he would manage to knock everyone out. And then he realized that for the perfect Aruba it was necessary to adjust the strength according to the physical condition of the person. The protagonist with a scared look realized that it took about an hour, although even more, because thanks to his friend, he now had such a busy night every night. Then we see the night sky edition. Larry approached the girl with purple hair. He looked ahead with a ridiculous face and was asked if he had to dream about him. Then he hit the girl with a pasha and wished her sweet dreams, and so the day passed by because he was forced to bless all those who were not sleeping. Then he raised his hand to his head and walked into the room. He looked ahead and realized that, despite this, he had not forgotten his final point of the routine. Then he looked at the guy and waved his hand. The blonde guy saw him and turned over on his other side. Then he remembered how he hit the guy on the neck. He realized that his friend had the same reaction, and therefore he could not hate him because over time he was able to get his hand in his lullaby. Then he stood near the students who were carrying sleeping people into the room. The instructors in caps stood and did not react to what was happening in any way, so most of the guys went to the kingdom of dreams from his hand. Larry raised his hand and realized that he had become a celebrity of sorts because he was given many nicknames. Then the guy with red hair held a chocolate bar in his hands. Larry looked ahead with a sad face and asked to just take away his last name that his parents gave him. He grabbed the bar with his hands. Then he walked away contentedly and ate the chocolate bar, knowing that his training was going well enough. The pictures showed the bodies of monsters when it was explained that the monsters that came out of the black hole were called aliens. The teacher turned to the students and told them that it had been 20 years since the exits from another world appeared, and that in that time, a huge number of different aliens had invaded them from there, adding that the numbering was a system to help calculate such creatures. The dark-haired guy held a tablet when they were told that it started with 1, and that the higher the number, the later the monster appeared, and also that they could look at the pictures and learn how to fight aliens on their tablets. The man in the cap opened his mouth and explained that the most common monsters were shown there, and that if you were not careful, even immortals would have a hard time. So the main thing was to be careful, then there would be no problems, adding that there were aliens that it was better to run away as fast as you could when meeting them. There was a screen next to the teacher when he said that he was talking about those who had a name, and that if their number meant the type of alien, then those who had their own names. Students were sitting in front of him when he said that this was, for example, the Black Knight, and that during the appearance of a large black hole, he cut down almost 500 armed fighters. The main character looked closely at the tablet when Zack reminded him that he had hovering engines on both legs, and 2 steel wings on his back, and that he could reach speeds of approximately 150 kilometers per hour, adding about 2 blue energy blades coming out of his hands. Then Larry thought that during training and lessons about aliens, he had understood something. The guy imagined a black portal, thinking that KHVRM, part of the Ministry of Internal Affairs and Security, is a company whose employees penetrate black holes or get rid of aliens crawling out of them. The sky was blue above the townspeople when the protagonist thought that even though everything was quiet and calm now, people still saw the threat of monster attacks, which is why they always needed those who could fight, and that KHVRM was one of those companies. The guy's lips were closed when he thought about the fact that they didn't give everyone a huge salary, and that, frankly, he was glad about that fact. Larry smiled, thinking that then he had no reason to join the army or the navy. The guy was sitting at his desk when they were told that if they met the named ones, they should run, because these monsters were a real nightmare. Then the protagonist thought about why his father sent him there, and about whether he really wanted to put his son in danger, and also about the fact that he would need to ask him sometime. Then the teacher said that there would be a test, so they should learn everything that was on their tablets. There was a bottle on the table when it was explained that when the orientation was approaching the middle, they had new subjects, and that the first was a lecture on aliens from their boomer instructor, and the second was a lecture on things that could help immortals in battle. The girl in the cap smiled and explained that this was Bloody Jack, adding that if they found themselves in a critical situation, they would need to open the cap and insert the bottle into their hand, and that the device would find a vein itself and fill them with blood. Amanda had a box in front of her when she said that it was mixed with stimulants, sedatives in a certain proportion, and crushed leaves of anger, and that if they pressed hard, the tip would pierce the skin due to air pressure, the medicine would penetrate inside and instantly improve their abilities. The boys looked ahead in surprise, mentally repeating the girl's words when she added that they usually called this thing a combat potion, but its official name was BB-8. Amanda smiled widely and said that when used excessively, a person becomes addicted, and that it works the same way on immortals, so if they overdo it, they will suffer from withdrawal symptoms for the rest of their miserable lives. Then Larry wondered if it was possible not to say such terrible things with a smile, because it gives you goosebumps. The instructor was in front of the students when she explained that this thing was invented in Germany, and that it is called either the Blessing of the Botan or the Blessing of Odin, adding that it is one of the best mental cocktails, and that in addition to what was said, there are also muscle and other cocktails. Then the main character thought that this is the world of drug addicts. The guys were holding weapons in their hands when Larry told that the last subject was training with weapons from a candle instructor, who said that not knowing and knowing but not doing are two different things, and after that there was running again, strength training, training in martial techniques, and hardening the body. The boys were running when the protagonist thought about how he continued to help the chubby boy, and how after a while others joined him. The students were lying in their beds when the protagonist thought about how, apparently, because everyone was gradually getting used to such a daily life, each time he sent fewer and fewer people to the kingdom of Morpheus. The boys were running along the path when Larry explained that they had trained their endurance, so the morning run became much easier, and that even the chubby boy was finally able to finish on his own. The full moon was shining above the building when he summed up that a month had flown by in this way, and that the training was over. Zach opened his mouth and said that, fortunately, no one was eliminated for penalty points. The man in the cap smiled broadly and said that he wanted to congratulate them all on joining the ranks of KH-Varam interns, adding that they had done a great job. The guys huddled together, talking about how it was finally over and how great they were for being interns now. The guy in the cap looked ahead and said that the results of the orientation would be announced now, and that they would take into account their training progress and their grade in the written exam, and that further distribution to departments would be based on their place in the ranking. Larry looked ahead carefully when it was announced that the top 3 would be given a cash reward, and then he thought that there was nothing cooler in the world than money. The main character looked ahead seriously when they started to announce the results, and then he thought that he had some guesses about first and second place, but he didn't know who was in third, and that maybe it was him. The blonde boy folded his hands in front of him when his name was called, and Larry wondered who he was and if he had ever appeared in a chapter. He shook Zach's hand, who congratulated him and said that if he applied to the department he wanted to work for, they would consider him first. They stood in front of the main character, who thought about how average this boy was and how lucky he was to have come in third place when the winner exclaimed that he wanted to join the public safety team. The instructor in the cap opened his mouth wide and announced second place. Oscar looked exhausted when his name was called. The students looked away when someone said that he knew it. Larry looked away when someone added that this guy was of that blood. He remembered how they were standing near the fence when the boy asked if anyone could explain to him what it meant. Then he was asked if he was really immortal, to which he replied that it was obvious from looking at him. Then they objected that, looking at him, it became even more incomprehensible. The guy was drinking a drink when he told him that Oscar was from an elite family of purebloods. Then the protagonist assumed that he was an aristocrat. Then they answered that everything was not that simple. Horace opened his mouth, looking forward, when he explained that everything depended on what kind of blood he inherited, and that usually purebloods have a faster regeneration process, and they are more sensitive, which is why their ability to control their bodies is also better. But the guy he was calling names is the purest of all purebloods. Oscar was shown in profile when the boy said that he belonged to one of the 3 highest bloodlines. Then Larry thought about how despite the lack of sleep, the boy showed high results in all training sessions and maintained a powerful concentration in each lesson. The protagonist looked ahead with thoughts about abilities, and abilities are still abilities, and there is more a matter of willpower, and about how from the outside it is obvious that the boy is trying very hard. Therefore, despite the fact that he is annoyed by him, Oscar deserved the second place. Horace looked ahead with concern when he wondered if he did not take first place, then perhaps he himself won. His comrades were standing in front of him when Larry said that he must have gone crazy. Then Clinton agreed with him, and the guy himself asked how they dared to call themselves his friends after that. The dark-haired guy continued to look ahead, thinking that if Oscar was second, then first was definitely Polly when they started to announce first place. The blonde looked ahead boredly when her name was called. Horace was next to Larry when he thought about how perceptive he was, and about how she was completely incapable of empathy, and her manner of communication was sickening. The girl stood with her back to him when he added that nevertheless she was very smart, because she quickly understood how the orientation system worked and acted according to it. Polly and Zach shook hands and exchanged pleasantries while the protagonist thought about how she abandoned her teammates when they worked together if it didn't affect her score. And if anyone tried to get close to her, she told them to focus on training, so she really wasn't a very nice person. Larry applauded when he was asked to. The winners looked ahead when he thought about the 3 people lined up in the stands, and for some reason at that moment he felt like he would have to contact them somehow later. Larry's pupils narrowed when he wondered what the third one was. Then they were told to rest until tomorrow, specifically until 2 p.m. The guys exchanged glances when Clinton asked what they were going to do, and Horace asked if they sold alcohol. The protagonist looked at the man who approached cadet number 48 and asked him if he had time, to which he replied affirmatively, after which he offered to talk, adding that he should come to the smoking room a little later. Horace was standing next to his comrade when he began asking. Larry turned to the man who called him again to leave his number, which the guy was supposed to call when he got outside. The comrades approached the protagonist and asked what was going on and whether he had really done something wrong. The blue-haired guy looked at the note, thinking that it was clear why the man had called him and that he probably wanted him to join his department. There was a night sky above the building when he thought about the fact that he had one suspicious moment in his head from the very beginning, and that it was known that this orientation was created for the immortal to gain basic knowledge and reveal his talents. But was it really only that? And then he wondered if the person who organized the orientation had some other goal. The guy smiled broadly and said that thanks to him, at least he slept normally and that he got used to everything faster. The girl was holding a piece of paper in her hand when she suggested that they meet sometime outside of the orientation. The blonde guy waved and said that they should definitely call. The girl with red hair said that they would see each other in the office. The bald young man confidently looked forward. The dark-haired guy closed his eyes and said goodbye. The main character stood with packages, thinking that there were a lot of them. A smile appeared on his face when he thought about how he could easily get first place, but he didn't need it because he had something more important and that the orientation could be considered a success. Clinton looked surprised when he asked about the fact that he met strangers on the way to the store and why he walked for so long. The guys were sitting opposite each other when Larry answered that his popularity was to blame. Then the chubby guy said that he did not like these chips, and another guy asked if he bought mint chocolate, after which the main character got angry and cursed. The guys looked in the same direction when someone asked for attention. Oscar and the blonde guy looked away. Polly looked away. A man in a suit appeared. Larry looked away intently, thinking that although they were sitting there relaxed, none of the 10 immortals sensed his presence. That is, it turns out that he hid his energy. The man with glasses was standing by the window when he invited someone. The protagonist was in front of the blonde when someone said that he heard that there were many worthy talents this time, and then apologized for not introducing himself. The man confidently looked forward and said that his name was Christopher, and that he was the director of HWRM, adding that he was glad to meet everyone. The guys saluted when they were ordered to do so and stand up. White energy enveloped the man when Larry thought about what he read. That he was born in 1973, served in the Emergency Operations Group for about 8 years, and that Christopher is a first-generation immortal and has seen their history from the hard times up until now, and he is also one of the 10 immortals that are part of the Korean branch of the current Old Force. There was a guy with glasses standing behind the principal as he asked the boys to sit down, explaining that he had not come to scold them, and then asked if they had fun at practice, to which they replied that they had. Then he asked them not to lie to him. Horace sat behind Larry, who was thinking that he felt his office life would be hard, when Christopher replied that there was only pain at practice. The man in the tie smiled and said that it was good that there were honest boys among them, adding that they should try hard because one day it would save their lives, and that they should trust an experienced man. The young man suddenly stood up when he was addressed. The principal shook his hand and praised him, then the boy expressed his gratitude. Christopher stood in front of the blonde when he said her name and said that he had high hopes for her, then Polly thanked him. The protagonist was shown in profile as he wondered why he was there, guessing it was to greet everyone or see the winners, and that maybe being a director didn't really do anything. Larry was sitting in front of the man when he spoke to him. The guy looked away and introduced himself. Christopher was standing in front of him when he asked if he was a half-breed, to which the boy replied that he was. The man's eyes sparkled when he said that it wasn't bad. The protagonist looked straight ahead when he was asked if he was 20, to which he replied that he was, and if he had a girlfriend, to which he replied that he didn't, to which the director said that that was great and that at his age it was just the right time to work, to which Larry thought that he wasn't and that he actually wanted a relationship, adding that it bothered him that the man was looking at him that way. Christopher winked and said goodbye, saying that they would see each other at the office. Larry was standing near his comrades when the director announced that he had to go and that he had left them a gift, and then asked them not to overdo it. Clinton looked at the guy and asked if he was Christopher's illegitimate son, and why he only really talked to him and even winked at the end, to which the main character replied that he was seeing him for the first time, and then asked if he was really his type and whether he was married at all. Someone kicked the box when they told him that they heard that he had a daughter. Then the young man asked where they found this information, adding that it wasn't even on the tablet. An instructor stood in front of the guy, who said that they were lucky, adding that the really rowdy ones would be left there tomorrow morning, so they should know when to stop. Then Larry assumed it was the booze, saying that it was cool because he was upset that there would be no alcohol. Horace approached the blonde and wanted to offer her something, but she said she didn't want it. Then the young man reminded her that it was the last day, and Polly explained that alcohol was bad for her brain, so she would have to do without it. The guy stood in front of his comrades when they started talking about how he couldn't calm down, and how he had 16 attempts and the same number of defeats, all with knockouts. Puffy looked into the box and said that it wasn't a drink. The young man presented a bottle of liquid blunt when it was explained that it was the immortal's favorite mind cocktail, and that when consumed, the senses were dulled and the body became sluggish, so such a drink could even put an immortal suffering from insomnia to sleep. The boys were sitting by the cabinets when Horace said that there were exactly 10 of them and that they would probably each get one. Then Clintock said that one of those cans was worth 3 million won, after which Larry expressed his respect to the director for not skimping on gifts. The bottle with the drink fell to the floor. The blonde boy sat leaning forward. He looked away with displeasure. The protagonist's mouth dropped in surprise when he cursed and wondered if he really said that to him. The young man lay down on the bed, then someone said that Oscar, who woke up from the slightest movement, just went and leaned back. Then he was asked about whether he really mocked him, deliberately shuffling his shoes at night when he went to the toilet. Larry looked at Horace and answered that this was not so, and that it just became a habit after he noticed it behind him. The dark-haired guy looked away. Holly stopped in front of him. The girl opened her mouth and thanked him for his help. The main character looked up attentively and replied that you are welcome. She passed him something and said that it was as a thank you. Horace stood behind the young man. When the blonde asked not to show it to anyone, then his friend asked him about whether this was really what he was thinking about. Larry touched his hair, smiling as he repeated that he should give up. Then his comrade asked him to look at himself and then asked him if he really thought he would give up. The protagonist walked away from him and asked if the young man had seen himself in the mirror, to which he replied that his common sense would not bear it, and Clinton asked them both to calm down, calling them scary. In the guy's hands was a note. On the piece of paper was written a warning about Principal Christopher. Larry looked away, wondering if she had shared the information and how the blonde knew about it. The girl lay with her hands folded in front of her when he thought that, judging by the way she wrote, it seemed that she knew a lot and that she did not drink alcohol but did not refuse the potion. The guys were standing opposite each other when the main character congratulated Horace that it was not what he thought. Then the young man asked him to show the paper, to which he replied that he could not. After that he called him names and thanked him for his concern. Then he explained that it was not concern. They lay down on the bed when the comrade said that he hated him. Then Larry also drank the blunt in one gulp and passed out. A tall building towered in front of him when he told him that the first day of work had finally arrived. A sign hung from the ceiling. The guy stopped in front of the man, thinking that he obviously needed to join the third team for external security. The man frowned, looking ahead when the young man assumed that it was the team leader, deciding that he should say hello first. The main character looked ahead in confusion when someone swore. A man in a shirt looked in his direction. He smiled kindly. The man brought the phone to his ear. He opened his mouth wide and asked if they were kidding him by sending an intern and if they were sane. Larry continued to look at him while he was talking about how they knew their department very well and that they needed experienced people, or at least those who had taken first and second places, adding that this was not right and that he did not swear. The guy looked at the man who asked him to sit down. There was a girl sitting at the table. She stood up and walked away. The girl stopped next to the man and asked what they would do, to which he replied that he did not know, cursing. The man propped his face up with his hand and asked what she wanted from him, saying that he himself had no idea. Then she said that she would take on his training. Sweat appeared on the guy's face when he thought about the fact that it seemed to him that something had been mixed up with the transfer of personnel. Then they turned to him. He sat in front of the girl, who explained that she would tell him what he would do. She put the folder on the table and said that it was a list of important figures of KHFRM, which he needed to learn by tomorrow. Then he mentally asked her again. The girl pointed to the table when she told the boy not to get up from his chair, except for those moments when he needed to go to the toilet or have lunch. Then she showed him a phone for special services, adding that next to it was a regular one, and that when he received a call on his work phone, he should introduce himself and then immediately connect him to the person asked for, and also said that it was written on the phone itself how to do this, and that when receiving a call from a regular phone, under no circumstances should he talk about immortals, werewolves, and internal company affairs. The protagonist looked down carefully when he was asked if he understood, to which the guy replied that there were no questions. The girl began to put on his jacket when she said she was leaving. Larry sat with his eyes downcast. He continued to look down when his boss was congratulated on his luck, and when the boy was told that they were glad to meet him. The guy's eyes widened as he remembered being told that if there were any questions, he could ask as many as he wanted, adding that they were going out for lunch later. Someone put a shot glass on the table. The guys were sitting at the table when the main character said he would ask one question. The guys looked in the same direction and said no when asked if they were being brainwashed. They were sitting across from each other when Larry said he didn't understand what was wrong. Then Clinton said he heard something. Then Horace started talking about the mouth of the broadcasting intern. The guy remembered Christopher and asked him if he really wanted to say that he had been put there himself when he was told that they were saying that the director had interfered with his placement, to which he was told in the affirmative, explaining that he usually listened to the applicant's wishes regarding departments, so it was not the first time he had interfered with personnel management, but the problem was in his department itself. Clinton imagined dark silhouettes when he told him that the third team on external security from the dispatch headquarters had a rather difficult job, and that those responsible for external security were the elite of the elite. The guy showed in profile when he summed up that their job was so labor-intensive and demanding, and that, on top of everything else, the third team had a bad reputation. Larry looked ahead in shock when he suggested that they were bullying the interns, and when he was told that they were killing them, then the guy asked again. The guys were sitting in the establishment when he was told that the director was not an unknown person, and that he was even nicknamed the Butcher for crushing the brains of all the newcomers, and also that they were supposed to have a guy there who looked like a panda who played the role of a control tower in the company. Clinton looked at his comrade and said that he heard that in the right circles everyone knew about him, and that he received offers to hire him from different places every year. Then the main character thought that, apparently, he was not the only one who thought that man looked like a panda. The young man put his hand to his mouth when he was asked about the third one. Then he wondered if he was talking about Molly. Larry imagined a human silhouette when he was told that she was a superhuman created with the help of secret drugs. The young man imagined pills when he remembered that ordinary civilians made them to contain special species, and that they endow a person with forbidden power. The guy was holding the tablet in his hands when he thought that, according to what he read in it during orientation, secret medicines are the result of government experiments in the field of magic and alchemy. But there was no information about how many experiments on people were conducted during this time and how many inhumane cases occurred. The protagonist imagined Molly, thinking that, it turns out, she is one of those people. Larry sat in front of a friend who said that they called her Knife, and that they say that she will cut him before the boss gets to her. Someone stepped forward when they started talking about the Avengers. The girl was shown in profile when the boy said that the panda told him that he was the director's Avenger. The guy brought the glass to his mouth and added that most likely they are the Avengers, not him. A dark aura appeared behind the boy. The protagonist looked back in fear. Molly looked away menacingly and said that he seemed to have been told to memorize a list of names, not to dig under them. The boys looked in the same direction, shocked. Larry was handed a plate of food. The man in the bandana looked at him sympathetically and said it was on the house. There were nuts in the plate when the boy thought about how, looking at them, the thought flashed through his mind that he was done for. The boy sat with his eyes closed, thinking about what they wrote on the internet, that if it was too hard, you should resort to hypnosis, and about how in that case, working in an office was just a hobby for him, and he was really an oil prince who decided to experience the life of a middle-class man, adding that even if the three of them hated him, they were all nice. The sound of a ringing sound came from the telephone devices. Then Larry answered that he was listening, and he was asked to connect him to Millie. They were sitting next to each other when the protagonist approached her and said that she had received a call from the assistant of the first support team. Then the girl said that he had mangled the name in the wrong position. Then the guy said that he understood. Opposite Molly sat Simon, who called him stupid, and the manager cursed. Then the boy thought about how he was an oil prince, calling them cute. The guy approached the protagonist and asked if he was the same sleeper when he explained that every day was the same, memorizing names and transferring calls. But while his colleagues were away, many employees shared some information with him, thanks to which he was able to get to know his team from both sides. The manager frowned, looking forward, when the boy told that his name was Thomas, and that he was a pureblood, although not endowed with their inherent superiority. The man and Larry looked at each other when he explained that his distinguishing feature was that he was the best in hand-to-hand combat in KH Farum. The leader was sitting behind Molly when he cursed. Thomas looked askance at the protagonist when he explained that, in both words and deeds, he was the first among fighters due to his S-class abilities, and that he only cursed, and then called him an immortal leader. The guy with bruises under his eyes smiled when he was introduced as an assistant named Simon, adding that he was a layman in shooting and hand-to-hand combat. He sat behind Larry, asking if he was bored and had nothing to do. Then the guy explained that he only knew his job and acted as a control tower when any situation arose. The man had his headphones on when he opened his mouth and said that he would definitely leave this company forever someday. Then it was explained that, realizing that he had no talent, he decided to devote himself to a business that required a lot of thinking. The assistant was sitting in front of the monitors when Larry thought about how he hadn't yet realized in what place he was considered a genius. But he did notice that Simon was an anime fan. Molly looked confidently forward when it was explained that she was a simple employee who was a medically enhanced human and had outstanding abilities among the small number of civilians in KH Farum. The girl stood in front of the protagonist when she told him to memorize the list. Then the guy explained that she served in the special forces and that her hand-to-hand combat skills were a class and her shooting skills were B-class. She put the phone to her ear and told them to do everything as it should be. Then it was explained that in human terms, she was the best, one of the real diamonds that could be counted on one hand, with the exception of their team leader. Molly put on her jacket and said she was leaving. Then Larry summed up that there was no emotion in her voice and that she was, in a word, an icicle. The protagonist was shown in profile as he thought about how only the elite got in there and that they must be really capable. The guy looked up boredly, adding that all three of them had terrible personalities. Clouds were floating above the building a week later. The men were in front of monitors. They turned around and looked behind them, assuming that there was a third security team. Thomas was standing in front of the employees when he answered in the affirmative. Larry walked up to them and introduced himself, thinking that the man in sunglasses was Oscar's manager. The man in the suit crossed his arms and said they were out on business when Simon said his subordinates weren't there. Then the man with the microphone said he would pick it up if he was too hot. Oscar was shown on the screen when the protagonist thought about what they said, that there would be some kind of regular test, and what it was. The coworker turned to the young man and explained that the device controlled gravity, and that it was created based on new technologies found behind the gate. Simon raised his hand and said that there was no need to continue, because everyone already knew everything. Then they objected, because they had an intern with them. After that, the assistant asked him to tell a short story, and Larry thought that he actually wanted to listen. The guy was standing in the center of the room when the protagonist was told that he could feel gravity by entering it and that the current record was 9G acceleration, adding that he only needed to do a couple of simple exercises, namely 10 times running in place and push-ups, and then 3 laps with his hand pressed to the wall. Molly was standing next to the man when they were told that since the leader had set the current record, they would skip it. Then the girl said that she had taken the test last week and Simon had refused, after which the instructor summed up that in that case, only the intern remained on their team. The man in glasses opened his mouth slightly and said that their Oscar could handle 5G when he was told that he was holding up well, so he would raise it to 4G. The acceleration value appeared on the screen when they told him that they would do so. The guy clenched his teeth in pain. Larry puffed out his cheeks, looking forward. Molly was standing next to him and she said that he seemed to be having fun, adding that he should shut up and watch, to which the boy replied that he understood. Oscar touched the wall with his hand. He began to fall forward when someone said that he passed out. Simon was standing behind Larry when he said that it was his turn and that he should go there with the same confidence with which he smiled. They were standing in front of the screens when Thomas said that that guy should have been on their team, not him. The protagonist stopped, standing with his back turned. The guy was shown on the screens when someone addressed the boss. Simon was standing next to him when he asked if they were overdoing it. Then Thomas asked him again, inquiring about how many people were crippled after real tasks. Molly stopped next to the assistant and said that it was better for him to be obedient than useless. Then he agreed with her, adding that he did not know anything and would hate them later. The leader looked straight ahead as he said that he should hate, and then asked if they were being taken for fools by bringing in some incompetent newbie, to which Simon replied that he was not, and the instructor suggested that the young man stretch his legs. Thomas opened his mouth and summed up that he needed to be kicked out quickly, and that it would be better for everyone than for the guy to develop imperceptible sadism. He imagined one person beating another as he explained that imperceptible sadism was a special disease that manifested itself exclusively in immortals, and that it was a kind of mental illness in which all feelings felt by the body were lost, and that seeing another's pain brought back memories of things you no longer felt yourself, and that immortals who had gone mad from such a disease were as dangerous as werewolves who had gone mad from an insatiable thirst. The man had his back turned, thinking that he was sure that when he got out of there, he would be sent to the information department or the back office, since working with data was safe, which meant it was the right job for a half-breed and someone who had shown no talent for navigation. Thomas closed his eyes, mentally cursing and wondering what the director was thinking, shoving this idiot in there with them. The director's eyes widened when someone said that was great. The screen showed the acceleration value when he said he was changing it to 4G. Simon and Molly were looking forward, commenting on how the guy was still going strong and how if he hadn't fainted, it was as good as passing the test, adding that it was good for a rookie. Larry was on the screen when Thomas said that he was a slightly more capable loser now, but the team needed pros to work with, not rookies who needed babysitting. The supervisor looked ahead when he realized that there was no change in the boy's movements. The man looked down worriedly and replied that it was 2G when asked what the current speed was. The protagonist placed his hands on the floor when Thomas ordered the acceleration to increase to 5G. The boy walked with his arms outstretched at 7G and 8G. Larry clenched his fists, looking ahead. Simon and Molly looked ahead in surprise. The supervisor stared ahead. The instructor turned to the side and asked if he should continue to climb. The screen showed 10G. Thomas crossed his arms over his chest and wondered. The door in the wall was closed. The boy bent one leg, standing with his back turned. His shoulders rose and fell. He remembered how they stood in front of the screens when he asked the supervisor why he treated him like that and what he would do if he was better than Oscar. The boy imagined Simon standing behind him, offering to take the test himself, when he thought that they better not cross paths outside the office because he wanted to punch him. The guy remembered Molly standing next to him, calling her a nice princess, adding that she was a little better than those two because she explained things at least, but she should be more human, communicate or drink after work. Sweat was pouring down Larry's face when he thought about the fact that, in addition, he still did not know what their team did, and that they were just like those arrogant guys or even worse. A lamp was shining under the ceiling. The protagonist rested his hands on the floor, thinking about the pressure increasing, and wondering how many GS there were now, adding that the level was similar to the final course of werewolf training. The guy sank closer to the floor, thinking about the fact that the poorly prepared body of an immortal is close to the body of an ordinary person, so such pressure would be felt as squeezing all internal organs, and about the fact that it was not surprising that Oscar passed out. He pictured Clinton and Horace as he thought about how sure they couldn't take it for more than a few seconds and how he would have to ask them about it later. Larry kept doing push-ups, wondering how long this test would go on because he just wanted to show them he was better than their favorite. Sweat broke out on the protagonist's face as he decided that if he was going to impress, he might as well do it all. A bright light was shining over the guy when he was asked what 8 times 9 was, and he thought about how they didn't think he knew his times tables and how Oscar didn't have that. Larry was on the screen when he answered 72. Simon was next to the leader when he said that it was too easy and that the guy had talent, as well as his orienteering scores, and then asked the instructor to try with double-digit numbers. Then the instructor asked what 12 times 22 was. All three stood looking forward as the boy answered that it would be 264. Millie looked serious when she asked if he was sure he was not in a trance, to which Simon replied that there were of course drug cocktails that improved the spirit and physical strength, but unless he was some kind of rich man in the 3rd generation, they were impossible to get. They turned to Thomas, who said that they would know for sure when they did a drug test after this. Then the girl asked about what they would do if the result was negative. The leader looked ahead intently and said that he did not know. The boy was facing the walls when it was announced that the training was over. He bent one arm, thinking that this was a good training in gravity and that his body immediately became very light. And also that in terms of time, of course, he would like it to be longer, but he already felt how his strength and endurance had increased. The protagonist looked away with concern, thinking that he could probably feel it because of the good mix of immortal and werewolf blood. The door opened as he was informed about it and told to go out. Larry looked forward carefully. Molly handed him a handkerchief and praised him. The guy looked away questioningly when Simon called him by name. Thomas looked angry when he asked the boy why he stood up, adding that since he was finished, he should go back to his workstation. The men were in front of the screens when the leader offered the instructor to look at the results of all the interns. Since they were the last to take the test, then the guy thought about what he did not understand and why he did not curse like usual. Molly and Larry looked at Thomas when the boy thought about how he did not expect such a reaction and whether it was enough to just show a little that he was better than Oscar. The instructor turned to the protagonist and addressed him, then he replied that he was listening to him. The man opened his mouth wide and said that he was from the internal management team and was responsible for the technical equipment there. Larry looked away, confused. He opened his mouth slightly and asked what he wanted. Then he was asked to drop by sometime during a solo training session. Thomas looked angrily at the instructor and asked him to open the records. The protagonist smiled, closing his eyes and thinking about how that manager had shown great interest in his person, and their leader had stayed to check the results of other trainees, and how he was very proud of himself now, and that this was exactly what he wanted, and then wondered how much longer he could be treated like trash. Larry was standing behind Molly, who turned to him and said that he had become too pleased too quickly and that he should take off his crown because he was not at school or even in kindergarten, but at work. The guy opened his mouth, looking straight ahead, when he answered that he understood and apologized. The girl looked back and wished him luck. The boy looked towards his colleagues, thinking about what she had just done. The protagonist looked forward thoughtfully when he realized that he had been recognized as a full member of the team, assuming that he would now be entrusted with truly important matters. He walked towards his colleagues and exclaimed that he was running when he was asked why he froze, reminding him that he needed to work. 3 books were placed on the table. Larry looked ahead in horror when he was told to memorize this. Then he cursed mentally and asked himself what he had even hoped for. Simon was standing next to him. When he asked what it was, then he explained that the first folder was about the numbering of aliens, the second about the types of potions, and the third about the rules for using the equipment and its structure. The man looked scary, smiling when he answered the guy who asked why he needed it, that he should just memorize it, adding that he needed to memorize everything when he asked up to what page. The sweat came out on the young man's face when he thought about what he basically had to do in 3 months of practice. Then he was told that he had 4 days to do it, and he wondered if the assistant had really gone crazy. Someone approached them when the protagonist asked if this information would help him in any way. Thomas frowned forward and said that their intern really thought that they were treating him unfairly. The leader passed them when he explained that the numbers were the basics, asking how he would fight an opponent if he did not know his characteristics, and adding that if the guy did not want to end up in a stranger's stomach and then turn into feces, then he should teach, after which Simon said that, regarding the second, he should know his body in order to use potions in the right proportions, because fighting without cocktails is the same as if he went out onto the battlefield without a weapon. Molly appeared at the boy's side and said that without knowing the structure he would not be able to use any of the things, and that simply knowing the rules of use and understanding the structure of the weapon were completely different things, so he should do what they said. Then Larry cursed mentally, adding that they were all too smart. The protagonist was sitting in front of his colleagues when he started talking about how 4 days were not enough. Then Simon said that he would tell them in secret, but he spent a day, Then the girl said that it took her 3 days, and the manager added that it took him only 2, after which the guy thought about how surprised he was that they were sitting there and not in some Korean Institute of Advanced Technology. The men looked in one direction when the assistant said that there would be a test in 4 days, and Thomas added that everything was not that simple. The boy looked surprised, thinking that this was some kind of nightmare when he was told that for one wrong answer he would have to spend an hour in the training room. The manager opened his mouth, frowning when he asked if he was weak, adding that in that case he should leave. Larry looked away silently. He picked up the folder and said that he would learn. Molly looked away with intense gaze. Simon smiled slightly. Thomas frowned, looking ahead. His fingers tapped on the keyboard. The instructor sat in front of the monitors. His pupils contracted. He remembered the man standing next to him who asked him to repeat himself, to which he replied that the guy had first place. Then he was asked again, and he said that this was the 12th time the manager had asked this. Thomas looked ahead angrily when he was asked if he was satisfied with his answer. Then he said that he was not at all, and that he was just thinking how a fool could be so tough. The instructor raised his hand to his face and said that the case was unusual, and that most likely the only thing that could explain this was his innate abilities, and he thought about how rare it was for an immortal to be born with such an outstanding physical form, and that even training had its limits, and that he had enormous talent. The manager had his back to him when he started talking about how if he was still thinking about firing the guy, he should transfer him to their team, to which Thomas replied in the negative. The instructor looked ahead thoughtfully, wondering if the manager was really going to train this intern, and that their butcher had obviously gone crazy. The protagonist put his hands on his hips, wondering why the probationary period was called that, and explaining that during this time he was learning everything he needed to know about working in the office and whether this path suited him or not. Larry looked ahead carefully when he explained that the internet explained the concept of an intern as a person in the process of mastering the job, and that this was correct because that was him, because KH Farum had overwhelmed him with a huge flow of information. Molly looked away and asked what the bulletproof vests and stab vests were made of, to which she was told that they were made of ballistic fabric and Kevlar. Simon was sitting next to the manager, who said that any fool would know that. The girl looked away meaningfully, saying nothing. She was sitting in front of the guy, who added that the materials were stronger than diamond, and that it could throw off bullets with blades, as well as protect against the effects of high and low temperatures. Thomas raised his hand to his face and said the number 64. Larry looked ahead intently, wondering who it was, and mentally telling himself that he should rack his brains. The manager was sitting opposite him. When the young man suggested that it was a wheeled knight, he was then asked if he was sure, to which he answered in the affirmative, after which he was asked again. The boy looked ahead with confidence as he answered that he was sure, and thought about how, to be honest, he wasn't so sure, but he didn't care. Thomas lowered his gaze. The protagonist stood up, turning away from him and saying that he understood when he asked him not to lie and asked about how he hadn't been taught not to bet if he was not sure, and then called him a greenhorn. The boy clenched his fist in front of him when it was explained that the exam was in 4 days, and that on average there were 10 questions per day, and every time he got 3 of them wrong. Larry looked ahead with determination, wondering which workout he should start with today. The girl was wiping sweat from her face in the fitness room when she greeted the boy, and when it was explained that KH Farum had not skimped on the equipment of the company, thanks to which one can find different training zones in the building. The protagonist stopped by her and greeted her, then she said that she thought he trained more times than he ate. The boy smiled slightly and said that he was just trying to be diligent in everything, thinking that he couldn't say that it was because of the endless failures in the tests. Then the girl said that she was glad to see him anyway. The man was sitting cross-legged in the pain endurance room when he told him to enjoy the pain. Larry was in front of him when he said hello. The man's eyes were closed when he said that it means he is still alive. Then the guy thought about how he really greets people like that, and that it is a little too much. The protagonist dodged metal spheres in the visual acuity training. He sat with a blindfold over his eyes in the sensory suppression training. In front of him were blue monsters in a fight with holograms. The guy with the tablet looked ahead worriedly and asked if he had come again. Larry was standing in front of him when he answered affirmatively, explaining that his body was some kind of stone. Then he was asked about the fact that he knew that pain tolerance training was only needed once a week, to which he answered affirmatively, realizing that even the instructors had started looking at him like a leper. The protagonist lowered his attentive gaze. There was a folder on the table when he apologized and asked what it was. The man turned in his direction. Simon smiled contentedly, then Larry cursed dirty in his mind. He was sitting in a chair when the assistant reminded him that if it was hard, he knew where the exit was, adding that they said that Oscar and Polly had learned everything. Then Thomas said that he shouldn't compare him with them. After that, the young man thought that he would do it, stuffing all this knowledge into his head. The girl looked intently at the protagonist, who said he was home, and asked him to sit down to dinner when it was explained that the next day he had already answered 4 questions incorrectly. There was food on the table when he asked where his father was, to which he was told that he was on another business trip. Larry looked down thoughtfully, thinking about the fact that they had not seen each other for a month, and about the fact that he wanted to ask something about work. The guy remembered the interview where they asked if he had revealed any company secrets, when he realized that he would not be able to share secret information because there is a lie test for supernatural creatures KH. He was sitting opposite his mother when he said that he had a question about work. The woman looked at him carefully and assumed that he was being beaten when he said that he was slightly cruel to him at the company. They were sitting across from each other when the main character explained that it wasn't that and that he just felt like he was being overworked more than he should have been. Then the mother responded that it seemed like their son was getting recognition. Then he said that it was too hard. Agatha opened her mouth slightly, looking ahead when she advised her son to quit. Then the young man thought that the degree of coolness was off the charts. Sweat appeared on Larry's face when he answered no, thinking about why he was complaining at all. Then the mother suggested that he didn't want to quit because of the money, to which he replied that money was certainly a good reason, but that wasn't the point. The guy opened his eyes and said that he just didn't want to. He imagined dark silhouettes when he thought about how this was the path he had chosen and which he thought would lead him to his goal the fastest. Clouds floated above the tall building when he summed up that for now he couldn't quit his job at KH. Simon smiled at him and said number 65. Then the boy replied that it was a wheeled night. The protagonist was sitting at the table when he was told about the sample report. Sweat was running down Larry's face. The boy was looking closely at the file with the data. He was talking on the phone, his mouth slightly open. The boy looked down. White clouds were floating in the sky. On the wall hung a clock 2 weeks after the employment. The protagonist leaned back in his chair, thinking that he had done his job, and that what he needed to learn, he had more or less learned. He looked ahead tiredly, thinking that he hoped that there was nothing more to do. The boy opened the book in front of him. There was a diagram on the page when he explained that there were 4 headquarters in KH, and that basically the external security team had only 3 tasks. A dark portal appeared when it was explained that the first task is to help in the designated areas in case of any disasters, and that if a black hole appears in their area of jurisdiction, then they are sent out. The men pinned the beast to the ground when it was explained that the second task is to prevent terrorist acts from special species, but this is usually the responsibility of the second security team, and that even in the police there are people who are supposedly from a special squad of immortals. Larry was shown in profile when he said that the third task is support, that is, helping other teams. He imagined his colleagues in front of him when he thought about the fact that unlike other groups, where there are mainly purebreds, their leader is purebred, the assistant is a half-breed. Molly is a medically enhanced human, and he, an intern, a mixture of immortal and werewolf, in other words, a hodgepodge, so the main task of the third external security team is support. The protagonist looked up thoughtfully, thinking that it was normal for them to be so free. There was a sign on the glass when he said he was going to go and warm up. People appeared in front of him when the man asked if everyone really thought that way and if they had been deceived by chance, to which the girl replied that she thought so too. Thomas looked away when the protagonist thought that it was the boss and her highness. Larry looked forward seriously and introduced himself when he was addressed. Then he was asked if he was really going to work out and if he was having fun, to which he answered affirmatively. The supervisor looked away and asked the boy if he was a bully at school, and the boy wondered what kind of question was that, out of nowhere. They stood in front of each other when the protagonist answered that he was not, and the man asked if he had never hit anyone, adding that from what the other interns had said, it seemed like he had. They looked into each other's eyes when the boy said that there were no bullies at his school, and he was asked if that was true, and he said yes. Larry opened his mouth and explained that he did not bully other people. The supervisor smirked and asked if everyone had listened to him, and if young people were that stupid these days. The staff looked in one direction, worried, when the boy replied that they had listened to him nonetheless, and that he did not want to see extortion and bullying. The guy's eyes darkened as he added that the same applied to swearing every other word. Thomas looked askance. He smiled and said that it seemed like their intern was really worth something. The manager pointed his fist at the guy and asked if he could box, to which the boy replied that he could not. Thomas stood in front of the main character when he offered him a duel. Polly looked away carefully. The employees looked scared. Larry looked ahead determinedly. His eyes sparkled when he agreed. Thomas stood right in front of Larry and asked if he agreed. Hearing this, the boy smiled widely. Turning to the workers, the manager asked that they did not have any work after lunch and who wanted to watch the show. Sighing with displeasure, the girl thought that he was an idiot. Pointing his finger at the boy, Thomas said that back then at 3 in the training room, and now he can rest and eat, although he should not eat much, otherwise he will throw up, and he thanked him, noting that he will remember everything. The blonde, abruptly turning away, heard how she was told to be on backup, and she herself said that she thought it was a waste of time. When the manager asked that she knew that he was evaluating her work, she turned back, said that she understood everything and was going to be on backup. Standing right in front of his subordinates, Thomas said that Oscar could be put in as his replacement. Then he grinned maliciously, said that if he was not scared, then there would be no turning back. Looking seriously at his opponent, the protagonist asked not to worry because something like that would not happen. The story moves to 15 minutes before 3 p.m. when Larry and Polly were waiting together for the upcoming fight. Suddenly looking away, the girl asked why he did it, and the boy asked what exactly, then she answered that he provoked the boss. With a look full of seriousness, the protagonist explained that social life is as simple as steamed turnips, and you need to do what you are told and not do what you are told not to do, and also bring the boss what he needs. Looking at her colleague, the blonde asks what he really means to say that it was the boss's desire, and Larry explained that, more precisely, his fists were clearly itching for a long time. Hearing this, Polly silently looked at him. Standing next to the boy, the girl said that he was offended, and the protagonist denied it, while she added that it sounded quite convincing, but he was definitely pouting, and he said that it was not so at all. Looking straight ahead, Larry thought that he just did not want to miss the chance. Looking at the confident real Thomas in front, the boy thought that he did not want to miss the chance to test the best fighter of the KHVRMS rank, Thomas's boss. Standing right in front of his opponent, the leader asked that the warm-up could be skipped, and he explained that he had already warmed up enough. Suddenly, Molly, standing behind Thomas, asked not to cripple him. At the same time, Polly, standing behind Larry, asked him not to brag and just try to hold out as long as possible. Spreading her arms out to the sides, the leader asked if he was ready, to which he answered positively, and then asked to attack. Hearing this, the boy looked menacingly straight ahead. Then he abruptly moved his leg to the side. At this time, Thomas continued to look at him with a look full of calm. A moment later, the protagonist rushed at great speed towards his opponent. Menacingly looking straight ahead, Larry thought that he would attack lightly at first. Immediately after that, the boy used a jab, and the leader deftly dodged it. Then the protagonist began a combination of punches, and Thomas deftly dodged each of the opponent's conclusions. Larry was about to deliver his next punch. Menacingly looking straight at him, the leader asked him what he really thought would hurt him like that. Puzzled, looking at his opponent, the boy thought that he was very clever. Making a small movement to the side, the protagonist realized that one punch was enough anyway. A moment later, Larry leaned slightly to the side, thinking that he would deliberately show that he was open. At that moment, Thomas noticed a gap in his defense. Immediately after that, the leader pushed him sharply with his foot into the ground. Then they simultaneously punched each other. Polly was dumbfounded, watching everything that was happening. Molly, in turn, remained calm, watching the battle. The rest of the company were surprised at how the battles were going. Larry buckled a little and fell back. Dumbfounded, looking forward, the boy did not understand what was happening. The protagonist staggered to the side and waited for his hand to shake and his head to ring. He saw a blurry image of Thomas and did not understand when he felt this feeling. Continuing to look at his leader, Larry remembered that this had happened before. Then in the boy's mind there was an image of a formidable Agatha, who told her son to pull himself together and fix his stance, and he thought that this was the very day when she first brought him to the gym. The man outside the ring looked at the staggering protagonist in shock and asked how he could do that to his own child, while his mother explained that everything was fine and they were not raising a son in a suburb, and besides, if he made a mistake, he had to answer for it, otherwise their youth would disintegrate. Breathing heavily after the blow he received, Larry thought that he was 15 then, and he got angry and for some, in fact, trivial ideal of his mother, so she took him to the gym instead of school. With a look of fear, the boy realized that this was the first time someone hit him like that, except his mother, and did not understand why. Thomas stood right in front of him, folding his arms over his chest, asking if he was awake and whether he would continue, and the protagonist wondered why he was the only one getting hit. Then he remembered the events of the recent fight, reasoning that at that moment they simultaneously used their fists. A moment later, Larry noticed a hand rapidly approaching him. Visualizing Thomas grabbing his hand with his wrist, the kid thought that the boss reached out and grabbed his forearm. Then Thomas would deftly twist his arm the other way while the protagonist thought that he had broken his shoulder bones. Immediately after that, the boss would punch Larry right in the face, who would remember that he had hit him in the head with his elbow. Looking at his mangled arm, the kid realized that it had been super fast and precise and wondered if he would be able to fight back even if his arm recovered. Thomas, looking straight ahead, asked what was wrong and if he was really mad about being hit despite being an irregular. When the protagonist looked at him, he also added that who do today's youth take adults for. Exhaling calmly, Larry thought that this was it and told himself that he wanted to test the skills of the boss. But in reality, even in battle, he was the target of the werewolf and the immortal. Looking at Thomas standing right in front of him, the boy realized that he thought he could easily win, and that was too arrogant of him. A moment later, the protagonist abruptly pulled his leg to the side. Then he put his fist straight in front of him. Deciding for himself that he would now fight without giving in, Thomas, standing in a fighting stance, asked again. Hearing this, the boss only smiled happily. Polly, with a look full of seriousness, looked straight ahead. Molly also watched what was happening without expressing any emotions. The rest of the department silently watched the battle. Surprised, looking straight ahead, the man noted that the newcomer was not bad, but his colleague did not agree with this, saying that the boss was simply giving in. At that moment, Larry was about to strike with his fist. Thomas dodged his every move with his body's dexterous movements. Then he suddenly grinned maliciously. Gritting his teeth in dissatisfaction after what he saw, the boy thought that he needed to be as calm as possible. Psychological struggle is also a struggle. Reflecting the protagonist's blows, the leader asked why he was there, and the latter asked what he meant. Immediately after that, Thomas asked if it was really about the money, and Larry, who was looking straight ahead with a menacing look, was thinking about what he needed to ignore and get himself together. Looking ahead, the boy realized that he needed to strain all his senses and anticipate his movements. Looking straight at him with a furious look, the leader said that he was doing everything clumsily. At that moment, the protagonist noticed that the enemy had disappeared right in front of him. Larry stood there with a dumbfounded look, realizing that it was energy concealment. Suddenly noticing something right in front of him, the boy was thinking that he couldn't get lost and would have to narrow his range of perception. Immediately after that, Thomas would strike with your leg, which the protagonist managed to dodge. With a serious look, looking straight ahead, the leader asked if it was a matter of petty hero psychology. Hearing this, the boy only looked at his boss with displeasure. Then he immediately jumped back. With a dumbfounded look, the protagonist thought that his movements were too fast and it was impossible to find a moment to counterattack, and did not understand why this man was faster than him, because he should be stronger and faster due to the power of a werewolf. Surprised, looking straight ahead, Larry realized that although no, everything was not quite like that. Then he remembered the image of his teacher, who said that he had only mastered the basics, and besides, the boy realized that his opponent was a purebred with a lot of experience. Sharply pushing off the ground with his foot, the protagonist acknowledged that their boss had an S-rank hand-to-hand combat. Rushing forward, Larry thought that this did not mean that he was going to lose. With a deft movement of his head, Thomas dodged his blow and asked what, if not the first and not the second, then what? At the same moment, the leader grabbed his subordinate by the hand. Leaning slightly towards him, Thomas asked if he really wanted to hear the screams of adoration from the girls. Then the leader added that then he had to go work with his mouth on stage, and the boy, who heard this, suddenly became very angry. A moment later, the protagonist dodged Thomas's blow and wished that he would shut up. Blocking another attack from his opponent, Larry thought that this was the shortest path. Getting ready to strike with his fist, the boy reasoned that this was the path that would help him do what he wanted. Striking with his hand, the protagonist added that this would help him become who he wanted. At the same moment, Larry looked straight ahead in surprise. Then he abruptly lowered his gaze. Immediately after that, a blow was dealt to his face that caused bleeding. At the same time, the boy tried to retreat a little. At the same moment, the protagonist sharply directed his hand forward. A moment later, he managed to grab his boss. Looking at Thomas with an exhausted look, Larry asked why he was there. Looking menacingly at his subordinate, he asked what was really not clear. Then, with a look full of displeasure, the leader explained that all this was because of a sense of duty. Hearing this, the boy grabbed him tightly. At the same moment, Thomas clenched his teeth in displeasure and told him that it hurt. Closing his eyes, the protagonist realized that he was stronger. Gritting his teeth, Larry used all his last strength and was about to break him into pieces. Suddenly, the boy felt something. The rest of the organization, watching the battle, were very surprised. The protagonist suddenly fell down. He found himself on the floor right next to his leader. Immediately after that, Thomas, standing with his back to the others, sighed heavily. The office worker, looking directly at the supervisor, asked what he had done to the trainee, and the latter explained that in his place he would have died. The man standing next to him declared that this time the killing of the trainee exceeded all expectations, and his colleague, looking at him in surprise, asked what he really meant to say that this had happened before. Immediately after this, the office worker, looking at Thomas, in front of whom Larry was lying, explained that killing trainees was a tradition of the 3rd External Security Team, and in this way they pacified the newcomer and showed him another side of the job. Thomas was leaving the arena, thinking that his arm was broken and, apparently, a cracked rib, calling the kid a beast, when suddenly Molly called out to him. Holding his hand, the supervisor told her to take the guy to the infirmary, and he would definitely lie there for a couple of hours, and his subordinate explained that he would report him. At that moment, right in front of Thomas, who was telling him to do as he pleases, Polly appeared with a clearly displeased expression. At that moment, a girl with red hair would join the conversation, asking what the outcome was with the evaluation, and the manager would turn towards her. Looking down after hearing this, Thomas would think about the evaluation. Remembering his recent battles with Larry, the manager would think that he had dodged a surprise attack in which he hid his energy and went for a trick to strike back. Visualizing how the boy grabbed him with both hands, the manager would realize that he had hidden potential, a strong will with a fighting spirit, and wondered if there was anyone before him. Menacingly looking straight ahead, Thomas would ask himself who had such talent in so many parameters. The manager stood there, lost in his thoughts. What is this feeling? That he got hit hard since he was a child, so he knows how to fight back properly, and more importantly, that he was only going to use one of his secret techniques, sensory disruption. At that moment, Thomas fixed his menacing gaze forward and reasoned that in the end it turned out completely differently. Suddenly, he looked towards Molly, who was standing there, calling out to him. Right next to him, the rest of the department were standing, waiting for an answer. The manager silently looked straight at them. Then, with his mouth slightly open, he began to talk about that sucker. Walking away from the battle arena, Thomas declared that he was completely mad at the thought of beating up his boss. Waving his hand at the others, the manager told them to get back to work. Looking at Larry, who was unconscious on the floor, Thomas thought that he heard that due to sensory impairment he couldn't even touch the clothes of the opponent, who was an assistant from his team, and in fact he had to use as many as 3 secret techniques against this half-breed. With a clearly displeased expression on his face, the leader wondered that Oscar was really called the best. With a smirk, walking away from his defeated opponent, Thomas realized that the real talent was now lying behind his back. The narrative of the story moves to the conference room for training practice for interns. Sitting at the table, a guy with brown hair declared that there was a lot of work and so much practice, and so you can die wondering if this time an assistant from his case would come. While Clinton slept, Horace noted that it seemed like it was time to carry someone out of their feet first. Looking towards Lovey who had come, the guy with brown hair declared that, here he is, and thought he wouldn't come because he had somehow recovered quickly. Without reacting to his words, the boy simply took his place. After that, Horace only shrugged his shoulders in surprise. Polly looked menacingly to the side. The rest of the squad also directed their gaze there. The protagonist sat in place with his head down. Suddenly, his gaze changed to menacing. Larry's head was filled with memories of how he came to Thomas, who was sitting in his workplace, and asked him what it was while he did not understand what he was talking about. While the leader was unfolding the paper, the boy explained what to say about the blow from which he lost consciousness and wondered if he really had a baton hidden somewhere. Grinning maliciously after hearing this, Thomas realized what he was talking about. Then he asked what he really wanted to know, and the protagonist looked straight ahead with a serious expression. Standing right in front of his supervisor, Larry gave a negative answer, explaining that he simply asked and was interested in whether he was glad that he had won, and he answered that the thirst for victory always burned within him. Abruptly turning his back to him, the boy said that he understood everything, so he would leave, and in his head he thought that he was crazy. Leaning back in his chair, Thomas immediately called out to the intern and asked that, in his opinion, there really was some kind of school there, and he wanted to hear that their Larry was so empty in his head, so he would have to enlighten the poor guy. Hearing this, the boy looked back and gave a negative answer, and his supervisor told him to figure it out himself and bring a report. Looking surprised at Thomas, who was getting up from his seat, the protagonist asked about the report, and he explained that he needed to find out why he had passed out and make a written report. On his own, of course. Walking next to his subordinate, the manager stated that if he intended to shake information out of someone, he should give up this idea, and if he asked himself why he was engaged in such useless activity, he could boldly go in all 4 directions, and he did not care about the director's order because if he wanted to go to another department, then good riddance to him. Leaving Larry, Thomas said not to delay the decision. Suddenly, the narrative of the story returns to the present, where the guy explained that the analysis department does different work, and they track dangerous individuals and also understand unconfirmed theories and predictions. And as for surveillance, when a special species is involved in the disappearance of a person, and you need to act quickly, so analyzing the situation is extremely important. Larry, leaning his elbows on the table, thought that he had dealt with one blow, and the immortal had defeated the werewolf in an immortal way. And when he grabbed him with both hands, it seemed as if he was holding not a person, but a huge boulder, wondering if this was really possible with more experience. With a look of complete incomprehension, the boy asked himself how he had hit him. Had he really hit him with his head, his foot, or had he hidden some kind of weapon? But would he have bothered so much? At that very moment, memories of Thomas passing by saying that he didn't care about the director's order if he wanted to go to another department, then let him go. Raising his head, the protagonist looked at the guy standing in front of him, who was talking about a project called Oracle, and thought about going to another department. When the speaker said that it was true, it was currently closed, and its essence was to create a system that predicted the future, and the result of this project was the current analysis department, Polly raised her hand and he asked what it was. Looking at the man in front of her, the girl noted that, as far as she knew, predictors existed, and he explained that everything was true, but they were not the kind of people you would meet in a fantasy. Imagining in his head the tangled paths of energy, the man said that all predictors say that the future is changeable, and because it changes endlessly, and the disclosure of any time interval creates a new branch of further events. With a look full of seriousness, looking straight ahead, the blonde said that if you tell the future, it will become a lie, and yet, if several people know about it and they spread information about it, the future can come true. Upon hearing this, the speaker would respond positively, saying that such a theory existed as well, and that the entire Oracle project was based on it. While the brown-haired boy, with his arms folded across his chest, would reflect that this was what he had expected from the girl he had fallen in love with. Immediately after this, the man would state that, however, they had failed in the end, and Polly would ask why, while he would put his finger to his temple and explain that it was simple. Scratching his head, the speaker would conclude that it was the human brain, and in other words, the thoughts in the head were not only telling the truth. Visualizing in his head an image of a brain inside a human body, the man would say that they had looked into the brains of the fortune tellers and found out something very unusual. He would then, with a serious look, state that many had been deceived by plausible, but in fact false, facts, and that the Oracle project had suffered astronomical damage because of this. Looking at Larry, who was sitting at the very end, the speaker said that they believed that something was true, but if you look at it from an objective point of view, there were many absurd moments hidden inside this truth. At the same moment, the boy listened with a dumbfounded look as the man added that for this reason the delusion arises, and he himself began to think about it. Immediately after this, the protagonist remembered the image of Harry, who said that the principle of hiding one's energy is confusion and perception, and thanks to outstanding sensory organs, immortals have the ability to block information that the enemy perceives. Then Larry was suddenly struck by something, and he realized that the basics of hiding energy and if you turn everything the other way around. Although, if you apply such a technique in practice, is it possible not just to block information, but to make it false? Realizing this, the boy remembered the moment when both hands of the boss clasped. At the same moment, the protagonist remembered that in fact it turned out to be not Thomas's hands were free. At this time, the speaker, looking straight ahead, declared that this was all for today, and the next time they would be visited by a person from the R&D department. Suddenly, he noticed that Larry had disappeared from his place, leaving only an empty chair. The boy was quickly heading somewhere. The protagonist approached his workstation, thinking that the boss had used a deceptive concealment of energy and the answer was hidden in his right hand. Remembering that he had to make a report, Larry began to type on the keyboard. With a serious look, looking away, the boy did not understand how he chose the moment, and he needed to know that he was going to pounce on him to fool him, because deceiving perception is so easy, otherwise the immortals would have killed all the monsters long ago. At this time, Thomas asked his subordinate if he knew why he was looking at him like that, and the worker assumed that he seemed to have fallen in love after the blow, while the protagonist himself was thinking that the boss was prepared in advance, and he was looking for the very moment when he could knock him out. Looking to the side, Larry realized that this intuition was close to providence. Having imagined in his head the image of a person shrouded in incomprehensible energy, the boy reasoned that this is something that only real masters who have gone through a huge number of fighters, remaining alive, can possess. Pointing his finger forward, the leader asked if he was mentally scolding him, and the protagonist was thinking that he could not rely on his intuition and predict every move of the enemy, but if you add to intuition the subtle sense of an immortal. At that moment, Larry suddenly shuddered. The boy stood near his workstation and reasoned that from the realization of something new and the thought that he could do the same, his heart began to beat like crazy. At this time, Simon, with a smile on his face, said that this was not so and there was no need to think about it, and the protagonist realized that he needed to act now. Looking at Larry standing near his workstation, the manager's assistant asked him that he was not by any chance mentally insulting the boss there. A moment later, the boy suddenly rushed straight towards Thomas. Noticing this, the manager, dumbfounded, looked straight ahead, called him an idiot. Immediately after this, Thomas pushed off his foot right from his desk. Rolling back in his chair, the manager asked if he had really gone completely crazy. Suddenly, Thomas noticed something ahead. Through the papers flying around the office, the manager saw Larry's silhouette. The boy just stood there, expressing no emotion. The protagonist looked straight ahead menacingly and thought that he needed to remain calm. Standing right in front of Thomas, Larry thought that he needed to use his senses as much as possible and, blocking out extraneous sounds, placed only his opponent in his perception zone. Immediately after that, the boy, realizing that the boss's next blow would be from the left, rushed straight into the attack. Suddenly, the protagonist was extremely surprised to notice something in front. At that moment, the boss grinned maliciously. Blocking with his hand, Thomas said that he only needed to look at him. Then Larry felt that something was approaching him from all sides. Dumbfounded, looking straight ahead, the boy thought that his energy was felt everywhere. A moment later, Thomas struck his blow straight at the protagonist. Larry staggered a little from the damage he received, stepping back. The boy stood right in front of his boss, papers were scattered around. Simon, looking puzzled, did not understand what was happening. Molly also looked away with a look of complete incomprehension. At the same moment, Thomas, looking straight ahead with a menacing expression, asked what he was doing. The protagonist standing right in front of him explained that he was giving him a report, and the supervisor asked what he meant while he explained that he was answering his homework. While Larry was wiping blood from his mouth, Thomas asked what kind of homework. At the same time, the boy with a look of complete seriousness noted that it seemed to him that such an answer would be much more accurate. After all that had happened, the boy watching from the side called Larry a psycho. The boy stood there with a guilty look while Simon asked if he was normal at all, and Molly suggested going to a therapist. At the same moment, the protagonist winced when he heard Thomas say that the answer itself was correct. Looking straight at the manager, who was kicking things and wondering who would pick them up, Larry asked him what he had just said. Thomas, looking straight ahead, wondered why they were looking at him like that and said that he needed to pull himself together and go clean up the mess. Looking at Simon, who was sitting in front of him, the manager asked if he was very busy, and he answered negatively, explaining that he was going to leave at the end of the workday. Then Thomas asked Molly what about her, and she, looking to the side, said that it was exactly the same. Passing by his subordinates, the manager said that then they should disperse because it was time and let the accident go home too after he cleaned up. Then the workers got up from their seats and got ready, and Thomas noted that he had a very good memory and everything should be in its place, and tomorrow he would check everything, while the boy agreed with this. Catching up with his boss, Simon asked what he had just done, and the boss wanted to know in what way. With a serious look, the red-haired girl noted that it seemed to her that the protagonist had hidden his energy, and the assistant asked if he had been secretly training him. Suddenly stopping in place, Thomas asked if he really looked like that kind of person, and Simon, standing behind him, gave a negative answer and wondered if he would take his sudden attack for a report. With a smirk, the boss replied that it was impressive and asked how he was in physical shape. With a serious look, Molly said that, judging by his huge muscles, there were only a few like him in their company, and the assistant asked where he trained. Thomas looked straight ahead menacingly and thought that he couldn't learn such savagery, and if this sucker was a properly trained purebred, he wouldn't have shown such sloppiness, but he just thought of it and decided to test it out right away. Smiling broadly, the manager realized that he figured it out and immediately applied it, and not on some weak person, but on his boss. Then Thomas wondered where he came from, and Larry at that time laid out the documents on the table, thinking that it was unfair because he hit the table himself. Looking straight ahead in surprise, the girl with red hair, after a short pause, asked about an intern for a D-rank mission. Thomas, moving his hand to the side, explained that there weren't enough free hands, and there, as you can see, there are only a few, so they need to take Larry with them, and she agreed. Then the girl with red hair passed by the boy and called out to him, and he stood up. The guys went to the -6th floor, which was shown on the elevator screen. Once on the right floor, they entered the right room. Standing right in front of a huge amount of ammunition, Molly said to take the equipment. Immediately after that, the boy put on his jacket. The girl with red hair did the same. Then they put gloves on their hands. There was also a pistol in the holster. The guys had tactical boots on their feet. Having collected all the equipment, the members of the department were ready for the mission. Suddenly, a loud sound came from the loudspeakers. Right in the middle of the field there was a spatial hole. At the same moment, the car stopped in place. A moment later, the guys got out of it. Standing right next to the car, the girl with red hair said on the radio that Units 1 and 2 had arrived at the scene of the operation. Seriously looking straight ahead, Larry listened as corporations spoke information that one UC hotline activation of contactless alarm and gave explanations that one is alien number 1. UC is the probability of manifestation of other aliens. Looking at the rift of space in the middle of the field, the boy thought that hot means the speed of opening of the black hole, and the line is the appearance of aliens one by one. At the same moment, the megaphone began to make a sound again, and the protagonist reasoned that the contactless alarm is a slightly noisy sounding security system now, and, apparently, it was not in vain that he studied books. Immediately after this, Larry sighed heavily. Looking at the rift of space in front of him, the boy thought that the incident 9 years ago with the opening of huge gates, and then in front of him too there was such a hole. Memories of being a little boy and looking at the man standing in front of him came into his head, and the protagonist reasoned that when calm squeezed in between fear and horror, he decided that he would destroy all the creatures that crawled out of the black hole. Standing there, Larry thought that today would be the beginning of this path, although the hole he saw then was several times larger and it was somehow strange. With a smile on his face, The boy asked the older woman why he was so nervous. Molly only checked her gun, saying that she did it, and the boy standing next to her thought that she could play along. Putting a magazine into his weapon, the protagonist declared that it was a Glock 17 with 2 magazines of 17 rounds. Suddenly, Larry called out to the older woman, and she, dumbfounded, looked straight ahead and remained silent. The rift in space in front of them was getting bigger, and the kid who saw it was asking why the black hole always gets bigger like that. At the same moment, Molly would put her hand to the radio on her helmet and report that Unit 1 had detected an anomaly and was requesting emergency assistance, to which she would receive a request to send a video. A moment later, the camera on her helmet was activated. The workers sitting in the office were stunned to see the recording. The rift in space continued to get bigger until the radio received information that they needed to leave and a team would be sent to close the place, and they asked why it kept getting bigger. Then the workers would radio that the check was complete and that this rift had a C-rank wave structure, a hotline, and danger, and Larry, who was standing there and heard this, would think about the wave structure, and in his opinion, this meant that the aliens were crawling out in a bunch, saying that they were in trouble, and Molly would agree with this. Looking at the red-haired girl standing to the side, the boy asked if it was really possible to just go back. The protagonist called out to the older woman in surprise, who did not respond to him at all. Looking at the small settlement in front, Larry remembered that when he studied the satellite map before leaving, there were residential buildings 4-5 kilometers away. Having caught up with Molly, the boy thought that there were civilians there, which meant that there could be victims, while they both were told over the radio to leave there, and he asked when reinforcements would arrive. Standing right in front of the spatial rift, the red-haired girl explained that in at least 15 minutes, the energy inside the portal began to behave strangely, while they transmitted over the radio to Unit 2 to shut their mouths and obey the order. At that very moment, Alien Number 1, a blind dog, began to break through straight from the black hole, and Larry, who noticed this, said that they were not opening. Molly walked silently towards the car as the radio announced that Units 1 and 2 were to get in the car and leave immediately, and the boy watching the whole thing wondered if he should just leave. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist heard the radio say that they would be dragging and would be their target, and thought that it was obvious. As Larry approached the car, he thought that less than 1,000 people had died in the car accident last year, and thanks to the development of artificial intelligence and the scientific technology found in the white holes, the number of victims had been reduced by 1/3. As he grabbed the handle of the car door, the boy thought that between 50,000 and 10,000 people died every year due to alien attacks, and humans had managed to reduce the number of deaths from car accidents and diseases. But when it came to aliens, there had been no change, and victims were inevitable, so it was as clear as day. Looking away in surprise, the protagonist reasoned that the immortal was an extremely valuable asset, so the company would not sacrifice them for the sake of a few ordinary people. Molly was standing right in front of him, opposite the spatial rift, and Larry called out to her in surprise. Thomas was looking at his monitor with displeasure, asking what they were doing. The boy who heard this was extremely dumbfounded, looking straight ahead. At that moment, the girl with red hair just silently lowered her head down. Suddenly, a huge monster broke through the portal. A moment later, a bullet hit his head. This bullet was fired from Molly's gun. With a serious look, looking straight ahead, Larry thought that the company would not sacrifice them for the sake of a few dozen civilians. And this is natural, but didn't he start doing this business because he can't stand ordinary things? Taking hold of his gun, the boy turned to the elder, and she asked what he needed. Standing next to her, preparing to defend himself, the protagonist asked if it was possible to fall in love with her. Gritting his teeth in displeasure, Thomas watched everything that was happening, listening to the sounds of gunfire, and called them idiots. Then the guys pretended that they were losing connection and hung up, and the manager and his assistant, sitting in the office, silently watched this. One bullet after another burst out of the gun. Reloading her weapon, Molly informed her colleague that she had to change the magazine. At this time, Larry destroyed the monsters with a headshot. Continuing to shoot at the monsters, the girl with red hair said that he was wearing the ones on the right, and she was wearing the ones on the left, and the boy agreed with this. Menacingly looking straight ahead, the protagonist realized that there was no way back, and they expected that about 10 monsters would appear from this black hole, so they took only 2 guns, and there were very few bullets. As the monsters continued to burst out of the portal, Larry thought that since the black hole had taken on a wave-like shape, there would be at least a few hundred aliens coming out of it. With a serious look in his eyes, looking straight ahead, the boy wondered what to do now. Larry continued firing his gun. His bullets flew straight into the monsters, destroying them. Molly also fired to kill with your gun. The monsters died under the onslaught of her bullets. The boys continued to fire straight at the monsters that burst out of the black hole, and the boy thought that he was on his last magazine. Reloading his gun, the protagonist reasoned that the older one was using her last one now, and said that there were too many of them, to which he received the answer that it was all because the hole was wave-like. Continuing to fire, Larry asked the older one if she had a plan, and she gave a positive answer. With a serious look, the red-haired girl explained that she would kill the aliens while they ate him, and the boy who heard this wondered if he had misheard. Suddenly, the gun ran out of bullets and jammed. Molly noticed this right away. Immediately after that, the red-haired girl put her gun back in its holster. Meanwhile, the monsters continued to die under the onslaught of bullets. After a while, Larry also ran out of bullets and his gun stopped firing. Noticing this, the dog immediately rushed forward. It instantly appeared right above the boy. Then Molly rushed forward and destroyed the monster. After receiving damage, the dog fell straight to the ground. Immediately after that, the red-haired girl finished off her opponent, saying that she covered him. Dumbfounded, looking straight ahead, the boy thought that it was finally getting hot. Then he rushed forward right at the dog monsters. Molly fought barehanded against the monsters that came out of the rift. The red-haired girl looked straight ahead menacingly, having finished her attack. Larry watched this in surprise, thinking that this was harsh. Looking at Molly standing right in front of the portal to another world, the boy reasoned that, being immortal, he can feel the changes happening in the elder's body thanks to his senses and no longer knows how exactly she creates medically enhanced people, but her strength is much higher than the standard indicators for an ordinary person. The protagonist then killed the monsters with his gun, while the red-haired girl fought barehanded. After some time, Larry's weapon stopped working. Putting the gun in the holster, the boy thought that the bullets were at 0, and it seemed that the elder was just using him as bait for the monsters, but he was actually half immortal and half werewolf. Looking at the enraged monster that was running forward, the protagonist thought that the main thing now was not to reveal his second nature. Striking straight at the dog, Larry thought that he had a reputation as an irregular, so now he would dance. A moment later, the boy grabbed the monster right by the paw. Then he began to turn around. With the help of one monster, he managed to hit another. At that moment, several dogs were approaching Molly at once. She laid one right on the ground, while the second jumped on top. At the same moment, the girl with red hair took out her knife. Then Molly swung her weapon sharply. With a deft movement, she managed to pierce the monster's head. After the attack, the girl with red hair rolled back. Having destroyed another monster, Molly took her knife out of its head, turning away from his opponent to watch his colleague's situation. Larry thought that the elder one was incredibly fast at dodging the monster's attacks, and she was calculating the location and continuing to maintain an advantageous position because it was not for nothing that she had a rank close combat skills. A moment later, the dog bit the boy right on the arm. Immediately after that, he took out his knife. With a deft movement of his hand, he managed to pierce the monster's head. Then he chopped off the fangs of the beast. Having completed the attack, the protagonist kicked the dog right. Taking a fighting stance, Larry told himself, an idiot, to pull himself together and think only about what he had to do. Then the boy remembered the elder one's plan, that she would kill strangers while they ate him, and thought that anyone would probably take this for the ravings of a madman. Realizing that there were no other options, the protagonist sighed heavily. Then he pressed the ground with great force, reasoning that it would strain his senses and release energy, remembering the rules of survival in the wild that his teacher had taught him. Immediately after that, a huge number of monsters began to look in his direction. When Larry did this, Molly silently looked at him with a dumbfounded look, saying that it was not bad. Looking at the huge number of dogs approaching him, the boy told the older one that there was no need to praise, but rather to help. At that very moment, the monster bit the protagonist right on the arm. At that very moment, his relatives came to his aid. Another dog grabbed Larry right on the knee. With a deft blow of the elbow, the boy neutralized the monster. Immediately after that, another monster bit him on the arm. A moment later, another dog sank its fangs right into his shoulder. While dealing with the monsters, the girl with red hair noticed how the others were leaving her. As Larry was surrounded by monsters from all sides, Molly screamed his name. Gritting his teeth, the boy thought that he was in pain and in a lot of pain. Remembering his menacing look, the protagonist reasoned that he was used to blocking it, so he would forget about the pain for now and must act steadfastly and cold-bloodedly. Striking his knee directly into the monster, Larry realized that the main thing is to dodge deadly attacks. Fighting off a huge number of dogs, the boy thought about fists and legs, knees and elbows. Dealing with each of his opponents, the protagonist was going to use his body the way he was taught. All the monsters that attacked Larry were repelled by him, and he himself reasoned that if they let someone go, then civilians would die. Gritting his teeth, the boy realized that therefore he had to deal with everyone. Suddenly, a question was asked if they were completely out of their minds, and machine guns began to fire. The bullets hit the monsters directly. They destroyed all the dogs that came out of the portal. A huge number of empty shells fell to the ground from the constant shooting. The extermination squad that arrived to help continued shooting and wondered how they could stand it. When it was all over, Molly ran up to Larry, calling him by name. Suddenly, she was very stunned when he asked if they had missed anyone. Looking at the boy, who was covered in wounds from the dogs, the girl with red hair gave a negative answer. Hearing this, the protagonist staggered with a smile on his face. At this time, the man in glasses asked if the problem was solved, and the leader of the squad, who was watching everything happening with a stunned look, gave a positive answer, noting that as you can see. Looking straight ahead with great surprise, the man said that such a fuss had been raised that they had dragged in 2 squads when it would have been possible to do with just a couple of guns. Looking at the battlefield where the corpses of the monsters were, the squad leader thought that there were more than 200 corpses of blind dogs there, and they had stopped them with simple hand-to-hand combat. And maybe for an immortal with fierce fervor and good fighting skills this would have been possible, but it was still too much. Looking at Molly standing in front of him in shock, the man thought that there had only been an immortal trainee and a medically enhanced human, asking her that they had definitely done this together. Looking away, the red-haired girl realized that it had not been done together at all. Looking at Larry lying unconscious on the ground, she understood that he had done it alone. Thomas, looking straight ahead menacingly, imitated the sounds of radio interference. Larry, standing right in front of him, explained that the connection had suddenly been cut off, and the manager said that it meant that the connection had been cut off, and that was why their beloved boy had not heard his order, to which he received a positive answer. Stop, the house is full of rage. Thomas said that if only his brain would now also create interference and switch off completely, and then he would paint his face and say that he forgot about it. And the protagonist, who heard this, thought that he should not say such terrible things with a smile on his face, and he should do something about his eyes. Suddenly Larry was very surprised when Molly, standing next to him, said that it was her fault and she would take full responsibility. Covering her face with her hand, the manager asked the girl what her position was, and she answered that she was a first-rank employee. Then Thomas asked how she would take responsibility, and would she really quit, and the girl with red hair just silently looked down. Turning his back to his subordinates, the manager said that they should not overdo it and a disciplinary cabinet would be convened, giving the order to Molly to go home, and tomorrow, when she returned to work, to scurry around to the inspection department. Turning back, Thomas asked that she understood that it would not end with just a protocol, and she answered that she understood everything, while he now moved on to Larry. The boy calmly looked straight ahead when the manager asked if he really thought he had done the right thing. Looking straight at Thomas, the protagonist gave a negative answer, and the latter asked him not to lie. Walking away from Larry, the manager said that from now on he would write an explanatory note at the beginning of each working day, and Larry asked if he needed to be present at the disciplinary hearing. Turning back, Thomas asked if he really wanted to, and explained that he would most likely only be called once as a witness, and that was when he would let loose. Despite his subordinates standing nearby, the manager stated that, in general, he had to explain. Looking at the screen of his smartphone with a huge number of messages from different people, the boy thought that when he and the elder returned to the office, rumors had already spread everywhere. Opening the correspondence with Clinton, the protagonist thought that he told him something, and read that interns are not given any elections, neither are their salaries reduced, nor are they given fines, although they can be fired. Looking at his workplace, Larry reasoned that in a situation like this. Looking to the side, the boy thought about Molly, a first-rank employee. The main image of a girl with red hair standing right in front of the portal, the protagonist reasoned that his elder would have to put all the responsibility on her shoulders. Sitting in his chair, Larry reasoned that although KH Farm was subordinate to the government, it was still a commercial organization that only needed profit, and in general the company would do the right thing, since order had been violated. Thinking about himself and the elder, the boy remembered how he saw settlements right in front of him, because he had previously studied on the map that there were residential buildings nearby. Then memories arose in his head of how they used pistols together for defense. The protagonist also remembered how Molly fought hand to hand while he covered her with a weapon. Gritting his teeth, Larry watched everything that was happening, realizing that they had saved people. Looking ahead, the boy asked himself if he had done the right thing, and he himself gave a positive answer. Sitting at his workplace, the protagonist thought that he had made the right decision, without any doubts, and in fact, this is how it should be. At the end of the working day, Larry was leaving the office building. Suddenly, someone extended a hand to him. It was the girl with red hair that the boy turned to ask if she hadn't left yet. Molly, not answering his question, merely caught up with him. Standing right next to her younger brother, the girl with red hair declared that it was a good job. Hearing this, the protagonist looked straight ahead in surprise. Molly, with a smile on her face, said that he was doing a good job. After her words, a small smile appeared on Larry's face, and he thought that 2 short sentences had made him so happy, and he knew that it was true. Smiling widely, the boy realized that only now was he convinced that they had really done everything right today, and expressed his gratitude. Agatha, looking straight ahead, asked if there was a photo. Sitting right in front of her at the table, the protagonist asked whose photo it was, and his mother explained that it was of the senior employee he had just praised. Looking at the woman sitting in front of him, Larry gave a negative answer, explaining that even in the manager's photo is not worth it, and asked what was wrong. With displeasure looking straight ahead, Agatha said that she just became interested, and suddenly she intends to become her daughter-in-law, and her son said that they are just colleagues. Then the protagonist's mother added that you never know, a dressing as an elder can smoothly turn into a baby, and then into a deer. And he continued to eat with a puzzled look, not understanding what this had to do with it at all, because it seemed to him that she went a little into the wrong wilds. Suddenly Larry looked seriously straight ahead, remembering that the committee was meeting tomorrow, and wondered if everything would go well. Immediately after this, the story's narration is transferred to the moment when Molly was sitting right in front of important people. Amanda, with a smile on her face, suggested starting a disciplinary committee. Thomas glared straight ahead as the girl added that it was about Molly, a first-rank employee from the 3rd team for external security. At the same time, the man glared straight ahead, turning to the girl with red hair, and announced that yesterday afternoon she had deliberately disobeyed the order of the boss and continued the task. Then he asked if it was true, and Molly, sitting on the office chair, confirmed the correctness of this judgment. Immediately after that, Thomas, looking forward, said that it happens to everyone, it's just a trifle, and Ethan asked him to bite his tongue. With a heavy sigh, the leader asked if he had really said something wrong. Immediately after that, Larry was invited into the office, and he went inside. Looking at the boy, the leaders of the disciplinary committee said that they had only one question for him, and asked that the employee forced him to stay, to which they received a negative answer. The woman looked straight ahead menacingly, asking if he knew what would happen if the intern caused a problem. In response, the protagonist stated that he believed that it was the best solution in that situation, and Ethan, staring straight ahead, asked what he understood. The one sitting next to him angered him by saying that he understood something, because he had been trained for several months. At that moment, Larry, looking completely serious, announced that they had managed to save civilians. The members of the disciplinary committee, hearing this, were very surprised. Staring straight ahead, the leaders noted that this was right and civilians were saved, so anything happens at work, and the main thing is people asking what could be more important. After hearing this, Ethan slammed the table, telling him to get out of there, and Thomas asked why on earth, because now his employee was being reprimanded, and he, as a manager, should be present. At the same time, the man in glasses angrily told him to shut up, and Thomas noted that as soon as he opened his mouth, they were ready to tear it apart, and did not understand what kind of communism this was, and the protagonist, who was puzzled by everything that was happening, wanted him to stop. Sighing heavily, the manager asked to have mercy on her, and after all sorts of things happen at work sometimes, and the woman with purple hair asked how they could have mercy, to which he explained that they could lower the salary for several months. After his proposal, the head of the disciplinary committee looked menacingly in his direction. At the same moment, the company employee told Larry to go, and he agreed with this with a dumbfounded look. While the guys were leaving the office, Thomas asked what they really thought, someone there was afraid of a reprimand, and where was their flexible thinking. Immediately after that, the guy and his colleague walked down the corridor. The man walking next to the protagonist said that he didn't even know what to say about this situation, and the protagonist asked what was going on. With his hands in his pockets, the company employee noted that it was good, of course, when a boss stood up for his subordinates, but, as they say, there is a limit to everything. Then he added that such actions affected the staff evaluation, and Larry, looking straight ahead, wondered if their boss had really stood up for the team, putting his position aside. Looking at his colleague standing next to him, the guy asked if he would go with him, and the colleague explained that he still had things to do. Realizing this, the protagonist entered the elevator when suddenly the man stopped the doors with his hand, about to say something. Simon suddenly noticed someone in front. Looking at Larry who had arrived, he asked how it was, and Larry explained that the boss was rooting for them. Hearing this, the assistant asked what was happening again, stating that it was very good, wondering if there was any other news, and the boy, dumbfounded, turned back and wondered if he had really understood what he meant right away. Looking away, the protagonist thought about other news. Memories of how a company employee stopped the elevator door and called out to the intern, and the intern asked what was going on. A moment later, Larry was dumbfounded to hear that he had been offered a transfer to the inspection team. Returning to the events of the present, the boy, looking straight ahead, declared that there was nothing else. Noticing Thomas, who was saying that he wanted to ditch this company to hell with Molly, Larry thought that shortly after his return, they came too. Turning her head to the side, the assistant was asking what the decision had been in the end, and the girl with red hair was explaining that she was not allowed to go out on operations for 30 days, and apologized for that. Simon, looking straight ahead in surprise, wondered what to do then, and the manager, sitting down at his place, said that they had closed the subject. Thomas, looking menacingly straight ahead, declared that it was a low blow from these bastards. Looking away, the kid thought that, really, it seemed like the boss was not going to tell. Sitting at his desk, the manager announced that everyone needed to work, but upon hearing this, the protagonist realized that, be that as it may, they had returned to routine. Larry was thinking that he had started writing explanatory notes every morning, and Thomas, reading the information on paper, that they learn that during work all sorts of unavoidable situations happen and, as they say, everything cannot be foreseen. What can you do? One way or another promises to try hard and not allow something like this next time. Looking at the real guy from the front, the manager asked him what he had gone crazy, and he explained that he was simply writing an explanatory note for the first time, thinking that the boss, as usual, had found out. Reasoning that the elder one had started training him, the protagonist dodged her blows while she said to rely on the sharp intuition of immortals. Then Molly added that there were no special habits in the boss's attacks. Even if it seemed that they were, it was a deception, and Larry thought that it was possible to use habits as illusions, arguing that from time to time she also shared with him the secrets of the fight against the boss, and, of course, he continued to write explanatory notes, and Thomas, who read his notes, asked him with displeasure to come to him. Blocking a blow from the boss, who called him a crazy idiot, the boy said that now the boss began to use not only his foul tongue, but also his fists. Dodging another attack from Thomas, the protagonist reasoned that he was adjusting to this. Suddenly, he decided to strike with a fist. Remembering the events of the last battle with the boss, Larry thought that this time again from below. At that moment, the boy looked forward, remembering that there were no special habits in the boss's attacks, and even if it seemed that they were, it was a deception. Realizing that he needed to rely on his intuition, the protagonist dodged Thomas's punch. Noticing this, the boss smiled broadly. Immediately after that, he grabbed his subordinate by the shoulder. Then Thomas struck Larry right in the back. Holding the smartphone in his hands, Simon declared that this was a new record in 6 minutes and 1 second. The boss was happy that he had won, and the assistant noted that the limit was 5 minutes, to which he received the answer that he needed to get to work, while the boy, leaning on the floor, held his back, thinking that his boss was a very good fighter, reasoning that this was the routine of the third external security team until one day everything changed. The protagonist was writing a new memo on his computer, copying it from an encyclopedia. Hearing his name called, Larry looked away and said that the intern was listening. Tom, looking menacingly ahead, asked what the idiot with brown hair had said to him, and the kid asked what he meant. The protagonist reasoned that Tyler was an assistant from the second external inspection team, and a couple of days ago he had told him that he was offering to join the inspection team and remembered how he had done it. Visualizing Tyler waving his hand at him and saying that it was a joke, Larry reasoned that he had added at the end that it was just a prank. The boy stared straight ahead, dumbfounded, not understanding how their conversation had reached the boss's ears, and said that he had asked him if he wanted to join the inspection team, though he later said he was joking. Upon hearing this, Thomas seemed to fly into a rage, saying that it turned out he had received an invitation to join another team. The protagonist, puzzled, stared ahead, not understanding what was happening to him. He felt uneasy somehow. At that very moment, Tyler came to them and greeted Larry with a smile on his face, and the latter thought that, as they say, he remembered the shit, here it is. Noticing him, the head of the third department suddenly rushed forward from his seat. Calling him a bastard, Thomas struck his foot right at him. The boy watched dumbfoundedly, and Simon noted that he knew this would happen, while Molly said that she was sure that Tyler's assistant did too. Lying on the floor, the assistant to the leader of the second squad asked what the problem was, and Thomas, pointing a finger at him, asked why he was trying to snag their trainee for the inspection team. In response, Tyler explained that he was only joking, and the leader of the third section, slowly approaching him, asked that he was really serious when suddenly someone called out to him. It was an unknown man in glasses who was looking menacingly straight ahead. Noticing him, Larry looked surprised and straight ahead, and an unhappy Tyler asked what he wanted. The man in glasses asked what he was doing looking straight ahead, and the kid thought that it was Harvey, the leader of the external inspection team. Watching Tyler get up from the floor, Thomas explained that he was fooling around and wondered why he was reacting so violently, because all he did was break his arm. With his stern gaze fixed forward, after hearing this, Harvey asked if it was really a small thing. Standing right in front of the head of Section 3, the head of the external inspection team asked if he thought it was okay to make a fuss over a joke, and the latter, chuckling, said that he thought he knew too. Looking smugly straight ahead, Thomas asked if it was really his doing, and the latter asked what he was talking about. Then the head of Section 3 asked if it was he who ordered to poach their intern, and Harvey, closing his eyes, asked what was wrong. After all, he was called a butcher for constantly cutting up the brains of interns. Standing right in front of Thomas, the head of the external inspection team explained that it was he who ordered it and wanted to test him. After all, it was better to take the guy into his team than to have him continue to suffer there. After hearing this, the head of Section 3, with a stern gaze, gave a negative answer. With his hands in his pockets, The head of Section 3 declared that he belonged to him, and even if they made fresh juice or a rag out of him, he would still be his. All the employees of the company turned around in shock when someone declared that he was warning the other teams too not to touch him, because they knew that there were many assholes who had their eye on their trainee after the gravity training and the recent incident. Larry looked away in confusion while the head of Section 3 said that they only had to touch him, asking if everyone knew who he was, while he thought that he knew perfectly well and that the guy was just an idiot, not understanding why he belonged to him. Suddenly, Thomas was very surprised when Harvey asked if they really had a communist party there, explaining that personal freedom was much more important, and the kid who heard this thought that this was about communism. At the same time, the head of external inspection told the trainee not to be afraid and to speak calmly, and the protagonist, hearing this, looked straight ahead in shock. Larry silently looked at the people standing in front of him, who were waiting for his answer. Puzzled, scratching the back of his head, the boy thought that he did not think that someone from other departments would want to take him so much, and in principle, there was nothing to think about. Looking at Thomas, the protagonist called him a crazy boss. Looking at Simon, Larry noted that he was a grumbling panda assistant. Finally, seeing Molly looking towards him, he mused that the older one, who at first glance seems like an iceberg, but in fact knows how to recognize and support her younger colleague. Standing right in front of Harvey, the boy realized that no matter how you look at it, there is nothing good in such a team, and declared that he will stay there. Hearing this, the head of the external inspection was very dumbfounded, and the protagonist mused that he is 30 years old, and his nickname is the Royal Lord, and he is an elite immortal who has risen to the position of the head of the inspection team. Directing his gaze of the real Larry from the front, Harvey asked that the matter was really in the head, and explained that he could solve this, to which he gave a negative answer and mused that now he understood for sure. Looking at Thomas standing next to him, the boy reasoned that the head of the external inspection was not comparable to his boss, although the latter had obvious problems with socialization, but in terms of fighting skills he was the best. Hearing this, Thomas stuck out his tongue and swore, saying that he said he would stay, and asked what he would do, and the protagonist standing next to him thought that his behavior, of course, was beyond common. Then Harvey asked if he could find out the reason, and Larry, looking at his dissatisfied boss, answered that he had not yet learned much there, while the latter inquired whether it was really under the leadership of an idiot who made him write an explanatory note and started fights, and received a positive answer. Hearing this, the head of the external inspection silently looked straight ahead. A moment later, he turned his back on them and told his assistant to follow him, and he agreed, while Thomas asked if he was really the one who was running away. And Simon, holding him back, asked the boss to stop because it would not lead to anything good. The boss, noticing that Larry was looking at him, asked what he was staring at. With a smirk, Thomas declared that, of course, he would stay, and the boy thought that he really wanted to develop this smile. With his back to his subordinates, the boss told everyone to work, and the assistant, looking at his back, noted that the boss was proud of him, and upon hearing this, the protagonist asked how it was. Passing by Larry's workplace, Thomas paid attention to him. Looking away, the boss asked what this was, and the boy explained that it was an explanatory note that he had not yet finished. Hearing this, Thomas turned around with a smirk, asking what really shouldn't be done next. Then the leader said that he would pay for this, and Simon, sitting at his place, scratching his head, said that now they have 2 psychos on the team. Suddenly, the assistant was very surprised, seeing something in front, while the sounds of a battle were heard from behind. Suddenly, Simon told the boss that they received a case, and the guys immediately froze in place. Coming up to his assistant, Thomas asked what it was. The leader leaned closer to Simon, who asked who they would send. Looking at Larry standing behind him, Thomas explained that there was no one else except the intern now, and the assistant agreed with this because Molly cannot go out yet. Thinking about the new task, the boy, fixing his serious gaze forward, asked where they should go. Looking away, the leader said that they needed to go to the airport and he would be a human detector. Showing the image of the girl in the photo, Simon explained that they needed to catch someone, and she was a shapeshifter, and on the screen was her real appearance, but most likely now she had transformed into someone else. With a serious look, looking straight ahead, the boy thought that a shapeshifter was a skill that allowed him to take any form he remembered, and the assistant explained that this lady was some kind of mercenary working on a free contract, and she was passing on information and important documents, asking if he knew PWAT, and said that a special police force with superpowers, from there a request for help came. Pointing his finger upward, Simon added that Excurasi would also be sending a werewolf on the mission, and the protagonist, looking at him, said that, as far as he understood, the target had to be caught by smell since it could only change shape, and he explained that werewolves were the best at this. Sitting at his desk, Thomas asked if other teams would be participating, and his assistant explained that Oscar and Polly would be involved. Then he added that it turned out that they would have to send a half-breed to the elite, and Larry, rolling his eyes, asked if there was any point in him going at all. With a serious look, Simon explained that they said that at least 3 immortals were needed, and they asked, of course, for someone like Oscar. But since they did not have personnel trained in this area, they decided to assemble a team of 3 newcomers, but sending only green youths alone was dangerous. Then the assistant added that he was essentially going on a mission as an immortal, but in fact as a guard for the rookies, and the boy looking straight ahead was thinking that it meant they had rated his combat skills highly. Sitting at his desk, Thomas asked them to protect their Oscar as expected, and the protagonist, puzzled by what he had heard, was thinking that he should expect a new explanatory note tomorrow. Barry, with his hand in his pocket, said that he was glad to see everyone and said his name. Introducing himself as the assistant explained that he had been sent to this operation from the analytical department. Speaking to the guys, the man suggested moving on to a brief discussion of strategy, but he wanted to clarify something before that. Looking at Larry, who had a black eye, the assistant asked what was wrong with his face, and he explained that it was the result of a fist fight with his boss, Thomas. Hearing this, Barry was a little puzzled, saying that now it makes sense, and he was from the 3rd team for external security and announced that they were starting. Showing a photo of the airport on the screen, the assistant explained that the scene, as they already knew, was exactly that. Then the narration of the story moves to the moment when the guys were already at the airport, and Larry thought that in order not to arouse suspicion, they would dress in a casual style, and the meeting time was 10 a.m., while the boy was thinking that PWAT would join them at the airport. The girl with purple hair shook Barry's hand and introduced herself as the head of strategy, and he gave his name, saying that he was from the Beta team, a special squad of immortals. Pointing to the men standing behind her, the girl asked that they had already familiarized themselves with all the details and were any of them ready to go to their places, asking the assistant to go to the bus. The protagonist put his hand up to his earpiece and said he was Beta 3, musing that he and the PWAT chief would be in the airport situation room until they could communicate and monitor, while Barry and Polly would be patrolling Gate 5. Oscar was talking over his radio with a confident expression about staying out of his way, while Larry mused that he was in the tourist booth inside the airport, looking for a target. When Beta Zero said over the radio that he had received the call, the boy was very angry about what he had heard when Polly suddenly noticed something ahead. At the same time, the blonde girl also said that there were 2 suspicious individuals ahead and they were heading straight towards the guys, and the protagonist mused that PWAT had also requested backup from Real Guard, a security company that was under Excursey's control. With a serious look, looking straight ahead, Larry thought that this was a feeling, and he could actually feel their steel-hard muscles hiding under their clothes. Then he realized that they were werewolves, and thought that he would also join them in the middle of the operation. And the man in the green jacket with a serious look said that they were from Real Guard and were a little late. Larry raised his hand up, telling the assistant that he had a question, and the assistant looked surprised at this. Then the kid asked why only Oscar would be sitting in the booth, and the purebred, who heard this, looked away with displeasure, looking straight at him, asking what was wrong, and the man said not to dare call him that and asked the assistant to also address him formally. Pointing his finger up, Barry would agree to this and explain that he was the only one going to the booth because they had requested an immortal with outstanding instincts, and Larry, looking at him, wondered why he was such a softie. Crossing her arms over her chest, Polly would say that sending 4 immortals on such a mission was a waste of personnel, and Oscar would point out that, to be more precise, they had 1 immortal and 3 dummies, and the assistant would ask if they were on bad terms. Hands on his hips, Barry would say that, in general, when they captured the target, airport security would help them with the control installation, and Oscar would ask if this was a briefing, to which he would receive a positive answer. Getting up from his seat, the purebred said that he would go then. With a serious look at the assistant, Polly noted that since he was the head of the operation, he should act more collected, and this would increase the efficiency of the work, saying that if he was done, then she would go too and look forward to seeing him tomorrow. Immediately after that, only Barry and Larry remained in the office in complete silence. With his arms folded across his chest, the boy asked if he agreed that this idiot Oscar was so-so, and apologized for being his age. And as for the girl, he understood that he was also ashamed, while the assistant, sighing heavily, explained that he could not help himself because he was a half-breed and there was little immortal in him. Then he added that their priority was given to the capable, and the protagonist, who heard this, looked straight ahead seriously, wondering if everything would go well with the sissy assistant and 2 idiots. Immediately after this story, we moved to the next day at the 5th gate when someone asked if he could get her phone number. Looking menacingly at the man, Polly declared that she was married, and he, with a smile on his face, noted that it was obvious that this was a lie and asked him not to be like that. Suddenly, the stranger looked away when he heard someone call her cute and asked what was going on. It was Larry, who looked at the man with displeasure and asked who the hell he was. Upon seeing him, the man immediately apologized and left, and the blonde, who had turned away from the boy, said that this was too much, while the man, adjusting his cap, explained that he was one of those who gives everything he has to everything. Then the protagonist suddenly looked away. He was looking at the people walking through the airport, thinking that he didn't see anyone shady anywhere. Suddenly, the boys were startled to hear the radio announcer that Beta 1 needed to be checked. The PWAT men looked at each other, nodding approvingly when they heard the radio description of a man in a dark blue shirt and light jeans, looking to be in his early 30s. The real guard men had their hands on their earpieces, listening to the announcement that the situation room needed to be checked, and a man in his mid-30s wearing a dark blue shirt and light jeans. At that moment, a man matching the description was spotted. Analyzing him with his eyes, Larry was very surprised. Staring straight ahead, the kid didn't know how he was any different from the others. Suddenly, he looked away in surprise when he heard the girl say that he obviously didn't know why Oscar was getting such special treatment. Looking at his colleague, who was sitting in his place, the boy noted that he was not in the know, and Polly explained that the difference between them and him was like the difference between half-breeds and purebloods. Oscar sat with a serious look, and the blonde declared that he had a keen insight. The guy with green eyes looked menacingly straight ahead, while the girl said that he reacts to more diverse irritants, and his ability to feel is completely different, and water is different for him just like stones, so he can feel the difference in everything. At the same moment, the news sounded in the headphones that real guard crossed paths with the specified person and the probability of matching is 80%, and PWAT to neutralize the target, they should just observe. At this time, the protagonist, looking menacingly straight ahead, thought about insight. Then he suddenly remembered his father's words, which he casually said that the strength of an immortal is determined by the level of his sensitivity, and usually such people have an extremely shitty character, and it's good that he is not like that. With a look of full concentration, Larry reasoned that at that moment his father looked calm, but at the same time slightly saddened, because the differences between purebreds and half-breeds were already noticeable during orientation, and an incredibly huge difference in speed and skills. He looked menacingly straight ahead. The boy understood that he also had powerful speed. Remembering how he attacked his leader, the protagonist thought that even at that moment he thought that everything would work out on its own. Having adopted a state of complete calm, Larry thought that perhaps it was worth trying. At the same moment, people from the organization asked for 1 second from the very person Oscar pointed to. A soldier stopped people, telling them to step aside, and another declared an emergency and asked all citizens to cooperate. The people inside the airport were very surprised, assuming that they were filming something, and whether they had real weapons, not understanding who these people were, while the boy concentrated on all the sounds around. Suddenly, he felt something, looking straight ahead in surprise. A moment later, the protagonist asked Beta 3 if they were sure that there was only one target, and Barry, who heard this, was extremely dumbfounded. After such a statement, Polly and Oscar were also very surprised. Holding his ear, they asked if there was really only one target. 2 guys also hear this and are surprised. The man in glasses also hears. One of them holds a gun, the other holds a phone. After that, he pulls the trigger. Grinning his teeth, he runs, screaming obscenities. They shoot at people with a gun. Suddenly, a man runs up to him. Having hit one of the enemies, the others run away from him. The girl and the protagonist run towards them. Suddenly, he feels something is wrong. Behind Polly stands an enemy with a knife in his hands. After trying to hit her, he says that she is an insignificant half-breed. The girl turns to him and knocks him down. Running further, he thinks that there were several opponents from the very beginning. Looking towards Larry, he begins to think that he initially saw 3. Looking to the other side, he sees 2 more. He also notices others and thinks that they all need to be laid out. Gritting his teeth, he swears because he does not know what to do. 2 days before the operation, he looked at the documents of 3 newcomers because they were extremely talented. Sitting on a chair, he thought that regardless of the marks during orientation, Oscar was amazing, purebred, and also a descendant of a direct line. The same could be said about the girl. Looking at the questionnaire, he saw Larry, who was the best. Looking at this in surprise, he thought that lately he had been fighting with the boss every morning. A guy came up and asked if he was studying the rookie profile. Turning to him, he was asked if he looked like him. Smiling, he decided to remain silent. Looking at Larry's photo, he agrees. He has an earphone in his ear. Holding onto the door, he tells the girl that he will run there. Starting to run, he thinks that he needs to check on Oscar, who is thrown under fire. His gaze falls on a stranger. Looking in surprise, he thinks whether to follow or stabilize the situation. Remembering the main character, he decides to call him. Holding onto the earphone, he tells him to run to the left gate number 8 now, allowing him to join the fight, but not allowing his own life to be threatened. Oscar is covered in blood. The girl is fine. Listening, he is told that in connection with the situation that has happened, he will join the team. Taking hold of the earphone, he says that he has accepted the order. Clenching his fist, he tries to hit. Straightening his hand, he makes a shield out of magic. A green aura appears near the hand. The guy, baring his teeth, begins to electrify. Sitting on the ground, he does magic, the other talks on the earpiece. Holding his shoulder, he says that there are only 3 victims. Opening his mouth, Polly says that the enemy has begun to attack and this is not a trap. Looking back, she sees that the enemy is being beaten. He says in the earpiece that there are only 7 attackers. Baring his teeth, he says to prepare for a new enemy raid. Holding a gun in his hands, he says that they are all corpses. Opening his mouth, he asks the newbie to listen to the order. Someone is standing behind the enemy. Holding a knife, he asks when he managed to. He starts to take a gun out of his jacket. Having shot the enemy, he stood near him. Opening his mouth, he shouted that he was neutralizing the enemy. The underground parking was above. Some things were on the floor. Exhaling, sweat was pouring off him. Larry approached him and asked why he did not run further. Turning around, he asked if he was immortal. Looking down, he initially remained silent. Looking surprised, he asked how to say it. Standing opposite each other, Travis asked why alone. He was told that 5 more people were running after him. Opening his mouth, he said that he did not think. Looking at him, Travis said that it was a mistake to come alone. Suddenly, his eyes became wider. The enemy's clothes began to tear on him. The same happened on the other side. Smiling, he called him an idiot. Squeezing his hand, he said that he had the ability to super amplify. Opening his mouth, he asked if he was dying and if not, he would score. Looking at the enemy, he decided to remain silent. Standing next to him, he said that help would arrive in about 5 minutes. Smiling, he said that this was enough. The guy hit his head on the floor. Standing next to him, a girl came up to him, asking him to move the wounded and improve the situation. Looking down, I thought that the one they were looking for was not among them. Turning around, he thought that these people were just stalling for time so that someone could escape. A foot stamped. Smiling, he looks at the protagonist. Let's check. Larry is simply silent. Squeezing his hand, he decided to ask if he would die if he smashed his head. The blow went to him. The protagonist grabbed his hand. Smiling, he looked at it. When suddenly, his eyes widened. Travis, trembling, wonders why. Smiling, he asks if he wants to know why it doesn't work. Raising his head up, he remained silent. After that, his hand was moved away. Travis removed it. Then he stepped back. Larry ran towards him. Raising his leg, he decided to hit. Gritting his teeth, he saw it. Remembering his hand, he thought that any force has a direction of movement. Remembering how he fought, he understood what to do. The mentor then hit him, because by breaking, you can stop the enemy's blow. Clenching his fist, he decided to hit. The blow went across his chin. His body rose higher. Then he fell to the ground, while blood was pouring out of him. Squeezing his hand, he said that he had fallen for this so many times. Standing next to him, he said that 3 minutes had not passed and there was time before arrival. Approaching the backpack, he thought about what to do. The backpack was black. Crouching next to it, Larry thought that shapeshifters could take the form of what they saw. Taking a lighter in his hands, he said that they could imitate externally. He brought the lighter to the briefcase. After that, even closer, the backpack opened its mouth and screamed that it surrendered. Sitting next to it, they asked him to put away the lighter. Putting it away, he was told that they would not tell him anything. Opening his mouth, he said that they wanted to make a deal. Looking at it, Larry said that it was not interesting and could it become even smaller. Taking a lighter in his hands, he asked if he could turn into a lighter. The backpack was silent. Looking at him, they asked him to borrow his coat. People came up, asking what happened. Putting his hands in his pocket, he said nothing. Looking the other way, Barry asked who was standing next to him. Pointing his finger at her, Larry said that the backpack was her. Holding his hand, Oscar approached them. Looking down, he said nothing, although the operation was complete. They began to tie the guy's hands. Coming up to Oscar, he said that it was his doing. Pointing his finger back, she asked if they had caught him, to which they answered in the affirmative. Exhaling, he remained silent, and Oscar said that he did not wet himself from joy when he found one person, having missed the most important thing. Smiling, the guy approached the main character and said that he was an interesting person. Turning around, they asked him if he knew who he had just caught. Opening his mouth, he asked if he was in the know. Travis was lying on the floor because he was wanted by the 3rd degree. His eyes were red and there was a reward for finding him. Looking at him, he thought that he was probably connected to a terrorist group. Looking calmly, he thought that he had knocked him out with one blow. Barry came up and said that he had to be sent. Raising his finger up, he said that they were paying now because they had caught the target and this did not correspond to the contract. Looking unhappy, she said that there was nothing surprising in this. Folding his arms, Barry said that the essence does not change. Pointing a finger at Larry, she asked what his position was. Opening his mouth, he said that he was an intern. Putting his hand to his jaw, he asked if he wanted popularity. Standing near the table, Larry apologized. There was a photo of Travis because he was in the terrorist group Prometheus. Folding his arms, he said that they hired that girl. He was silent while they told him that what the girl was carrying was a secret of the organization. Walking through the office, he was stopped and asked if he considered himself cool. Starting to smile, he said yes. Sitting down at the table, he was told to write a report. A terrorist group, which includes crazy scientists, like a god who brought fire to the world. It promises to give unusual power to anyone on Earth who wants it. The guy looked down. Sitting at the computer, he was called. Coming up to him, he asked to follow him. The door opened. Embarrassed, entering, he looks. A man is sitting at the table. Putting his hands on his knee, he said to sit down. Standing next to him, he said that he was sitting down. He was asked, does he also introduce himself to others? Opening his mouth, he said that people will lose their humanity if they are absolutely flawless. Taking a cup in his hands, he was asked what he wanted as a reward. Sitting at the table, Larry said that a promotion to assistant. Looking at him, he said that the promotion did not count and the situation was amazing. Putting down the cup, the main character asked why he was called. Opening his mouth, he said that he was proud of him. Looking serious, he asked for money. Sitting at the table with his mother, she asked if she wanted to have dinner because he gave her part of the bonus. Molly turned to him and said that they were leaving, and after the incident at the airport, they received several more tasks and it became clear what she was doing. Having grabbed the enemies, he said not to jerk because for 3 of his monthly salaries, he caught 5 special class criminals. Also participating in 10 closures of black holes, holding a gun in his hands. Putting his hand to his face, he said that the boss hated field trips. Sitting on chairs, they asked him to shut up. A punch went through his hand, then another, but his partner sat down. After that, he tried to hit with the other part of his hand. Opening his mouth, he realized that he did not lean back after a couple of punches and kicks. Opening his mouth, he swore because he did not give him more than 10 minutes. Looking at him, I realized something. Standing with his back to him, he understood that he had not managed to figure out his secret. 4 months had passed since the incident at the airport. Molly said that she would kill everyone. There were 4 people sitting at the table. There were also people sitting at other tables because it was a general corporate party. Taking food, he asked if he would meet a girl next year. Having started to eat, the boss came up to him, asking him not to overdo it with alcohol, although he did not get drunk from such a degree. Everyone laughed and talked. Larry thought that the corporate party would be different. Then they put a mug on it. Molly was standing next to the main character. His gaze was directed at something. The boss held a glass, looking at it. Looking at Larry, he asked not to stare. Opening his mouth, he called him. Sitting near the food, he asked if he wanted to fight seriously. Simon, with his mouth open, was silent. The girl, looking down, was also silent. Holding a glass, he asked if he was drunk, to which there was a negative answer. Smiling, he goes to the training room. They stand opposite each other. Opening his mouth, he asked if he should turn on the light. Larry, looking at him, answers negatively. Putting his hand in his pocket, he asked if the last fight was boring. Smiling, he asks to attack. The elevator door was closed. They began to open. Simon was standing behind them. He kicked the protagonist. After that, he walked away. Opening his mouth, he thought that he had broken his right arm and all that was left was to fix his stance. Thomas, with a clenched fist, decides to hit him. The guy takes his hand. Suddenly, his attention falls on something else. They are trying to hit him with the other hand. Opening his mouth, he was surprised. A blow passed over his head, although that arm should have been broken. Opening his mouth, he called him a bug. Pointing his finger, he asked if he used that technique, to which the answer was negative. The arm was covered in blood, because the arm was broken for the first time after Simon. Looking at him, he agreed. The protagonist is lying on the floor. The tablet contained materials on all new employees of the company. Looking at the main character, he asked if the director had noticed him. Pointing his finger at the tablet, he asked to open his profile. Looking at his characteristics, he said that his combat abilities were not bad. Looking at the control of feelings, he asked if he could be considered talented, to which he was told that he slept better than anyone else during orientation. Standing next to the chief, they said that Larry received the maximum score for the last mission. Putting his hand to his head, he understood that for the most part he had only failures. There was also a peculiarity that it was impossible to determine the necessary dose of alcohol for intoxication. Closing his eyes, he said that he was a psycho with good fighting skills, poor self-discipline and meager senses of an immortal. Poking his finger at his photo, he said that apparently he should be fired. Putting his hand to his face, Larry thought. They came up to him and said that the immortal's assessment was set during the manifestation from the orientation stage to the current moment. Molly was sitting nearby, and they told him that he was present at some of the meetings. Looking at Simon, he was told that the disciplinary committee affects many things. Putting his hand to his face, Simon said that he argued with his boss at work. Looking at the main character, he asked if he liked hearing 2 aggressive dogs barking every morning. Showing a thumbs up, he said that Larry is an alcoholic titan. Looking at the screen, he said that the red number in the first row speaks of responsibility for assessing the face. Turning his head, he said that he already thought that he was on the list of candidates for dismissal, and they answered that he was. Looking at him, he said that he needed to show a positive result in the upcoming test. He looked at him in fear because if he didn't get a normal result, he would be fired. The speakers asked all the interns to gather in the underground training hall. The interns came because the management would determine those who would continue working. The guys came up to him, asking if he was unemployed number 1. Sitting on the floor, he asked if the results weren't confidential, to which he was told that nothing was impossible. Sitting next to him, they asked him not to let his nose go, but he answered that he hadn't been fired yet. Holding a tablet in his hands, they told all the interns to follow him. As Larry walked, he asked if they were watching The Sixth Sense, to which he answered affirmatively. Smiling, he said that there was an interesting plot twist. The door opened. Someone came in to see the people. It was the director. Walking further, he asked how they could miss such an exciting spectacle. He stood there, clasping his hands, because the best was fighting today. Looking at the tablet, he said that Oscar had chosen Larry as his opponent. Opening his mouth, he asked if he missed him. Looking at him seriously, they asked him not to pretend to be friends. The two of them looked at each other. Then they ran with their fists. The main character stood seriously. Holding the cards in his hands, they asked him how they were different, to which they answered. Looking at the timer, he was surprised because less than 4 seconds had passed and this exceeded the S rank. Larry swung his hand. Then his gaze fell on something else, namely concealing energy. Oscar tried to hit, but the opponent moved away. He remembered how he did push-ups. His body was pumped up. Opening his mouth, he asked if all his equipment was working, to which they answered in the affirmative. Looking at the tablet in surprise, he said that there was no need to continue, because the result was 3 times greater than that of the average intern. Larry hits the opponent on the chin. Oscar tried to hit him, but dodged. His body was sparkling, and a blow was visible near the ribs. Running on the track improves endurance. Holding a barbell, he improves muscular endurance. Swords were thrown at him to improve reflexes as well as endurance. Then he showed flexibility. Starting to write on the tablet, he thought that he exceeded the average in all parameters. Oscar's eyes looked back. How suddenly he dodged the blow. His eyes widened because he hid the energy. Opening his mouth, he asked for forgiveness because he had to hide part of his abilities so that no one would know about the werewolf blood flowing in him. Standing with his back was an arrogant judgment. Squeezing his hand, he struck, because from that moment on he would stop suppressing his strength. Having hit Oscar in the face, he decided that he would give it his all. Looking at his photo, he understood. Having drawn with a stylus, he thought that he belonged to the non-standard. Thomas opened his mouth and asked if he was having fun. Looking the other way, Larry asked why he hadn't mentioned fainting. Opening his mouth, he said that he was a 3rd-rank intern. Then he walked down the street. Looking at the tire, he saw something. Michael was sitting in the car, who said that if he was going home, he could sit down. He lit a cigarette, then said that he was promoting a cause and there was a vacancy. Opening his mouth, he said that he wanted Larry to take it. Looking at him, the protagonist doesn't know what to answer. Putting out the cigarette, they came to an agreement. Looking at him, they asked him if he liked meat. The car stopped. Larry was walking away from it. Picking up the phone, he said that they had talked and the guy was smart. Opening his mouth, he began to talk about the meaning of gifts. Sitting with her mother in the kitchen, she asked why he gave her meat. She was told that apparently he wanted to praise her for her hard work. There is a security contract on the table, because the internship period was over and he became a 3rd-rank intern and his salary was raised. He was walking down the street with his parents because he had moved away from them to an office building, which is a 5-minute walk from the company. Sitting on chairs, they listened because they asked if they felt sorry for one guy. Looking back, he realized that he had gone to a meeting. Holding water, he asked why they had no achievements, to which he was told that they had not done anything that could be considered an achievement. Remembering how they had participated in operations, he was told that this was help and difficult to attribute to achievements. Pulling a bandage, they asked him why they did not do what they could earn money for. Smiling, they told him that the higher-ups did not like the boss, so they did not give him work. Standing next to Simon with papers, he was told to put it on the table. There was coffee on the table. Having started drinking, he said that he was ashamed to assign paperwork. Putting his hand to his face, Larry asked if it was okay for their team to continue not working. They answered that they work sometimes. Smiling, he said that the boss sometimes catches big cases. The phone says that today is a corporate party. In the chat, they asked what kind of corporate party is in the employee's apartment. After that, 3 people come and open the door. Entering the room, Thomas said that this is an external conference room. After that, the flash drive is inserted into the laptop. The projector started working. Standing next to the guys, he asked everyone to concentrate. Showing a photo of the new ore, he said that it was discovered in a white hole. Looking at this, Larry thought that this is one of the types of energy that a superhuman releases and which is not associated with abilities. Holding coffee in his hands, Simon said that the supernatural energy placed inside can be modified at your discretion. Smiling, he pressed the button, but first they said that each stone has different compatibility. Letters are written on the slide. This is officially the highest rank. Next, countries were drawn, because with the help of a D-rank axon, a plane could fly from Incheon Airport to New York. The girl folded her arms and listened, because with an axon, one S-rank werewolf could be laid out. Opening his mouth, Simon asked if S-rank axons had been discovered unofficially. Thomas stood silently. There was a jar on the table because there were 50 axons. Pressing the button, he said that the stones were discovered first by psionics, but one let it slip, which put their safety at risk. The three of them looked at the screen and listened, and said that as a result, the protection of the stones was entrusted to a special squad of immortals, the KH-Varum. Putting his hand in his pocket, he said that receiving part of the stones in exchange for providing protection was a problem of negotiations and diplomacy. Pressing the button, they went to the corporate menu. The strategy of the third security team was written. The KH-Varum teams and participants were drawn. The three of them were surprised. Simon folded his arms and said that they needed to think things through, but if they wrote the right scenario to protect the axons. He smiled and said that everything was possible. Then he opened the soda. Larry, sitting at the table, asked what they were doing now. They answered that they were working, opening their mouths. Looking calmly, he thought about work. Then a smile appeared on his face. Thomas held out his hand and said that the axons would get them. 2 days later, we are in nature. The man turned around because something was happening behind him. A guy is standing on a branch. He opened his mouth and said that this was a closed area. Running, he said that an Immortal Special Forces squad was operating. Running from the hole, he asked why they ran to it. Their eyes were looking away. The guy was also looking. Opening their mouths, they asked where he had gone. Apparently he had gone in. Starting to scream, they asked him to stop. A hand reaches for the portal. Approaching the portal, they said that you can't go there. The monster was surprised by the shell that flew into his forehead. The military walked along the mine and looked around, and someone said that it was clear to the left and right and that there were no traces of enemies. There were carts filled with something in the room, and someone said that the target had been detected and that it was necessary to start transporting it right away. The guy concentrated and thought that everything was going pretty smoothly, and someone said that the drones for movement were ready. Young people ran through the forest, and someone thought that Simon's plan needed some improvements. The hero looked somewhere and remembered the half-breed's words that a special species suspected of thievery had escaped to the area a kilometer from the White Hole. He said that he should organize surveillance of him and then wander there. It was believed that special forces were allowed to enter prohibited areas in emergency situations, and suddenly the hand gradually disappeared into something magical, and someone tried to stop this person. People in uniforms entered the magic portal, and someone thinks that all you need to do is just enter, and someone said that it doesn't matter if the guard tries to interfere or not. Some images floated in space and someone's head was spinning. In the darkness, it was as if someone grabbed it and started spinning. Someone felt a piece of metal on their shoulders. MC's mind was foggy, and it seemed to him that he was going to throw up, and he didn't understand where he was. He was wearing a mask and decided that he needed to concentrate. Someone screamed loudly, and Larry was very surprised by this scream. A group of people were among the stones and a fire was burning between them, and Jake looked at the guests and asked them who they were. He spoke angrily about why he was silent. The man behind him put his hand to his ear and said that the invaders had been found. The protagonist looked at his comrade and quietly asked if he was okay and what they should do, and he thought that those guys are a special species and wondered who they work for. Molly was taken aback when he heard his name. The angry guy said with displeasure that instead of answering, he continued to talk under his breath, and he already started asking with shouts who they were. Meanwhile, Mick was calling his friend. One of the guys went forward saying that they were immortal and were a special forces squad, and according to their data, a criminal was spotted here. The red-haired one clarified the information he heard and said that those two guys were the only ones who came here. The hero in the helmet called his words a pure lie, and he asked about whether they were covering for him because they themselves belonged to a special species. Someone in a mask listened attentively to the fact that from that moment on, the immortals of the Special Forces squad were acting as commanders in order to catch the criminal. Jake got angry from what he heard and fire appeared in his hand. He shouted aggressively that Mick was talking nonsense and for some reason thought that if he came here, he could give orders. The guy concentrated and started saying something, but the red-haired guy interrupted him and started saying that if they didn't leave before he counted to 3, then nothing would be left of them. A barrel fell to the ground and someone ordered to start the plan of suppression for refusing to cooperate. 2 young men were standing in a large room and some gas was gradually appearing between us. People started choking and coughing from this smell. Molly covered his face with his hand and someone said that it was him. The red-haired guy swung and shouted bad words about him. Someone put his foot to push off and said that he should just get caught. The room of stones filled with smoke and the protagonist, holding his comrade on his back, ran away. There was a car filled with something on the ground. A group of serious military men were standing near the transport. Thomas tensed up and the man in the helmet asked what was wrong with the team manager. He said seriously that there was too much dust. The manager stood in the office in front of his employees and said that he was going to be the only one who would officially go to help and the main forces with him would maintain the safety of the Axon transportation. There were boxes on the ground and someone was saying that if something happens, then Molly and Larry are losers. He said that they need to steal a few boxes. A magic charm lit up on the man's body. With its help, a signal is sent to the same talisman, located at a certain distance. Thomas thought that if it was burning, then those two managed to penetrate the white hole. The young people were standing and one of them thought that it was cool that it was possible to maintain contact with each other without special devices outside of our world. But if they get wet, then everything will be for nothing. The street was filled with smoke and nothing could be seen and someone said that there was an abnormal signal in this area. A monster with bright yellow eyes growled. The unknown contacted someone and said that there were more than 20 of them, so he allowed the use of firearms. The creatures were heading somewhere with screams. The military put their guns in front of them and started shooting. The monster opened its mouth and growled. The man stood with a knife and said that he was number 22 and he had a shark worm. Something headed towards him with an open mouth. The protagonist put his weapon forward and prepared to attack. He cut the monster in half and blood flew from it and around it. The creature with needles swung. Part of the monster's body flew towards the man and red liquid splashed on the sides. The hero's knife pierced the torso. He cut off a piece of the monster with it, then landed on the ground. The worm fell on the rocks and the guy jumped away from it. Molly looked away and was calm. She thought that there are many things in the world that can be surprised, and then someone said about 45 minutes. People in body armor were fighting and someone said that it took him so long to stand, walk, hear and feel correctly when I first found myself outside my world. The stranger said that you need to move dozens of times from one world to another and back to get rid of the headache that occurs in the first 5 minutes, but even after that you still need at least half an hour to come to your senses and fight. Military men were running on the ground in the rocks, but one of them stood still. Someone said that he thought that if they dealt with the psionic mercenaries in 2 days, then it would be a good job, but someone could not deal with everything with just one smoke bomb. The monster and the protagonist were fighting and someone said that he was testing the skills he had managed to acquire against the invader who had appeared before his eyes. Molly stood and looked somewhere. Someone was thinking about whether he should do something, but then decided that he shouldn't. Mick was watching with concentration and sweat was running down his face. Someone said how long he would surprise him. The bloody monster was lying on the ground and screaming. An unknown person called out to someone. The guys were standing tense and one of them asked how many immortals were needed to catch number 22. The friend said that it was too many to name an exact number and he answered that everything was as usual. Someone put his hand on the sword and intended to get it, and this person agreed. Larry smiled and said that they needed to move on. There were two figures walking on the ground and the sun was shining brightly in the sky. The events take place a day after entering another world. Molly and the protagonist were standing and talking. The dark-haired one said that he thought there was a small cave behind that hill and suggested that they rest there. Thomas was standing near the map and pointing at something on it. He told someone to follow the troops transporting the Axon and try to predict which route they would take. He told them to go along the planned route and wait there. He seriously said that he didn't know what would happen, but he was sure that something would happen, so it was worth taking the chance and taking the stones. The guy was sitting near the fire and thinking about something. The redhead sat gloomy and listened to what her friend was saying. He said that their manager was a little inadequate. The guys were sitting by the fire and the girl said that she often had such thoughts, to which Mick replied that he knew it. It was the dead of night outside, and light was shining from the stones. The events take place on the 4th day after entering another world. Larry was lying with his hands under his head and thinking that today they again did not come across anyone. He was thinking that a guy and a girl were alone in a tiny cave and at this rate he would become attached to her. The protagonist looked towards his partner and he was thinking that he could not understand why she worked here if she was not immortal. The dark-haired man asked Molly if she was sleeping, to which she showed that she was not. The redhead slowly turned around and heard that they wanted to ask her something. Someone asked why he was doing this, to which he received the same question. The hero was lying and looking somewhere up and asked something about the world. The girl turned and said nothing. She said seriously that it was because of revenge. The young man smiled and said that there is peace in the world and revenge. The night went on and someone said that they were opposites and said to sleep. Suddenly Larry opened his eyes and was very surprised by something. The girl also woke up and got up and asked about how many of someone. Two men in masks were walking on the ground and looking around. One of them told the second to wait. Redhead and Mick took positions and concentrated. The man said that there was someone here. The strangers pointed their guns at Molly and someone told them not to move. The heroine put the gun on the ground and someone told her to drop the gun and slowly approach. She asked them who they were. The girl put her hands behind her head and approached, and one of the men said that he should have asked. Then he asked where she was from. The bald man looked around, and in the darkness the protagonist was hiding, and someone asked if the short-haired one was alone. Suddenly, Larry jumped out of nowhere and attacked the man. The girl with a calm face stood and looked at the interlocutor, and behind her there was a fight. Seeing this, the man in front of her was surprised. He quickly pulled out a gun from behind his back and pointed it forward. Meanwhile, Mick twisted the hand holding the gun, the bald enemy. The guys knocked the unknown to the ground, and one of them said that they should not move. Open suitcases lay, and there was an automatic rifle and portable radios, and apparently they also have a sniper. Naked men were sitting on their knees, and behind them stood the protagonist and held a knife and a gun, and Molly asked them if there was anyone else here, to which one of them said that they came here to make money by killing the invader. The hero was surprised and assumed that they were mercenaries, but then immediately corrected himself that this could not be. He believed that they had the same plan as the guys. It was dark outside and someone thought that they came to steal the stones. Larry remembered Thomas and that he said that something would happen, and he mentally repeated the words of the leader and thought that the enemies were prepared, so it cannot be called simple words. The guy stood and looked at Molly, who lowered her head and called her. He said that they were changing plans. Between the rocks stood a group of soldiers who were carrying boxes. The man tensed up because of what he saw. In front of him stood a muscular man who lowered his head down, and someone said about Prometheus and that he did not think that someone from high society would target the Axon stones. The bald man raised his head and said madly that he was glad to meet Thomas, and he greeted him and his soldiers. He added words about how if he voluntarily gave up all his things and left, he would kill half of the soldiers. The leader looked away with displeasure and concentrated, and thought that the man with the tattoo had time and place on his side. People and the enemy were standing at a short distance from each other, and someone suggested that he looked like a lumberjack and he did not expect such a strong guy to appear here. The soldier said that he understood that Axon was a beautiful stone, but was it really worth it for a man to waste his strength on it? Someone showed 2 fingers and said that they needed to stall for time. Thomas noticed this and thought that the healthy one needed to be detained here. One of the soldiers suggested that the man was probably very bored now. The angry man yelled at the commander and said that he was 2 years older than him, but the commander replied that it did not count as seniority if nothing worked out in life. The soldiers stood and listened to the conversation between old acquaintances. At that moment, Thomas said that the bald man was hiding in the Philippines and now returned to Korea. A group of people watched attentively, and someone said that he said that the next time they met, he would rip off his head. There was a tense conversation between the rivals, in which each insulted the other, and someone said that someone should be happy that he could be on friendly terms with a person. Out of anger, the man with tattoos clenched his teeth and growled. Suddenly, someone appeared and said that enough was enough. The soldiers turned in the direction of the voice and were surprised. The soldiers fell to the ground, and the unknown said that they were making a mistake. Kira stood seriously among the masked men and asked if they thought the situation would change if a couple of people ran away, hiding their tracks. She snapped her fingers and said that there was no chance to get away with it, and she ordered them to surrender. The commander looked closely and thought that those people already knew how many of them there were and where they were going. Someone thought that there was probably a spy among them, and some masked man told someone on the radio that they needed to start. The soldier thought about whether he should just use brute force here. Someone thought about how they could just run away with the stones, but in that case not even 25% of the force would survive. He immediately interrupted himself and decided that no, that was not an option. Thomas was looking somewhere intently and holding a gun in his hands. Someone said about the code light and that he was holding it at gunpoint. The enemies were tense, waiting for something, and the commander was serious. Someone said about the name of the plan, the average blow of the dog's spawn. The hero was very surprised and fell into a stupor when someone said that they were starting. The man looked at the communication object with confusion and asked what he was saying and ordered to just shoot. The woman stood there with rage, and something flew into the soldier's leg from behind her. She heard the sound and looked back. The commander was smiling contentedly. He closed his eyes and said discontentedly about the average blow of the dog's spawn and about the stupid game. The man smiled slyly and said that this would do too. The girl turned around and wondered what it could be. The sight was pointed in her direction. Molly was lying and peering into the small hole of the weapon, and behind her stood the smiling protagonist and pointed his finger up. We are transported to a few hours before the ambush. A half-bald man was looking through binoculars when he heard something. He asked someone if he heard what. Next to the sitting man lay another man who asked him about what he thought it was an invader, but he did not see any signals. One of them turned around and wanted to say that he definitely heard something, when suddenly something flew at him. Suddenly, from a strong blow, the man's face flew into the stones, which scared his partner. He immediately aimed the gun and concentrated. He swung a knife in someone's hand. The man's weapon broke in half and part of the body was also damaged. He fell to his knees and groaned, and his friend asked who that man was. Someone asked him if he really did not understand the situation he was in. Larry pinned the enemy to the ground and held him, and a girl was walking behind. The guy said that here they ask questions and they only need to answer them. People stripped to the waist lay tied up on the rocks. Mick came out of the cave and talked about a superhuman sniper and an immortal half-breed, and he wondered if it was worth looking somewhere else. Meanwhile, sobbing, she looked at something on her hand. The guys stood and looked into the distance, when the short-haired girl said that they had already gone around all the possible places where the sniper could sit, and the protagonist decided that those two were not lying when they said that they were no longer there. An order came from the radio to start firing, and the blue-haired man realized that they were starting. Someone threw a backpack on the ground and decided that they also needed to get ready well. The young man was surprised when he realized that he was the main weapon. The heroine put the gun on the ground and introduced it with a smile, looking at the guy. "We are being returned back." The woman looks around with displeasure and thinks that they have lost their sniper ambush spots. Someone shouted about the Immortal Special Forces squad. He ordered everyone to take combat readiness, and the soldiers lined up in a row, holding their weapons at the ready. Kira shouted with displeasure and started to run away, saying about the code Ralph. On the other side of the radio, someone said that they were here, and this angered the girl and she asked who they were. The young guy began to name his positive qualities and parameters. Putting the communication item to his mouth, the protagonist called himself the best young man of this century with a smile. The woman listened with anger and called him C. She shouted to her men to kill everyone, and the shooting began. The soldiers in helmets defended themselves and fought. Kira ordered her soldiers to find out their location and send Vivi 7 there, to which they agreed. Thomas shot and shouted about where someone was planning to escape. The shells were flying at the enemies, who were running in different directions. Mickey was holding an axe in his hand and was angrily preparing for something, and the woman told him that his opponent was the commander. The blue-haired man grinned and apologized to the man for someone being busy and offered to chat a little later. The bald man called him names out of anger. The leader got angry and was rude to the opponent. His eyes filled with rage and anger. There was a fight between them. The man was heading towards his opponent and screaming. A shot was heard from the barrel of the gun. Molly was squatting and said about the next place, to which the protagonist agreed. He was going somewhere and suddenly noticed something. A man with muscles was walking, and behind him were two people in masks and cloaks. The guys and a group of people were standing on the ground, and dust was flying around. Mick looked intently and thought. He thought about regaining control of the situation. The enemies would have to deal with them quickly, but he was surprised that only 3 came. Meanwhile, the man was heading somewhere, saying that it was quite difficult to find these guys because they were all running around. Someone suggested that those people behind did not look like fighters at all. The gray-haired man raised his head and began to ask something. The girl and the hero, prepared for something, listened attentively when he asked about what kind of relationship Larry had with that woman. This question puzzled him. He remembered how Molly sat on his back and reported this. The angry man asked about what kind of young man he was. Someone asked how to understand this. The gray-haired man ran forward, shouting about how he dared. He swung and hit, but the guy was able to dodge in time. Spikes suddenly came out of the man's body. This surprised the protagonist very much, and he thought about it. Suddenly, the next blow hit Mick and he lost his balance. Jumping back, he looked at the enemy in confusion. The opponents looked at each other and someone shouted for him to come here. There was a fight between them, and the soldiers were watching what was happening. Molly looked thoughtfully, and in her head there were thoughts that he only looked in the direction of the gun and immediately dodged the shot. Apparently his reaction was too good. Someone clenched his hand into a fist and decided to do something. A strong blow flew into the enemy's body and threw him aside. Someone grabbed someone's wrist and squeezed it. Larry looked surprised and began to say something. He angrily said that he got out of his way. Suddenly, a huge furry animal appeared in front of the hero. It said that that woman today is the main course and Mick for dessert. The guy realized with fear that the man was a shapeshifter. A strong blow hit the protagonist's body and he flew to the side. He fell sharply to the ground, and the girl, seeing this, ran to him and she called him. The redhead pointed the gun at the enemy with hatred and called him names. Someone thought about what the beast looked like. He had crooked teeth, lost hair, and he was sure. The red creature stood and drooled from his mouth. Someone called him a half-breed that was created in a laboratory. The hero stood up and put his hand in front of Molly, which surprised her. The guy asked her to stand behind him, but she said that they would fight together because it would be too hard for him alone. Larry said that the short-haired girl should help the guys. She looked at him puzzled and was silent. The girl turned around and started to leave, and behind her were the protagonist and that animal. The young man looked at the monster and decided to ask what his name was and whether he ate at all. In response, he received that his food was people. The stranger in the helmet stood turned away and looked at the starry sky. Someone said that he had already felt it thanks to his abilities and there was no need to ask. Someone believed that something had nothing to do with a special species and that he had lost his mind due to hunger. The monster stood seriously and did not move. His eyes glowed with a bright yellow light. Someone said that the invader was created by human hands. Mick watched what was happening in horror and said that something was irritating him. The monster runs at them. His paw flew past Larry. An aura appeared near him. Suddenly, he decides to jump back because they were going to hit him. He throws a grenade because it was close and he was sent to fight against them. Clenching his fists, saliva flowed from his mouth. Opening his mouth, the monster begins to scream. Looking in surprise, she felt that her whole body was numb. Standing near the monster, she wondered if it would work. After that, the monster runs at him. After trying to hit, the protagonist decided to jump back. Opening his mouth, he thought that he hadn't surprised him much. After that, he starts shooting at him with a pistol. The monster tries to cover his face with his hand. Larry decides to jump back from the attack. His paws had claws. The protagonist opens his mouth. After that, he decides to hit his thighs. Removing his fist, he sees that there are stones there. Widening his eyes, he was surprised. The monster decides to hit him again. Larry jumps back again. His wound began to electrify. It was still electrified. It was a form. Looking at it, he thinks that this is an ability that allows you to change the strength of bones. Opening his mouth, he spreads his arms because it was a half-breed degenerate. The guy in the hood is hit in the head. Then he instantly falls to the ground. Smiling, they asked if the woman said Vivi 7 because it looked like the name of a toy. Smiling and holding an axe, he asked if he was worried about his friends. Looking at him, he said that one of them was well stuffed. Smiling, he said that he did not know how many people he had, but they sent the one who could not be defeated even with the support of the army. Running to the main character, he said that he would not mind having dinner with his wards. Smiling, he asked again. He was attacked. He said that for his fool it did not sound surprising. Opening his mouth, Larry understands that he has not only a form, but also good endurance. He decides to strike with his claws. Straightening his paw, he calls the spell Concealment of Energy. His eyes were shining. Then he turns his head in different directions. He was attacked from behind. Clenching his fist, he decides to strike again. The monster opens his mouth and tries to strike too. Straightening his hand, he is hit from different sides deceivingly. Opening his mouth, he begins to scream because there was a hole in his body. Smiling, Larry said that it only meant that he would get beat up until he died. The monster silently looked at him. Opening his mouth, he ran at the main character. Seriously watches him run. Remembering how the monster hits, he thinks that he focuses on one object to predict its actions. Then he remembers how he prevents its hit. Widening his eyes, he realizes that he was only watching its gestures or eye movements. The monster straightens his arm to hit. His face was angry. His hand is raised. Suddenly, the enemy's head was on the ground because Larry hits him. Exhaling, he looks at him. Sitting next to him, Larry realized that he was exhausted. Standing not far from him, people say that they will easily get rid of him. Then they begin to approach. The main character smiles. There was a guy behind him. Larry says that he managed to think that they were just running. One of them is killed with the first bullet. After that, blows began to hit the main character. He knocked one of them to the ground. Holding his head, they tell him not to twitch because they did not like killing. Being higher, he says that they need to move forward. Jumping up, he saw a girl shooting at the enemy. Standing next to him, he says that it was the enemy's spell, and they answered that they almost shot his hand. Looking at her, they tell him that she was sure of him. Standing next to the monster, she says that he managed to dodge. Walking away from him, Molly says that everything was taken care of and it's time for her to go. Looking into the distance, she begins to smile. There are people standing in the wasteland. Smiling, she remembers the man and says that even when he was running away, the fool behaved arrogantly. Looking at the guy, she asks who he is. Opening his mouth, Larry says that this is the third security group and these are his subordinates. Walking with a broken helmet, he thinks that in any case, they saved them. Showing a thumbs up, the guy says that this is the same immortal. After the battle, Larry climbed into the boxes. Sitting on a chair, Simon says that it was worthy to come all this way for the sake of only one criminal person. Opening his mouth, he is told that he can provide the report tomorrow. Taking his backpack in his hands, he goes, saying that he will go home early. Evening is approaching. Molly wonders if the level of employee satisfaction is considered to depend on how comfortable they are to get from home to work and back. Walking along the path, he says that this was the advantage of living in the company dormitory because it is only a 5-minute walk. Turning to her, he asks if she is going there. Molly says that today. Looking at him, she begins to remain silent. Turning her head, she says that she will believe him. Stopping, he watched the girl leave. The door to the room opened. Molly is sitting on the floor, holding her head. Removing her hand, she understands that these are side effects. Sitting down near the wall, she thinks that everything is not as bad as she expected. Then she remembers the monster and the main character because it was all thanks to him. Exhaling, Molly asks why she said that. Looking down, he thinks that if he were an ordinary immortal, the enemy would have been able to deceive him with his disguise. Then he remembers their conversation. Opening his mouth, he understands that he was different from ordinary people and he needs to treat him to dinner somehow. We see a standing building. Looking up, Larry thinks about what to do. Entering the building, he thinks that if they managed to steal the Axon stones, the company would try to cover their tracks, but they failed. Looking seriously, he thinks that he will not talk about what happened in another world and will come up with a reasonable excuse. Holding his glasses, the girl says that she can go back. Looking at the documents, she says that they received complaints from the association and their actions were justified. On the screen were messages congratulating the team. Approaching Larry, he said that they were given most of the Axon stones because the mission would have failed. Someone approached them. A tall man stood there. It was Sebastian. He extended his hand with the object and thanked them. Taking the gift in his hands, he realized that it was a knife for cutting bullets. Sebastian turned his head and said that they made it thanks to them. Pointing at the object, Simon said that this thing was worth at least several tens of thousands of bucks. Thomas was sitting nearby and asked if he was happy, to which he answered negatively. Smiling and holding the gift in his hands, Larry said that he was just lucky and it was all thanks to him. Putting his hands in his pockets, he told him that he was an asshole. Holding his hand near his face, he asked if he was jealous of him. He was asked to write a report. Closing his eyes, he thinks that he needs to finish the report. He starts pressing the keys. Sitting at the table, he is silent. Bowing his head, he thinks. The reason the ambush failed then was because he and Thomas just happened to be in the right place at the right time. Seriously looking, the protagonist thinks about what he meant. Pressing the keys, he thought that taking into account the whole situation, there could be one reason why this could happen. In the report, he wrote about the leak of information because there was a traitor among them. A week later, someone is shouting obscenities in the building. Banging his fist on the table, Thomas says that all the money goes to the top and all the dirty work is on ordinary guys. Turning his head, Simon says that it was just a mistake. Looking the other way, he said that at this rate he would go broke from everything that was ordered. After drinking the drink, Thomas orders 4 more bottles of soju. Opening his mouth, he says that the company is a fake. Pointing a finger at the protagonist, he is told that he should have told his superiors and not written a report. Putting a hand on his shoulder, he says that imposters are a little dubious. Holding his head, Thomas asked why he was contacting him. The moon was shining. Walking along the road, he thinks that his salary is higher, but it is unknown what he spends it on. Remembering how Simon spoke about insurance companies, he was told that the company will not do anything. Looking down, he says nothing. Picking up the phone, he asks what happened. They answered that they wanted to find out how things were. Smiling, he asks why he did not call before. They apologized to him. Walking along the road, Larry said that there is a bad person about whom everyone knows, but nothing can be done. Opening his mouth, they ask him if he quarreled with the heir because then he would have to disown him. Walking along the road, they tell him that if they cannot reach them, then you need to hit them on the legs. Holding the phone in his hands, he says, if not on the head, then from below. Turning off the ringer, he says that he will call back soon. Thomas picks up the phone. Sitting in the bar, he says that they are in the bar opposite the house where they were last time. Opening his mouth, they tell him that if he is going to come, he closes the account. Holding alcohol in his hands, they asked him why he became an imposter. Running, Larry says that there was the first option, namely, that he holds a high position and the KHVRM organization simply cannot reach him. There is a shadow of a man, because there was the second option, namely, that the dummy is not connected with Prometheus and if he were loyal to him, the government would have taken at least some measures, despite his position, and the third option is that the traitor works exclusively with him, and the fourth option is that the goal was money. Opening his mouth, he said that there are bosses who want to hide their money and that a terrorist organization like Prometheus does this for them in exchange for getting the opportunity to openly talk about their activities. Getting up from his chair, he asks where he is. The door opened, Larry is there. Going further, he says that if they can't hit the top, then they need to start from the bottom. Holding the phone, he asked why they didn't rob the trader's vault. Simon looked at it and thought he had gone home. Putting the glass on the table, he said tomorrow. Smiling, he said he would be in the conference room as soon as they got to work. We were at Haljun Station. The building was thanking us for coming. The girl was sitting at the table. The robber was next to her. Looking at him, he asked how he managed to get in and who he was. His hand was reaching for the gun. Suddenly, shooting started. They were asking behind him where he was. Suddenly, he was punched. Falling to the ground, the robber continued walking. He took an object out of his bag. He picked up a gun and pointed it at the employee. His hand was reaching for the button, but he was advised not to press it. Holding the gun in his hands, he said he would do it for him. The employees are trying to protect themselves. Ordinary people were also trying to protect themselves. Standing next to them, he tells everyone to press their heads to their knees and not to make a sound, and if he hears any rustling, he will knock their brains out. Looking with his own eyes, he says that he advises them to pray and not to think about anything else. Money and preservation were written, because the second largest financial group, a private lender and a bank. Simon folded his arms and said that they were the brainchild of the terrorist organization Prometheus and they had 3 office points. Sitting on a chair, they offered to rob him. Opening his mouth, he said that there is no guarantee of success as well as time. The 2 looked at him in surprise, and they were asked what made them so twisted. Larry closed his eyes and asked if he looked bad to them. Remembering how he had been acting lately, he understood everything. Looking at the main character, he asked why he was clinging to the imposter. Starting to get angry, they told him that they had an idea, because some people swear every other word every day. Opening their mouths, they told him that they needed to predict an enemy attack. Opening their mouths, Larry said that they would begin. Thomas remained silent. Putting his hand on his hip, he asked what about permission, and they told him to make a plan. Getting up from his chair, he said that she should dig up information and let him pick good liars. Larry came up, asking what he should do. They called him a star. Pointing a finger at him, he asked to look at his face because it was just right for the main character. The main character looked at him in surprise. Standing in a mask, they asked if they had found him because they were checking all the cameras in the area. Looking at the safe, he thought that they had opened it in 5 minutes and then disappeared from sight. Opening his mouth, he said that there was an emergency. He was surprised because the office suffered the same fate. There was a fire. The guy in the mask was walking through it. Remembering Thomas, he thought that the offer was him, but he was really weird. Opening his mouth, he asked if all the money was burned. Then he ran away from people. He was still running with a bag in his hands. Coming out from behind the corner, he changed his clothes. Not far away was a man with a motorcycle. It was Molly, who suggested that he sit down and not make any noise. Looking down, he says that if it weren't for the latest plan, they would have died, and many were talking about a long-term break in work because of what happened. There was a draft plan on the table, because they had to take care of the civilians. Reading the documents, he says that the Special Forces squad of Immortals and the Psionic were defeated. The internet wrote about 2 offices that were robbed. Grinning his teeth, he says that the fools seriously went for such a thing. Opening his mouth, Larry thanks for the treat. Looking the other way, Thomas said that they needed to grab the wads of money. Molly was looking down because they had it. Moving on, he said that there was one more thing left, and it especially concerned the newbie. He slapped him on the hand and congratulated him because they hadn't called him an insult. The protagonist smiled because he felt like part of the team. The next morning, we are at the building. The guy opened his mouth and asked if something good had happened, and they answered in the negative. Everyone was standing and looking in one direction. The girl was standing near the guys. Opening her mouth, she asked if there was anything else she wanted to tell. Thomas stood up. Because there was a nuance, Amanda said that she hadn't asked him the question. The protagonist came up and asked what was going on, and they told him that there was an internal investigation into corruption. Closing his eyes, he said that he had been here for 6 months. Turning to him, she said that they would talk upstairs. The guy was standing with his back to everyone. Larry was standing next to him, whom he had told to mind his own business. He was standing alone in the office. There was no one on the street, but they said that the management ordered an internal investigation into corruption. They stood near the main character. He says that here they often have to commit quite dangerous and not always legal acts, and if they start to go into details, they will all be arrested. Looking seriously, he remembers that they robbed a bank to catch an imposter, and the next day the manager and the whole team were under investigation, and this was not a coincidence. Standing near him, he asked what would happen to him. He was told that the manager showed kindness for the last time and it would be better to pretend that he knew nothing. Leaving, he said to keep his mouth shut and do nothing. A message came to the phone from the head of the control center, who asked if it was his idea. Standing on the roof, he thinks about whether to play the fool. Remembering what he was told, he decided to do his own thing. There was a building that he wanted to rob. Thomas folded his arms and asked if he would admit that he had something much more serious than just a couple of accusations. Closing his eyes, he said that he did not know what they were talking about. They asked him not to complicate the situation, and if he admitted, they would try to help with the rest. Taking the papers in his hands, he wanted to know at whose behest the investigation began. They answered that much was based on circumstantial evidence. Throwing the papers on the table, he said that they were not going to take the easy way out anyway. His face became serious because there would be a trial in 2 days. Folding his arms, he thought that this was not enough time. A man was sitting on a chair, who said that he came to him whenever he felt like it and that it was too reckless. It turned out that this was the main character. Turning to him, Larry asked if they had been keeping an eye on him. Opening his mouth, he said that he wanted to prove it. Christopher smiled because they asked him for permission to do the case. Leafing through the papers, he said that in 2 days there would be a trial for the members of the third group of the external security team and he would be expelled and he had 40 hours. The protagonist was silent because he was told that it would be difficult to rob a bank in that time. Opening his mouth, he said that he had been watching him and believed that he could give him what he wanted. Smiling, they answered that he needed to find a sheep. Then the door closed. Looking at his partner, he was told that this was cruel. Standing next to him, Chase said that he would not succeed. He was told that this was one of the bad habits. Opening his mouth, he was told that underestimating others is bad. Chase said that judging by his rating during the endurance test and by how he acted, then he has rank as sitting on a chair. He asks why he chose him. Folding his arms, he says that he was good at pretending to be close to someone. Smiling, they asked him what difference it made how well he could build social contacts. They spammed the messages so that the girl would come to the roof. Turning off the phone, Larry said that she should get into the habit of answering text messages because he was already about to go look. Folding her arms, she replied that she had a lot to do, and they asked her if she had heard about the terrorist attack. Taking the documents in his hands, he showed the approved general plan. Looking seriously, he asked to do it together. The girl looked at him, calling him a crazy fool. Taking the sheet in his hands, they told her that if she kills 2 birds with 1 stone, she will pay him back. Pointing at himself, they asked him who is the boss. Pointing at her, Polly asked who else is on the team. Starting to leave, they took her hand. There was a man sitting on the bench because he will also go with them. Drinking coffee, he asked what he forgot there. Larry answered that he was worried because he turned robbery into art. Hugging him, he said that when he told him about it, he looked at him as if he was talking nonsense. Looking menacingly, he said that they do not tell tales to a dead man. The man replied that this is why he does not work with people from the government. Looking in the other direction, he was told that they need to move on to the next step. The clouds were flying, and they agreed with everything. There was a huge building. Aiming at the guys, they realized that Prometheus concentrated all his forces here. Standing on the roof, Rick says that usually there is no security on the street, but now they are everywhere, and besides, they have increased the security system to the maximum. Taking away the binoculars, he was told that he would have managed to get there if he was still working. Smiling, he said that they need a slaughterhouse and a smelter. Looking at the building, he continues that if the usual methods do not work, then they will have to turn everything upside down, and also destroy their coherence before getting down to business. The wall was melting because they would go through it. Opening her mouth, she asked where he was because a man would help them with this and would arrive at the right moment. Looking down, Larry said that the reason for all this was the Axon Stone and what was happening infuriated Psionic. Looking at the guy, she said that the plan was simple. They answered that they voluntarily went to their deaths. He presented the girl with binoculars because she was well versed in any unforeseen situations. Rick was preparing everything at this time, deciding to start. A man came up, holding out masks because they were made of new materials found in the white hole. Larry put it on, deciding to start. Then he walked, hiding his energy. He approached the enemies until they noticed. Both of them saw him. Suddenly, one was killed at the same second. Jumping up, he killed the second. The rest of the enemies look in surprise. Kneeling down, he thought that there were tigers here. Having drawn a map, Polly says that the company was under the protection of personal security and others were responsible for the area. Closing the felt tip pen, the girl said that they should not worry about the safety of civilians. Starting to draw again, Polly said that they would divide the area into 16 sections and therefore it was necessary to remember the location and name of all the areas and give orders in accordance with each. Taking the mask in her hands, they stopped it. They threw a cocktail potion into her hands. After that, the girl began to drink. She threw the bottle on the ground. The cocktail potion was also called popcorn, and with its help, physical abilities improved slightly and, in addition, insight increased. Putting on the mask, she sighed. Then she looked through the binoculars. In them she saw the main character. She remembered how Larry fights, because he managed to cope with the enemy and get the maximum in each test. Putting her hand to her ear, she remembered that the guy is a performer and has a keen eye. Their eyes were surprised because they were not sure that this is one person. Standing next to the man, she talks about the criminal. Looking through the binoculars, she thought that she did not want to admit it, but the main character is talented. Then she said the third area and he had 256 seconds to get there. Larry killed enemies, and they told him the section number and how much time was left before the collision. He shot with one hand and killed with a knife with the other. Looking through the binoculars, she understood that the goal was to sow chaos and distract them from the safe, creating hell, and her job was to assess the situation and predict the further scenario. Standing in a mask, he was told to hide behind a column on the left. At the same second, he hid behind the wall while they were shooting. The bullet lies on the floor. The enemy can't see anything because of the smoke. Suddenly, a knife flies at him. The knife hits him right in the head. With his arm straightened, he understands that the crazy tiger can fight. They said to take him near the buildings. 3 guys shoot while the main character runs away. The 3 of them go to the alley. One of them watches closely. Looking into the dead end, he says that the target is out of sight. Larry is on the wall while the enemy says that it is unknown where he will appear from. Suddenly, he is shot. Then Larry lands on the ground. A wolf appears near him. Straightening his arm, he is hit in the head. The leg ran. The monster's eyes became wider. Holding the paw, he says how the immortal is capable of such a thing. He hits his face with his hand, saying that he took off his helmet especially for him. The enemy tries to hit him. The main character's eyes were burning. He himself swings. Then he throws the monster at the enemy. Larry ducked, because that's what he was told to do, and apparently a sniper shot. The guys approached him, telling him to stop. Looking at them, he understood where they were from. The enemy looked at the gun and sent it. Larry starts running away from them, and at that very moment he is told that 2 are around the corner. There is a guy with a bat behind the wall. The main character swings. The enemy swings, but they dodge the blow. Then he is hit in the chest. The enemy falls dead to the ground. Jumping out from behind the wall, he takes aim at the second one. Holding a gun in his hands, he hits him. Walking away from the dead man, he was told to go straight ahead and head for the ground parking lot next to the building. The 2 looked at him and wondered how he could be so strong, if only he was immortal. Larry runs away, and they shout after him not to move. Aiming the gun, he says that they can blow him up along with the car. Behind them they ask what they are doing on their territory. It was a man who says that they can turn around and leave here. Taking him by the clothes, he says that he is them because he dared to attack. Suddenly, the 2 of them paid attention. Larry takes the car with his hands. With wide eyes, he asked what kind of nonsense this was. Opening his mouth, he said that it was fire. Larry ran on. The enemies are shooting at the car. The guy with the big gun is silent. Opening his mouth, he says that it is a rifle grenade. Then they pulled the trigger. The enemy shoots and the grenade flies. A police car was standing nearby. Something was falling from the ceiling. Rick is standing behind him, thinking that he is crazy. The guy is conjuring something with his hands. Looking at him, he asks what happened. Looking at the fused wall, he is told that there is the back wall of the safe. Looking down, he thinks that everything is going like clockwork. Standing in the corridor, he understands that there is a problem. The protagonist is lying on the ground. There is smoke around. His clothes were torn, and Rick wonders if he will get there. A hole appeared in the wall. Lying on the ground, the protagonist thought, damn, that hurt? He bets the team manager is sitting there and not giving a damn, justifying himself by saying that he is under investigation while he has to clean up all this. Oh well, he will make him pay. Getting up, he added that a barbecue party is a great option. He will squeeze the maximum out of his credit card, because no way. Pointing a gun at him, the soldier asked him why he woke up not so long ago, so he really thinks that he will not die just because he is immortal. Frowning, he thought that even though he is crazy, he is excellent in combat. He managed to deal with more than half of the soldiers. A hole appeared in the wall. The thought appeared that the explosion caused by his fault was probably needed in order to make a hole in the wall. The protagonist lowered his head and said that the mountain god was angry, so he was here. The soldier looked at him in surprise and exclaimed, and the man thought that he was crazy, although he was quite smart. He looked at his phone and added that they also had a similar person. A notification appeared that the tiger's assistant had been found, and the thought arose that someone smart and crazy. The guy took a step forward, and the thought arose that there were 2 of them. The girl suddenly froze. The beast swung his hand sharply. Looking to the side, she thought, where the hell is it? The monster clenched his teeth. Suddenly, he struck the girl. She fell to the ground, and it was heard that the bastard in the mask was moving as if he was watching what was happening from above. The werewolf stretched his arms out to the sides and said that he probably left his friend where everything was visible, but the other would be relatively safe. There were several high rises here, but simple understanding narrowed the search down considerably. He added, his eyes wide, that she didn't think so. The girl looked away and thought it was a werewolf. A destroyed fence appeared, and she added that she wondered why she hadn't felt him approaching. He must have attacked her from somewhere. Smiling, the beast asked if she was part of the Immortal Special Forces. Right. Looking straight ahead, the girl heard that they could pay a lot of money for her. Suddenly a sword pierced the body. The guy, holding the sword in his hands, laughed. The hero's body trembled. It was heard that it was too curious what he was hiding under the mask, to which he thought that he hadn't felt him approaching. He had hidden his energy. That immortal bastard. The soldier looked away and asked who the hell that was. The man smirked at what kind of nasty bastard he was, to which he thought that the 2 were elite members of the Prometheus security team. Since they had resorted to their help, everything was basically over. The hero smirked and asked if he could get a copy of the report. Standing in front of him, the man replied that of course. A printer appeared, and it was heard that he had heard everything. Right. Raising his hand up, the protagonist asked that he knew all about this. He knew who had fraternized with the terrorists, and they were doing nothing to stop it. Maybe he would just tell him who it was. Sitting at the table, he added that he had a lot of secrets, so he would spread rumors that he was a weirdo. Smirking, Larry asked if he could be called an elder, to which the man replied that he had not. He closed his eyes and added that he would do him a favor a little later. Just this once, the director said no, but he was the secretary, not the general secretary. It was all for the general secretary. The man froze when he heard that if he couldn't do it openly, he could just help secretly. All at once, he promised he wouldn't get caught. Walking forward, the secretary thought about the hero. He walked to the elevator and thought that he was unique. It was quite rare to meet such people among those who had recently joined the organization. Next time in a similar situation, he would probably ask again if he could call him senior. The hero smiled widely. The thought occurred to him that he was innocent and acting very natural, somewhat like a child. Looking straight ahead, the man thought that, well, he hadn't said anything wrong. Smirking, he added that it didn't matter how good he was at socializing. Picking up the phone, the man answered and said that he wanted to ask permission for one thing. The werewolf stood in front of the girl. Sitting up, she thought that she should have left 5 minutes ago. To think that her life was in danger just because she agreed to help Larry. The beast swung. The thought came that of course she had a debt to pay, but this was too much. Raising his hand, the werewolf said that he was busy. Suddenly, he looked away in surprise. The girl opened her eyes wide and thought about the hidden presence. Waving his hand, the beast shouted that it was him. He smiled widely. Suddenly, the werewolf opened his eyes in surprise and asked what he was. Holding a cable in his hands, the man said that he was the one who could not reveal his identity. Walking straight, he added that he did not want news of what happened here to spread. Startled, the werewolf thought, damn, this is a laser cable, and then shouted that he will remember his face. Looking straight, the beast exclaimed. Standing next to him, the man said that he would not allow everything to fly further than necessary. The girl sat on the floor. The thought came that he had pulled the rope in advance and simply lured him in the right direction. Approaching the girl, he asked if she was badly hurt, to which she replied that everything was fine. However, as she understood it, this was an assignment from the general. Adjusting his glasses, the man replied that no, to which the girl asked what he meant, and he added that someone asked to protect her. The guy stuck the sword into the hero. Grinning, he said that now let him take off this mask. The guy lowered the mask. Looking surprised, he asked what he had just swallowed. Suddenly, the protagonist grabbed his hand. Larry stuck out his tongue and thought that right before the explosion, he put a pill in his mouth, a high-calorie bomb. Its effects include dulling pain, increasing strength threefold. Lightning appeared around his hand, and he added that regeneration too. The guy opened his eyes in surprise. A glow appeared around the hero. A thought arose that he could not move his hands. Where did he get so much strength from? Suddenly, the hero tore off his hands. The guy rolled his eyes and screamed. The protagonist turned to him while kicking. The man fell to the ground. He heard that as an immortal he should know that he should talk to another immortal more quietly. Gritting his teeth, the man thought that he was an elite member of the Prometheus security team. Looking to the side, Larry asked what and why they stood like statues. Who was next? Suddenly, he rushed forward. The hero jumped back from the car. He swung at the soldiers. A blow flew at them. The protagonist began to strike many times. Suddenly, he froze in surprise. Shots began to fly at him. The hook from the harpoon pierced him. Larry froze in surprise, hearing that the hunting tool of an immortal, a hook. Holding a crossbow in his hands, the soldier said that even if he tried to do something, nothing good would come of it. In the current situation, he could not even move properly. The man's eyes widened as he heard that if he had something like that in reserve, he should have used it earlier. His guys had already been unwound, to which he asked what he just said. Did he even know how much one of those cost? Suddenly, the hook fell to the ground. The hero pulled it out of his leg. The man frowned and told them to kill him quickly, and then thought, what the hell? He just pulled the hook out of himself. Suddenly, the protagonist used the telekinesis skill. The soldier activated the freeze skill. Flames emanated from the man's hands. Larry's legs were frozen. He looked to the side and wheezed. Suddenly, the ice began to crumble. The hero abruptly rushed forward. The soldier looked at him in amazement. The man's eyes widened. The protagonist's eyes lit up and he growled. The man was standing near the hole in the wall. He turned around, hearing how it all went. Walking straight ahead, the protagonist heard that if he hadn't shown up in 5 minutes, he would have taken his share and left. Looking at him, the man said that looking at him, it's scary to even imagine what's going on outside. He didn't leave a bunch of corpses in plain sight, so he replied that no one died. Looking down, Larry said that a couple of people had lost a few limbs. Lucky that in their day medicine can fix everything. Suddenly, he exclaimed in surprise. Looking at the locker, the hero asked again. Looking straight ahead, he heard that the guys from Prometheus are sure to be very rich. This personal safe is made of adamantium, to which he thought that they made a personal safe out of an expensive metal. Taking hold of the locker, the protagonist added that for some reason he was imagining things. He tried to open it and thought that if he didn't look inside, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Looking at it, the man said that yes, let him leave it, it wouldn't give in even under a nuclear bomb explosion. Larry exclaimed in surprise, hearing that he wanted him to open it. Putting the bag on the table, the man said that the advantage of adamantium is its durability, but that's exactly why there are so many problems with it. Because of its hardness, it's hard to make something reliable out of adamantium. He picked up the master key. Crouching down, the man said that in other words. Opening the safe, he added that it was much easier to open than a box with things in a gym. Putting his hand to his face, the hero said that he was simply incredible, to which the man replied that he had told him that. Looking into the safe, he added that so, they'll see what's hidden here. A scroll appeared, and the man asked again. Unrolling it, the protagonist thought that the parchment was made from the skin of the invader, very thoughtful, because it would not fade or get wet, and the man said that there was a tear. He widened his eyes, hearing that oh damn, they would quickly find something like this, so he would not be able to take it for himself, and he would have to give it up. Putting the scroll in his pocket, Larry said that they were already starting, to which the man replied that he should wait, close the safe before leaving. This is the treasure of mankind, he cannot let it burn. Pointing a gun at them, the fighter said that it was enough. Widening his eyes, the hero thought that this voice. Oscar pointed the gun at him. An image of a boy appeared. A thought arose that the fact that he was a purebred imposed certain responsibilities on him. The man held his hand. It was said that he simply had to live up to the expectations of his family, and in order to achieve what he wanted, he must climb the career ladder as high as possible. The guy struck. The thought came that he had lost. The man was sitting at the table. It was said that this guy was a purebred, but his skills, everything he deserved, were just luck. He was just another newbie. The guy lowered his head down. It was heard that but the other, unlike him, showed himself at the level, and that's true, to which he thought that so. He would just ignore them. He would still have a chance to show himself. He just needed to accumulate more achievements. Looking at him, the man said that he should collect his equipment. They should provide support. A building appeared. It was heard that a robbery had occurred at the headquarters. Standing in front of the men, the soldier asked if they were sure that this was just a robbery. Looking away, the fighter replied that he was just crazy. Maybe this guy was a real sadist. They escaped in the middle of the fight. They had to hide, covering their tracks. Bowing his head, the guy thought that the private security team suffered more, and the PWAT looked more or less. And the man asked that they just surrounded the building, have not yet entered, let him look around and think, would they poke their nose? Looking straight, Oscar heard that he must be well trained. They are sure that this guy is not one of them. They will check themselves, to which he thought, here is his chance. Standing next to the soldier, he added that to prove himself. The guy closed his eyes and thought that he should. Looking at him, the man asked what and what will he say, to which the guy replied that he is not here. He bowed his head, hearing that perhaps he escaped, they will go. Standing still, Oscar thought about the fact that this place is intended for storing valuables. He committed some kind of terrorist act here. The PWAT people said that he is either crazy or suffers from unconscious sadism, but if all this was a pretense. Looking away, the guy turned to the chief and then asked if he could check one more thing before they left. Standing in front of him, the hero turned to the man. Throwing down the bag, he added that he should run. Pulling the guns forward, the guy said that he would not let them leave. Suddenly, the protagonist grabbed the knife. He threw it sharply at the guy. The guy gritted his teeth, looking at him. Larry deflected his shots. With his eyes wide open, he thought about a bullet hitting a target, opening into 8 petals, the so-called octopus. Frowning, Oscar said that if he did not want all his muscles torn and bones broken. The hero opened his eyes in surprise, hearing that he should surrender. The guy pointed the gun at him. Suddenly, the protagonist rushed to the side. Oscar started shooting. Shots flew at the wall. The man started running to the side. The guy turned around. Larry ran out from around the corner. He was running past the guy. Raising his hand, the hero thought, what a bastard. He was aiming at him from the very beginning. Turning the corner, he added that at least Rick managed to escape. Biting himself, the protagonist thought that Oscar was as usual. The bullet fell to the floor, and he added that but to hell with him, he thought he didn't come here alone, his buddies were waiting somewhere else. Looking away, Larry thought that the forces of the Immortal Special Forces were not comparable to PWAT or a private security service. He needed to figure this out before reinforcements arrived. Putting his hand to his face, he remembered that he didn't want to get shot, so he should learn to run, dodging a bullet. Suddenly, the hero rushed forward. Dodging shots, he thought that a step diagonally, constantly changing directions and controlling the speed. Suddenly, the protagonist approached the guy. A blow flew at him. Oscar fell to the ground. Frowning, Larry said that he had become a little better. The fighter held a knife in his hands. The thought occurred that at that moment he aimed at the medulla oblongata. The hero struck him. It was said that despite the considerable ability to regenerate, he would be a vegetable if the integrity of the brain was damaged. The guy clenched his teeth and turned. The thought arose that, but naturally, suddenly the protagonist kicked him. Holding the knife in his hands, he thought that he managed to dodge, so okay. The guy was lying on the floor. The thought arose that he thought that Oscar wanted to take a nap, so he would lay him down and quickly left there. Looking at Rick, Larry thought that he let him go, and then asked that he knew that now he needed to lie low, to which he replied that they would see each other. The hero was changing in a back alley. The thought arose that he had changed into a delivery man, then went to an unpopular hostel. A view of the building opened up. The thought arose that the sun had already set. There were 12 hours left before the exit. Urgent news was heard. Sitting at the table, the news anchor said that there was another attack on the headquarters. The protagonist turned off the TV, hearing that despite the fact that the Special Forces of Immortals and the Special Police Department were busy with this case, the criminal managed to escape, to which he said that it seemed like the secretary was involved. Sighing, Larry said that oh shit, he was worried, because he acted like he didn't want to leave, to which the girl replied that how the hell did he manage to convince him, although she didn't give a damn. Sitting on the bed, he heard what, found something. If he had coveted one of the offices, it was just revenge, but he would hardly stoop to such. Looking straight ahead, the hero heard that he was eager to do this because of the trial of the third security team, to provide evidence, to which he thought that she was frighteningly smart. The scroll was lying on the table. It was heard that one of the members of the board made a mistake with the seal, to which the girl asked what he was talking about, and he added that he could not say more. Holding the phone in his hands, the protagonist heard that okay, he did not really need this information. She was just returning the favor, to which he thought, wait a minute, she was not seriously going to interrogate him. Sitting on the bed, he added that yes, he would have to do it himself, but he could just show. Larry looked away, thinking that he would not be allowed to ask the guys from the team whether he should go as a witness and tell about everything, whether they would believe him. His opponent was a member of the board, and he was only a second-rank employee. The hero lay down on the bed and said that he didn't care, and then thought that if he asked his father what to do in such a situation, he would tell him. Sean grinned and said that if he did not know the answer to something, then there was no point in thinking about it. Looking up, the protagonist thought he should ask someone who knew. Music was playing in his headphones. A Jim appeared. He heard a good night, to which the girl replied that she didn't like younger guys. Running along the path, she heard that he was cool with older women, to which she asked why he was calling her, and he added that he wanted to ask him something. Holding the phone to her ear, the girl said that regarding employee Larry, they should not cross the line, suggests separating career and personal life. Looking straight ahead, the hero heard that she could take a look at something. A view of a high-rise building opened up. People were sitting in a huge hall. Sitting at the table, Thomas thought that the general manager Michael and the head of HR Zach, everything was fine with them, but the director was in charge of the trial. The man frowned, thinking that he was one of those people that even the CEO couldn't do anything about. They were unhappy with him, but he thought they still treated him like a team manager. Gritting his teeth, the guy asked if they were sure that the head of the control room was innocent. Sitting at the table, the man shouted that he had no idea about the mission. They just requested an unofficial sortie, to which he was told that it was fine, I understand. The man looked at the girl and asked what was on the agenda, to which she replied that disciplinary measures against employees who committed terrorist acts against the headquarters. Kane gritted his teeth when he heard that he didn't know why they chose these two places, but the attacks were planned and carried out, to which he replied that the main office was also attacked yesterday, but the accused spent the whole night here. Looking at him, the girl said that yes, that's right, to which he asked what he meant. She was sure it wasn't them. The man closed his eyes, hearing that yes, there was a witness, to which he replied that he was protesting. He didn't even have time to raise objections. The girl grinned and said that they could discuss it later after they heard the witness, to which Kane asked what and who the witness was, and she replied that a second-rank employee, Larry, the third team for external security, it was heard that where he was, well, they called him. The hero was putting on clothes. It was said that, but it seems he will be a little late because he overslept. The man looked surprised. The guys were sitting silently at the table. Loud laughter was heard. Putting his hands behind his back, the secretary turned to the man, to which he apologized. Lowering his head, the man said that he did not understand how one could be late for a meeting of the disciplinary committee where the future of his own team was being decided, and the guy said that he was a crazy bastard. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said hello and introduced himself. Gritting his teeth, Kane asked why he was late, to which he replied that he overslept, and he added that yeah, I get it. Standing in front of the man, Larry heard that he was then asking the witness to answer whether the third team for external security was involved in the terrorist attacks against the headquarters. Frowning, he replied that they were. Sitting at the table, the guys heard that well, if this is true, there is nothing more to talk about, and someone shouted that he is a crazy bastard. What the hell is he doing? The guy frowned, hearing that he was also involved, to which the protagonist said yes. Looking straight, he heard that from now on, Larry's employee will also be considered a criminal, to which he replied that wait a minute, it's not about that. Raising his head up, the hero said that yesterday the building was robbed only by him. The people looked at each other in surprise. Looking straight, the man thought, let him show them then, stop chewing on it, let him attack. Standing in the middle of the room, the protagonist said that yesterday he had attacked the main office alone. Raising his hand, he added that he had found something really valuable in the safe, to which the man asked what he was trying to achieve now. Holding the scroll in his hands, Larry said that he wanted to provide evidence of the reasonableness of his action, asked what they thought, that they were an ordinary financial company. Looking at him, the girl answered that it did not matter what kind of company this was, it was forbidden to commit such acts of violence just because of some suspicion, to which he said that yes, that was true, but according to their rules. She smirked, hearing that such things were allowed in special cases. Looking straight at her, the man said, Point 12, Section 8. Then he added that special cases include a threat to the existence of the company. Holding the scroll in his hands, the hero said that they should see for themselves. On the scroll it was written that the bright light they possess drives out shadows and convinces the ignorant of their superiority. The inscription appeared, it was heard that the Immortal Faith, an organization of mortal supremacists, adhered to the belief that only the blood of immortals is worthy of existing on this earth. Sitting on the bed, the protagonist heard that it was a cult, but in reality it was more like a terrorist organization. The photo of the parchment he sent contained their commandments, to which he asked again. Looking at the phone, the girl said that she did not know why, but the highest apostles of the Immortal Faith are convinced that they need to follow these precepts in order to prove themselves. A scroll appeared on the screen, and she added that there is a special ink that only manifests itself on the blood of immortals. It is called holy water. The name of the highest apostle of the Immortal Faith must be written on the sheet with special ink. The man looked surprised and asked what was in the company safe. Looking at the hero, Kane asked that he check the name on the commandments, to which he replied that yes, the name indicated there was. Raising his hand, the man said that he would like to check it out in person in a minute. The girl held out the scroll. Looking to the side, he asked what the hell, did anyone have a knife? To which Kane responded approvingly. Suddenly, he waved his hand. Blood was flowing from the man's throat. A knife flew at the man. Kane hit him with his knee. His eyes widened. The girl jumped up on the table. The man stuck his hand under his clothes. Looking at him, she thought it was another knife. Suddenly, he kicked her. Having caught her, the protagonist turned around. The man began to run away quickly. He ran to the window. The thought occurred to him that he must be trying to escape through the window. Suddenly, Larry's eyes widened in surprise. The guy swung his leg. The man suddenly turned around. There was no one in front of him. Thomas tripped him. Kane turned around abruptly. The guy kicked him in the leg again. The man fell to the ground. Walking straight, Thomas asked what he wanted to continue. Looking away, he added that if anything, he was in no hurry, he could wait. Holding the man's hand, the secretary asked if he was okay. Looking away, he added that he was among those who signed. A scroll appeared, and it was heard that Kane was there. Gritting his teeth, the man said that he had lost to some handsome employee. The hero stood still, hearing that he would never forget him. Grinning, he said that it was okay, although he was already dating someone. The handcuffs were put on his hands. It was heard that she had time to get worried when he did not arrive on time. Amanda smirked and asked why he was late because he was preparing for a possible ambush, to which the protagonist replied that no, he really overslept. Closing her eyes, she added that okay, good job. Looking away, the man said that today was fun. Leaving, he added that they would see each other, and the secretary said that it was better not to talk about what happened for the next 48 hours, asking for cooperation. People were standing in the room and responded approvingly. The guy smiled and said that he tried hard, and another added that their Larry was the best. The hero looked away, hearing that he was a piece of idiot. Thomas was standing in front of him. He looked angrily at the protagonist. The protagonist looked at him. He raised his eyebrows, hearing that he should wash himself, stinker. Looking at Thomas, Molly turned and said that he really saved them, and he did not even believe in his success. Turning around, the guy said yes, and he wanted to escape through the window so that everyone would be amazed. Lowering his head, he added that he did well. The hero clenched his teeth. Stretching his hand forward, he asked who the hell he was. Why the hell did he put on his manager's mug as a mask? The guy smiled broadly and exclaimed. A view of the building opened up. It was heard that he hadn't been in trouble for a long time, and could he, even if he wanted, they got out of here. A notice of dismissal appeared. The thought arose that the incident with the traitor was over. In order to shut them up, they were given 2 days off. The truth about Kane, of course, was hidden. People were sitting at computers. It was said that the third team of external security was somehow connected with the departure of Director Kane. The correspondence appeared. The thought arose that such rumors were spread by people. No one ever found out the details. Raising his head up, the hero thought that he was tired. A quiet life had returned to them. He was sitting alone in the office. The protagonist suddenly looked surprised. His eyes widened. Molly looked at him. Larry was standing in front of the guy. Gritting his teeth, he asked if he had finally changed his hairdresser. Frowning, the guy replied that it was him. It was because of him that he became like this. Looking at him in surprise, the hero asked again, and he added that he was that bastard who hit him on the head back then. Grinning, he asked what kind of nonsense he was talking. Looking at him angrily, the guy said that if he was going to pretend to be an idiot, he would tell everyone about it. Looking straight at him, the protagonist said that he didn't know what he was talking about. Frowning, he replied that he was a piece of cake. Larry swung his fist. Stopping them, the man said that they had enough. Arguing at work just because of personal hostility was too ugly. Putting his hand on the guy's shoulder, he added that besides, they should talk. The hero looked at them silently. The guy turned around furiously, hearing that he almost counted his teeth again, and the man said that he should control himself. He can't keep his mouth shut. His hands also itched to hit him several times a day. Thomas put his hand to his face, hearing that he should forget about him, to which he thought, but he really said that he met Oscar in the main office. He thinks they got into a fight there. Sitting on the chair, he said that he really can't stand him. Is he really making enemies for himself? The hero grinned, and the guy added that he was like that. Walking straight, the protagonist said that it was a relief. He didn't want to talk about it in front of everyone. He extended his hand forward and added that, to be honest, he was thinking of knocking him out, tying him up and leaving him there, but when the assistant manager offered to talk, he bit his tongue. Larry peeked around the corner. It was heard that even if he was doing it on purpose, he was ignoring him. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that he wondered what he told him. They were there. Turning around, he said that he would go, to which Molly turned. The protagonist's eyes widened, hearing if she wanted to come in and eat ramen. The pot was on the stove. Larry was sitting at the table. Raising his eyebrows, he wondered what the hell it was now. Ramen, she offered him. Looking at the girl, he thought that no, knowing what kind of person she was, perhaps there was no subtext in her words, but still invite her home, where she lives alone. Looking up, the hero thought that something was exciting somehow. After all, it was his first time visiting a girl, well, like his first time, but still, this was different. Closing his eyes, he added that it was possible that she liked him. Maybe that was the matter, and the girl asked what he was doing. Empty dishes appeared. He heard that thank you for the food. Looking down, the protagonist thought that what happened was absolutely no different from lunch in that cafe. Sitting in front of him, Molly said that she had to tell him something, to which he thought, what and what? Larry opened his eyes wide, hearing that they would go to her room. Sitting at the table, he said that he should stop. No, this is not possible. Closing his eyes, the hero added that she was beautiful, but not quite his type. Walking towards the room, Molly said that he should shut his mouth and follow her, to which he responded approvingly. She entered the room. Looking at the wall, the protagonist wondered what for. Coming closer, he asked what and what all of this was, to which the girl replied that the currently known members of Prometheus. Pointing to the board, she added that they could come after him for his antics, so he should be careful, especially with these three. Photos of people appeared, and Larry asked what and who these were, to which the girl replied that they were those he should avoid at all costs. Looking to the side, the hero asked what and why. A family photo appeared. The girl lowered the frame. Looking straight ahead, she said that but ideally one should be wary of everyone, not just these three. Looking at her, the protagonist heard that he understood. The door opened slightly. His name was heard. Looking straight ahead, Molly said that she was going to destroy Prometheus. Larry froze, hearing this. He grinned and said okay, they'll do it together. A board appeared, and the thought appeared that that room was a vulnerable spot for her. At least that's what it seemed to him. Standing by the door, the hero wondered if it was resentment or revenge, although it was none of his business. Anyway, Prometheus was evil incarnate. He entered the password and added that she was his eldest, so he simply couldn't leave her alone. Standing by the door, the protagonist thought he felt someone's presence. Someone had gotten into the house. He opened his eyes wide, remembering that they could come for him for his antics. A view of the room opened up. Larry looked into the apartment. The guy was looking at him. The hero looked at him with fear. Oscar frowned angrily. Suddenly, the hero rushed forward. The guy ran towards him. They swung at each other, and the thought appeared that the usual housing for employees was designed for two. The guy was lying on the floor. It was said that according to the plan, his neighbor was supposed to move in a month, but who the hell knew that it would be Oscar? Sitting on the couch, the protagonist said that it wasn't so good. Then he added that it really wasn't so good. Monsters were running out of the portal. In fact, a shot came flying. Aiming the gun, Thomas said that what the hell was the point of calling him? Only because he was pretty close. He had already finished, and he was taking the place of the manager of another team. Closing his eyes, the guy said that he was sorry. The black hole changed too suddenly, and you can always rely on him. The portal appeared. It was heard that it was clear. The hole was closing. Everything went smoothly thanks to him. They would have managed without him. Looking straight ahead, the soldier said that well, yes, but you never know what will happen with double passes. Frowning, Thomas said that double, and how many times had this happened? The guy raised his eyebrows and replied that there were 2 in Seoul and 8 in all of South Korea. Only one thing was clear. It was a pretty strange phenomenon. The fact that it was continuing must mean that. Looking straight ahead, Thomas heard that it must have another name, right? Closing his eyes, he replied that he didn't know anything, that he worked as a cleaner, and anyway, let them wait for a lawsuit from him, to which the guy replied, okay, good night. Walking straight ahead, the man heard that they were finishing up. He still needed to contact the cleaning team. Looking down, he wondered what the name would be if it really happened and how many would die this time. Swinging his arm, the guy yelled that he would kill him. The hero grabbed him by the arm abruptly. He began to choke him. The protagonist sat the guy down on a chair. Looking at them, the man asked what the hell they were doing so early in the morning, to which he replied that he was still trying to make friends with him, and he added that he should tell them what happened. Looking straight ahead, Larry said that nothing, he knocked him out last night only because he tried to hit him, to which he was told that there were no words, only emotions. Looking at him, the man asked that Oscar was here, to which the hero replied that he should not wake the baby, and he added that he was a crazy idiot, stop making fun of him. The man was being taken away, and the protagonist said that they were mocking him. He appreciated him. He couldn't find a better sandbag in the whole world, to which he replied that he was a fucking bastard. The workplace appeared. It was heard that he was only glad that the fight with the team manager was over, so he switched to Oscar, to which Larry asked where their boss was, and the man replied that he had gone on business. Sitting at the computer, the hero thought that this is why he hadn't heard a single curse word today. Suddenly messages appeared, and he wondered who these people were. The man sighed, hearing that the spammers were doing a good job. They were able to get through their firewalls, to which he replied that if there were such hackers, they should immediately take them. He leaned back in his chair and added that damn, these are the upper crust of society. He only gets emails from unknown companies. Frowning, the protagonist thought it was clear. The man was standing in front of the building. It occurred to him that Kane used to be the director, but he was gone now. So it was natural that other companies and associations would try their best to find out about what had happened, including the employees who were unaware of the situation. Larry crossed his arms, thinking that there were probably those who had already made proposals without knowing all the details, so it was no surprise. It was obvious that they would find out about him. He smirked, looking straight ahead. The man closed his eyes when he heard whether it was worth meeting him at least out of politeness, to which he replied that he would rather think twice. Looking to the side, the hero heard a call to the police for help. A hole had appeared in the region. A portal appeared, and it was heard that they should go to Dongdaemun Station now. People were standing near the station. The man froze when he heard that yes, if things got any worse here, it would be problematic. Walking straight, the hero said that they wouldn't even blow anything up, to which Molly replied that they would try to finish it as soon as possible. They looked at each other in surprise, hearing that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The man frowned and turned to her. The girl turned away, hearing that until now, to which she replied that it was none of his business, and he added that there was no point in wasting your whole life on something you couldn't prove. Looking at him, the protagonist suggested focusing on the task. Circling around him, the man said that what an ordinary face for an immortal, to which he replied that maybe, he wanted to say extraordinary, and he added that it seemed he was a little out of his mind. He was definitely Larry, and the hero asked that he was really his type. He liked younger ones. The man turned around and said that it was opening, rank C, slugs number 3. Slime appeared. It was heard that the gas was poisonous. Everyone move away. Looking to the side, the man said that he was Jack. He was 25, to which the protagonist apologized, and he added that he accepted. Grinning, he added that, well, apparently it was not in vain that he came here. He even managed to meet such a celebrity as he. Let him wait a little, finish quickly, and then they will talk. Suddenly, a flame appeared in the air. The slime was lying on the floor. It suddenly became covered in fire. The soldiers fired from flamethrowers. The man stretched out his hand to the side. Looking at him in surprise, the hero thought that he controls fire as he pleases, and also tries to get rid of slugs that others missed. Looking straight ahead, the man said that he was a fire surgeon, to which he asked again, and he added that people called him that. Standing in front of him, the protagonist said that he was just a regular sexy guy from the Immortal Squad, to which Adam replied that well. The rumors about his inadequacy were probably true. A thought appeared that wow, hearing this from someone who calls himself a fire surgeon is even scarier. Looking straight ahead, the man said that he would get down to business, let him go to the association. He was just right, to which Larry asked what and why so abruptly. Standing in front of the hero, he asked what the hell he came for support when a C-rank hole opened, and Jack turned to him and asked what he had even heard about good manners. Why was he pestering the guy in the middle of work? The man adjusted his glasses and said that he had already finished. The rest could be dealt with using a flamethrower. Besides, he did not remember allowing anyone to call him that, and someone shouted that he should not listen to what this idiot was telling him. He lowered his head and asked what could fry his mouth. Jack smiled broadly and replied that he thought he had lived too long. Now was the time to get off the road of life. Adam frowned. The man looked at him angrily. Standing in front of the hero, they shouted that he should join the association and go to Excursi. No association is better. Looking straight ahead, the hero heard that what he wanted was money. Even the neighbor's dog knew perfectly well which organization had the most funds, to which he thought he should be happy, but somehow it was strange that two men were fighting over him. Looking at the girl, he added that Molly did not even bat an eye. The man stood near the portal. The thought occurred to him that all this time she was just looking at the hole. Suddenly a slug appeared from the portal. The girl looked in surprise. The protagonist's eyes widened. A monster appeared above the man. Suddenly Larry rushed forward. He abruptly crashed into the man. Jack gritted his teeth when he heard that they should step back, everyone back, to which he replied that the hell. Slime monsters appeared, and he heard that, and he had already dreamed that everything would go light. Rushing forward, the man turned to Adam, and he heard that the numbering of the third type, the combination of black holes, double opening, the prediction of all types of slimes. Jack sharply waved his weapon. Pointing to the side, the hero said that he should go there, to which the man thanked him. He opened his eyes wide and added that he should duck. Suddenly, the slime began to fly in their direction. Shots flew at the monsters. Turning around, the protagonist asked what happened. She even used expensive cartridges, and Molly said that the combination of black holes is also called double doors. This is a new phenomenon in which one hole appears inside an already opened one. Shots were fired at the slugs. It was heard that it was impossible to predict what would happen next, so they would have to call in more people than they could handle in one hole. The protagonist looked away, hearing that they should not engage in combat, let them take care of those they had missed, to which he asked what was just, shouldn't they help, to which Molly replied no. Shots were fired at the monster. The soldiers pointed laser rifles. It was heard that Excursi had the most money. A thought arose that did not make them look good. Firing his gun, the hero asked if they really had nothing better to do, to which Molly replied that support would arrive soon, and he asked what team. The protagonist froze, hearing an angry scream. Frowning, the man asked, so that's it, where, as he heard, the kidnappers raised him, put his whole soul into him, and they are trying to lure him to themselves. Well, shoo away from his dog. He warns one last time. If they try one more time, he will rip their heads off. He is Thomas. The slime jumped up. Shots flew at him. Standing by the wall, the guy asked what better could he do, said that he would cover it with himself if he was worried that it would explode. To which Larry asked why the hell did he come if he was standing aside, and he added that he would break the legs of all the thieves. Turning around, the man asked that he was Thomas's subordinate. They will pretend that he did not offer him anything. Firing from the weapon, the guy said that something was strange. 2 hours had passed since the hole opened, only it did not look like it was going to close, to which Adam asked how many more slimes were left in the hole. The man gritted his teeth and said he wasn't sure, to which Adam asked what that meant, and he added that he couldn't get a result. The hero looked surprised when he heard that he had never seen anything like that before, to which he asked him to admit why he came here. Standing against the wall, Thomas replied that when the hole appeared at Dongdaemun Station, dozens of large and small black holes began to open up all over the country. The protagonist looked away, hearing that half of them were double doors, and this was the biggest of them, to which he asked what that meant, and Molly replied that the double door was an anomalous phenomenon that had appeared quite recently. Larry gritted his teeth, hearing that he knew what consequences such a thing could lead to. Yes, to which he said that everything was starting to change, a change that could happen, the appearance of a new ghoul. Suddenly, stones began to fall from the ceiling. Particles appeared from the portal. It was heard that at the moment, much more important than this is the other side of the black hole. The devil knows what else could be there. Frowning, the guy shouted that the supposed location, Alpha 14, a new creature, repeats, a new creature, it appeared from number 3. Looking at the hero, he said that they were retreating. It was heard that an analysis of the appearance of the new creature, a type of slime. The hero opened his eyes wide and thought that this atmosphere, air. He looked straight ahead and added that everything was exactly the same. The protagonist stood in the middle of the city. A monster crawled out of the portal. The thought arose that it was like 10 years ago. Monsters were standing in the city. It was said that the noise as if from an explosion deafened him, bent metal rods and destroyed buildings. Blood and flesh and monsters he had never seen appeared before him. Larry was lying under the rubble. The thought arose that but all he heard was only a ringing in his ears. His head was spinning and his legs hurt terribly. What time was it? Where was he? He clenched his teeth and added that it hurt so much, he was scared. Where were his mom and dad? Let them save him. The monsters looked at him. The thought arose that he did not want to die. Let them help. He begs, he does not want. Looking straight ahead, the hero begged for help. He opened his eyes wide, hearing his name. Sitting in front of him, the girl said that he should pull himself together. The soldiers shot at the monster. It was heard what? How? Surprised, his eyes wide open, the protagonist wondered what was happening. He stood rooted to the spot. While Molly tried to reach him and make him let go, he attacked to protect the association employee. Then, later, looking at the antidote, he heard that the tentacles of the named possess a substance that alters consciousness. She injected him with a drug mixture that increases resistance to such attacks, to which he asked what, and when she managed to get something like that, it was heard that help was already here. Looking straight ahead, the soldier shouted that forward, they need to destroy the barrier. Stretching his hands forward, the magician said that Team 1 should replace the second and burn the tentacles. Holding the weapon in his hands, the fighter shouted that they should watch his eyeballs. This creature is going to attack with lasers. Larry looked surprised when he heard that they were leaving the rest to them, to which he asked again. The man clenched his teeth tightly. The soldier wheezed, lying on the floor. It was heard that but they would be dealt with easily. Were they really going to leave them like this? A terrifying monster appeared. Suddenly, it began to emit mucus. The mucus flew at the fighter. The monster rushed forward. It was heard that what a caustic liquid. Attention everyone, let them get out. Taking the hero by the hand, the girl asked where he was going. Taking a step forward, he answered that they would all die if they left. The soldier was lying on the ground. The protagonist looked frightened, hearing that if he went there, he would also die. The man's eyes widened, looking at him. An image of the hero from the past appeared. Larry let go of the girl's hand, and she screamed. Suddenly, he rushed forward. The monster looked at him. The hero threw the soldier aside. Jack looked away and shouted that he was serious. The soldier flew up. The man caught him deftly. Tentacles wrapped around the hero's leg. The protagonist clenched his teeth. Suddenly, a blow flew past the monster. The creature looked forward. Thomas, holding the weapon in his hands, said that this bastard had done God knows what again. Blows flew at the monster. It was heard that they should not stop, continue attacking, let them attack until the barrier falls, and someone said that he would borrow the medicine for a while. Suddenly, Larry rushed forward. The monster's eyes lit up. It was heard that this was an unfinished psycho. Beams appeared from his eyes. The soldier was lying on the ground. The hero grabbed him abruptly. The ceiling began to collapse. The man looked up in surprise. The protagonist suddenly appeared in front of him. Looking straight ahead, the magician heard that he could move his hand, let him inject the medicine into him. The man looked at the syringe in surprise. Standing next to him, Larry said that it would hurt a little. He clenched his teeth tightly. Lifting the fighters onto his shoulders, the hero said that he should just wait a little. Looking down, he wheezed. Lying on his shoulder, the man said that he could have died while helping them. Why did he climb? To which the protagonist replied that this was his job. He could not give up. He makes money, kills bastards, saves others. Smiling, Larry said that even with this he remains alive. That's what he is ready to fight for. He carried the fighters on his shoulders. Stretching his hand to the side, the soldier said that he should put it here. Bending over, he said that he had problems with his head. Lying on the ground, the magician turned, to which the hero replied that it was not worth it. Looking down, he asked that he was going to thank him, wasn't he? To which the man replied that he was. Standing behind him, the girl turned. Suddenly, she injected him with medicine in the chest. Frowning, Molly said that if he was going to commit suicide, then he should do it somewhere else. Grinning, the protagonist replied that no, that was not in his plans. They turned around, hearing that everything was about to collapse. Blows flew at the monster. It was heard that the barrier was about to break. Let them attack in the places where cracks appeared. In fact, a shot suddenly flew. He opened his eyes wide. Suddenly, the monster rushed forward. He abruptly fell to the ground. Lightning emitted from the creature's eyes. He began to throw soldiers to the sides. Gritting his teeth, Jack said that for heaven's sake. Looking at the monster, he added, what the hell is going on here? Flames emitted from the weapon. The man struck the monster. He opened his eyes in surprise. Jack flew into the wall. The soldiers were shooting at the creature. He jumped up abruptly in their direction. The monster fell to the floor. The soldiers ran forward, and someone said that they should hold it as long as possible and bring white phosphorus. The hero lowered the soldiers to the floor, and someone said that they had run out of antidote, and that they should gather the wounded in one place, and the soldier said that he should wait until he finished regenerating. Suddenly the protagonist rushed forward, and he exclaimed. The soldier froze in front of the monster. Larry grabbed him abruptly. The creature abruptly pulled out its tentacles. The hero opened his eyes wide. The tentacles grabbed him. Suddenly they broke. Walking forward, the soldier said that here was a piece of an idiot. He decided to forget about it. Let them take him and get out. Looking down, the hero thought that this was the third time the manager had been present, or the fourth. The soldiers were moving towards the monster, and he added that there were a dozen of them. A beam appeared in front of the creature. A blow flew at the soldiers. A wave appeared in front of the fighters. The man fired a weapon. It was heard that in places where the barrier was broken. Stretching his hands forward, Adam shouted that they should direct all attacks there. The man rushed forward. Sitting on the floor, the soldier wheezed. The protagonist was breathing heavily. The word thank you was heard. The soldiers walked towards the monster. The thought arose, what the hell the manager had just done, spreading his presence everywhere. A blow flew through the shadows. It was said that he was hiding his real one. Holding his wound, Larry thought that he could still run. Looking straight ahead, he added that he would succeed. Stretching his hand forward, the soldier exclaimed. The monster looked at him in surprise. Many shadows attacked him. The blows flew across the shadows. The thought came that as soon as this star attacked one of his fakes, in essence, shots flew. It was said that the rest would aim at its weak point and would attach themselves to it. Carrying a soldier on his shoulders, the hero thought that then forward, those who lost heart, those who were on the verge of death, or those who simply did not manage to dodge, he would carry them to a safe place. Gritting his teeth, he added that and no matter what. The protagonist closed his eyes. He clenched his teeth tightly and thought that he would never stop. Taking his hand, the man said that it was enough. They stood in a destroyed room, and he added that it was all over. Larry closed his eyes. The man frowned, hearing that they really won, to which he replied that they did not lose. Thomas turned back. Walking forward, the hero thought that they had not lost. It did not immediately dawn on him what he meant. The monster came out of the portal, and he added that humanity had never managed to finish off the named one. This time nothing had changed. They had not finished off the star. It had simply returned to where it came from, but they had not lost. The protagonist sat on the floor. He heard his name being called. Looking away, Thomas asked what the hell he needed it for, to which the soldier replied that he wanted to know the name of his savior, and he added, savior, also his. Grinning, Jack said that it was Larry, to which the man asked what he was, the main character of Rumors, to which he responded approvingly. Looking at Thomas, the magician said that he should tell him thank you. He almost died before the birth of his daughter, to which Thomas replied that he would tell him himself. He was not his messenger. Looking at Jack, he asked what he was staring at. He said that he would kill him if he tried to lure him away. Sighing, Jack said that yes, he was a romantic, to which Adam replied that no, he was ruining everything. He was not suitable for a psionic. Thomas silently looked at them. The protagonist lowered his head. It was heard that he did not teach him this. He just does what he wants. Molly stood in front of him. It was said that on June 11th, a new creature appeared in Seoul. No one died. Sitting at the table, Larry laughed, hearing that he probably feels fine. Grinning, he replied that 4 days had passed since the end of the mission. Of course he was fine, to which the guy asked what and how it was, and he asked again. It was heard that a starfish. Looking straight, the protagonist said that it was really complete nonsense. The soldiers attacked the monster. It was heard that he fully understood why humanity had never managed to kill the named one before. Beams were emitted from the monster. He began to strike at the fighters. It was heard that, frankly, remembering this, he had goosebumps. The protagonist looked surprised, hearing that apparently this is not a new named one, to which he asked what, however, why this was the first recorded battle. Looking at him, Clinton said that the double doors had opened in another region, but they had managed to avoid having to fight. The monster moved between the portals. It was heard that the star had probably gotten lost and was wandering around because all the doors were closing. Well, it happened. It got into the one that no one had closed yet, the closer. Looking to the side, the guy asked what the closer was, to which he replied that apparently that was what they were called since they were able to close holes whenever they wanted. Looking straight ahead, the hero heard that most of them knew about it. They just hadn't done it because they were still newbies. Dishes appeared on the table. It was heard that maybe they would go now. It sounds great, but who would pay? Walking forward, Horace asked what their colleague just said about getting a bonus for nothing, and Clinton added that he should be ashamed of himself for trying to make them pay considering the value of the information he had, to which the protagonist asked that he wanted him, a young guy, to pay for them. Putting his hands in his pockets, the man said that age had nothing to do with it. They were just colleagues, to which Larry replied that fine, he pays. Homeless people, they are bastards. Smirking, the girl said that the gentleman had already paid for him. The hero looked at the man. He turned and smirked. Looking straight ahead, Clinton asked who that was, his new boyfriend, to which the protagonist replied that he would go with him. The man walked down a dark street. Standing behind him, Larry asked that he was that policeman, right? The hero threw the man aside. He was heard saving him when the double doors opened. Looking straight ahead, the policeman replied that he thanked him, to which the protagonist said that it was all strange, because, as he remembered, he was a simple policeman. Standing still, he heard that since he was allowed into a restaurant that only special types were allowed into. Looking away, the man replied that he was sorry for luring him out like that. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Grinning, Larry thought about that voice, and then said that it was still chilly in the evenings, so they could easily catch a cold. Gritting her teeth, the girl said that she couldn't stand that bastard. Frowning, the man said that he should remember their goal. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought that this guy was in one of the photos in Molly's room. What should he do? She said that she wanted to kill him. Grinning, the man said that he should let her introduce herself. A hand reached out to him, and he added that his name was. The thought came that he couldn't just leave. This fake cop had upset him. Suddenly, the man grabbed the hero's hand. He frowned. Suddenly, the man threw the hero aside. Looking away, he thought that he had just grabbed a fake, not the real one, and then said that it was not bad. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist said that, frankly speaking, he was not in the mood, and then thought that it was only for a moment, but he definitely saw. His eyes lit up, and he added that the future, in which he would be torn into 8 pieces and scattered, if he hadn't jumped back in time, he would have gotten it. The man sighed and said that he was surprised back in Dongdaemun, but he really is something, and he's only been working there for a year. Stretching his hand out to the side, he added that he thought he should explain what was happening. His name is Steven, he works for a small but rather interesting recruiting firm. The man grinned and said that he had met him halfway that time, but things had gone a little off kilter. Well, if there was someone talented and someone who liked that talented person, then his job was to bring them together. Larry stood still, and it was heard that he wanted to formally introduce him to the second-rank employee of the Immortal Special Forces of Prometheus. Frowning, the girl said that that was enough, to which Steven asked that they knew that even in the event of a misfire, a fee was charged, so, to which she replied that he was greedy for money. Looking at the hero, she asked that he had heard everything. It was really true, to which the protagonist replied that he already had a girlfriend that he liked. He turned his head, hearing that she found him disgusting, to which he replied that, well, the problem was solved. Suddenly, Larry looked surprised. Clenching his fist, he thought his skin was getting prickly. It seemed like his body would split in half if he turned around right now. The man crossed his arms and said that he would make a decision after hearing them out, and he added that it was all because of his wild bloodlust. Standing in front of the hero, the girl said that she promised she just wouldn't if she decided to work with them, to which he asked what was wrong with her, and she sent him. Looking at them, the protagonist asked if she would really give him some money, to which she replied that she would give him enough money so that he wouldn't envy any rich guy. To which he asked what about girls, he liked them, and the girl added that he would have as many as he wanted. Looking straight ahead, Larry asked what about home. It was impossible to fall asleep in a penthouse, and the benefits package, he liked the breaks, and he had a lot of things to do on weekends. Frowning, the girl specified that Manhattan, Gangnam, wherever he wanted, he would live a life he could never have dreamed of before if he ascended to Prometheus. Looking straight at him, the hero said that was great, he was refusing. The girl looked angrily and said that he should think about it carefully, he would regret it. She clenched her teeth, hearing that he would think about it, but the problem was, she was not his type at all, not a bit, to which the man said that he should forget, he could not be convinced. Turning around, the girl said that she would regret it, let him remember her words. Looking at them, the protagonist heard that this was his last chance. Sighing, he said that being so experienced was such a torment. A view of the building opened up. Grinning, the girl said that she was the savior of Dongdaemun, and the man said that here he was, the hero of the Western Gate. Standing in front of them, Larry asked again, to which he was told that he hadn't heard. That's what they called him after that incident. Patting him on the shoulder, Clinton asked if he was really surprised, said that he wanted to tell him about it yesterday. The hero extended his hand to the side and said that it was so awkward, to which the man asked if he was sure he was awkward. He raised his eyebrows and asked again, hearing that they should guess what happened yesterday. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that it was really unexpected, never thought that something like this could happen. Looking straight ahead, he added that Prometheus offered him a job. The employees laughed at this, and Thomas asked if anyone else had received an offer from them. The thought arose that these bastards were just going around and around, offering positions to everyone. The man grinned and said that he was a bastard, he was stupid, to which Larry replied that he knew nothing, and he added that there was work behind him. The room appeared, and Thomas asked what else they had offered him, to which the hero clarified that they might go further. Looking at Molly, he added that he was there, one of the 3 she had asked to avoid. People's eyes widened when they heard whose photos were on the wall of her room. The protagonist looked confused and asked what this sudden change in aura was, to which the girl asked again, what of whom? The man turned around. She could be heard calling him a crocodile or something like that muscular monster, and he would return from there in one piece, to which Larry replied that he did not want to kill him. Molly clenched her teeth angrily. Walking forward, the hero asked what and what kind of work he was offered, to which the man replied that it was rescue, and he asked again what and who, to which he added that the one who was hiding in the mountains with important information. The protagonist looked surprised and asked what then, maybe it would be better to call it kidnapping. An image of a man appeared. They heard his name was Chuck. He was the target of this mission. He thought they had all heard about the Closer. Presumably Chuck was a scientific assistant when the Closer was in Europe. Stretching his hand to the side, the man said that they needed to find out where he was now and save him. This would serve as the key to solving the case related to Dongdaemun, to which they responded approvingly. Grinning, the hero said that it turns out that this is a kidnapping. The man looked away angrily. Looking at Simon, he asked what he was doing with his newcomers, to which he replied that of course, he became the hero of Dongdaemun, and the man added that he was not asking him, but Simon said that yes, he heard perfectly well. Thomas closed his eyes, hearing that his team was ready for this, to which he replied that yes, He should not yell, he can hear, I am sure he has already been informed about everything. The protagonist hung his head, hearing what was wrong with them, their superiors trying to help them. To which he thought that this chief of the control room, he heard, he lost most of his influence because of the incident with the headquarters. The man screamed furiously, and he added that he makes them cross the line of the law to make sure that they do not have too much power, or what? Larry looked surprised, hearing that why he was flying in the clouds. Grinning, he replied that he heard everything, he understood everything, accepted and processed it. He called the mission a rescue, but in fact they need to find and capture him alive. Everything is clear as day. The chief of staff clenched his teeth in anger, tearing his shirt. He asked that he was crazy. Yes, he does not care about this. After all, their CEO will cover them. Is this what their team leader taught them? To which the hero asked that maybe he has anger issues. Leaning on the table, Thomas shouted what the hell they assigned him for. How did he know he was such an idiot? Stretching his hand forward, the man replied that he should die, let him go, to which he asked what he said, they would go one way or another. Looking to the side, the protagonist said that she should help the weak, to which Molly replied that he should shut up, and he asked again. The man kicked the door down, hearing that someone was letting him go. Let him come back quickly, he hadn't finished yet. Where were they going? Let them come back right now, to which he replied that he didn't want to listen to this any longer, let him go get a weapon. Walking forward, Larry asked what to take, to which he was answered that what they usually use, Molly is going with him, and he added that it is possible to somehow customize it, to which Thomas said that if he has extra money, let him buy it and paint it as he wants. The elevator board appeared, and the hero asked if there was a weapon with some kind of a joke, to which the girl replied that there was, but not for free. Putting her hand on her hip, Julie asked what it was, said what was his name, the hero of Dongdaemun, I think. Looking at the hero, Molly said that he should introduce himself, to which he replied that yes, a second-rank employee, Larry, their team manager told them to come here. Holding out a knife, the girl said that it is clear, let him take it, it is made of adamantium, the best that there is from standard weapons without any special features. Raising her hand up, she added that she made it to order, but the customer got mad because he had to concentrate too much to use this blade normally, to which the protagonist asked what happened and how it ended. Larry looked at the sword and thought, yeah, the balance is a bit weird, it won't work as a permanent weapon, he'll have to find a creative approach, and then said okay, he'll take it. The girl crossed her arms and asked him if he probably trains a lot, it must be tiring, to which he responded approvingly, and it occurred to him that he did, of course, but he was half a werewolf. There were weapons in the box, and the hero asked what kind of gun was in there, to which Julie replied that this one, well, she just brought it to show him. A gun appeared, and it sounded like she made it 3 years ago, but it's very heavy because it's also made of adamantium, so it's not for immortals. The protagonist picked up the weapon. Veins appeared on his hands. Rays appeared, and he exclaimed. Larry raised the weapon up and said that he thought that in principle anything was possible. Smiling, the girl said that he really was very strong, to which the hero said that he was not bad, but what was the handle for, and she added that the handle was there to make it easier to use the weapon with its weight. Maybe it would come in handy. Grinning, Molly said that if it was made of adamantium, they spent about 300 million on it, to which the protagonist thought, what's the big deal, 300 million. Holding the weapon in his hands, he added that this little thing, to which Julie replied that yes, but that's not the most important thing. Grinning, she asked that she would be able to use it, to which Larry replied that of course, there was nothing impossible about it. Her eyes lit up and the girl asked if she was sure, to which the hero responded approvingly, and then thought what and why she was glowing like that. Putting her hand on the gun, Julie said that all the weapons she made were like babies, seeing them being born, but she couldn't get what she wanted. Looking at the hero, she added that she thought she'd feel like a mother, to which he replied that he couldn't even imagine, and the girl said okay, it doesn't matter, let him take it. Julie smiled and said that but let him remember, she wouldn't forgive him if he left it unattended or put it in a warehouse, to which the protagonist asked what warehouse, he'd sleep with it, to which she added that damn, he's funny, and Larry asked that he could call her big sister. Raising her hand, Julie said okay, but let him remember to name her babies. Looking at the man, Molly said that it happened. Turning around, the hero asked why he came here, to which the guy replied that it was none of his business, and Simon said that he was helping with the task. Thomas smiled, hearing that of all the possible it should be him, to which he replied that he was now their Oscar. The thought appeared that well, yes, they called him on purpose to spite him. Oscar gritted his teeth and said that he would kill him. Grinning, the protagonist replied that well, great, he lacks a little skill, but he really tries his best. Looking straight ahead, the guy said that well, since they are assembled, they can begin the briefing. It was heard that good, they will begin. Looking to the side, he asked that he seriously wants to take a new employee for support, to which Thomas replied that well, let him take his position since something is not to his liking. A diagram of the building appeared. It was heard that they had identified all the locations of the guards. But what the hell, why do they need so many mercenaries? Pointing at the map, the guy said that they had essentially turned the mansion into a fortress, to which the man asked again. Looking straight ahead, he added that there was one group that they were able to identify. They were called the Blue Twins, to which Simon replied that they were one of the 5 best in the United States. Thomas smiled when he heard that 3 of the Blue Twins, all the rest were mercenaries from Korea. They assumed that there were about 20 people in the squad. Looking straight ahead, he asked that they had doomed them to death, said that the bosses were such bastards. The hero raised his head, hearing the appeal. He turned and asked again. Stretching his hand forward, the man said that they should go there and study the area, attack them before they asked for reinforcements, to which the protagonist asked that they were going earlier. Smiling, Thomas said that the others would join him tomorrow morning and that they should leave now. Frowning, Larry asked again. The guy exclaimed in surprise, hearing that yes, there were objections. He opened his mouth and said that he did not want this. The guys were standing in the middle of the forest. Raising his head, the hero said that well, since the mansion was on a mountain, and the guy asked that they needed to climb up to get to it. The protagonist lowered his head and said that he should excuse him. He would answer, okay, to which he asked what now. The phone rang. It seemed that his life would be in danger if he did not pick up. Smirking, Larry thought that he heard that she had not been feeling well for the past few days, and then answered. Closing her eyes, the woman asked if he was busy, to which he replied that it did not matter. He just had to answer the call of the most beautiful woman. Looking straight ahead, the hero heard that if he wanted to sing the praises of his mother's beauty so much, then he should write it the thickness of 2 Bibles, to which he replied that it was not much. Looking down, the woman asked if she could come over for the weekend, to which the protagonist asked if something had happened. Looking straight ahead, he heard that no, it was just, to which Larry thought that this was a very bad sign. Closing his eyes, the man said that his mother had gone crazy, all because of his frequent departures. Putting his hand to his face, the hero replied that no, it was all about empty nest syndrome, to which he said that he was to blame for this. The protagonist scratched his head, hearing that so what, to which he replied that fine, he would come and do whatever it took. The guy was breathing heavily. Turning around, Larry asked him that he was tired, to which he replied that he should not talk to him. Looking into the distance, he turned to the assistant manager. Standing on the ledge, the hero said that he thought they were on the wrong mountain. Barry raised his eyebrows and asked again, to which he replied that it was a joke. Sitting down on the ground, the guy said that he seemed to be starting to understand manager Thomas, to which he asked again, and the assistant added that, well, he would go and look around. A large building appeared. He was heard to say that there were 20 of them. If you count those inside, he thinks there are not 20. Looking through binoculars, the protagonist said that there are more of them than usual in a Korean mercenary team. This doctor is probably very rich. The soldiers showed up and the guy asked if he remembered the layout, to which he replied yes, in great detail, and Barry added that okay, they would watch them for 3 hours. Lying on the ground, the guy said that there was only one road leading to the house, and there were solid doors all around, to which Larry replied that he thought the sniper who would cover the rear was holed up somewhere in the woods. The soldiers were lying on the roof. He could hear him thinking that the path would fit about 3 sedans. He also noticed the machine guns, yes, but why were they located in that direction? Looking through binoculars, the hero said that if they tried to get inside, they would fall into a trap. The mercenaries didn't give a damn about the defense of the path. Apparently there was something in the ground. Looking at the guy, he added that they were keeping a close eye on the mountain range, thinking there was a sniper there too. Snipers, machine gunners, special forces mercenaries, all in some fucking positions, and then asked what happened. They looked at each other, and the protagonist said, well, that's what he thought, to which Barry asked that he wanted to join the analysis team. Standing in the middle of the forest, the guy said that there were traps, machine guns, and about 40 special forces mercenaries, and they didn't see anything else interesting, to which Thomas replied that it was as expected from the ace of the analysis team, and he said no, it was all Larry's merit. Raising his hand, the manager shouted that it was all too obvious, there was nothing special about it that deserved praise, to which the protagonist thought, what a two-faced scumbag. Thomas looked at him and asked what he was thinking about, to which Larry asked again, and he added that he saw other roosters here. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that they were coming fully armed. The people looked at him. The protagonist raised his eyebrows when he heard that he had an idea of the area. It was worth starting to develop a plan. No need, he would do it himself, to which he thought that they were pretending not to hear him. Thomas looked at him when he heard that he was sure they were ready for a frontal attack or an approach from behind. They needed to use the element of surprise, but more importantly. Frowning, Larry said that these people had never worked together, so 5 of them would be enough. The man grinned and said that he was a crazy rooster. Crossing his arms, he added that it was now 4:45 in the morning. They would put the plan into action at 6 in the morning. Let them get rid of the sniper and machine guns when they came from the front. Looking straight ahead, the boys heard that there were snipers on them, let them make sure everything was okay and wait, to which they responded approvingly. Holding the bow in her hands, Molly heard that there were machine guns on her, let her do everything quietly and quickly. With wide eyes, the hero asked what and what about him, and the man replied that he had to take responsibility for the information provided. He rolled his eyes when he heard that he and the manager would go head on. A blow flew at the soldier, a shot flew into the back of the fighter's head. The man's eyes widened. Raising his head up, the soldier asked what happened. Looking ahead, the agent heard that there were strangers, to which he said that everything was fine, there were mines everywhere. People were approaching, and the fighter asked why the mines weren't exploding, and he added that he should wait. The guys smiled widely. It was heard that what the hell was going on? Attention everyone, fire. The men ran forward rapidly, and someone shouted why they couldn't hit them. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist wondered what the foreseeing of sinister intentions, what was he talking about? Raising his finger up, Thomas said that there was no time, he would get to work on preparing it, to which he replied that yes, he was the most sinister. Suddenly, a blow flew from below his head. Dodging, the protagonist asked again. Standing still, he wondered why so suddenly, and what was wrong with him lately. The man swung his leg. Wide-eyed, Larry thought it was only for a second, but he saw. Running forward, he added that the sinister intention, he could read the location. Looking straight ahead, the soldier shouted for them to activate them. The fighters looked at the mine, the thought appeared that the mine was directional. Suddenly, an explosion flashed in front of them. The man looked at them with fear and asked that it was a man, he had been seeing things lately, to which they answered, well, who else? Fucking ghosts. Let him pull himself together. Running up to them, the soldier asked how many of them there were, a squad, to which he replied that there were 2, it was heard that he had detonated a mine just because of 2. Looking up, the man said that he did not understand, they were kind of strange. Lightning flew around the hero, it was heard that what the hell was that, it really was a man. Grinning, Thomas said that he was a good boy, go ahead, to which the protagonist thought that he would use him as a shield. The manager looked surprised, hearing the address. Larry aimed his gun and said that since they had given them a warm welcome, they would respond with the same hospitality. He pulled the trigger sharply. A bright beam flew out of the gun. The hero heard a loud sound. Suddenly his arm was torn off. Frowning, he thought it was a shotgun. Thomas looked away in amazement. The protagonist fell to the ground. The thought occurred to him that it was a real gun. Sitting on the ground, he heard that he was a stupid bastard. Smiling, Larry said that he had decided that from now on he was called the 4th batter. The soldiers lined up in front of him. Turning around, Thomas shouted that he should forget it didn't matter, to which the hero replied that well, it was unexpected to hear that. Rushing forward, he added that it didn't matter, let him get up and run, to which the protagonist asked again. The man turned around and shouted that he should open his eyes, to which Larry asked why. Running next to him, he said that they were supposed to be with them once and for all, to which Thomas replied that he only found out his opinion. No one said that they would engage in battle with them, and he added that well, what the hell were they here for? Frowning, the manager said that it was to install the lock, and the hero asked what he was talking about. Suddenly, he deftly dodged the blow. Jumping up, the man shouted that they were such bastards, to which the protagonist said that he could fly and throw pikes at the same time. Is it a flotation ability or telekinesis? And Thomas replied that no, let him use his damn senses. Larry's eyes widened, and he asked if he could ask a question. He was born with swear words. The man looked at him angrily and asked if he was completely out of his mind. Turning around, the hero said that he was still chasing them, and Thomas said that he would die if he continued. The protagonist looked in amazement. Suddenly, a shot flew at the fighter. Molly was holding a bow in her hands. It was heard that they had a sniper. Smiling widely, the man said that he would die if he continued chasing. The fighters ran forward. It was heard that the plan had some name. The name knows English. The hero's hand was bandaged and he asked what the invisible prison was, so they should scare them so much that they would not dare to go outside, to which the manager replied that yes, they would kill anyone who tried to get out. Stretching his hand to the side, the protagonist said that this plan was in Oscar's style. Why don't they just cut everyone instead? To which Thomas replied that efficiency is the basis of any plan, and now they will go. Looking at him in surprise, Larry asked what where, to which he said that he meant where they will penetrate their territory after him. Looking to the side, the man said that yes, if he does not want his hand to be torn off again, let him watch the post from which he will shoot, to which the hero thought what and why did not he say about it earlier. Thomas rushed forward and told him to watch what he was doing, to which he thought they would go into stealth mode this time. The man smiled and added that it would be fun. A view of the building opened up. The soldier looked towards the bushes. There was a rustling sound in the bushes and he asked what was going on. The wind. Suddenly a man appeared in front of him. The fighter fell to the ground and the soldier asked again. Beams flew around the agent. He was told to control the volume of noise, hide in the shadows, and use the enemy's blind spots. Thomas was behind him. The thought occurred to him that they were becoming completely invulnerable. The soldiers were lying on the ground. It was heard that there were 2 of them. They attacked them and ran away. Archie smiled and said that yes, they were a real pain in the ass. I even wonder what kind of guys they were. Ash looked away and said that they were professionals. The soldiers were standing in front of the hero. The thought came that the traps on the side of the path were destroyed and 6 were dead, and we can't forget about the damn gun either. Warming his fist, the man said that these bastards, their mothers will mourn them for a long time, to which Ash replied that they will return. They still can't remain unnoticed forever. The hero looked surprised, hearing that he should take the elixir. Standing in front of him, the man said that he should drink and open the door, to which he asked again. The fighter ran forward. He heard himself thinking. He had already felt it at the moment of the attack. His senses were so heightened that it seemed as if everything was in the palm of his hand. They call it opening a door. Closing his eyes, Thomas said that opening this feeling was a base. If he couldn't even do that, he would never compare to him. Opening his eyes wide, the protagonist thought, God, he could feel every muscle. His heart began to beat faster. Gritting his teeth, he added that his senses were also heightened more than usual. Looking at his hands, Larry thought that this was the same feeling as during the first attack. Looking to the side, Thomas told him not to forget to calm his mind, and now let him repeat after him. Looking at the tied-up soldiers, the man asked what the hell was going on here. Did he shit in his pants out of fear, or something? Bright beams appeared in the air. The fighters looked in amazement, and the soldier said that there was something there. Sitting on a tree branch, the hero thought about putting up natural barriers to hide and using the enemy's blind spots when they turned away. He heard that he couldn't see him. He suddenly jumped on them and added that in order to knock them out before they noticed. Smiling widely, the protagonist said hello. Thomas looked out from behind the tree, hearing that he was addressed. Raising his hand, Larry asked if it was worth it to go and rip everyone's heads off now. He opened the door, so why the hell should he stand and wait? The man grinned, standing in front of him. Suddenly, he struck the hero. Turning around, Thomas said that he should shut his mouth. He still has a lot of work to do. To which the hero thought that why does he expect that he will be perfect in everything right away? And how much time does it take purebreds? 3 months to learn everything and everyone. The man smiled. The thought came that he had succeeded the first time, and Thomas said that they would go. They should act according to the plan, to which the protagonist replied that he should wait. He needed to do something. Gritting his teeth, Ash asked what the hell was going on, and the man added what the hell. The man was suspended from a tree branch. It was heard that the damn bastards, they were not professionals, they were creators. Looking straight ahead, the mercenary thought that there were no systematic orders, the destruction of personal combat assistants. They hit their weak points. Besides, they have taste. Standing in front of the soldier, he asked what about the second, to which the fighter replied that he was captured, and Archie said what? Seriously, and he is called the best mercenary in Korea. It was worth guessing when he chased after those bastards. The soldiers looked up in fear. They heard that damn, and he was going to confess his feelings. When he returned, well, he hoped he would not wake up when some strange things started happening. They could end up the same way. The thought arose that at this rate, they would run away tonight. Fear must be controlled with even more fear. Standing in front of the soldiers, the mercenary said that they should be on guard inside the mansion, not to let anyone in, not to let anyone out if they disobeyed his order. Raising his hand up, he added that he would personally dismember them into small pieces. Standing near the car, Thomas asked why no one had come out anywhere, to which Simon replied that yes, no movement, and he added that well, they would open the prison doors themselves. Looking at him, the hero turned, to which the man asked what he needed, and he added that why were they going to do this? Thomas closed his eyes and said let Molly explain, to which she responded approvingly, and the protagonist thought he could try to kick his ass. Pointing her finger at him, the girl said that the invisible prison only works here for weaklings, to which he responded that his chest, what kind of sexualized violence? The man appeared behind the soldier. It was heard that the point of the invisible prison is to sow fear. They will create frightening situations, pull out one after another. The hero struck the soldiers. It was said that in order to reduce their numbers and heat up the situation within their team. Looking at him with fear, the fighter said that he was sure that there was something like an exorcist there now, and the man added that he thought they would not sleep a wink after what they would do to them, to which Larry asked what and what they would do. Thomas hit him and said that what an idiot, what should they do when they are all scared? Holding a megaphone in his hands, the soldier said that they should come out and play. They are not ghosts, they are real, they understand. Looking away, he asked why they did not come out, to which he was told that they were Americans. Let him try in English. Frowning, the hero began to swear. Suddenly, someone came out of the building. Flexing his fists, Archie said that it was them. Raising his hand up, the protagonist said that he learned about this on the last mission, but he thinks that when learning a language, you should first learn all sorts of curses. Smiling, he swore. Throwing a gun at him, the man shouted, "Holy shit." Larry pointed the gun at him. He abruptly began to shoot. Opening his eyes wide, the hero said that this bastard. The man rushed forward. It was heard that a representative of a special species, possessing an incredibly rigid body. Taken aback, Larry said that this fool. Archie ran at him with an enraged look while the protagonist shouted that he was able to increase the strength of the body. Archie swung his blade. The protagonist's machine gun was cut in half. Looking at the satisfied face of the mercenary, Larry declared that he was not a bun, but stale bread. Archie ran at him with a machete in his hands. He screamed with an enraged look that he wanted the protagonist dead. There was a blow. Larry rushed past him and chopped off his hand. Holding his shoulder, the man asked how this happened. He swung his fist at the protagonist. Larry rushed past Archie, cutting off his other hand. He turned around with a puzzled look. The protagonist noticed a grenade in the severed hand. Grinning, Archie told the protagonist to die. Larry took the machine gun from behind his back and asked the mercenary to keep dreaming about it. He hit his hand like a baseball. The guys looked at the explosion in the sky. Frowning, Archie said that he would not forget him. The protagonist hit him on the back of the head and asked again. Standing on it, Larry said that from now on the reins of power are in the hands of the immortal special forces. If there are any wishes or complaints, then he is ready to listen to Archie. The soldiers stood in front of the protagonist and said that they want to go home. Adjusting his glasses, Ash asked to stop talking like that because they were paid for doing their job. His eye suddenly began to glow brightly. Ash released a laser from his eye and said that they got it in full, so they should stop. Standing in front of the guys, he noted that they were all within reach. Frowning, Larry thought that with such a laser eye, he would be confident in himself. Today he managed to learn something strange. The boy was kneeling in front of them and begging for mercy as he was only doing his job, and Thomas emphasized the fact that since they had him in their hands, they should use him to the fullest. He pointed his finger at the protagonist and said that the boy should try to knock him out and he would be released if he defeated him. As Thomas walked away, he said that the boy could use whatever he wanted. He was giving him freedom of choice and Larry should not dare to touch him. Turning around, Thomas asked how long the protagonist was going to hope for luck, noting that if he did not want to die, he should learn to dodge attacks. The boy behind him fired an attack at him. Larry was shocked by this. He wondered with a dumbfounded look if he was supposed to dodge something he could not see. Closing his eyes, the protagonist noted that after about 8 hits, it dawned on him what the fool wanted. He needed to use his heightened senses to catch the impulses of the formless attacks. Opening his eyes, Larry emphasized the fact that this would allow him to predict the enemy's actions and react correctly. He dodged Ash's laser. Enraged, Ash called them stinking rats. He aimed the laser at the protagonist, who dodged the shots. A grenade fell at Ash's feet. Standing in the smoke, he screamed that using dirty tricks was low. Firing a laser into the cloud of smoke, Ash asked the protagonist to show himself. Larry jumped out at him and swung his blade. He plunged the blade into Ash's stomach. The protagonist pushed him aside. The guy was furious. There was an explosion in front of him. Ash fell to the ground. Turning around, Larry declared that he was very good. He was suddenly taken aback. A stranger ran past him. While the protagonist thought he had missed him, there was another one, after which he wondered if he was immortal since he did not sense his presence. Molly fired a shot from her bow. The stranger dodged the shot. Larry swung his leg in front of him. The protagonist smirked, noting that the guy was fast. The protagonist jumped on the stranger from behind and said that he was faster. The protagonist slammed the guy into the ground. Looking at the trembling bandit, Molly assumed that this would count towards Larry's karma. Sitting over the guy, the protagonist said that he was undressing him since he had an unusual coat. The man pointed at Larry and asked if he was a regressor, adding that he came up with the term regressed rookie employee too good at fighting. The protagonist smiled and said that they would get a couple million richer. Thomas started to walk away from there and said that they would go inside and Larry should tie them up. Chuck put a gun to his temple and ordered him not to move, noting that they had better not disappear from his field of vision, otherwise he would pull the trigger. Looking at this, the protagonist thought that Chuck took himself hostage and that it was original. Simon raised his hand and suggested that there was some misunderstanding. They wanted to invite him as a consultant, and Chuck asked if it was at gunpoint and if this is what the special forces do. Confused, Simon waved his hands. Putting his hand on his chest, Larry asked if he could say a few words as the most noble representative of the immortals. Enraged, Chuck asked what the protagonist was talking about. Oscar listened to their conversations with a puzzled look. Looking at Chuck, the protagonist said that they were only adhering to his demands, and Chuck replied that they should not look for him anymore. Thomas started walking towards him, saying that he did not know what Chuck was hiding, but that he should tell him everything, after which the man screamed that he should not move. If he came closer, he would shoot. Chuck's hand began to shake. Larry knocked the gun out of his hand. Holding the back of his head, the protagonist asked if he was okay. The protagonist started to leave and asked the man to follow him. He led Chuck into the room. Larry was suddenly taken aback. He saw a girl lying behind bars. There was a gag in her mouth. Looking at her, the protagonist clarified whether it was a girl. Warming his fist, Larry offered to break all of Chuck's ribs, adding that nothing criminal would happen, after which Thomas asked if he would answer if they asked about it. Standing in front of them, Chuck told them that this was his daughter, after which he said that he would go with them, but they should not touch her. The girl opened her eyes. She saw the blurry faces of the guys in front of her, while Barry said that she had a weak immune system, vitamin deficiency, and was mentally unstable. The scars on her body looked like self-harm. The girl suddenly began to twitch and hit her head on the bars. Thomas looked at Chuck and said that she would end up in the lab if the government found out about her, after which the man said that she was just a child, there was no need to be afraid of her. Barry pointed a gun at her and said that a subject not allowed for research must be destroyed. Stunned, Larry noted that she was still a baby, and Barry said that she would be experimented on for the rest of her life, so it was better to ease her suffering. It was better to be dead than a lab rat. Looking at her, the protagonist thought that Barry was talking as if this girl was not human, and then wondered if he wanted to take the life of such a young person. Larry held out his hand and said that they would not kill her and they just needed to keep their mouths shut. Oscar crossed his arms and emphasized that this was a serious crime, and the protagonist asked if he would adhere to the law, stepping over his conscience. Thomas stood next to him and whispered that if he wanted to hide something, he would have to arrange something more serious to divert attention, and all the responsibility would be on him. He pointed his finger at the protagonist and said that he was taking the girl under his responsibility, so they should forget about everything. Thomas pointed his finger to his temple and thought that this was a signal to play along. Raising his hand to his mouth, Simon asked if Barry knew who favored Larry. Thomas, with a displeased look, heard that he was favored by the CEO, who was his father. The guys were taken aback by what they heard. Larry stood in front of them with a puzzled look. Pointing to himself, the main character said that it was all true and that he was the CEO's son, after which he mentally apologized to his father, because now he had two dads. The guys stood in a circle and Larry thought that it was not for nothing that they say that if the majority is lying, then one will definitely believe it. These guys are good at lying. Barry lowered his gun and said that he still needed to report to the CEO, to which he received the answer that there was no problem with that, but it was better not to mention it. Turning around, the main character said that they needed to decide who would take the girl. The guys looked at Chuck. A stunned Simon said that if she ended up with Chuck, her body would be found in 2 days. The news would talk about the risks that the test subjects were exposed to, and they would also say that they freed the poor girl. Holding her chin, Molly said that she needed someone who could handle her, teach her how to speak in basic manners, that this person had to be kind to her, even though she was a test subject, that a special Mother Teresa was needed. Smiling, surprised Larry thought that he never thought he would ever hear the words special and Mother Teresa together. He introduced his mother and noted that someone did come to mind, adding that he knew such a person, after which he asked the girl to go with him. The protagonist pressed the intercom button. The protagonist brought the girl home and reported this. Furious Agatha met him and asked him to explain who this girl was that he had brought. Larry's sister looked out from behind Agatha and asked if she was really going to be a grandmother. Looking away, the protagonist suggested that his mother was bored these days and he thought it was a safe bet to offer her to take care of someone who really needed attention. Then told him that he had saved her, but when he tried to take her away, the cops. He was suddenly hit in the face. The girl jumped off his shoulder. Her gaze was furious. Agatha turned her attention to the feral girl. The guys were standing in front of her. Mary suddenly became afraid. Watching Mary, Larry thought that at this rate she would lie down on her side and start whining. If her father saw her, he would be in despair. Closing her eyes, Agatha suggested that they should bathe her and feed her first. Looking at Mary, sitting at the table, Agatha emphasized the fact that she now resembled a human. Agatha, with an interested look, suggested that this girl was a half-breed and perhaps it had not been 6 months since she woke up. Larry approached her and suggested telling his father about it, and his mother asked him to ask about it after he decided who he would live with. Smiling, the protagonist asked his sister if they would have a spare room, to which he received the answer that her property was not charity. Agatha put a plate of food on the table and asked if it was true that Mary was very hungry. The girl pounced on the food. Larry's mother put a spoon in her mouth and told her that she should eat with a spoon. Holding Mary by the cheeks, she asked her to chew slowly now. Watching what was happening, the protagonist thought that this is why he is proud of his mother. She looks like she can kill and caress, the perfect special Mother Teresa. Ethan was sitting at the computer. Holding a folder with documents in front of him, he said that they dealt with several dozen mercenaries. Ethan seriously emphasized the fact that it was not only the Korean guys, but also the Blue Twins, even if this trio was not of the highest rank, but they definitely cost no less than 100 million. He opened Larry's file and asked if he had dealt with them alone and if they wanted to tell him that this employee had not worked for them for even a year. Sitting on the chair, Ethan read the positive qualities of the protagonist, after which he asked if the ability to understand intellectual problems had already been noted, although he had experience in only a few missions, adding that, as a rule, such talented people were noticed immediately. Slamming the folder shut, Ethan said that this did not apply to Larry. At first he was definitely quite ordinary. Sighing, Ethan said that this fool was improving. In addition to the talents that he had, he was still very different from him. Because of the protagonist, his influence was limited. After putting the papers away, Ethan stated that he didn't like Larry, but he couldn't let his feelings get in the way of his work. Ethan wrote on his file that the main character was definitely unconventional. Looking at the screen, Larry laughed and said that unconventional was the most appropriate description. Molly stood next to him and asked if he was happy, to which she received a positive answer. While lightning flashed outside, Larry said that today was such a wonderful weather, it was even unconventional, and Thomas replied that he had lost his last brains because the weather was disgusting. The protagonist, with a satisfied look, said that the manager did not swear, and when he says so, he becomes very courageous. Looking at his comrades, Larry said that they were on time, after which he clarified whether they had seen the report on the work done. Looking after them, the protagonist apologized. Larry approached Oscar and said that they could not be friends. Watching them, the man asked the half-breed not to overdo it. Keeping his hands in his pockets, he noted that he was watching Larry, so he should not be too self-confident. The protagonist nodded and replied that he would keep that in mind. The man approached Oscar and asked how he could be part of the family if he lost to such a fool, after which the guy apologized. Confused, Larry asked who this man was, to which he received the answer that he was Mike, the manager of the first external security group and Oscar's brother. Looking at the furious Mike, the protagonist wondered why Oscar was being scolded so harshly in this case. He walked past Oscar and asked him to pull himself together. Larry touched his shoulder. He smiled and asked Oscar to lift his nose higher. Turning around, the protagonist noticed Ethan, who addressed him. Ethan seriously asked him to follow him because the CEO wanted to see his lost son. The man crossed his legs and asked if his son had come to him yet. Holding the back of his head, Larry said that the seed that the man had sown long ago had returned to him grown. Sitting opposite, the CEO asked him to tell him what happened last Thursday. Looking the protagonist in the eye, the man said that he knew about the lost son and the test subject, and Larry noted that he already knew everything. If he couldn't get out of this, he would have to go head on. Looking at the CEO, the protagonist said that he didn't see the need to kill her, so he spared her life, to which he received the answer that everything was correct, there was no need to kill someone just because that person was a test subject. Smiling, Larry asked if this was true, and the CEO replied that of course it was, but despite this, he couldn't just let him get away with something like this, he wanted the protagonist to do something for him. Grinning, the man said that in a few days someone very important would be flying to Korea and he needed Larry to be his bodyguard. The protagonist, with a satisfied look, asked to rely on him. After all, he was his son. Ethan approached him and said that he needed to find out why this man had come to Korea. He needed to do everything possible to find out, but he was forbidden to harm him in any way. Standing up from his chair, the protagonist asked to provide it to him. Spreading his arms, Larry said that he would make sure that before leaving the country, this man would talk about how beautiful Korea was. A glass of food was thrown at him. The boy screamed with an angry look that it was too spicy. The protagonist had to warn him that the food was spicy and then called him a stupid, crazy Korean. Larry stood in front of him. The man was silently drinking milk. The stranger was holding a rag in his hands. Looking at the boy who pointed his finger at him, the protagonist thought that the person he needed to protect was called James. He was a prince of a race of superhumans from Southeast Asia. Supposedly, the king had 35 children. This guy was the son of one of the concubines. Larry clenched his fist and reasoned that James was 10 years old and a real young fool. As the protagonist's ears began to bleed, he noted that he had heard that he was fluent in 6 languages and that he seemed to know swear words best of all, and the man asked him not to be angry because James was acting like an angel so far. Closing his eyes, he added that at least nothing heavy or sharp had been used. Looking at James, who was drinking milk, Larry thought that he needed to get closer to him somehow to find out why he was there, but he didn't think it would be possible. Looking around at the people around the boy, the protagonist noted that in that case he was changing his plans. A few days after the incident, he managed to get to know the other bodyguards better and learn about their abilities. Looking at the guy, Larry noted that his name was Robert. He liked to show off his strength, which is quite strange for immortals. He began to brag about his biceps out of joy when he won arm wrestling. Robert showed his biceps to the protagonist while he thought that he would relax and lose his vigilance if he was treated to banana milk after training. The guys drank milk together with a satisfied look. Looking at Joy, The protagonist emphasized the fact that he has the ability of heat, thanks to which he can increase the temperature of any part of the body. Joy's hand became hot while Larry thought that his control over the ability was enviable. If he were a member of the association, Joy would hold a high position. Sitting opposite him, the protagonist reasoned that he is always relaxed and loves to play, so he managed to get close to him thanks to Gotery. The protagonist introduced a girl named Eva and thought that she has a beautiful body and a cute face. James watched as Eva hugged Larry, and the protagonist noted that she was very tactile, and whenever she touched him, the prince reacted somehow strangely. The protagonist looked back and thought that they were on the same side, since they both needed to protect his highness, but she still treated him with caution. Looking at Daniel's face, Larry emphasized the fact that his abilities were still unknown to him, but what he was sure of was that they were in an invisible conflict. Daniel looked angrily at the protagonist, who thought that he was answering his questions in monosyllables, and in his gaze he could read the desire to kill him. Holding his hands in front of him, Larry thought that Daniel's face was basically okay, but his character reminded him of someone from his team. The guys were sitting and having lunch at the table, and the protagonist emphasized that 4 days had passed. James was watching the girls on TV and asked Larry to bring them there. The protagonist watched him and told us that 5 days had already passed and late in the evening, before the 6th day. Lying in bed, the boy asked to sing him a lullaby. Closing his eyes, the protagonist thought that everything this fool wants should be fulfilled. He wished he was born with a gold spoon in his butt, after which he asked to lie down more comfortably, and he would sing to him now. Sitting in front of the bed, Larry began to sing him a lullaby. James began to fall asleep. Looking at him, the protagonist clarified whether he had fallen asleep. He was taken aback when he saw a tear come out of James's eyes. The next day, Joy was sleeping on the bed. Enraged, Daniel was cursing loudly. James was silently sitting at the table. Robert was holding Daniel back. Scared to death, James asked what was going on there. Larry was picking his ear. He watched as Daniel tried to break free. Eva left there screaming that she was going to change. He was left alone at the table with James. The dumbfounded boy asked what Larry had done and whether he had gone crazy. Sitting opposite, the protagonist answered that he had not, after which he asked to be allowed to ask a question. Eva held her head and asked where the ketchup had come from. Smiling, the protagonist asked if she had managed to remove the stains, to which he received the answer that she would take the clothes to the dry cleaners. Getting up from his chair, Larry said that James had said that he was tired, so he went to his room. Eva was suddenly surprised. The protagonist took her by the waist, saying that they were alone. The protagonist, looking pleased, asked if she wanted to tell him anything. Eva was embarrassed. They hugged each other. Eva reached out to him with her lips. Larry held her hair. He grabbed her mouth. Looking at her dumbfounded face, the main character said that she would not recover soon because it was a very hot pepper. James ran out of his room. Joy also woke up and went out. Larry jumped out of the window with the prince. The dumbfounded guys asked what was going on there. Eva was furious. Joy grabbed the radio in his hands. The guards heard a sudden order from the radios to go down to the first floor. Closing his eyes, Joy screamed that this was an emergency because the prince had been kidnapped. The CEO sat opposite Thomas and said that when he sees someone who is good at mountaineering, he wants to lend a helping hand so that he can climb even faster and get to the next checkpoint sooner. Holding the cup in front of him, the man emphasized the fact that, no matter what, Larry was one of his people from the very beginning. For him, this was a punishment, a vacation, and a reward in one task. Looking at Thomas, he said that this job would teach him patience, but he could punish him for leaving the test subject alive. Thomas had also dealt with this prince before. Closing his eyes, the guy replied that it was true. Ethan suddenly burst into the office. He told with a frightened look that the protagonist kidnapped the prince. The guys were shocked by what he heard. Sitting in front of James, Larry thought that he was wondering why he looked worried. Although he came to Korea to rest, his leg was shaking all day. Besides, he cried in his sleep. He remembered how James started crying and noted that he asked the assistant manager to sort everything out. The protagonist introduced the guys assigned to James and emphasized the fact that it turned out that these 4 were far from bodyguards. Larry imagined a picture of Eva standing over corpses in the forest and noted that she used to be a mercenary in the UK and she would follow her victim to the ends of the earth. Joy burned the guy alive, while the protagonist thought that he was a guard of the royal family who liked to burn people alive. Robert wiped a spear with a rag, and Larry told us that this is a royal guard whose specialty is throwing spears, although he told us how to improve fighting skills. Daniel stretched his hand forward, after which Larry thought that he was also a royal guard. His ability is space isolation. The protagonist introduced a girl named Clara, after which he thought that all 4 work for her. This girl is the main contender for the throne of the nation of superhumans, and the elder sister of the prince. Looking at James, Larry added that after receiving all this information, He came to a conclusion: this little fool was there to be killed. Sitting opposite, the protagonist clarified whether the prince wanted to live. The puzzled boy asked what the protagonist was trying to do. Looking into his eyes, Larry replied that he was serious. He knew why James was there. They did not have much time. James bit his lip. Closing his eyes, he said that he did not want to die. Smiling, the protagonist replied that the request was accepted. An agent of the Immortal Special Forces begins a mission to save the prince. Sitting on Larry's back, James asked how the protagonist knew why he was in Korea. While the phone in the protagonist's pocket vibrated, he assumed that his colleague was good at finding information. They ran to the construction site and Larry said that they would stop for a second. Holding the phone to his ear, the protagonist heard a voice asking what he was doing, to which he replied that there was a threat to the prince's safety. Furious, Thomas asked why Larry had kidnapped him and why he hadn't told his partners about it. Pointing his finger, the protagonist showed James where to hide and stated that those guys were the threat to the prince. He calmly asked about reinforcements. Furious, Thomas asked if Larry wanted to start an international conflict and if he thought they would send someone to help the kidnapper, after which he stated that he would be finished if he was caught. The satisfied protagonist replied that he was too good to be caught. He was great at hide and seek. Larry suddenly looked back. Eva ran to him. James was hiding behind the wall and said that he had a tracker with him. This was one of the requirements of the royal family. Eva swung her fist. The protagonist managed to dodge her attack. Turning around, the girl asked if the protagonist dared to deceive her. Looking at her, Larry replied that he did not really like clingy girls. Eva kicked him in the leg. Joy came there and said that it was not worth fighting a werewolf at a distance. Walking towards him, he added that Larry could not remove the tracker. They would not be too rough with him if he gave up. Extending his hand, Joy asked to give them the prince. Grinning, Larry said that he was a liar because he would torture him as soon as he caught him, clarifying if this was true. Joy closed his eyes and asked how he knew about it. Eva ran to the guy in a rage and asked if he was distracted. The protagonist stuck a knife into her side. Raising her hand, the girl screamed furiously that he was a fool. The protagonist parried the blow with a shield. The rival was taken aback and thought about the barrier. Larry pointed his finger forward, thinking that even a werewolf wouldn't recover from a broken neck that quickly, and said that it was possible to defeat a werewolf if you use your abilities from a distance. Robert frowned and said that he had dealt with Eve quickly, which was impressive. Joey crossed his guns and said that he admitted that they had let their guard down, but he couldn't outrun them. The protagonist took off his coat. He put it on James and told him not to lose it. The protagonist flexed his fists and said that it was time to go now. Larry pushed off the ground. The boy was running away with a child in his arms. Joey fired his gun and screamed that he was running. The bullets bounced off his body. Robert picked up his weapon and said that he was wearing bulletproof gear. The protagonist ran around the corner, listening to the man scream that he was trapped anyway. The boy looked at him worriedly and asked what he was doing. There was a wall there. Larry clenched his fist and said that his mother always told him when he was little that if there is no way, you have to create one. He swung his fist. A crack appeared on the wall. The protagonist broke through the wall with a smile. Joy looked ahead in shock and asked how an immortal could be so strong. The guy put the boy on the floor and told him to run. Suddenly, Robert swung his spear and asked where he was going. The tip was approaching the frightened prince. The protagonist covered James with his body. Grabbing the boy, he said that it was time to move on. Larry smirked and said that he would fulfill his promise for him. James remembered how his mother was taken away by the military and thought about how everyone wanted him dead. After he was born, his father could no longer have children, and he was nicknamed the last prince. Everyone literally hated him. The boy imagined how men looked at him and said that he had no right to live. Let him never catch their eye. Remembering how he had looked at the woman in fear, he thought about how it wasn't just his family, but everyone in the country hated him or shunned him, all because of his mother's bad blood, and the ability he had was unidentified. James imagined a corpse under the rubble, thinking that he only lived because his father allowed him to. He imagined the girl lying on the ground, thinking about how the people he cared about had died for no reason, and he was in the shadow of their deaths. He remembered how he cried, thinking about how everyone had told him he was worthless, that he had killed her, and that he should have died too. He imagined the evil girl reaching out her hand, thinking about how his father had become weaker, and when he finally couldn't protect him anymore, he had a realization. He imagined how he cried, thinking that all this would end if he just died. The prince remembered sitting on the couch, thinking about how he decided to fulfill his last mission, to die with honor, and came to Korea. James imagined Larry scratching his head, thinking that at first he thought he was really weird, but everything changed when he met him. The boy imagined the guy shielding him from the spear with his body, thinking that the way he risked his life for him gave him hope that he never had. He wanted to live again. Meanwhile, the protagonist turned to the prince and asked if he was okay. He had some kind of weak stomach. Wiping his mouth with his sleeve, James asked if this was the worst place to hide. They would track him with the tracker anyway. The boy pursed his lips in worry. He blushed and said that he was grateful and trusted him. The protagonist stood in the forest and asked if he could be alone for a while. Larry stood in front of the disgruntled prince and asked him what he thought was the important factor in hunting: weapons, traps, or bloodhounds. The protagonist pointed at him with a smile and said that it was bait. James watched him run away and shouted that he was a fool to trust someone like him. The boy clasped his hands in fear. Robert entered the forest and said that the target was detected. Turning to the guys, he said that it was nothing complicated, it was time to finish this, he would take the initiative and they would follow him. Joey closed his eyes and replied that he would inspect the area, he and Daniel would surround them. If something went wrong, he should just kill the prince and ordered to begin spatial navigation. The man extended his hand to the glowing circle. Standing in front of him, Robert said that 30 minutes should be more than enough. The target would not be able to escape as long as they had Daniel. He raised the binoculars to his eyes and said that now we need to see where he is. The man looked at the sitting boy and said that he found him at 10 o'clock. Robert watched the knee approach and said it was somewhere nearby. Larry kneed him in the face. The man stood behind the boys and told him to turn on the flashlight. Joey shone it on the beaten boys on the ground. Robert raised his gun and wondered when he got here, was the prince a decoy? The man shot to the side and shouted that he was over there. He looked at the holes in the tree and said that the guy was a stinking rat. Robert stood in the middle of the forest thinking that he had set up an ambush while they were distracted by the prince. Not bad, but he hadn't taken into account one important thing. The man looked at the sitting boy. He was approaching James. Swinging his spear, the talker shouted that all they needed was the prince. Suddenly, the boy grabbed the furious Robert. The protagonist was squeezing his neck. Frowning, the man wondered how he got here. Was this a false trail? Joey ran forward anxiously and called his friend. He flew into the ally. The protagonist shielded the boy and said that he hoped they enjoyed their night walks. Meanwhile, the guy approached the glow and told the others to look. The guys were standing in front of the dome and he said that they had a person who could isolate the space, and such a large one at that. Putting his hand to his chin, Barry said that he thought he would run away. He did not expect this, he should stay here. The man stretched out his hand in displeasure and asked why wait if they needed to arrest Larry. Thomas put his hand to the barrier and said that the field would react if they tried to break through, clarifying whether he would take responsibility if the kidnapper decided to kill the prince because of this. Crossing his arms, the man said that this choice would have consequences. He knew that he could not cover them. Thomas scratched his nose and replied that it was not his problem. He was going to get in as soon as the field disappeared, asking if there were any objections. The man looked at him worriedly. Putting his hand on his hip, the boy thought about what he had told him to break the rules if he could not avoid it. He stood in front of the barrier, thinking that it had turned everything into ashes, proud of it. Meanwhile, James roared and shouted that the protagonist had escaped from him, that he should never dare to leave him alone. The protagonist ran with him through the forest and asked if he had cried. Looking down, the boy asked him to answer honestly if he was a fool. He looked down sadly and asked why he was fighting for him if he was not afraid of the consequences. Larry jumped up a tree and answered that he was fighting because he could. Sitting down on a branch, the prince said that he was just crazy, asking if he seriously thought that he could handle 4. The guy picked up the surprised boy and said that he agreed it was a bit difficult against 4. Winking, the protagonist explained that everything was simple because he could create the current situation. They would play hide and seek, and when someone found them, he would beat them. It was simple after all. The protagonist watched Joey running through the forest and thought that their little boy had really gone crazy. The guy stood in front of the sitting boy and told him to worry and not take off his coat. He jumped off the branch. The man raised a flaming fist and shouted that he had come for his soul. The protagonist ran behind him. Turning around, Joey said that he had been caught. Larry jumped back from the blow. Breaking with his hand, the guy reflected on the fact that he knew he would be surrounded and pretended to be irrationally crazy. The man smiled and said that many people think that superhumans of a special kind are weak in close combat, and that flaming ones are easy to anger. He raised his burning hand and said that, however, he was not the only one with brains. He had heard that immortals were weak against fire. The protagonist warmed up his hands and answered that he was not just immortal. Swinging his flaming hand, Joy shouted that all he knew how to do was talk. The protagonist dodged the attacks. The man extended his fist with a grin. Frowning, the guy thought that he was much better than Eve in close combat, but he could still dodge attacks. Larry dodged the blow and decided that his opponent had an opening. He swung his fist. The protagonist approached the enemy's body with his fist. Leaning towards the ground, the protagonist thought that he would burn his fist if he hit him there, and he controlled his abilities well. The guy picked up a handful of sand. Larry threw it at the man's face. Joy, grinning, raised his hands to his face and said that he was fighting meanly. The protagonist swung his weapon. He thrust it into his opponent's shoulder. Joy quickly waved his hand. Taking the gun out of his shoulder, the man said that the stab wounds would not hurt him, he would simply heal them with his heat. He looked down in fear. The protagonist watched as the explosion occurred and thought that the bullet exploded from the heat. The wounded Joy fell to his knees. The guy watched as he held his wound, thinking about the shrapnel entering his neck and chest. Looking at his opponent's burning hand, Larry wondered if he was trying to heal his body with fire. The man coughed up blood. He collapsed on the ground in front of the guy. Joy lay motionless in the blood. The protagonist looked at him in shock, thinking that he died so easily. Looking at the man's corpse, the guy thought that this was his first kill. Science has advanced quite a lot, so most fatal injuries can be cured, but you can't bring the dead back to life. He remembered standing in front of the knives, thinking that self-harm was part of immortal training. It made them less sensitive to pain, making them more ruthless. Larry imagined cutting the guy's hands, thinking that this applied to him too. The protagonist was taken aback, thinking that this was exactly what murder was like, but he lived in a world of superhumans. He might have to experience this countless times. Daniel ran up to him, worried. Turning around, the protagonist asked him not to approach him now. He was seriously not in a good mood. The man raised his hands and said that he was wrong because he just wanted to ensure the safety of the prince. The man looked at Daniel's fallen corpse and ordered everyone to lower their weapons and raise their hands. He aimed his gun at the guy. Drawing his weapon, the man said that the second-rank employee, Larry, was under arrest for kidnapping the prince of the superhuman nation. As well as for murder, he had neither the right to remain silent nor the truth to a lawyer. He would go with them. Frowning, Thomas said that he was just an employee, not the team manager. The man stood in front of the calm protagonist and said that if he resisted, they would have to use force. His team manager would help them, so it was better for him to follow them. Thomas crossed his arms and asked not to talk to him. The protagonist walked with the guys, thinking that everything would be over as soon as the prince testified, and said that he would go with them, but he was not guilty. The guy looked forward seriously and said that His Highness would prove it. Larry sat in the interrogation room, confused. Simon sat opposite and said that they checked if the prince was alive. He urgently returned that same night. He was typing on his laptop and saying that the boy was in his home country, the kingdom of superhumans, Erzahad. The trial within the company was ongoing. The protagonist was taken aback, thinking that everything was very bad. As he pictured James at the table on the plane, the boy thought he should have testified at least a few words. Charles was holding a cigarette to his face and telling him that they had beaten up a werewolf, broken the neck of an immortal, and killed one of the special kind of superhumans. The boy spread his hands and asked if he had a plan, if this Larry was the ghost. The man pictured the guy in the mask, asking if he could be 1,000 faces, wondering if this was the most frightening weapon the government had. The identity and appearance of this man unknown to anyone, they couldn't fully track where Larry had been or what he had been doing. He watched as Molly led the boy by the hand, wondering who he was, if he really was a secret weapon created by the CEO. Looking away, Oscar thought that he was the real star, not Larry. The boy put his hand on his chest and said that if the opportunity presented itself, he could show his abilities too. Charles looked away at the employee, thinking that he would like to know who the protagonist's parents were, but the personal data of Immortal Special Forces soldiers was unavailable to him. Simon put his hand to his mouth and said that Larry was reborn, trying to live like a human being for the second time. The man stepped on the ground, thinking that no matter what he did, he needed to get rid of him at a convenient opportunity. Only then would he be able to climb the career ladder. Grinning, Charles thought that he was finished. The protagonist sat at the table, displeased, saying that they needed to think about changing the design of things. They were somehow ugly. He watched as the guy put his hand to his face and said that you can't call someone's precious son names. Thomas picked up the papers and said that he would shut him up if he continued to be rude to him. Frowning, Larry replied that he couldn't wait for that. The leader raised his hand and said that even a fool like him should have realized that he would have been brought back if he had reported the situation, so why did he do all this then? Asking if he hadn't thought about the consequences. Closing his eyes, the protagonist replied that of course he had, but not about such serious ones. His world was what he could see with his eyes and feel with his heart. Larry remembered elbowing the guy, thinking that he had been ordered to ignore the injured and think about his own life before. The guy imagined carrying the wounded on his shoulders, thinking that he didn't want to do that. The protagonist remembered Mary being pointed at with a gun, wondering if it was really necessary to kill Dr. Chuck's daughter just because she was a test subject, and the prince, did a 10-year-old deserve that? Frowning, the guy said that if he could protect those who needed it, he would do it. Thomas looked at him seriously. He put his hand on the chair and said that he was leaving. He would do whatever he wanted. It was horrible. Molly looked at him in surprise. Holding the papers, she asked what the guy had said to the manager and invited him to come with her. The protagonist was sitting in the courtroom and saying that the hearing was about to begin. Charles put his hands on the table and said that the trial of second-rank employee Larry was beginning. Today they were examining the kidnapping of the prince, murder and failure to follow instructions. The protagonist looked at him and replied that he had not kidnapped the prince. He had to evacuate him to a safe place, to which the man objected that the boy would have testified before his departure. Raising his hand, Michael said that even if you only take into account the murder of a bodyguard and the kidnapping of a child, these were still serious crimes. He did not think there was any reason to keep him in the company. Charles got up from the table and asked what he had to say in his defense. Frowning, he asked the guy if he would admit his involvement in the murder of one of the bodyguards. Larry looked at him seriously and replied that it was an accident that happened while trying to protect the prince. The man put his hands on his desk and asked why he didn't report it to his superiors, but he found time to contact the assistant manager Barry. Squeezing his eyes, the protagonist listened as he asked what happened next, why he didn't contact the company, and thought that if he interrupted him even once more, he would rip his mouth off. Charles turned away and said that in the end, Larry's second-rank employee kidnapped the prince, in addition, killed one of his bodyguards. James, the only one who could testify against this, returned to his country so quickly as if he had escaped from something. Grinning, the man asked what they would say to this and asked them not to remain silent if they did not agree that Larry's employee was guilty. The guys looked at him silently. The protagonist looked down sadly, thinking that he felt unfairly convicted. Although the team did not say anything bad, he did not report to the manager that he killed one of the bodyguards. Watching the CEO cross his arms, the boy thought that even he could not fix the situation. Smiling, Charles clarified, did no one want to speak out, and then added that, as the director said, they will be fair. Suddenly, the boy entered the office and said that he was a little late. James stood seriously and said that he was the last prince of the superhuman nation of the kingdom of Urzathat. Daniel put his hand to his chest and said that he was a bodyguard of His Highness, appointed by His Majesty, worked together with employee Larry so he can testify. At this hearing he will act as an interpreter for His Highness. The boy pointed his finger at the protagonist and asked if they were trying to accuse him and for what. Charles looked at him with fear and replied that he had kidnapped a prince and killed a man. James frowned and said that this was bullshit. Daniel showed a photo of Joy and said that the man Larry had killed was a traitor and a serial killer wanted in the kingdom. The man held the screen and translated the prince's words that the two others the protagonist had beaten were also criminals posing as bodyguards, and if it weren't for Larry, he would have died. James pointed his finger forward furiously and asked if they were really going to punish him instead of rewarding him, and if he should report what was happening to the kingdom. The protagonist looked at Charles with a smile and said that the boy wanted to say that he was a fool. The man grinned as he heard Larry save the prince of the superhuman kingdom. Putting his hand to his chest, the boy said that he asked them not to punish the guy for protecting him, and if they did that, he wouldn't report anything when he got home. Christopher clapped his hands happily and said that was great. If he was willing to pretend none of this had happened, they promised to make it look like the situation with the second-tier employee had never happened. Looking at the man at the desk, he asked if there were any objections. The director slammed his hammer down on the table and said that in that case, the decision in the case of the second-tier employee was not guilty. Larry was riding in the elevator with the boy and Daniel. Smiling, the protagonist asked if he would tell why he had taken so long to show up to testify. James remembered the boy winking and thinking that he had said that he was saving him because he could, so that made him think that he could live too. The prince remembered looking at him in surprise, thinking that he hadn't paid attention to it before. He needed someone to protect him. The boy imagined himself standing in front of the beaten boys and asking them to answer his question. He remembered frowning and asking if they would confess to their crimes and die or risk their lives for him. James imagined standing in front of the men and telling them that they were fighting for him. Once they returned, they would be rewarded accordingly. Remembering how he stood in the forest, the boy thought that if he was the main target of the assassination instead of his siblings, then it must mean that his existence was a threat. He was no longer that foolish child running away from problems. He would fight for the right of inheritance and take back what was his. The prince crossed his arms and told them that he had something to do, so they returned to the kingdom as soon as possible, and so he made time to come here even though he had no opportunity. He closed his eyes and said that he could call him by his name. The protagonist nodded with a smile. The girl bowed to the boys in the elevator and said that His Highness was already here. She handed over the clothes. The boy took the clothes and said that they were cheap, but he was grateful. The protagonist picked up the gloves in surprise and said that they weren't his. Putting them on, Larry thought that these gloves, like the cloak, were enchanted, nothing unusual. James pointed at him and said that this was his first gift. If he lost it, he would kill him. The boy approached the car and said that it was time for him to go. Let him come visit sometime. Smiling, the prince said that he was his first real friend. The protagonist picked up the map, listening to the man ask if the boy really gave him one of the kingdom's treasures, and even a map with a golden aura. Christopher sat at the table and said that this was an invitation card that allowed him to ask for help once from their country. If necessary, they would send all the armed forces, specifying how he managed to lure him to their side. Clasping his hands, the man said that, frankly speaking, he was going to promote him for completing this task, but technically, The mission failed, so the others were against his promotion. Christopher looked at the happy guy and said that he still attached some importance to it. They would take quantity since they were not satisfied with the quality. The door swung open behind the guy. The man looked at Chase with a stack of papers and said that he would go fill out documents for advertising promotion. The protagonist held a phone with the news, in which the anchor said that black holes had been appearing on Earth more and more often lately, and asked if the man thought that this phenomenon was as dangerous as the Hughes Gate incident. Peter threw money on the counter and asked for a pack of light ML Xeno. He frowned when he heard the seller ask for 6,001. The protagonist stood in front of the disgruntled man and said that he must have heard wrong. Peter waved his elbow and said that he still dared to argue with him. He watched Larry touch his cap and wondered, didn't he just say he definitely heard something? No, he hit his head at the right moment, just when he was ready to hit. How could any store employee do that? The guy stood calmly behind the counter and asked if he had paid for his cell phone or his electric bill. What did it matter to him whether he watched the news or not? The protagonist raised his hand and said that he should also wash up. He stank unbearably. The man pulled his hand back. He threw the counter with drinks aside and shouted that he was stupid. A lollipop flew into his mouth. Larry covered his ears and said that he would go hoarse if he kept shouting like that. The girl closed the doors and said that it was enough. There was no need for this circus. All he needed was to stall for time. Holding out his cap, the guy said that he had to detain him, and he managed to do it. Polly walked through the store and said that he could have just said that the cash register had broken down. Frowning, the protagonist replied that a reasonable method might not work on him. She herself said not to touch him until they had a warrant. Peter took out a knife, wondering what kind of warrant they were talking about. Could these fools really be from the police? He ran forward furiously and shouted at them to get out of the way. The girl grabbed his hand. The guy hit him in the neck. Polly looked at the beaten man and told him that his name was Peter, nicknamed Copier. He makes copies of famous paintings and luxury items of famous brands and sells them. She found his place of work. Besides, she has evidence and a warrant. Looking at the guy leaving, she said that he still has a lot of work. Larry turned around displeased. Hearing that there is an assignment from the CEO, let him shut up and go to Deepening now. Sometime later, at the station, the guy shot and asked why he was his partner, because he was supposed to risk his life for Polly. Horace looked at the crowd of clones in the portal and listened to the announcement that the double invaders were approaching. The protagonist raised the net, thinking that the closing of the hole at the Deepening station was complete. Sitting on the ground in front of the monster, Larry thought about the hole in Yanam closing. They were destroying the werewolf that had gotten out of control. He looked forward desperately. The guy looked at him with displeasure, thinking that all this was happening again. The protagonist looked forward sadly and told the manager that only 10 minutes had passed since he returned. Thomas sat in front of him in the car and said that they were grateful to Dr. Chuck. With his help they learned about several testing labs, and were now going to one of them. Introducing the scientists in the lab, the man said that at least they would check if Chuck was telling the truth. It was obvious that biotechnological developments were taking place here, but perhaps this was a cover. There was a chance that illegal experiments were being conducted here. Simon sat in front of the guy and said that this was the crossing of invaders with people. Molly, holding the steering wheel, explained that this was actually a private institute, although they were posing as a government one. They had no official reason to break in right now, so they needed to make sure they didn't leave any traces behind. The guy was typing on his laptop and saying that they had very good security, a 3-story building with no basement, but they had over 50 security cameras and all kinds of tracking detectors. He watched as Thomas crossed his arms and said that he wouldn't experiment in the main building. I'm sure many of the employees weren't aware of their behind-the-scenes activities. Simon was clicking on a diagram of the building and saying that if you don't count the secret passages, he would base himself here. In the waste storage area, in the research centers, they're usually pretty toxic, so many people would try to avoid this place. Larry put his hand to his chin and said that research requires a lot of electricity. Thomas turned to the confused guy and said that was an idea. The man looked at the diagram on the screen and said that he himself said electricity. The car drove up to 2 guys. The protagonist got out of the car and told the girl to get out. They had arrived. He said, there is a cafe dedicated to the security system. Molly clasped her hands and replied that it was very cool. The protagonist took her arm and offered to go. Grinning, he looked at the man and said that the employees were very friendly. He looked like a real security guard. Is there really some kind of event today? The guy happily hugged his girlfriend and said that he should let them in. His lady was very hungry. The security guard stood in front of the disgruntled guys and said that he repeats again, this is not a cafe, let the fools get out of here. Raising his hand, Larry shouted that for such insults he would put a review with 1 star. Looking at the joyful Simon, he thought that while they were distracting the guards, the panda should have entered the building. The protagonist hugged his girlfriend and said that apparently this really is not a cafe, they should go from there. The guy held the steering wheel and asked if she wanted to become an actress. Thomas stood near the fence, thinking that an illegal research center would first of all destroy the files if something went wrong, so they could not just break in, so they had to sneak in. Standing in front of the girl, the protagonist thought that this whole plan was developed by the team manager. He has something to learn from. He has good insight and does not hesitate, while trusting his teammates, betting that one day he will be the same leader. Frowning, the man said to go to him. The protagonist approached him and said that it took him only a minute to deal with them. Putting his hand to the wall, he thought that the walls are thick. This is not an ordinary brick. I am sure it could not have been done without a special material. Larry looked at him in surprise and thought about the fact that the tingling in his fingers had disappeared. The panda seemed to have succeeded. Thomas was knocking on the fence and saying that they needed to think about what they were going to do. The guy looked at him and asked if they should detonate a bomb, to which he replied that they should come in unnoticed. The man took a gun out of his jacket and said that he had taken something interesting with him. Perhaps it would be worth recording that he had been using it for some time. Those fools from the accounting department. The protagonist was taken aback and thought that he had figured out what it was. The manager raised a glowing sword and said that the force would be with him. The man shone a flashlight forward. Suddenly he looked in amazement. The guy froze in amazement. The squad stood in front of him. The employee, his eyes wide open, shouted about thieves. Sitting next to him, the hero heard that, "Damn, what happened to the power supply? Damn, where is the head of security?" To which he replied that it seems they are very angry, and Thomas asked that he would not be angry if his power was cut off during a raiding match. Grinning, the protagonist asked what for. Games do not really affect him. Looking at the people, he thought that there was more fuss here than he thought. Looking at the manager, Larry said that apparently they really did have an important game ruined, to which the manager replied that he was telling him one more time now, and he added that no, thanks. The guard looked surprised. The thought occurred that here is the waste storage. Raising his hand, the man said that access is limited. Only special personnel can be here. The thought occurred that it feels like he is new. Looking straight, Molly asked that maybe they will just turn him off, to which the hero replied that he should trust him. The man looked at him in amazement and asked what they were. Frowning, the protagonist asked where his boss was, why the hell he wasn't following instructions. The guard looked at him in fear, hearing that he was being paid for his pretty eyes, or what? Did he want to be kicked out of here? To which he replied that he should forgive him. He had only been working here for a short time. Sitting on the floor, the man heard someone say to the side he needed to pick up something important from the storage room. Grinning, Thomas said that he was really good at tricking him, to which Larry thought that it was a compliment. Examining the lab, the manager said that the entrance must be camouflaged. Let them look more carefully. Suddenly, the hero opened the door. Looking at the room, he said that he had found it. The system equipment appeared, and the man said that he thought that if they started to disassemble it piece by piece, the files would be destroyed, so they would have to do it entirely, to which the protagonist asked again. The girl looked at him in surprise, hearing that if there was nothing there, then they were screwed. The employee looked at him in surprise and asked why the room was open. The squad stood in front of him, listening to what and who the hell were they? What the hell were they doing here? Taking off their robes, they replied that they were from the security service. Frowning, the guy shouted, What? The security service? What are they going to do with everything that happened? Do they at least understand that the research will go down the drain if all the records disappear? Looking at him, the hero replied that he should have tried harder. Gritting his teeth, the scientist asked what the hell he said. Who was in charge? Let him tell him to come here immediately. Thomas struck him and said that he was here. Looking at him, the guys exclaimed in fear and shouted about the intruders. Sitting on a chair, the man said that he was an idiot. It was not necessary to use brute force every time, to which the hero replied that, in fact, he did it, and he added that he simply patted him on the back. Holding the box in his hands, the protagonist thought that something between people and creatures from other worlds. He would say that it was more like a merger than a blood mixture. Looking straight ahead, he added that he thought it was all password protected, so it would take some time to decipher them. In other words, today they would not receive anything as a reward for their work. Larry threw a can at the man. A thought appeared that his days again replaced each other in a familiar rhythm. Arrested a thief with the ability to accelerate. Sitting at the table, the hero asked what he was, to which the guy replied that no, to which he added that yes. The protagonist struck the monster. It was said that he participated in the elimination of the invaders. The hole in the salmon station is closing. Throwing the folder, he said that his hand slipped. A thought appeared that he had mocked the boss a little. Because of all these tasks, he simply did not have time to rest. Closing his eyes, Larry thought, God, how can he sleep while he works like a horse? He turned around and added that he should complain about him to the HR department. Adjusting his hair, the girl asked what brought him here. Smirking, the hero answered that he was just worried if he caused trouble, and then thought that Monica was the most talented girl in the analytics team. Standing in front of him, the girl said that it was clear, to which the protagonist thought that he had never talked to her before, except that she was cute. She was also a purebred. Monica pouted and turned. Reaching forward, she asked if she wanted to go somewhere with her. Larry looked surprised, and the girl said that she was just joking. A thought appeared, what the hell? The hero's eyes widened, hearing that she thought he was a very funny guy, to which he thought, what kind of strange flirting is this, which is not flirting? Monica stood still, and he added that she was sophisticated and at the same time well prepared. It was immediately obvious that she did not miss training. He spoke to her only once, but understood everything. This girl. Frowning, the protagonist thought that she was exactly his type. His heart was about to jump out of his chest. Leaving, the girl said that they would drink coffee during a break sometime. It would be great if they had the same hobbies, to which he thought that he had never experienced anything like this before. Putting his hand on her chest, Larry said that he loved her. In the future they would have 3 kids. The girl grinned and replied that the more kids the better, as many as he wanted. Well, it was time to go. Monica waved and said that they would see each other again, to which the hero said goodbye. He added, his eyes wide, that he thought he had found a daughter-in-law for his mom and dad. Looking at him, the guys heard that there were 3. He thought that was enough. Yes, a son and 2 daughters. He would really like daughters, to which the employee asked what was wrong with him. Smiling, the hero said that a hurricane had swept through his soul, to which the girl replied that he should shut up right now. Lowering her head, Polly heard that he should come to his senses. The senior manager was an unusual girl, to which she replied that she was cold and reserved. She hid her skills behind her loyalty. Looking at her, the protagonist asked if he was really jealous, to which she replied that he should kill himself. Raising his hand, the guy said that they had been working with him day and night for 2 weeks straight, but he seemed to have plenty of energy, so he owed him a drink, to which Larry asked what he should agree to. The hero looked surprised, hearing that didn't he understand? He was promoted to the 1st rank. The guy was hitting the punching bag. The thought came that he should try harder. If he was born a purebred, then he should behave accordingly. That's what he had heard time and time again since an early age. He frowned and added that that's why he had to work all his life to prove that he was worthy, but a drawing of the hero appeared. The thought came that this idiot, no, rather this madman had ruined everything. The protagonist stood in the middle of him. It was said that he wanted to beat him half to death, but when they met in battle, he could not even block. Swinging, the guy thought that, but still, the worst thing is that he hit the punching bag and added that this bastard didn't respect him at all. The hero's drawing began to fall. He fell to the ground. The thought appeared that he would make him pay for this. Taking a step forward, Oscar thought that to promote an employee to the 2nd rank, he deserved this promotion more than he did. Standing behind him, Larry asked what he was doing. Putting his hands behind his back, he added that he would not even deign to look at him. Was he really above this, and how could he throw dirt at him, ignoring him? The guy looked surprised, hearing that he was now an employee of the 1st rank, to which he asked again. Stretching his hands forward, the hero said that he wanted to throw a party at his house tonight, and by the way, let him invite his sister, to which the guy thought that he wanted to kill him. Standing still, the man said that they were both here. Great. Crossing his arms, he added that there was work for them tomorrow. The man sat on the chair. The employee looked at him and thought that he had been doing nothing but this for the last half hour that he had been there. The man looked ahead and he added that the management was having a hard time these days because of this bastard. Maybe the CEO had planned all of this, and it all started because of just one. Leaning back in his chair, he thought about Larry. Gritting his teeth, Scott thought that he was even ready to give in if he stayed with him, and then said that they needed to lure him over to their side. Throwing the balls into the jar, he added that no matter how he looked at all his achievements, this was no joke. Besides, his rating was NS. The man looked down and said that he should let him find out what he wanted, but try not to catch anyone's eye. The employee looked at him, hearing that he should do everything so that Christopher would not find out anything. Nodding his head, he responded approvingly. Sitting on a chair, the guy asked what so. He was leaving for some mission, to which the hero answered what exactly, but what he should do there. No one says anything, what kind of mission it is. The man leaned on the table. It was heard that he should not do what they did not tell him. Let him collect all the information himself. He had never encountered such a vague and sluggish briefing before. Simon began to type and said that a minute, since he was promoted, it means there must be access to classified information, to which the protagonist asked what the 1st rank secrets. Larry's eyes widened, hearing that this is usually encountered after 2 years of training. He knows that not all white holes are the same. They do not have unlimited access to high-ranking white holes. A portal appeared. It was heard that at the same time they cannot guarantee round-the-clock security of places near them. How would he act to limit access to them? Putting his hand to his face, the hero said that in order to limit access to the object hovering in the air, a minute. A high-rise building appeared. It was heard that this building was built specifically for protection. At a depth of 8 floors there is a high-ranking white hole. There, on the other side, a team is working. Looking at the man, the protagonist thought that it turns out that his job is to protect this team, and he said that he should be careful. It will not turn out very well if he gets lost there. Let him hold tightly to Oscar and his brother's hands. Looking away, Larry said that he does not want to which Simon asked how strange, is he not worried about Oscar? And he thought that this is not the case, it will be inconvenient to walk like that. The guys stood back to back. It was said that he heard that his family situation is not very pleasant. It turns out that his character was so badly affected by his upbringing. Lightning was emitted from the portal. It was heard that he would go first. He followed him, let him not cover his face. Running forward, the hero said that the inhaler was on. Frowning, he thought that the pressure had changed. The gravity here was somewhere 1.5 times stronger than on the surface. Because of the equipment, he felt himself being pulled down. Looking at the guy, the protagonist added that of course, he told Oscar that he was fine. Suddenly, someone appeared among the smoke. Looking straight ahead, the soldier said that they were there, to which he was answered approvingly. Stretching his hand forward, the man said that he greeted. He was Michael. They would get to the shelter. People were sitting at the table. It was heard that he heard, they say, Larry came here. The girl, looking down, heard that didn't they come to the company at the same time? They are close with him, to which she replied that they talked a couple of times, but they are not close. The guy grinned and asked what he was feeling, since Oscar and Larry had come to protect them, and she was finally going to see them. Putting her cards on the table, the girl said, well, she was washing her hands of it. The guy grinned and asked, he knew that it was forbidden to talk about personal matters during work hours, right? The girl looked down and said she knew. Looking away, the hero asked that they were here because of a shortage of people. What role his brother and Michael played here? Let him tell him if he knew, he would not beat him for it. To which Oscar replied, God, stop talking nonsense. He frowned, hearing that he still had not mastered the control of feelings, wanted advice, to which he asked again. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist said that he should try harder, it was easy, right? He laughed, and someone turned to him. Stretching her hand to the side, the girl said that it was nice to meet her. She was one of the team members. She was senior manager Gloria from the expedition team, and this was employee Bella. Looking at her, Larry thought that he had a feeling that they had seen each other somewhere before. Turning her head, Bella said that they would go. The view of the building opened up. It was heard that there was an oxygen supply system, so it should get better. Standing in the room, the guy said that the 4 of them would take their positions. They need to be careful with the invaders. Looking surprised, the hero asked that they were mining every day, to which the girl replied that once or twice a week somewhere, it doesn't always work out. Grinning, he added that it was probably not easy for them to be in such a place, to which Gloria replied that exactly. It was terribly uncomfortable here even after a long time. Let her know if something happens. She will help, and he said that it must be. It's hard. Standing in front of the girl, the protagonist said that she was so kind, she probably doesn't have a problem with attention from others, to which she replied that God, he's nice too. Wide-eyed, Gloria asked that he had a girlfriend, and he replied that he didn't. The guy chuckled, hearing that but maybe there was someone, to which Larry said no. Looking at him, Bella asked that he remembered her, to which he replied that, frankly, he wanted to ask her about it himself. They had seen each other somewhere before, so. Closing her eyes, she added that he once told her to think about Brad Pitt, to which the hero asked again. He hit her on the back. The girl looked straight ahead. It was heard that it was her. Standing in front of him, Bella said that he remembered. She had a vacation next month, so she decided where to go, and the protagonist said that he understood. He looked surprised, hearing that it was a great place for camping. It was quite a luxurious place, more like glamping. The girl grinned. It was heard that the lamp behind her flickered. She asked him wide-eyed if he wanted to go glamping with her, and he said that the other one blinked too. The monsters rushed forward, and Bella said that she shouldn't worry. The doors slammed shut. The monster's blood smeared across the glass. The fighter took a step forward. Smiling, the girl suggested going together, to which Oscar replied that it was a good taste, of course. Raising his hands up, the hero thought that he seemed to be too attracted to girls he didn't know well lately, and then said that he should forgive her. They could just be friends, and she added that it sounded good. Friends could also become a couple later. Grinning, Gloria asked what about her. She said that no, she wasn't asking for a date. She wanted to know his type, what he would say. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist said that she was neat, beautiful, didn't lecture, attentive and sweet with a hot body, and the guy asked if he was crazy or something. Had he at least looked at himself in the mirror? Closing her eyes, Bella said that it was clear they would remain friends, and Gloria added that he was so complicated, to which Larry wondered what kind of reaction she was having. He looked surprised when he heard the advice that he shouldn't tell anyone else about his type, otherwise he would seem like a demanding egoist, to which he thought that yes, what he had said was wrong. The guy's eyes widened. Gritting his teeth, he asked how many invaders there usually were, to which Gloria replied that 2 or 3, 5 was already the limit. After all, it was a safe area. Raising his head, Oscar asked what if there were more than 20, to which he was told that they simply couldn't reach them in such numbers. Holding a weapon in his hands, he said that at the moment, pointing the gun, the guy added that 30 invaders were approaching. Grinning, the hero said that he had finally gotten used to it, to which he replied that he should leave him alone. Suddenly, a blow flew at the wall. Flames were emitted from the axe. An idea appeared what it was. Surprised, looking to the side, the protagonist thought that it was an incendiary stone. The guy clenched his teeth and thought that this was a damn other world. They said that people got used to the local conditions in about 12 hours, all because he was a purebred. Genes showed up. It was said that purebreds, a term used to describe people with pure blood, having a special pedigree. A distinctive feature of purebreds is increased sensitivity. The guy lowered his head, hearing that he would not go right away. He would have to endure. The thought arose that because of this, when in another world, their 5 senses are terribly overloaded. So he had no choice. He endured for 16 hours, and finally, after so much time, he felt better. He felt something in the distance and concentrated on it. Monsters appeared. It was said that although he could not see what was there, his senses sounded the alarm. The creatures walked straight. The thought arose that when someone confidently walks, almost no noise comes from their steps. The key word is almost. It is impossible to be completely silent. Pointing the weapon, Oscar said that he felt the invaders approaching, at least 30 of them, and then thought that after he concentrated on his senses, he managed to feel their approach. Flames emanated from the weapon. Suddenly, an explosion thundered in the building. Raising his head up, the man asked again. Looking straight ahead, the guy shouted that the alarm signals were from bases 2 and 3. To which the man asked what 2 and 3 were. He said that they were near unexplored areas. Sitting at the computer, he heard that there were mines everywhere, maybe climate change, to which he replied that there was no way. The thought came that there were no sandstorms or thunderstorms. It turns out that the alarm signal was given from behind. The man frowned and thought that there were a huge number of invaders. The man grabbed his weapon and thought that there were only 4 employees at the second base, and 2 of them were newbies, so nothing seemed to foreshadow trouble. Everything was fine, but they were on the other side. There were completely different environmental conditions and equipment. Rushing forward, the soldier shouted that they needed to go to base 2 right away. Let them urgently call for reinforcements and special forces. Closing his eyes, he thought that he was only asking to wait. A hero stood in front of the glove, and someone asked what kind of gloves these were. He grinned and replied that he was a good boy, that Santa Claus gave him, to which Oscar replied that he was an idiot. Sitting on the floor, Gloria asked what a throwing axe made of flammable stone was, and Bella said that she had never seen anything like it, to which the protagonist said that he should stop blinking. The monsters looked ahead, and it was heard that they should get up and grab their weapons quickly. The creatures were approaching the building. Looking to the side, Larry said that they were starting a competition to see who would score the most points. The sight was aimed at the monsters, and it was heard that the invaders, who were able to bypass mines and set up ambushes in the dark, were definitely a special kind. Most of their weapons were boulders and blades. Pointing the weapon, the girl said that, well, they have a place to hide and much better weapons, so they will fight back until help arrives. The monster opened his mouth wide. Suddenly he screamed furiously. The creatures rushed forward. The girl started shooting at them. Gray smoke appeared. It was heard that wasn't it supposed to destroy everyone. Frowning, the guy answered that it wasn't. The monster fell to his knees. Suddenly, his arms began to grow. Grinning, the hero said that it was high-speed regeneration, to which Oscar asked that all these creatures were like that. Suddenly, the monster's eyes lit up. The invader stretched his hand forward and screamed. Holding dynamite in her hands, Bella said that today is really a day of complete nonsense. The dynamite flew towards the monsters. Suddenly, explosions occurred. The soldier turned towards the flying stones. The protagonist abruptly put up a barrier in front of himself. Raising his hands up, Bella said that he was covered from head to toe in magical things, to which he replied that no, he was in trouble with money. It was very difficult to assess the situation and fight off these bastards. The weapon was in the box. It was heard that he should rely on it. The girl hid behind the fence. She checked the ammunition. Frowning, Gloria thought that she should make several corner strikes. A shot flew along the wall. It was heard that some of them were sitting in ambush. Let them attack. Looking to the side, the girl said that it was great. She didn't think anyone else was hiding, to which she was told to wait. Bella raised her head up and shouted that it was above them. Suddenly the monster landed on the ground. Bella's eyes widened when she heard him stop and not shoot. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that it was from that thing. The monster's eyes lit up, and it was heard that the bullets were ricocheting. Gloria's eyes widened in fear. The soldiers began to shoot back at the creatures. The protagonist pointed his gun at the invader. He looked forward angrily. Oscar, with his back to him, told him not to let his guard down, to which Larry replied that he should watch his back. Looking away, the protagonist asked what it was, to which he was told that it was BB-8, a potion called Odin's Blessing. Looking straight ahead, Gloria said that it significantly increased all physical characteristics. Let him take it. The flasks fell to the floor. It was heard that the invaders were probably well prepared. It felt like they would not be able to escape from here. Looking away, the protagonist said that he would step aside, asked that they would manage without him. Putting his hand on his chest, Oscar replied that he should go, he would take care of everything, and he asked to look after him. Looking at him, the girl asked that they were close, he was definitely not into boys, to which Larry replied that he should take care of himself, he would fulfill her wish when he returned. Grinning, Bella asked again. The hero ran towards the exit. It was heard that he should not start making excuses later. The man was breathing heavily. Standing in front of the entrance, he said that the manager of the security group 1 arrived at the base to enter the building. The fighter took hold of the door handle. The guy opened his eyes in amazement. There were many corpses on the floor. The protagonist stopped abruptly. A crowd of monsters stood in front of him. It was heard that it was finally possible to fight without thinking about the consequences. Grinning, Larry said that they should come here. The monsters were holding stones in their hands. It seemed that they were not going to attack. Frowning, the hero said that okay, if things were not going well. Suddenly, he rushed forward and swung. The monster's eyes suddenly lit up. The protagonist struck the monster. Stretching his hand forward, the creature screamed loudly. Larry grabbed the weapon with both hands. Suddenly, he struck the invader. The monster flew up. The hero opened his eyes in surprise. He kicked the monster. The creatures flew apart. The monster gritted his teeth, hearing that it was next. The orc looked away, hearing that it was better to hurry up. Standing in front of him, the protagonist said that he was not going to kill them all day. The orc's eyes lit up and he screamed. The creatures rushed towards him. A thought appeared. So what? They decided to attack him altogether. Larry closed his eyes, thinking, well, they'll try. Standing in a fighting stance, he added that he needed to turn on all his senses. With their help, he would be able to get information from the environment around him. The hero struck the monsters. The thought came to him that he would make the best attack option for these 3 if only he could lay them down in a second. The protagonist cut the monsters in half. Turning around, he said that he was next. The creatures looked at him furiously. Suddenly they rushed forward, and Larry asked why they had thrown down their shields. Pointing the weapon forward, he added that well, now he would use a firearm? Okay. The hero fired sharply at the monsters. The creature looked forward in fear. Frowning, the protagonist said that he was next. He did not have time. Faster. The goblin looked at him. Suddenly Larry turned around. Bloody splashes appeared in the building. It was heard that he should wait. Looking to the side, the hero addressed the monster. He added, his eyes wide, that if his toy broke, he was dead. A drone appeared in the air. The guy caught it and asked what the director was doing. He looked at it and added that something must have happened at the base, that the security post was attacked, that there were too many invaders. That was the message. The fighter looked away angrily. Sitting at the table, the fighter said that employee Oscar had not yet settled in. They were sure that he should be sent on this mission, to which the guy replied that it would speed up his adaptation. Holding a cup in his hands, the employee said that yes, who else? Now is not the time to rest. The local employees are too tired. There have already been complaints. Frowning, the guy asked what and how long the shift lasts, to which post, is it too dangerous? He has not yet gotten used to it, to which he clarified that why is he so worried? Are they really related to him? Looking straight at him, the fighter said that he should answer the question. The man looked at his watch and thought that there was guard post 2, and the shift was at 8:30. The soldiers quickly ran forward and turned to the director. The guy, his eyes wide open, said that they were going forward, to which they answered that they thought it was true, and he asked again. Mike's eyes widened, and he heard that Director Mike was very worried about his brother. There were corpses of soldiers lying on the floor. The guy got up and asked why he was here. The soldier, his eyes wide open, thought that in order to deal with at least one of them, you need 5 superhumans, armed to the teeth. Let them not say that these 3 were able to deal with so many on their own. Walking forward, the fighter asked that he was here as reinforcements, to which Mike replied that, in fact, he was already leaving. Suddenly, the hero opened his eyes in surprise. People were lying in blood, and the protagonist said that it was wonderful. Everyone was alive. The soldiers ran up to him and asked if he was okay. They were ordered to go to base 3 first, to which Larry replied that they had already sorted it out without them. Everything was fine. The monsters were lying on the ground. It was heard that there was a squad of werewolves or something like that. How did they manage to deal with all these invaders? The man turned around. Hearing that he assumed that they hadn't killed anyone since they got here, no one else had come to help. What happened? To which he replied that this guy had sorted it out. The hero's eyes widened, hearing that he was covered in blood and wounds, and the weapon he was holding in his hands was also covered in blood. Wasn't it obvious just by looking at him? Standing in front of the hero, the man said it was nice to meet him and then introduced himself, to which he replied that Larry was a first-rank employee, and the director added that it was good. He was waiting for a report on what had happened. The wounded would be taken away to provide them with medical care. He seemed to be fine. He would help. The girl was lying on the floor, and the protagonist said what was wrong. He was also injured. Bella opened her mouth and wheezed, and he asked how she was. Lifting her up, Larry said that the wound was serious, let her try not to strain herself. Suddenly, he looked at her in surprise and asked what the hell he was doing. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that her desire was a kiss. A view of the entrance to the conference room opened up. Sitting at the table, the man thought that he needed to finish off Larry once and for all. Holding the phone in his hands, he added that, well, there were many ways. It seemed that Larry had never dated anyone before. The man smirked and thought he didn't even know if his daughter could handle it, but if he arranged a date for them, to which the protagonist asked that it was his son. The man glared at him and thought, what a bastard. He slammed the table and said they were starting their emergency meeting about the invasion. The boys looked up, hearing that senior manager Gloria, Oscar, and another employee killed the troll. The fighters cheered when they heard that employee Larry then destroyed all the remaining invaders. It seemed like this meeting had turned into a place of worship for one man. The protagonist looked away, hearing that he was training, to which he thought that he seemed like he should say something. The boys widened their eyes in surprise. Frowning, Larry told them to pump up their left arm. He was told that being ambidextrous is capable of taking over the world. The fighters looked at him in confusion. Looking at the training hall, the hero thought that the next day, Expedition Team Number 4 began training the left hand. How creepy, he said the first thing that came to mind. He opened his eyes wide and added that, well, there was nothing wrong with that. He just wanted to say that the most important thing is to learn the basics. The protagonist looked at the menu and thought that really, not everything needs to be done with the left hand. He turned around, hearing that someone was talking to him. Looking straight ahead, the guy asked that he did not have a minute. 10 minutes earlier, he frowned and said that he asked to be included in this expedition mission. He will prove his worth, to which he was asked that he was now without an arm. How was he going to work? Stop talking nonsense. The man closed his eyes, hearing that he wanted to join, let him give his consent, to which he replied that he would stop being stubborn. Oscar held his hand out and said that he was perfect for this mission, to which the man replied no, he wouldn't allow it, and he added that he couldn't be both commander and raid leader, to which the commander replied that he wouldn't say it again, let him go. Oscar scowled and shouted that if this continued, his skills would never be appreciated. He wanted to make sure that their family wouldn't have the opportunity to tarnish them. Mike's eyes widened in surprise when he heard this. He looked away and said that there were many ears here, he should watch his tongue. The guy lowered his head and said that he was asking for forgiveness, to which he was told that if he wanted it so much, he should convince someone other than him. The man turned around and said that, for example, Larry, he should prove that he could be useful to the team. Larry should come to him, then he would think about it. The guy's eyes widened in surprise when he heard this. He put his hand to his chest and said that please, just not him, he would negotiate with the deputy executive director, to which the man replied that no, he had to convince Larry. Oscar lowered his head when he heard that he should give up if he couldn't handle it. That was all he could say. The hero grinned and asked what and why he should agree. Frowning, the guy said that he had the blood of a purebred immortal in his veins. There was no one better suited for this task. Closing his eyes, the protagonist replied that yes, he understood. However, looking straight ahead, he added that there was Director Mike for this, and in general, he at least knew how to fight a troll. The guy frowned and replied that of course. He was sitting among the corpses of monsters. He heard that if you cut a troll into more than 30 pieces, it will not be able to regenerate. This is what they teach in training. Putting his hand to his face, the hero asked that he knew about this and still lost his hand. That's why he told him to try harder. Gritting his teeth, Oscar said that yes, he remembered. Frowning, he added that but how hard, he needs to try. The protagonist looked at him in surprise and thought, what the hell is wrong with him? He's not such a brat as usual. He can't tell him that he's half a werewolf. Putting his hand behind his head, he said, well, he'll spend all his time training. Let him try his best, to which the guy replied, okay, he'll try as hard as he can. A thought appeared. What the hell is going on? He can't get used to it. Oscar raised his head and asked, so what? Will he do him a favor? Larry stood in front of him silently. Turning around, he said that he should raise his head, not look at the floor when talking to him, and not ask him for favors. The guy's eyes widened, hearing that instead. Grinning, the hero offered to talk. The man, looking at him, asked again in amazement, to which he replied that he wanted Oscar to join the mission. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said he thought they would need him, to which the commander asked what he was talking about. Frowning, Mike asked if he really thought he could handle the task with one hand. Was he kidding? Looking at him, Larry replied that he didn't need both hands. What they needed on the expedition were commanders, attackers, raiders, and snipers. Taking the guy by the head, he added that even if he didn't have a hand, he had eyes, ears, and brains who could handle the role of a raider better than him. Mike gritted his teeth, hearing that so what, they were taking him. Turning away, he clucked and said that he could do as he pleased. The men were sitting at the table, and it occurred to him that they had been briefed before leaving for the expedition. The man looked at him in surprise. The girl was drinking from a flask, and it seemed that it was really okay to drink on the job. Dylan grinned and said that she is who she is, everything is fine, to which the protagonist thought that it was fine. Holding out the flask, Vivian asked why she didn't want to take a sip, promised that he wouldn't regret it. He was so funny, he had a girlfriend, to which the protagonist replied that he didn't. Larry looked surprised, hearing that she was thinking about older girls, and then thought that this was happening to him, how he managed to bewitch every girl he met. Gritting his teeth, the guy said that he should be careful, she was still. Suddenly, a blow flew at him. Looking at him furiously, the girl said that he should shut his mouth, to which the protagonist thought that there was no one normal here either. Entering the room, the man said that it was enough to chat. In fact, the situation was serious, they were starting the briefing. Standing in front of the fighters, he said that the name of the mission was the investigation of the ant nest. They were going to thoroughly examine this area. They were worried about the presence of a special type of invaders, so they would have to avoid skirmishes. The guy looked away, hearing that someone had objections. Raising her hand up, the girl answered that she did not, to which the man replied that in 10 minutes they would gather at the entrance to the shelter. Frowning, Mike said that after him, to which the guy replied that okay. The desert appeared. The monsters were moving forward. They left traces behind them. The eyes of the creatures lit up brightly. The fighters ran through the desert. It was heard that the invaders turned 45 degrees to the right in all directions, turned left. Looking at Oscar, the hero thought that he quickly adapted. Taking off his vest, the guy said that it wasn't that hard to deal with until they encountered red lightning, all thanks to employee Oscar. A sandstorm appeared, and the hero asked why they couldn't see any of the invaders, to which the girl replied that even the invaders' children needed to avoid sandstorms and red lightning. Red lightning flew around the stone. It was said that red lightning was a weather phenomenon in another world. Most living things would turn to ash when struck by such lightning. An incendiary stone remained in the place where the red lightning hit. Lightning itself creates new materials. Looking at the lightning, the fighter said that even the invaders couldn't deal with such natural disasters, which meant they usually hid in safe places. Looking away, the girl said that that's why they were going to the ant cave. Fireflies were flying near the cave. Fairies were flying in the air. Holding the binoculars in his hands, Dylan said that they don't know who might be inside. First they'll find out what's going on, set up camp here and start the mission as soon as they figure out what monsters are hiding inside. The man was eating noodles. The fighters were sitting by the fire. Looking straight ahead, the hero turned to Oscar. Grinning, he said that he should let him know if he gets tired, he can carry him on his back, to which the guy replied that everything is fine. Lowering his head, he heard that if trolls show up, he can handle at least one, okay, and he'll take care of the rest, to which he thought, cool, that's exactly the reaction he wanted. The protagonist looked surprised when he heard that it was okay, he'll take care of one, to which he thought, okay, but that didn't go according to plan. His eyes widened when he heard that someone was talking to him. Gritting his teeth, Mike asked him to shut his fucking mouth. The thought occurred to him that he looked like he was actually going to punch him, and then said that he would stop talking and go to bed. Traces of monsters appeared in the sand. The creature's eyes lit up brightly. The monster smiled widely. Suddenly, a shot flew in front of them. A devastating explosion occurred. The orc looked at the bullet flying past. A shot flew at the monster. The thought occurred that he was sure they were going to ambush them with reflective stones. The orc looked at the shots in surprise. Explosions appeared on the ground. It was said that they had learned their lesson last time. They could counter the reflective stones with angled attacks. The monster, in the flames, screamed loudly. The thought occurred that but they had no chance of winning. The people aimed their weapons. It was said that good weapons protected good positions. The guy closed his eyes. The thought occurred that the established communication that allows them to detect enemies, so yeah. Holding the gun in his hands, the protagonist thought that they were well prepared. Looking straight ahead, the guy said that now there are much fewer of them. Maybe they should go back. The thought occurred that well, their original goal was just to scout the area. They should be ready to go back. Looking straight ahead, Mike said to be ready, they are going to go in search of special species, to which Larry thought, well, he thinks no. Closing his eyes, he added that they should turn off all senses, focus only on their hearing. Beams appeared around the soldier. The creature was standing in the crowd. It was looking forward furiously. With wide eyes, the guy said that he found a special species, an ogre. Lying on the ground, Dylan heard him say to be on guard, to which he responded approvingly. The ogre inhaled air into his cheeks. Looking straight ahead, the guy shouted that attention, it is approaching. Suddenly the monster screamed furiously. Gritting her teeth, the girl wheezed. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that his scream caused fear in the subconscious, so the body seemed to freeze. The monsters rushed towards him, and he added that however, the protagonist clenched his fist tightly and thought that for him this was a mere trifle. Running forward, he added that this was nothing compared to the murderous energy of his teacher. Larry struck the monsters. He pointed the weapon to the side. Suddenly the hero fired at the monster. He looked at the creature in amazement. The monster's body suddenly exploded. Looking at the corpse, the protagonist thought that it was an optical weapon, so stop. The man pointed the gun and said that they were starting to hunt a special type right now. The thought occurred that it was Mike's weapon. Suddenly, he fired at the monsters. The girl fired from a machine gun. It was heard that everyone's attention, let them shoot. Shots flew at the orcs. Firing from a weapon, the man said that they would drive them into a corner, let them stand in line. Putting his hand to his face, the guy turned to the leader, to which he replied that he should duck, to which the guy said that he didn't mean that. The monsters were coming out of the cave. It was heard that a crowd of invaders was heading here. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that, my God, they resemble a colony of ants, and Dylan shouted that they were running out of ammunition, they needed to retreat. The fighters stood in front of the monsters. The thought came that the situation on the battlefield was not going well. They were at the limit. Were they really trying to drive them back to the base? Looking to the side, the guy asked what he thought. Would they be able to stop them if they united with the base forces? To which he was told that no, many would die before they reached the white hole. Mike opened his eyes in amazement. The thought came that there were too many of them. They would not be able to stop them. And even if they retreated, most of them would die, and that ogre who was standing there. The monster stood in the crowd. The thought came that it was able to attract other invaders. This was the biggest problem, since it managed to control all the invaders. Apparently, it somehow miraculously acquired this ability. The girl looked in surprise, shouted that she was at 0. Suddenly, the fighters looked to the side in amazement. The ogre was standing behind the monsters. He smirked, thinking that this creature understood that they could not deal with them from a distance. The man looked at him in amazement and thought that he was deliberately provoking them to shoot. Holding the revolver in his hands, he added that they needed to calm down. Now they could neither retreat nor go on the offensive. Besides, they were out of his gun's reach. The monsters were coming out of the cave, thinking that there were too many of them to get closer. To call for reinforcements, they would not get here because of the sandstorms and red lightning. Looking straight ahead, the leader thought that if they retreated right now, the base would be completely destroyed. He gritted his teeth and added that they had to kill them here. He had to find a way to deal with them no matter what. The ogre smirked slightly. His eyes lit up and he laughed. A bullet flew into his head. The fighters turned around in amazement. Holding the weapon in his hands, the hero asked that now they could retreat. Walking straight ahead, Dylan said that the rest would be easy to deal with once the leader was dead. The invaders had feelings too. I'm sure they were in shock from losing their leader. Stretching her hands forward, the girl said to listen. She liked him. What would she say about spending the night with her? To which the protagonist replied that he had plans and then thought that she didn't change. Looking away, Mike said that for a newbie he figured things out pretty fast, to which Larry replied that he just shouldn't fall in love with him. He looked at his hand, hearing what kind of weapon he was using, to which he replied that the expedition team's engineer gave it to him. It was a wearable weapon made from parasite stone. An implant appeared on his hand. It was heard that 1 drop of blood changed its shape. The hero pointed the weapon and said that 2 drops reloaded the cartridges, and when he pressed it with his thumb, suddenly a shot flew by. It was heard that it was shooting bullets that fly faster than the speed of sound. Pointing at the weapon, the hero heard that it was cool equipment. He would not say anything, to which he asked what about this revolver. Holding the gun in his hands, the leader replied that it was a mixture of pure weapons and spell equipment. It was called the 6th bullet. It could shoot 3 types of bullets: ice, flame, and photosphere. The thought appeared that it meant that it was still a mechanism. If there were not so many invaders here, it would be easy to destroy that ogre. The protagonist looked surprised and asked what and how to use it, to which the man replied that without a talent for magic he was useless, and he thought that magic. Looking at Mike, Larry thought about what he heard, that magicians hiding all over the world are gradually coming out into the light, but he himself has never seen them. And the man said that he only learned the basics of using a revolver. He cannot be called a magician, because his knowledge is only enough to be able to use it. Grinning, the hero asked that they can be friends, to which Oscar replied that he should not cross the line. Walking straight, the leader answered that yes, of course, only outside of work, to which the guy exclaimed, and the protagonist said that he should mind his own business. This concerns only the 2 of them. The fighters smiled, hearing that he needs to report everything to the leader of the expedition group, so let them go first. Good work to everyone, to which the girl responded approvingly, and Dylan said that in fact, he did all the work himself. Putting his hand on the guy's shoulder, Larry offered to have a snack of something, to which he replied that he should take his hands off him. A thought appeared that he does not change, he likes it in him. Stretching his hand forward, Vivian asked what he is like about boys. Yes, to which the hero replied that of course not. He likes women, and he also dreams of becoming president, and she added that, and how is this connected with the fact that he likes women? Frowning, the protagonist said that when he becomes president, he is going to legalize polyandry and polygamy, then he will have 15 wives, to which the guy asked again, And the girl said that sometimes he really seems crazy. A thought appeared that, well, he hears it so often that he does not care anymore. Standing still, the man said that the report on the completion of the mission, if not for Larry's employee, with an 80% probability, they would all have died, to which he was asked what he was talking about the reconnaissance team, and he replied that no. Mike frowned and said that about all of them. A shot flew at the ogre. It occurred to him that the difference was only a few seconds. If he had hesitated even for a few seconds, the army of invaders would have surrounded that ogre and they would not have been able to kill it with one shot. The hero looked at the monsters. It occurred to him that he also predicted that the sandstorm would become a protective barrier. He did not even say anything during the retreat, but Larry acted as if he already knew everything. It was hard to believe that he had never fought in another world, not to mention that Larry had only been with them for a year. Standing in front of the commander, Mike said that he thought quickly and was able to act without hesitation, acting as if he could predict what his next order would be. Looking down, he thought about how he was definitely not a pureblood, was able to think one step ahead, and had an incredible ability to make friends, and then said that that was it. The guy gritted his teeth. A thought appeared that this could have turned out terribly for all of them, but he was able to prevent the inevitable before it happened, and he really is good. The girl looked at the hero. A thought appeared, what if he starts dating his little sister? Smirking, the guy thought that how old is he? 21, 22, now his priority in life is most likely women, who knows what can happen. Frowning, the man thought that this brat, he is too much. The man smiled and added that he is too good to be a simple subordinate. That is exactly why he wanted to tame his temper in the 4th expedition team. The man sat down next to the hero. A thought appeared, but this was not part of the plan. He wanted to protect him from Mike's wrath, to try to win his trust. His body trembled and he added that he succeeded not only at the guard post, but also killed the leader of the invaders with one shot during a reconnaissance mission. Looking straight ahead, the commander thought that he couldn't even cancel this mission. The report of what had happened would certainly reach the higher management. If the general heard about it, all his plans would collapse. The hero stood in front of the girls. The thought came that after the end of the mission, security measures were strengthened for a few days. During this time he managed to meet a lot of people, and even received a couple of confessions from the girls from the research group. The engineer who gave him the weapon made of the parasite stone also came to see him. Looking at the hero, the man said that he heard, he tried it, and how it was, to which he replied that it was simply amazing. With his eyes wide open, the engineer asked, seriously, is he serious now? The thought came that yeah, apparently sane engineers simply do not exist. The protagonist hugged Bella and asked if she was okay, to which she replied that she had dreamed of him. It was said that he had failed to fulfill this girl's wish, but that was enough, wasn't it? The man grinned and said that he should be kind to Oscar. A thought appeared that Mike no longer looked at him with disdain. Now he understood why everyone around him kept saying that he cared about his youngest. The squad looked forward happily. It was said that he had become the main hero of the event with the invasion of the invaders at the security post, the hero who killed the invader of a special kind. Larry grinned and thought that he was also an immortal special forces soldier who defended the base. Looking at the phone, he thought, God, how many notifications. Holding the phone in his hands, the hero added that he had bipolar. What kind of strange messages? Okay, he'll just say that he was on a mission. He opened his eyes in surprise and thought about this and the other messages. A message appeared, saying that he was no longer her son, to which the protagonist said that it was from his mother. Putting the phone to his ear, Larry heard who it was, to which he replied that it was her terrible son calling, and she asked that so, it meant he was still alive. The woman smiled, hearing that he should forgive her. He had to leave for work, there was no signal, he couldn't get through, to which she replied that it was clear, it meant both father and son had gone abroad to earn money, I see. She closed her eyes, hearing that he had sinned, asking for forgiveness, to which she asked that okay, everything was fine with her, why did he end up there at all? The hero answered confusedly that yes, he was fine, he was just so busy at work, it was awful. And then he thought that nothing strange would happen in the future if he kept going on business trips. He hadn't seen Mary since he left her with her mother. Dumbbells and a barbell appeared. He heard, by the way, how is Mary? Does he really still remember her? The man was sitting at the computer. It was said that he told her father that he would let him meet her. Okay, let him come. He is her biological father. Well, he is not sure about that. Okay, let him warn when he shows up. Looking at the phone, the protagonist wondered if it seemed to him, or if he heard notes of anger in her head. Well, he really did promise him to meet Mary, so he would have to deal with this issue as soon as the vacation was over. Larry ate meat. A thought occurred to him that after all this he took 2 days off. Training is of course cool, but eating and doing nothing is better. He was sitting on the couch. It was said that he played for 8 hours straight. The hero was doing bench presses. It occurred to him that he worked out a little in the gym to avoid getting stiff. He was watching TV. It was said that Oscar went to the hospital, so he spent these 2 days alone. He was able to have a blast before going to work. Waving his hand, the protagonist said hello and said good morning to everyone. Molly looked at him and said that he was here, to which he replied that yes, he had a good rest. Smirking, Simon said that it was him. He was so glad to see him, to which Larry thought that why his circles under his eyes looked worse than before. Looking away, Thomas said that he was late. He should have come earlier. It occurred to him that even this bastard, the team manager, had circles under his eyes. Looking at the employees, the hero thought that apparently a lot had happened while he was on vacation. Monsters were crawling out of the portal. A thought appeared that while he was gone, something unpleasant had happened, a black hole anomaly. In these cases, the number of holes increases, and since there are more portals, the number of invaders also increases, so many more people will be needed to close the holes. The manager gritted his teeth. It was said that KHVARM, the Immortal Special Forces, the police and even the Excurasi PMC were forced to join forces. They had to work day and night. That's why the manager and the panda had such huge bruises under their eyes. The man frowned. A thought appeared that but Molly's dark circles had another reason. The escape of the leader of the Immortal Faith from custody was to blame. A car appeared. It was said that during the transfer of the criminal there was an ambush. A hole formed in front of the truck in which Kane was. This happened when he had already escaped. The handcuffs were lying on the ground. The thought arose that despite the chains, handcuffs, and tracking device, the drugs that were injected into the criminal to calm him down, he still managed to escape. He would not have been able to remove them on his own, which means that someone helped him escape. Molly looked at the chains. It was said that most likely Prometheus contributed to this. She tried to find their traces all night. Grinning, the hero said that they all worked very hard, to which the man replied that, frankly, he wanted to ask about how he spent his mini vacation. Typing on the keyboard, he added that the 4th expedition team said that all his achievements are reflected in the reports of their team, so he decided to check this, too. Turning around, Simon said that the result of work for a whole year. Standing in front of the manager, the protagonist asked if it was true, said that he only did what he had to, and then turned to Thomas, to which he asked again, and he added that he heard it. The man frowned when he heard that he had closed the plan for the year, to which he asked what and what. Simon looked down and said that was enough, to which Larry replied that but how could it be? One employee without anyone's help had completed what was planned for the year. Stretching his hand forward, the manager said that okay, fine, he was a good boy, a big boy, should he now kneel before him? To which the hero replied that well, he didn't force it. He turned around when he heard that they had left him a note, to which he asked what it was for him, from whom. An inscription appeared that he hadn't forgotten it. It was heard that it was from Kane, to which the protagonist thought that yes, he was possessed. Holding the note in his hands, Larry said that he did have a criminal record. Yes, he thought he could have been in jail for stalking or something like that. Closing his eyes, the guy said that he bet that was the case, and the girl said that he had escaped from custody. Pointing at them, the hero asked what had gotten into them, to which Molly replied that they had been called in by the security department to help out that day, so their annual work reports had dropped significantly. To which he replied that well, he would be angry too, and Simon asked what the heck, at least nothing hurts, I heard there was a complete mess in the other world. Smiling, Larry said that he was fine. Who did he take him for? To which the man replied that at this rate he would rise to assistant manager, and he added that they would still be friends if that happened. To which Simon replied that they would not. The people looked surprised to hear that. Okay, he invites them to a barbecue, treats them. They gave him a bonus of 50 million won, to which the man asked again. Frowning, Thomas said that he had only agreed to Korean marbled beef. A thought appeared. Maybe he could be nice. It sounded like okay, we have a deal. Well, let's go. The cars were driving along the highway. Looking to the side, the man asked if Mary was okay, so the hero replied that everything was fine. He knew the rules. Chuck lowered his head. A thought appeared that he did not think he was capable of anything bad. He had 35 trackers on him, and also a self-destruct device if he suddenly said something wrong. The car stopped abruptly. The man turned his head. Hearing that he should wait in the car, he would go first, to which he replied that it was okay. The protagonist was holding a bag in his hands. Putting it on the table, he said that her son had arrived. The woman looked at the bags in surprise. The shoes fell on the table, and she said that yes, she hadn't seen him for a long time. He had lost all his weight. Looking at the hero, Agatha said that he should eat more, he probably gets paid enough, to which he replied that yes, in addition to the salary, there are bonuses for good work. Larry waved his hand and turned to Mary, to which she replied that she hoped he was doing well. The girl grinned. A thought appeared that she had changed somehow. Maybe the next time they met she would be better than him. The man stood at the door, and the hero thought that he thought there was no need to worry about the doctor's life. Stretching his hands forward, Chuck shouted his daughter's name. She looked at him in surprise. They rushed towards each other. Suddenly Mary stopped him. She frowned and asked who he was. Sitting on the bench, Agatha heard that like Mary, he promised her father that he would meet her, to which she replied that it was fine, let him come. He was her biological father, to which he replied that well, he didn't think so, and she added that it was fine, let him know when they arrived. Looking at the phone, the woman thought that when she first met her, she wanted to help her become more human. She was ready to let her go when the time came. The girl was lifting the barbell and she added that, however, it exceeded all expectations. Looking at her, Agatha asked that it wasn't too much, to which Mary replied that it wasn't. Holding the drink in her hands, the woman said that she heard that she had a father, she remembered him, to which Mary replied that no, to be honest, she couldn't remember anyone. Standing still, the girl heard that she would like to meet her biological parents, to which she replied that no, she didn't really have any memories except for the lab, so she didn't miss them much. Looking straight ahead, Mary said that she really liked being around her, she didn't really want to go back. Holding out the drink, Agatha said that her father wanted to see her, to which she asked who her biological father was, and she added that no, not this man. Looking surprised, the girl asked what then why he was her father. Sitting at the table, she said that she had questions. She was told that he was not her biological father, so there was no blood relationship between them. Looking straight ahead, the girl added that she also couldn't claim that he raised her. She remembered him from the moment she ended up behind bars. The man looked at her in amazement, hearing that why would she call someone her father if he didn't raise her or even participate in her conception. Mary leaned against the table and said that given the fact that he was a doctor, he most likely took her from the lab, but she couldn't call him her father just because of that. Bowing, she added that she thanked him for everything. The man looked at her in amazement. Putting his hands to his face, he said that he asked him to take care of her, to which the hero replied that he should just look at how beautiful she had become, why was she crying? Adjusting his glasses, the employee said that he should help her if necessary, to which the protagonist replied that of course, and then thought that he, of course, knew that the secretary was watching him. The secretary looked at the doctor, who added that there were many ways the doctor could have caused trouble. He was sure he would not shift all the blame on him. Looking away, the guy said that let him ask him a question before leaving. What does his mother do? How did she manage to change the girl so much? Looking surprised, Larry thought that well, he can't say that his mother is a werewolf, and then said that a magical transformer girl who does fitness. Looking straight, the secretary heard that she turns when there is a threat of danger, to which he asked again. Agatha and Mary walked straight, and the guy said that she looks about 40, to which the hero replied that age is just a number, at heart she is still very young. Sitting in front of the man, the protagonist said how nice it was to have a drink with him. Looking at him, the father asked how work was, to which he replied that it was fun. At first there were a lot of difficulties, but now they seem funny. Looking straight ahead, Larry said that he knew what team he was on. Sean closed his eyes and replied that it was the Immortal Special Forces, although he didn't understand what he was doing there, but, well, each organization had its own system. Looking at him in surprise, the hero asked what it meant. He wasn't in the ranks of the Immortal Special Forces, to which his father replied that he wasn't. Looking straight ahead, the man said that he still remembered his dreams. In elementary school, he wanted to become a fireman, then a policeman, then a bodyguard, then a soldier. The protagonist looked at him in surprise, hearing that it seemed that they changed from time to time, but in fact, they were all the same. His dream was to fight the invaders. Sitting at the table, Sean said that if he wanted an ordinary life for him, he would never let him work there. However, if there was something he wanted to do, then let him do it, but it would be better if he started within the workplace, at least it was safer there. Larry frowned and thought that it felt like a knife had been stabbed into his heart. He was worried. That was understandable. His anxiety was audible even in his words. Holding the can in his hands, the man said that he was curious about what he had learned there. Grinning, he added that he would go ahead, at least see what he had achieved. The hero looked at him. He slammed the can down on the table. Moving around the room, the protagonist thought that yes, so first he would hide his presence, then leave deceptive traces. Opening his eyes wide, he added that he would activate all his muscles, then with the help of his movements he would deceive his father's senses. The man closed his eyes. The thought appeared that at that very moment he would strengthen his perception, and if his father wanted to do something, he would be able to predict his action. Suddenly, Larry opened his eyes in surprise. Sitting in front of him, the father asked what, well, what, surprised, to which he asked what, how, and the man added that he was too concentrated, and because of this, he simply could not notice what was happening right under his nose. A glow appeared around the body. It was said that it also reached him. To feel someone's presence is to predict their intentions. Butterflies appeared. The thought arose that if you focus on the flight of a butterfly, you will be able to count the number of flaps of its wings, but if you turn your attention to a bee, forgetting about the butterflies, the image of a bee appeared. It was said that instinctively attention will switch to the threat it poses, and all his thoughts will be occupied with the bee, and not the butterflies flying around him. In other words, the butterflies will simply disappear from his thoughts. Grinning, the man said that this is called tracking. He hides his tracks, disperses them, thereby deceiving the enemy. Patting the hero on the head, he added that he was a good boy. He learned a lot, to which the protagonist replied that he would try even harder, and he added that of course, he was his son after all. Leaving, Sean said that he was going to take a shower, to which Larry thought that today he was kinder. Usually he told him to figure out all the intricacies himself. The bags were on the floor, and someone turned to the girl. Sitting on the bed, Agatha said that she thought her son's work might not be entirely legal. Maybe he was secretly paid by politicians, or something worse, to which she asked why she decided to brag like that. Looking at Mary, she added that it was somehow strange. He brought a werewolf girl who was kept as a test subject. Maybe he works for some mafia, and he himself hides behind the position of a civil servant. The girl closed her eyes and said that she was winding herself up. If he was doing something like that, let him believe it. She would have heard something about it. Besides, she said that her husband advised him to get a job there. Looking down, Agatha said that yes, but she was sure that he worked for the government. That's why she was worried that he was getting dirty money, to which the girl asked what was wrong with it. It was still much better than going begging. Looking at the phone, she added that she could then ask her brother, to which the girl asked that her younger brother, if she told him something like that, he would make her come home. Agatha silently looked down. Looking down, she thought that she was right. There was no point in worrying. Larry was a good child. She raised him. Mary looked away and said that she was done with her warm-up, to which the girl replied that it was true, then they would start, and Agatha said that she would work out with her. Olivia looked away and thought that, well, in principle, it was logical that she was worried about her son, but if he was doing something illegal using his werewolf essence, she would be aware. Looking at the phone, she added that, well, she would have to figure it out. She was important to her after all. Graphs appeared on the screen. The thought arose that damn black holes. A view of the city streets opened up. The girl looked away, hearing that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Grinning, the main character said that he thought she was still as crazy, to which the girl asked what he was talking about, said that first a kiss and then let him say something. The protagonist looked at her in surprise and said that he had no idea that they were in such a relationship, to which she replied that from now on everything could change. She was ready. It was heard that, by the way, how did she know that he was back? She had stuck cameras everywhere. Sitting on the swing, the girl said that she had recently met her mother-in-law and father-in-law, and Larry asked again that she was getting married. What a horror to get married so early in their days, and she added that she was talking about his parents. Looking at her, the hero said that he thought she only had problems with her studies, but it turns out she also has problems with her head. Only your husband's parents can be called father-in-law and mother-in-law. Well, just so you know, to which she replied that damn, how annoying he is. The girl's eyes widened and she asked, well, okay, what about him? Has he got a girlfriend? Is he dating someone? Maybe someone from work is pestering him. To which the protagonist replied that of course, he changes girls every day, and there are also several at work who are not breathing evenly. He walked straight and thought, in general, the senior manager Monica invited him to dinner, but she does not like powerful people. Oscar does not care about all the people around him, but even he has heard about her. Frowning, the girl asked, what? He is joking, to which Larry said that he does not have a girlfriend, no one is up to par. She closed her eyes and added that, well, that's good, he only cares about her, let him not talk to anyone else about it. To which the hero asked that, well, that's none of her business, how she passed her final exam, he was interested, he studied with her. Lowering her head, the girl replied that her mother almost killed her, so she had to move out of the house for a week. The protagonist laughed and said that that was true, health was more important, and grades were just dust, let her just not tell anyone that he tried to pull her up, to which she replied that he was pathetic and irritated her. Raising his head up, Larry said that it had become so calm, yes, life really is good. The next day, the hero came to the office and said hello, and then thought that he had come to work earlier than usual, but did not find anyone. Grinning, he wished the girl a good morning, to which she replied that he was a bit early. It was said that Molly had come before him. Turning around, the protagonist asked if anything good had happened, to which Simon replied that he had such a great time playing gacha last night. It occurred to him that the senior manager had shown up later. Turning around, Thomas asked what was going on so early. No one would pay them extra for it anyway. It was said that the team lead had shown up last. The man looked down and exclaimed. Larry looked at him. He swung his hand at him sharply, to which the manager asked what was going on so early. Suddenly, the hero grabbed his leg. The employees looked at him in surprise. The protagonist looked down and heard that he was a damn bastard, to which he thought that he had managed to track him down. Lowering his head, the man laughed, and Simon told him to run away, to which Larry asked again. Holding a knife in his hands, the manager said that he would let him die, he would finish him off, and then write a statement of his own free will. Turning around, the guy furiously shouted, what are you rushing around for? It's still too early. It was said that this is how a normal Monday began. Looking at the hero, the girl asked what he was doing. The thought arose that he tried the technique on Polly. The The protagonist stepped on the guy's feet, to which he asked what it was, and Larry answered that it was a mistake. The thought arose that later on the senior manager Barry. The guy began to fall down. It was said that he hit Horace a little harder. Frowning, he shouted that he had fallen in love with Polly, decided to get rid of competitors, to which the hero replied that he was mistaken. Sitting at the computer, the protagonist thought about playing hide and seek with the team leader, practicing tracking, and also reading Manhwas on the sly. He gave it his all, like the most devoted employee, when frowning, the man said that he had the CEO's permission, so he needed his help, and Thomas asked since when Larry was public property, why were they all so eager to borrow him? Looking straight ahead, the hero opened his eyes in surprise. Looking away, the guy said that they were here. The girl crossed her arms. A thought appeared that she was immortal and a purebred, and she was as pretty as her brothers and team leader. Looking straight ahead, the guy said that this was a first-rank 3rd security team employee, Larry, to which the protagonist said that he should just not fall in love with him so quickly. He had already had problems with women lately. Looking away, the girl said that she was not warned that a crazy person would join them. A thought appeared that she had the same character as her brothers. Extending his hand, Larry said that it was nice to meet you. He smirked and thought, what the hell, he didn't learn this technique to shake some woman's hand, but he couldn't let the moment pass. Shaking her hand, the hero said that he would do it again. It was nice to meet you. A thread was tied around the girl's leg. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise. He tensed his hand. Larry swung his hand sharply. Holding them back, the guy told them to calm down. Frowning, he asked what they wanted trouble for. The girl turned away and said that she hadn't started it, and the hero thought that it was his fault. The hero looked at the guy, hearing that they needed to talk. Putting his hand to his face, he said that he didn't seem to be that kind of person, to which the protagonist replied that he wasn't the one who started it. And anyway, if she was a true purebred, what should they do? Worship her. The guy looked down and said that he understood that she was to blame for this situation, but being so milky wasn't very good either. The protagonist closed his eyes when he heard that they would act like professionals, to which he responded approvingly, and then said that he apologized. They would start over. Raising his hand, the manager said that this was employee Larry, and this was Natalie, a true purebred. The girl frowned when he heard that there would be no fights, to which she replied that she was not going to. And the hero said that it would be rude of him to fight a child trying to provoke him, and the guy said that that was it. They were waiting for a briefing. A projection of the surface appeared. It was heard that they had lost contact with one of the team members. The group was on a mission. This was their last location. Stretching his hand forward, the guy said that yes, they had to save a purebred, to which the employee added that the building seemed to be the most ordinary, but they believed that a group of psychopathic scientists, codenamed Adele, was located in it. Looking up, the guy said that the name of the operation was to save Adele. They needed to help both the squad member and the pureblood they were originally supposed to save. Putting his hands on his hips, he added that that was all. Let them pack up and go. Let the assistant take Larry away, to which the employee responded approvingly, and the manager asked Natalie to stay. Looking at the hero, the guy said that they would go. Looking to the side, the protagonist thought that something was going on there. Looking down, he added that he knew that she was a true pureblood, but her hands were tied here, and the family of true purebloods and the government preferred not to show aggression once again. The guy looked in bewilderment, hearing that all true purebloods were really that weird, to which he replied that he didn't know, his father didn't tell him. The brothers stood back to back. It was heard that now there are two branches of true purebreds. One of them, this family of brothers, their senses are heightened to the maximum. The other family is abroad. Sitting at the table, Clinton said that they have quite similar privileges, except that the government does not interfere with them. They receive all sorts of benefits. Holding a glass in his hands, he added that, for example, they do not pay taxes. In principle, in other aspects they also have more freedom, but they have some responsibility. They are obliged to provide the nation with immortals. Holding a weapon in his hands, the main character thought that when he asked Oscar about his family, he kept silent. He does not know much about his immortal family. He knows that they are not strong enough to be part of the immortal special forces. Looking straight ahead, he said to let him tell him that Oscar and Mike wouldn't be joining them, to which the assistant manager asked what he called the director, and he added that, well, he's his friend's brother. The guy closed his eyes and replied that, how can I say, their family didn't officially apply for the request. A specific person, Natalie, had addressed it. Looking surprised, the protagonist asked what, but do they take assignments from specific people, to which he replied that he knows that almost all of Team Number 1's assignments are to protect the bosses, right? Stretching his hand forward, Larry asked what then about team manager Thomas, to which the guy asked that he wanted him to go instead of him. Well, he could handle it, yes, but he didn't want to see his mug. Thomas grinned, and he added that he and that bastard, That is, the team manager still can't find a common language, to which the hero replied that he just called him a bastard. Smiling, the assistant manager said that he almost called him a brat, and the thought came that the best way to befriend someone was to start calling a common enemy names. Looking straight, the manager asked who the father was. The man closed his eyes and replied that his father was a purebred bred. He did not inherit the blood, to which he was told that he was not talking about his father, and he asked what and who, Larry's father. Frowning, Thomas said that today he used tracking to provoke him. This skill cannot be learned by yourself. Looking straight, he added that so who is Larry's father? The man looked down and replied that he did not know. Sitting at the table, he added that even he cannot know everything. The head of the ministry said that he is not a spy, not a terrorist, and not a cultist. Christopher's reflection appeared. The thought arose that he didn't know the details, but he was sure that Larry had done the tracking at the highest level, an immortal half-breed, an incredible genius. Entering the office, the man said that there was a problem, to which he was asked again. Having handed over the tablet, he added that he should take a look at this. Sitting on a chair, the man said that he spent all of himself on research in the lab for the good of the government. He gave everything he had, and now the only thing left was the label of a traitor. Stretching his hand forward, he added that with this video he calls on the Korean government to admit its sins. The screen turned off. It was heard that even then the two would remain alive. Holding the tablet in his hands, the man said that they managed to block the video, but it had already scattered, to which Thomas replied that damn. Looking away, he asked that Larry was on this mission. He sent him knowing about it, to which Christopher replied that he said that even he did not know everything and everyone. He would order reinforcements to be sent, and he added that the third team would go too. Closing the door, the manager thought that it was strange. This was not at all the kind of mission that a newbie should take on, but why wasn't he worried about him? The helicopter was flying over the water. The hero asked again in surprise, hearing that it was a lie, to which he was told that according to the analytical group, what the criminal said was 90% false. Looking away, the guy said that they were unable to identify the scientist who had previously worked for the government who could have done something like this, but there was not a drop of truth in what the criminal was saying, and the thought arose that then why did he arrange all this? Frowning, the protagonist thought that a lone scientist was challenging the government, hardly for money, and it was unlikely that he was demanding the release of one of his family members from custody. An image of a man in a mask appeared, and he added that he needed an apology from the government. Thereby he wanted to undermine the trust of ordinary people. Sitting in front of him, the guy said that it seemed to them that this was the work of terrorists, and the thought arose that, well, in principle, a terrorist organization is capable of something like this. Portraits of people appeared. It was said that the organization, which is full of incompetent people. Larry turned his head and thought that it could be Prometheus. He was attacked by the government more than once, so maybe the organization is trying to get revenge using dirty propaganda. A view of the research center opened up. It was heard that the premises from the inside were under guard. There were about 40 people here. Soldiers were standing at the facility. It was heard that they would split into two groups. One would go inside and the other would stay outside. The group outside would take positions in the ground parking lot. The hero looked at the girl. Hearing that the second group would descend from the helicopter and penetrate through the inner floor, they were heading straight for their targets. Lowering her head, Natalie asked what he was staring at. The protagonist looked in surprise, hearing that he should not look at her, stinking mudblood, to which he thought that she noticed. He glanced at her briefly. The girl looked down. A thought came to her that her sensitivity was on a completely different level. How did she do it at all? Even Oscar is not that good unless he fully concentrates. Natalie pressed her lips together, and the hero thought that, and yet, how can he not look? She seems worried. The helicopter was flying rapidly towards the scientific center. They heard that they were approaching their destination. Standing at the edge, the man said that they should lower the ropes. The girl jumped off, hearing the command. Turning around, the protagonist asked that he was not going to, said that the rope could break. He would go last, to which the guy replied that he understood. He would go now. Larry grinned and thought that because he was a werewolf, he weighed more than he looked, and then said goodbye. He abruptly began to descend the rope. Suddenly, the hero opened his eyes in amazement. A devastating explosion thundered on the ground. The guy looked out from around the corner. The girl cautiously hid. People were climbing down a rope. An axe was flying in the air. A thought about it came to mind. The protagonist deftly dodged the flying axe. Suddenly, his eyes widened in amazement. Looking at the helicopter, Larry screamed. Holding the control stick, the guy screamed loudly. The helicopter began to fall down. Grinning, he said that they would see each other at the hospital. A man was standing on the roof of a building. Suddenly, a gun was put to his head and they spoke. The man pointed a gun and said that it was time to die. Suddenly, he fired. The soldier looked forward in surprise. The hero abruptly struck him. Standing in a fighting stance, he thought that he had badly injured his shin. When he landed, a cry was heard, "What happened to this bastard?" Waving his hand, the protagonist said hello and asked how things were, to which the soldiers exclaimed. Larry smiled, looking at them. Pointing his weapon, the soldier shouted that he remembered. He was from the Immortal Special Forces, to which the other replied that he would kill him. The thought appeared that these bastards were from Prometheus. The guy looked away, hearing what now, to which he replied that they would leave the hostages if they could not get inside in 5 minutes, to which the hero replied that but that is not how it is done. Frowning, the girl said that they would not be able to surrender no matter what. Suddenly shots rang out at them. It was heard that what the hell were they doing? Shoot them, to which the protagonist replied that the word surrender is not in his lexicon, and Natalie said that he is such a pompous turkey. Standing behind cover, Larry said that he can continue to chat with the manager. He went for the hostage, to which the girl asked what happened. Pointing his weapon, he replied that there was a phrase that his father liked. He was going his own way, and the way he was going was the true way. Suddenly, an explosion occurred in front of the soldiers. Standing in front of the hole, the protagonist said that if there was no way, it had to be created. He turned around and asked again, hearing that she had something to tell him before he left, a hostage. Looking down, Natalie said that her daughter was asking to be returned safe and sound. Standing in front of the explosion, the soldier asked why was there a hole here? Suddenly, blows came at them. Shots were flying at the girl. It was heard that there were survivors. Destroy. Rushing forward, the manager thought, what was to be expected from a man nicknamed a prophet? You can't lag behind. He began to strike at the soldiers and added, they are not the only ones with poison in their arsenal. Looking straight ahead, the guy said that they were pathetic rats. They specialized in ambushes. The manager and Natalie stood back to back. He heard that they were to be surrounded. Their turn. Frowning, the guy thought that they would not last long. At most, they would be able to delay them for 20 minutes. A hole in the roof appeared. The hero grabbed his leg and thought that he took the pill right after he came down. Lowering his head, he added that its official name was HCS3. The medicine accelerates tissue regeneration, the same medicine Oscar took when he lost his arm. Putting the pill in his mouth, the protagonist thought that but there was a side effect. The drug dulls susceptibility, so he needed to take another pill. He closed his eyes and added that its name was Blunt Alpha, popularly Snowflake. It compensates for the side effects of HCS3. A diagram of the building appeared in front of Larry and he thought that the girl was on the 3rd floor. Suddenly he rushed forward. The hero jumped into the warehouse area. Doors appeared. He kicked them down. The man looked at him in surprise and asked what the hell, how did he get in? And the other one shouted that they would kill the hostages if he came closer, so he should be a good boy. Suddenly the protagonist threw a knife at him. Swinging it, the criminal shouted that he was nuts. Suddenly Larry shot at him. Blood was pouring out of the man's head. The hostages were shaking with fear. Standing in front of them, the hero told them not to be afraid. He was from the Immortal Special Forces. The girl looked at him in surprise, hearing that didn't they go to the same training hall, to which she replied that yes, let him turn around. Rushing forward, the werewolf shouted that he was a bastard. Pointing his weapon, the protagonist told her not to worry. Suddenly he fired a gun and said that he hoped he wanted to be cremated after death, to which the girl replied that she thought she was going to be sick. Larry, with wide eyes, asked if she was okay, to which the hostage replied that of course not. Let her think about what she was asking. The thought occurred to him that she had manners. Looking at him, the girl said that all forces were concentrated on the 1st floor. The exit was most likely blocked. She thought the researcher was somewhere there. Let him be careful, to which he thought that she seemed to be watching what was happening, even while tied up. She looked amazed when he heard that they would not go through the 1st floor, to which she asked what then how are they going to? Pointing the gun upwards, the hero said that they would go through the top. Smiling widely, the man said get away, it was his, and the other added that there were 3 of them. Where was the other one? He did not know where he was hiding, but he knew that he would finish him off himself. Standing in cover, the manager thought that their opponents were purebred werewolves, and they were very well prepared. Fighting further was not an option. If they continued, they would die. Would they really have to surrender? He looked surprised when he heard that the hostages were free. The hero smirked and asked why he was so surprised. He said he would bring them. The girl stretched her arms forward and turned to her mother. Frowning, Natalie screamed her name. The werewolf rushed forward and said that she was a stupid girl. He swung his hand. The thought appeared that it was all over. They could not do anything because he was a werewolf. If he interfered, he would tear her apart. The protagonist abruptly cut off the werewolf's hand. Looking to the side, he said forward, to which the manager replied that it was fine. They would climb down the wall. The rope went down, and the girl said that she would thank him properly later, but now thank you, she would definitely return the favor, to which Larry replied that oh well, just let him behave normally. Looking at the girl, he asked, by the way, how old is she? To which Natalie replied that she is 28, and he added that at what age did she become a mother, to which she replied that she was 18, and the hero asked that so she is 10. Turning around, the protagonist clarified that he could call her Natalie, to which she replied that she could call her whatever she wanted, and he added that, well, she is 7 years older than him. Suddenly, a glow appeared in front of the soldier. The people turned around and said, damn, it is him. Grinning, the man asked if he had a minute. Flexing his fist, he added that maybe they could chat. Standing in front of him, the protagonist said that he knew him, he was a lawnmower, to which the man replied that he was small. He clenched his teeth furiously. People looked up in fear. Looking straight ahead, the werewolf said that he was a lumberjack. An image of a man appeared. It was said that a lumberjack, one of the main members of Prometheus. The beast looked forward furiously. The thought arose that the werewolf was a purebred. He specializes in close combat, and his ability is a roar. With its help, he causes fear that paralyzes the victim, which allows him to cut off the head. That's why they called him a lumberjack. Smiling, the werewolf asked what will he try to stop him, said that he will die in a second because he is not as good as Thomas. Looking at him, the protagonist answered that what if he is just as good, to which he was told not to get cocky. The werewolf raised his weapon and shouted that he would cut him into small pieces. Looking straight ahead, the boy shouted for him to duck. Suddenly, the beast blocked the blow. The boy gritted his teeth and said that he couldn't let the newbie die, and the girl added that he could forgive her, but she wasn't much use. Larry closed his eyes and thought that, to be honest, he wanted to hit him once first and then run away because he wasn't sure he could handle someone like him. However, frowning, he added that killing him was a completely different matter. The beast rushed forward. A thought arose that now he needed a cool head and speed to react to his attack in time. He needed to open the door of sensations that the manager had talked about. Veins appeared on his head. It was said about increasing synesthesia. This ability allows one sense to take precedence over others. Blue beams appeared. The thought appeared that it covers 5 senses to expand the area of the 6th sense. It awakens a super sense. The beast ran forward. The thought appeared that it will help to predict the enemy's movements. Suddenly, a blow flew at the hero's hand. The girl opened her eyes in amazement. She covered her face with a weapon. Suddenly, a blow flew at the barrier. The protagonist threw the girl aside. Opening his eyes wide, he asked that she was okay, to which she responded approvingly. Walking forward, the werewolf said that he expected that he would be at least as good since he took his follower's hand. Grinning, Larry asked that since it came to that, maybe he would hold on to his. Looking at him, the guy asked why he was provoking him, to which the hero replied that he did not do it. The beast rushed forward. It was heard that maybe they would meet in close combat. The thought arose that he would have to resort to his werewolf abilities to fight back. The protagonist held back the blow and thought that but he could not use them right now, then. Suddenly, he deftly dodged the blow and added that he would turn its power against him. The beast looked surprised and asked that he had learned from Thomas. Yes. Suddenly, the girl fired at him. The werewolf stood still. Dodging the bullets, he said that this was no good. Swinging, Larry replied that he completely agreed. Suddenly, the werewolf parried his blow. The hero froze in surprise. Striking the ground, the beast said that no more blades. He clenched his teeth furiously. A shield appeared in front of the hero. He abruptly fell to the ground. There was a pool of blood under the protagonist. The thought occurred to him that he would be in trouble if he didn't have a galactic shield. He smirked when he heard that this was all he could do, and that it would last for a week, to which he replied that he shouldn't be so sure, it would be better to end it quickly. Looking straight ahead, Larry added that because Thomas, whom he was so afraid of, would be here in half an hour. Gritting his teeth, the werewolf said that he was a little bastard. The manager looked at him in amazement. A planet appeared. It was said that rage, the favorite weapon of werewolves, amplifying their emotions, that's why he provoked him. The beast raised its head up. The thought occurred that it reared up and threw its head back, roaring. A bright glow appeared around it, and the hero thought that the best weapon of werewolves, comparable to the ability of the invaders to instill fear. The people looked at him in surprise, and he added that the ability to paralyze others with just one sound. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist thought that if the thirst for blood could change the outcome of a battle by generating fear, then the roar simply froze the body. Grinning, he added that he was waiting for him to use it. Pointing the gun at the monster, Larry thought that he managed to survive his mother's thirst for blood, so he was no longer afraid of anything. The beast opened its eyes wide. Suddenly, a shot flew at it. The manager looked in amazement. The girl froze in surprise. Sitting on the ground, the hero raised his finger up. Rushing forward, the man turned to him, to which he asked that they were already here. Thomas looked in bewilderment. It was heard that it was a werewolf. He did it. And he is here. Sitting near the corpse, Molly heard that he was really dead, to which she replied that yes, he is dead. The girl looked away, hearing what but how, to which she replied that everyone froze because of the roar, except Larry. Smirking, the manager said to pack his bags. They were going home, waiting for an explanation of what happened as soon as they returned. The man was tied up. The thought arose that somehow everything was resolved. They managed to capture one of the researchers who uploaded the video. Or rather, he was just a crazy scientist. Most likely, he made a video to exchange it for the opportunity to conduct experiments on immortals. The plane was flying in the sky. It was heard that he said that he was not a regressor. Looking straight, Simon asked that the sword master really took over his body, and Molly added that he was a good boy, maybe he wants something tasty. The thought arose that the assistant manager was in his usual repertoire, and Molly was happy that he killed one of the leaders of Prometheus. The girl closed her eyes and said that she was grateful she would repay him for it, and the girl also thanked him. The thought appeared that she said that she would repay the debt tenfold. Looking away, the manager asked that he would come to the rescue next time. By the way, if he wanted, he could join his team forever, to which the hero asked that he wanted all his bones broken, and then thought that he was even offered a position in the team. That's how he turned into a rookie who killed one of Prometheus's employees. This man was a first-rank criminal and a terrorist. Sitting at the table, the man asked what the news had been, said that Larry had been promoted to assistant manager, to which he was told that he had killed a werewolf, one of Prometheus's leaders, on his last mission, and was it true? Larry would not have coped with him, he was just lucky, but you can't kill him with luck alone. The guy closed his eyes and asked what the assistant manager was, and he was quick. Putting his hand to his face, the employee thought that he had just been promoted to second rank, assistant manager, a couple of days ago, maybe he should just quit. Looking straight ahead, the man greeted everyone and said that a member of their immortal special forces had indeed eliminated the werewolf, but he could not reveal his identity, so if they knew his name, he asked them not to spread it. Grinning, he added that instead, let them call him the nickname they had chosen for him, and the nickname of this agent. The hero frowned. It was heard that he was a mad rebel, fighting with Thomas. He asked that it was him, after all, so the manager asked why he was taking out his anger on him. It was said that in the third group of external security, peace and quiet again, and God's grace. The guy sat at the table and looked at the scared guy, who was saying that they did not have any specific choice. Then the man clenched his hand into a fist and said that in order for them to take the next step and maintain a good relationship with this person, they had to think everything through. The president unclenched his hand and dropped 2 blue balls. Then he turned around in his chair and said that if he could do anything he would have already started acting. But when such a great opportunity was in front of them, it was hard to resist. Then the guy put the phone to his head. He realizes that he was too good at this and they should not let him go, and also just send him out of influence. The man put the phone to his ear and realized that they had not spoken in a long time. The man stood and looked out the window, realizing that he had a favor to ask of him, and he was asking him to find someone. The guy held the phone, and he said that he could not do it because they were ordered not to get involved with this company. The guy looked up and said that it was his superiors who said so. Then he closed his eyes and said that he should not know this person. The man stood holding his phone. He looked ahead silently. Then he frowned and realized that someone was standing behind him at that time. Then we see the man present a mug with a drink. The guy looked ahead, holding a cup next to him. He was sitting at a table with people, and they had heard a lot of rumors about him. Then the guy put the cup down on the table and realized that he was also in shock, because at first it seemed to him that he would not stay in this industry for long, and he also knew that he was a rookie in the Immortal Special Forces. Then he remembered how the guy ran forward with his arm cut off, but even so, cutting off the arm of a purebred werewolf was extremely difficult in the first. The bald man clenched his fist, and he realized that he was then able to take the life of a high-ranking criminal. The guy lowered his head, and he realized that he was well raised. The man with glasses said with a smile, looking forward, and the man realized that he was of course proud of him, but he was very worried about him because he would be lying if he said otherwise, and he also asked him to be more careful. Then we see how the girl was cutting tofu. She looked away with a smile and said that she was proud of her son because he also really wanted to tell him that their baby was a werewolf, but they were afraid that he would not be able to accept it. The protagonist's father looked at her with a smile and realized that she still did not know that their son was immortal, and he would really like to tell her, but he was afraid that it would complicate everything. They were standing in the kitchen at this time. The guy smiled and said that he just wanted him to be healthy. The mother turned her head and said that he was already quite big and it was time for him to leave their nest. The father looked away with a smile. Then we see a huge building. A man with a tired face brought coffee and asked what happened to them. He looked ahead with bags under his eyes and whether he received the payment. Then we see a huge werewolf, and we were told that his joy was still connected with the reward that he could get for all this. But also a world government organization was searching for criminals who were wanted internationally, and 686 million won was offered for the head of this monster. Then, seeing a sign with a bald man, and also, however, not only did he annoy the government, an amount was also set for him, and, in theory, the reward should have been divided between the team members, because he was part of the Immortal Special Forces, and besides, he was helped with this. The guy with glasses turned his head and said that he did nothing, so it should all belong to him. Then the girl raised her hand and said that he also saved her life, and she did not need this money, and the team manager refused the offer. Then we see a bank account with funds, and the protagonist realized that she also gave up all this, calling him her savior, so all the reward went to him, and he became incredibly rich. Larry looked at his phone with a smile and realized that his bank account also became much better after that. He looked at the chat with his friends and decided to treat all his friends and workers. He turned his head to the guy and said that life was absolutely wonderful, and then he raised his hand with the phone and said that he was a first-rank assistant manager, and then his look changed. Then we see how the protagonist walked to the house. He and the girl looked ahead, and he realized that she suddenly showed up and said that the head of the family wanted to meet her. Then someone was standing behind the door. After that, the man spread his hands and greeted all the guests with a smile, because the immortal's abilities should have been weaker than he expected. Larry sat down at the table and was told that there had been a good catch of oysters today and he was supposed to help himself. Then they poured him a drink into a shot glass because he had saved the man's daughter and he had done a good job. The protagonist drank the drink and said that he was supposed to do it. He looked ahead at the man and said that he was most likely not invited to have a drink together, and then asked why he wanted to meet. The man with the beard looked ahead and laughed because he was curious enough, and they had met once and had also sat and had a drink once. The protagonist looked ahead in surprise when he heard that he needed a child. The man sat at the table and said that he could introduce him to any girl he wanted, and if he still refused, he could just become a donor. Larry looked ahead and said that he asked to have his own children. Larry broke the kitchen knife and said he didn't need it as a donor, and learned that the abilities of the half-bloods were not always inherited, but he was a special case. Then the man threw up his hands and said that besides, it wouldn't hurt for his male health to do all this, and he could also make any of his dreams come true, and it would be a win-win for both of them. Then he gritted his teeth and realized that if he wanted, he could apply for help with a position in the government, and he could give him as much money as he wanted. The man looked ahead and became wary. Larry stood up and slapped the table, said that he was the head, and did he seriously think that the women in his family were just incubators? The man in the suit looked ahead and told him to watch his language when he spoke to the head. Larry turned and walked away, saying that he would pay for what he ate. Then the man raised his head, holding a glass in his hand. He turned his head and said with a terrifying expression that it was because he still had youthful maximalism, and he was pure enough, society had not spoiled him. Larry walked forward, and someone stood in front of him. The guys straightened their ties and looked forward. The girl with blonde hair looked down. The guy lowered his head, pressing his hand to his head, and his friend asked him to stop all this, pretending that nothing would change because he would kill them. Larry looked away with a smile. The guys were lying on the ground. The man clenched his teeth and realized that they were weak enough for all this. Then Larry kicked his foot with a smile, realizing that it was incredibly pleasant to give the purebred arrogant people what they deserved. Then someone put his hand out to the protagonist and asked him to stop, because he would only make things worse. Larry stood in the hallway and looked at the two guys, saying that it wasn't their problem, it wasn't for them to solve it. The protagonist passed the guy and said that it was a warning. Then he turned his head and the guy called him an idiot. The man put his hands in front of the guy and realized that the guard's words were worth thinking about. Then we see the man looking at the glass, and Larry realized that he was the head of the family and he was not the only problem. Although all the other species were a little crazy, and if the world does not change, then he thinks that there will be many more fools like him. The protagonist's face changed and he looked forward, realizing that he was already tired of this rotten world and he wants to fix it. Then we see how many people were sitting at the computer. The guy stood up with a tired look and clapped his hands, saying that the installation was done. The protagonist turned in his chair and the guy said that they were going to have a new one that he had to take care of. The guy sat at the table and held his hand near his face. Larry looked forward with a smile. Then he straightened his legs on the chair and said that he didn't do all this on purpose. Then he raised his head and the guy said that they weren't just new, and they were also magicians. Larry looked to the side and someone walked into the room, and the guy said that apparently that's how they managed to ask to be on Team 3, and they also had someone they wanted to work with. Then we see the girl standing with her eyes closed and greeting everyone. She opened her eyes and fixed her hair. Larry pointed at him with a shocked face, not understanding what she had done. The guy raised his hand behind his head and the girl couldn't believe that he was so happy to see her. The guy was shaking his head from side to side, and Larry said that she was his neighbor, and they also agreed that they would have a future together. The girl was waving her head in front of the guys and getting to know them. The protagonist looked at the girl with a shocked face, who assumed that they were dating, and she also held up well in her invented role. The protagonist became completely shocked, and the girl understood why he refused her date this time. The guy held his hands behind his head and realized that she was his neighbor and he had nothing to do with her hiring. The girl stood with a smile and looked up, and Larry also said that his neighbor, by pure chance, was a girl who failed her final exam, and he also knew her until yesterday. Larry pressed his hand to his head, and the girl said that she did not want to deceive him, did not think to confess after their wedding. She spread her hands to the sides and said that, at least, they had known each other since they were 8 years old, and she did not want to attract unnecessary attention to herself. Larry kept his hands on his hips and asked how she knew that he was immortal too. The girl leaned over and said that magicians follow immortals and superhumans follow werewolves, and then asked if he had never heard of it before. Then we see people who belong to different styles and own their abilities. Then we see a fist, a palm, and 2 outstretched fingers, and the girl also said that there were 4 special types on this earth, and the unique feature of magicians and immortals was that they were not able to resist them, and also superhumans had different skills that made it easier to catch werewolves. Then we see a palm and 2 outstretched fingers, and also, in other words, they controlled each other, and, of course, it did not work in 100% of cases, because it was not a fact that the confrontation with someone would end in their victory, and in this world everything worked a little differently. The girl approached the protagonist and said that he was unlikely to cope with someone who could use magic. Larry looked away and realized that even if he wasn't mad at what she told him, it didn't change anything, and he was glad that he had immortal and werewolf blood in him. The girl turned her head with a smile and asked how he was doing, and then decided to tell him all about it in the conference room. The protagonist closed his eyes and exhaled. The girl showed 4 fingers and said that she should tell him about the Alliance of Magicians, and also that there were 4 types of unions known to the whole world today. Then we see a coat of arms with herself and a sword with a shield, and she also said that the Illuminati were in Europe, the poets were in Russia. Then we see the coat of arms of 8 and a sign similar to yin-yang, and the galaxy belonged to the United States of America, and the cycle belonged to Asia. The girl showed 5 fingers and said that not all mages were part of this alliance, and after all she was a mage by blood and she was not a part of any alliance. The red-haired guy was sitting at the table with the others and they thought that this could be called an infiltration mission. Larry was sitting at the table with the guy and he realized that everything was as he expected, that she had not just shown up here for no reason. Then someone slapped their hand on the table. The guy put his hand on the table and said that they had to simplify this and decided to ask how the enemy knew about the escape route that the directors were going to use. The red-haired guy looked away and realized that it was through a spy. The man looked down and realized that this was exactly it because someone had to tell this information to the other people and they were going to find that person. Larry looked at the man and asked why this was necessary, to which the guy replied that one of the members of Team 2 is part of the Immortal Faith, so they were considered unsafe. Larry looked ahead and realized that the more important thing was that the spy used magic. We then see a man aiming a revolver, and also he was the only one who could be immortal and use magic. The girl looked ahead with a smile and said that she was there to catch this very spy, and she pretended to be hired to fit in better with the team, but this was not the case. She stood in front of the guy, who said that she was trying to make it seem like magicians and governments were working together. The guy then turned and walked away, saying that their meeting was over and she would let them know if she found anyone connected to this magic. They were watching him before they captured him. The tired-looking guy turned his head and said that according to the papers she was under his management. The girl happily pressed her hands to herself and realized that if she stayed late at work, he would have to bring her dinner and they would eat together. The guy raised his hand to his head and said that it was nice to see that they were close enough, but Larry said that was not true and she was just his neighbor who happened to be a girl. He pointed his finger down and realized that since this girl was in security room number 3, he had to teach her a few basic things for this job, and if she pressed this button, she would be able to go online and she would have to check for incoming notifications every day. The girl turned around in her chair and called out to the assistant manager. The red-haired guy turned his head and watched silently. The girl raised her hand with a smile. The tired-looking man turned his head and said that they could go to lunch tomorrow. The girl stuck her tongue out at the protagonist and he realized that she was acting like a child. Then they sat at the table and drank drinks because that evening they were able to get together and have dinner together. The girl and the guy were holding their stomachs, and the next day she had lunch with the assistant manager and then called everyone to their meeting. Then they were all sitting at the table. Larry held his hand near his chin and realized that the newbie just decided to go and schedule a meeting. The girl adjusted the folder with documents and said that all the people who were sitting at the table were clean. Then she stood up and turned her head and apologized for letting him in on these details, because she had discussed this with the team manager in advance, and she also decided to repeat that all 4 of them were not spies. Larry looked ahead and lost in thought. He could not believe that this girl was acting out of character. Then she stood up and looked ahead. Larry pressed his hand to his head and blushed, realizing that it was impossible that he was considering her as a girl. The guy stood with his hands in his pockets and realized that then they would decide to proceed with the task, and this girl had to find traces of the use of magic, and they also had to search any employee who was involved in this case. He looked ahead and said that the name of the place would be Duster and he was not going to listen to dissatisfaction about the name, and the protagonist realized that in the future he would have to take care that he did not come up with the name of their task. The girl with a frightened face opened the door. The guy turned his head and asked what she wanted. The girl folded her arms and with a ridiculous expression on her face said that she came to issue an order for a subpoena. The girl looked away and was surprised to see her there. The man was sitting at the table, his hands pressed to his head, not understanding who it was. He folded his fingers together and thought. He looked ahead and realized that he should have followed this man. Then we see someone rushing by at lightning speed. Then we see the huge legs of the monster, and the guy realized that their team showed the best results as part of the Immortal Special Forces. He folded his hands in front of him and plunged into his thoughts. He realizes that it is impossible to think that he would let everything slide, but they underestimated him. Then he looked towards the door. The girl opened the door, and the guy realized that he used all the means available to him to get rid of these fools who were trying to weaken them. The girl stood in front of the guy and realized that she was very beautiful here. She folded her hands in front of her and said with a smile that she had already checked several employees for honesty, and she also needed to inform the team that if she found someone with traces of magic. The man sat at the table and relied on her because she had to contact him if she needed something, and she also said that she knew a famous person. The guy smiled and realized that since such a perfect opportunity presented itself, he should definitely take advantage of it, because he was the one who invited her to this company, so he would like to get to know her better. Then the guy walked along the night street. He turned his head and did not expect to see a friend here. Larry raised his hand and greeted him with a smile. The man in glasses extended his hand and thanked him for it. The protagonist with a surprised face realized that he stank of popularity, and this did not suit him very well. Larry spread his hands and said that he thought about everything wrong. He folded his hands in front of him and realized with a smile that it was strange from the outside, but they had no reason to walk together and he just wanted to talk to him. The girl was standing behind him and asked what he was doing. Larry turned his head and realized that this was the signal. Then he slashed sharply at the neck, realizing that this was the signal to destroy the man standing in front of him, and if he was supposed to be a spy, then he was definitely hiding an ace up his sleeve. The man did not expect this and his glasses fell off. Larry stood and looked at the lying guy and the girl realized that they had to grab him. They were beating him half to death. The guy was lying on the ground foaming at the mouth. The girl held out her hand and said that everything was kind of blurry and that usually happened when she was being spelled, not using magic herself. Larry stood idly by watching the girl heal him and realized that she was wrong about that after all. She should have realized that they looked like robbers. After they started to dissolve into space and the girl told him not to worry because she had cast a spell that would hide them from prying eyes and most people would just walk past and unless they were very sensitive to it, they wouldn't notice them and only 50 meters away from them was a company full of sensitive people. Larry looked at the girl and she said that he had been cast a seduction spell. Larry took out his phone and lowered his head. They said that there were no artifacts here, no carriers of information. That's why he thought that he would have to untangle the traces of magic in reverse order in order to track them. At this point, the guy was sitting at the computer and realized that the assistant manager had to figure out the situation because he had passed out after one hit, and they had to get a confession and call back as soon as they found out something in detail. Larry stood and looked at the phone, realizing that under the influence of the seduction spell he should have weakened, even if he was immortal. Then we see the body of a man and his muscles, because immortal people were usually analyzed and made conclusions based on appearance and breathing, and they were also barely noticeable, and the muscle movements were very dexterous, and they called it the process of intuition. Then he began to conjure fire, and magic also worked a little differently, because it used a special energy that was in the body of the host and was called mana, and people were able to call fire or lightning directly on the palm of their hand or create a barrier. The guy sat in the lotus position and held his hands in front of him, understanding that the immortals were not able to detect this mana, and the spell did not affect the vibrations of the air nearby. No other signs were observed either, and magic was one of the few things that was beyond the reach of the immortals. The protagonist stood and looked forward, understanding that they would not be able to see the spell cast on him. Then he remembered how he defended himself from an axe, watched several times how people cast spells. The girl stood up and clapped her hands. Then he lowered his head and realized that if he could not see or hear, then he would not be able to feel this spell in any other way, and there was also one option to smell it. Larry looked forward in surprise. He looked at the girl and said that it should have worked. People walked forward while dark energy flew in the air. Larry closed his eyes and began to concentrate. He realized that it was very stuffy and musty in here, and this smell of the spell of protection from detection was coming from everywhere. He began to breathe in bright energy. They were standing near the man, and he felt dark energy. They realized that it was the smell of seduction, and if he could feel something like that, then he would be able to detect this magic with his abilities. He stood up, keeping his hands on his hips. He realized that immortals were weak against magic, and they were also too boring, because they could still sense what immortals could not. She looked ahead with a ridiculous face and did not understand that she was just using brute force, and frankly, most magic was not able to penetrate the body of a werewolf. Then we see the man's documents, and also the girl said that everything was ready because there was some evidence that he told information on the side from the task of team number 1 to unwanted people, and they accidentally stumbled upon them. Larry put the phone to his ear and someone came up to them. They say that they have already contacted the internal investigation team. The girl with the documents looked ahead, and the team manager was supposed to arrive at the scene soon. The girl with blonde hair turned to the side. They say that she was a new employee. Larry raised his hand behind his head and looked ahead. The guy was squatting and looked to the side, addressing the team manager that they had established his identity and then they were supposed to arrest him. Larry raised his hand to his head, saluting, saying that the atmosphere in the company had been a little tense lately, and also they all had to be careful. The girl with a ridiculous face looked at the protagonist and asked if he really liked her. She returned with lemonade and said that she could not even understand whether he was hiding something from her or not. Larry exhaled and said that she had to figure it out herself, and also she thought that he was very rich and she would not think about such trifles. The protagonist walked, raised his hand. They say that it was an ordinary newbie who allowed himself such conversations with his boss and he had to leave here because they should see each other tomorrow. Larry walked forward along the street. Then he became wary and looked ahead. He saw a cat near his feet. He knelt down on one knee and the cat ran away. He ran after the cat. Around the corner stood a man in a hood and held a tablet. The girl in the hologram pressed her hand to her head and Larry asked if they really decided to sit in Korea, but this was their last offer. The protagonist put his hand in front of him and asked what they had this time because he knew this girl and was not ready to agree to carry out her tasks. The girl looked ahead and asked him to come work for them because he can get everything he wants, and she also offered all this information for the last time. Then Larry took a step forward. Then he swung his leg to hit the guy. The guy in the hood opened his mouth and didn't understand what was happening. Larry hit the ground and the guy fell to the ground. He grabbed him by the clothes and said that she knew that sooner or later he would be able to see him again, and the protagonist decided to beat him this time. Larry held him by the clothes and the guy said that he would tell him everything, and he also asked not to touch him. Then he let go of the guy and he fell to the ground. The man held his neck and said that he was just an ordinary mercenary and he was also a bounty hunter, which was confirmed by the association. Larry looked forward and asked if all this was true. Then we see the guy running through the fog. Larry stood and looked at the lying guy. Then he grabbed him by the neck and said that he was caught. Then he threw him into the ground. Then he raised his fist to hit him. He was on top of the guy and clenched his hand into a fist. They say he had a task that he just completed. Then he smiled. Larry looked at the guy with a smile and asked if he wanted to go and have a drink with him. Then we see the guy sitting near the toilet. He was looking down. Drool was dripping from his mouth. He looked ahead silently. Then he started typing messages. Then we see Larry sitting at the bar. They presented in clinked glasses because one glass is for an open. The man was holding the drink with a smile and apologizing for what happened between them because he was feeling a little unwell due to the backflow. Larry then put the empty glass on the table, holding the mug tightly and asked if he wanted a drink. The guy with a forced smile said that he would. He then drank the drink in one gulp. Then he slammed the glass on the table. He was looking at the empty bottles with an important face. Larry stood up, waved his hand with a smile. They say that this drink was quite sweet today, and then he ordered another bottle. The guy turned his head and silently looked ahead. He clutched the glass in his hand and realized that they quite often used the services of mercenaries like him in order not to dirty their hands. Then he raised his hands when Larry handed him the bottle because he seriously was not ready to drink so much. Larry sat and handed the bottle with the drink. The guy sat uncertainly and looked ahead. Then he started typing messages, realizing that he needed to be patient because this was just his job. He held the phone in his hands with a ridiculous face. Then he threw it into the toilet. Larry kept his hands in his pockets with a smile, realizing that he felt very tired, being in the cafeteria on the first floor, and he also told that he was attacked by a paladin guy. The girl looked at the protagonist and realized that she had rested well enough, and the tour of the company he had decided to arrange for her was on her wish list, and he had to come to his senses and do this only so that she could find traces of magic. The girl looked forward with a serious look. Then we see many people in the building. The girl became wary, her face changed. She lowered her head and said that a spell was cast on those two, which made them invisible. Then the guys in the hoods exchanged containers, and traces of a spell emanated from them, which were clearly visible on that girl. The guy in the hood looked away. The girl turned her head and apologized. Then he squeezed the container in his hands, after which he backed forward. Larry looked forward with a frightened face. Then a huge explosion was heard. The protagonist stood in front of the defending girl. The man got scared, holding a mug in his hands. Then the guy entered the room, saying that there was an ambush. The guy smiled and realized what it meant now that they had just decided to attack openly. He stood up, holding his hand out in front of him, and realized that they had to announce this to the entire company because they had to mobilize all the people in this building. Then the guy stood near the doors. He was hooded and looking forward. Then the 4 guys near the fire realized that one of them had their test results stolen. And on top of that, there was another mage in the company, and it was not a matter of time, because they were about to be exposed soon, and the information they had recently learned was deadly for them. The guy in the hood realized that they had to have some kind of plan now, because they weren't going to brag about the fact that they had failed every time. One of the guys gritted his teeth. He looked forward with an angry face in the hood. They say that the immortal faith belonged to the Prometheuses, and they had already made promises about it. Afterwards, he squeezed the knife in his hand with the understanding that they lived to protest using their power. Afterwards, he went forward to the addition, understanding that it was only necessary to wait for one person, and he would make him cry tears of blood. Then we see how the man in the robe spread his arms to the sides, and it was 100% true that they had no guarantee. And also this psychological from the spell made the target feel attracted to them, and if they used this spell without fail, then the magicians who used it, they already ruled the world. Afterwards, the girl put her hands to her lips, because and also this effect could be used at any time to charm someone a little attractive. Then she opened her eyes and looked forward, because the one who had an outstanding appearance even for a purebred immortal was incredible. Larry stood and looked at the girl, because when he saw her for the first time, he was speechless, and the only thing that worried him was whether he and the other immortals would be able to use the spell. Then we see the crest with the moon and a golden revolver, because the girl said that she had been learning this since she was 8 years old, and she also said that they could cast magic with the help of the mechanism. The girl raised her hands with a smile, and everything forks in the fact that if you train, even immortals will be able to use magic. And in other words, she was their spy. Larry closed his eyes. Then he looked forward, and his face was covered in blood. The girl with tears in her eyes asked the protagonist to get up, because they could not die here. Larry opened his bloody mouth and realized that he survived. The girl looked at the wounded protagonist, because the secret was revealed. The man clenched his teeth and said that he refused to stop being their scout. The guy with green hair and the girls were walking forward, saying that there was only one way out of here and he was supposed to die. Larry with a bloody face said that today was some kind of unpleasant day and he didn't really feel like talking to them. The girl in the hood called him a crazy fool. The blonde girl's face changed and she was completely confident. She stood up and blue lightning was flying around. The guy with green hair looked forward, saying that she would die as soon as she tried to cast her spell, and yet he would let her go because he knew who her father was. The girl put her hands in front of him and said that those who were offended by all this were supposed to die. The man opened his mouth and swung his fist. Then he threw a punch, but someone blocked it. The assistant manager stood and held the opponent's fist. Simon caught the guy's fist. He jumped back. Simon closed his eyes and asked Rena to take Larry from there and get out of there, noting that he needed to talk to his old friend in private. The guy was standing in front of him. He was shaking his fist and noting that Simon was still alive and that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Looking at each other, Simon said that he couldn't be taken so easily, and the guy noted that it was true and that he was like this thanks to him. Raising his head, the protagonist asked if the two were friends. The guy started walking forward and saying that they were old enemies. Larry put his head on the ground and said that in that case he wished them luck in chatting and that he would lie around for now. There was an explosion. The soldiers started running there. Standing behind the warriors, the guy ordered everyone to be killed. Sean slammed his fist on the table. He was sitting at the table. The girl got up from her chair and asked if the general had revealed his son's identity. Angry Sean was lost in thought and thought that his wife was in danger. She might find out that he was immortal, but that wasn't that important right now. Sean stood up from the couch and declared that everything would be fine. The man was taken aback by his words that if anything happened to his wife, he would destroy everything and everyone. Sean started to leave and declared that those who were not going to go with them could get lost. An aura surrounded his body as he said that he was not going there as a special forces captain, but as a man who wanted to protect his beloved. The soldiers started running towards them. Rena held her hands in front of her and started casting a spell. The guy ran towards her and screamed for her not to do it. Simon managed to grab him. Turning around, he called out for Molly. Several shots flew into the guy's face. Stunned, Kira asked about the sniper. Molly was lying on the ground and aiming a sniper rifle. The guy's eyes began to glow red. He held Simon and remarked that it was funny. He picked him up from the ground. Simon suddenly disappeared from his hands. He kicked the guy in the face. The stranger's face was bruised from the blow. Rena began to create a barrier. She closed herself and Larry in it. Enraged, Kira screamed that she had to kill the mage first. Many shots flew at the barrier. Holding back the shots, Rena thought that the protective barrier would not last long because of these attacks, but there was no other way out. This was not good. The main character was sitting on the ground behind her. Looking at the soldiers, the protagonist thought that they were all pros, and it must be admitted that Simon was holding up very well. He was dodging the guy's attacks. Looking at his hands, Larry emphasized the fact that he needed some time to recover. Sitting on the floor, he asked if she could close the soldier's eyes for a little while. He needed all 10 seconds. The girl agreed and gathered a clot of mana in her hands. The protagonist swung the knife. He stabbed himself in the leg. Larry frowned in pain. Rena released a clot of mana from the barrier. It split into 2 halves. The fog began to spread. Enraged, Kira looked at the soldier and asked what he was doing and whether he had come to see the tricks. The warriors rushed into battle. They began to hit the barrier with a knife. The people were suddenly thrown back. Larry hit the soldier and said that the show was starting. Standing in front of the fog, Kira said to wait a minute. Noting that they were trapped anyway, the girl would not be able to cast spells normally. Stunned, Kira said that they just needed to wait a little while until she ran out of steam. The protagonist stood in front of them, holding the soldier in his hand. Blue mana hovered near his eye. He looked at the crowd of warriors. Stunned, Kira asked what he was. Looking at her, the guy replied that he was non-standard. The angry soldiers asked what he was saying. Kira was watching him and ordered to kill him. The guys started shooting at Larry. The protagonist ran into battle, covering himself with an ally of the soldiers. Confused, Kira said that she remembered the meaning of NS. Swinging his fist, the protagonist said that this meant that he was outside the standard. The ceiling began to shake. The guys looked at it and asked what was happening and if it was an earthquake. The guy looked at Oscar's back and asked him to wait for him. Turning around, Oscar ordered him to stay, because he would not help, and if he stayed there, he would help a lot. The guy put his hand behind his bosom. He pointed the gun at Oscar and wished him death. He turned around with a stunned look. Oscar managed to dodge the bullet flying at him. He hit the enemy in the face. The guy was standing over him. Oscar looked at his comrade and said that he was fine, then asked him to clean it all up. Oscar stood quietly and wondered if the newcomer was an immortal from the sect and whether the Immortal Special Forces Security Service hadn't checked him. The guy swung a bat at him from behind. Mike pushed him away. The bandit flew to the side. Mike finished him off with a powerful attack. Oscar looked at him and called him the director. Mike looked at the guys and said that KH Farum was under attack. With his hands in his pockets, the guy said that a group of terrorists had penetrated the first floor of the building. The terrorists had seized the emergency exits and elevators. Everything was blocked. A stunned Oscar clarified whether it meant that the first floor was closed, to which he received a positive answer. Holding a revolver in his hands, Mike said that all employees with a position below assistant manager should go to provide assistance in an emergency. The rest would follow him. They would break through the emergency exit. The guy stood with his back to him and replied that there was no need for that. They would go somewhere else, definitely not to the emergency exit. Turning around, he emphasized that there was a quick and reliable way to get to the first floor. Larry's face was stained with blood. He was standing among the corpses. Kira spread her arms and said that she couldn't even believe that he had dealt with them alone. He really was crazy. She asked with a satisfied look, what now? Rena and Simon were exhausted. The main character stood quietly and listened to them offer him the last time to go over to their side, then they would stop. Larry showed her the middle finger and said that he was tired of repeating that he already had a girl in mind. Enraged, Kira screamed that he was crazy. The ceiling began to crack. There was a powerful explosion. Green energy was directed at the soldiers. They were frozen. Watching this, Kira asked what was happening. Holding the gun in front of him, Mike thought that if there was no other way out, then he should just come up with one. He asked with an enraged look to surrender because they simply had no chance to win. Kira looked at the guy, confused, and asked what they should do. His gaze was crazy. He began to turn into a monster. A huge crocodile stood in front of Larry. The protagonist was shocked by what he saw. The monster struck the ground with a powerful blow. Simon was kneeling and thought that he hated it. He opened his eyes. Simon remembered sitting in a cage and noted that in the past, he was a test subject in Prometheus, a hybrid of an immortal and a werewolf. There were many scars on his body. While he thought that Prometheus managed to create 2 types of blood in him through experiments, but because of this mixture, side effects appeared. Simon started killing people and emphasized the fact that he had become a monster who had seen nothing but combat. He was put in sparring with high-ranking officials, living like that day after day. He met him. Thomas was standing in front of him. Sitting in the cage, Simon asked Thomas to leave there because he would kill him. His eyes were angry. Thomas sat down opposite him and asked him to come with him, noting that it was time to stop being a whipping boy. Frowning, Thomas said that if Simon was not going to go with him, then he would finish him off there. After which the guy told us that this is how he went after the team manager. He wanted to slit his throat and come back after he recovered. But one day, Thomas threw a book on the table and told Simon to read it. Simon cried on the bed and noted that this is how he discovered comics and his life changed. Reading comics was nice, a happy life was described there. He sighed and said that he really hated it, that he couldn't believe he had to give up this life. Looking at the crocodile, he wondered how long it had been. He flexed his fists and asked the monster to hope that he could handle it. Simon turned into a bear and wondered why he couldn't turn into a scion. He remembered Molly squeezing his coffee and asking him not to come any closer because he didn't want her to see him like this. Simon imagined watching Larry play on his phone and asking her to try to get to him after he died. He remembered sitting in the cage and thanking Thomas for his hard work. Tears streamed down his face. Simon lunged at the crocodile. The monster parried his attack and remarked that he had finally turned into a beast. The crocodile caught the bear's hand and suggested that he must have forgotten something. The monster held Simon back and said that when he was a whipping boy, he could never handle him. The crocodile began to twist his arm. The monster tried to break the bear's arm. Simon began to scream in pain. He flew to the side. The crocodile hit him with its tail. The bear, kneeling, was bleeding. The monster smirked and said that Simon was nothing more than a lab rat. The bear rushed at him. They continued to fight while Larry asked if Oscar had anything to eat. The guy handed him a candy bar. The protagonist took the food in his hands and thanked him. Sitting behind cover, Larry thought that the situation was worse than he expected. Watching the fight, the protagonist noted that at first glance it seemed that their strength was equal, but this was not true at all. He watched Simon's blows and emphasized the fact that the assistant manager's attacks were simple and full of power. He looked at the soldiers and added that at least reinforcements had arrived. He hadn't joined them because it had taken him too long to come to his senses. Larry ran away from there and said that he was leaving everything to Oscar. He looked at the monsters and said that they would lose all hope if the assistant manager couldn't handle it. He needed help. Turning around, the protagonist asked the guys to try not to die. There was a powerful explosion. The guys became wary of this. Monsters appeared in front of them. The demons rushed into battle. Mike pointed his gun at them. Ice blocks appeared on the ground. Enraged, Mike ordered everyone to take their places in a defensive line, noting that they needed to protect their positions and neutralize the enemy. Larry ran behind him and said that he relied on Mike. Running further, the protagonist heard that he would die if he chose this path. Larry looked at Simon's wounds and thought that he would not regenerate. If everything continued like this, trouble would be inevitable. Larry, dumbfounded, noticed that he couldn't just stand there and watch. The protagonist stopped and couldn't move. Kira thanked him with a satisfied look. Larry saw huge purple eyes. Larry saw a web under his feet and assumed that it was Kira's ability. The girl started laughing and said that she warned him that he would regret it. Smiling, the protagonist replied that he only remembered what his friends told him, after which Kira said that she killed his mother, tore her to shreds, and he still dared to be impudent after that. An angry Larry asked again. Grinning, Kira said that after the deal with Christopher, he managed to find out who his parents were and where they lived. Someone entered Agatha's apartment. Kane sat down on the bed. He threw his head back. The guy was walking towards the window. Pulling back the curtain, Kane reflected that usually only one representative of the immortal faith was enough, but it was basically obvious that Christopher would place his forces there, so he himself came there. Kane noticed people on the street. He suddenly heard someone's voice. The guy looked at the door. He thought with a crazy look that the main character would learn what despair was. Agatha was standing in front of the door. Sean called her. Opening the door, Agatha said that she thought her husband was in the hallway, after which she noticed that he was entering the house. Opening the door, she heard Sean asking her not to enter and to leave quickly. She entered the apartment. Standing in the middle of the room, the woman heard that Sean would soon be there. Kane tried to strike from behind. Agatha dodged his attack. The dumbfounded guy asked if she dodged. The girl asked with a serious look where he was from, whether he was a mercenary or spying on her. Looking at the bandit, Agatha said that she was almost sure that her father had all their information under the heading Top Secret. She prepared to dash and added that she would not talk to him and he would answer all her questions if she beat the crap out of him. Agatha rushed into battle. The girl jumped back from the swing of the knife. A powerful blow flew to Kane's face. The guy flew to the side. His teeth were knocked out. Looking at Kane, Agatha clarified if he was still conscious. Walking towards him, she emphasized the fact that she hadn't even started yet. The helicopter was flying over the city. The guy looked at Sean and asked him to wait while he lowered the rope. Sean jumped out of the helicopter. He saw a broken window. Larry's father entered the apartment. Looking at the blood on the floor, Sean thought that it was too late. He turned his attention to the loud sounds. The stunned guy called Agatha. Sean was suddenly taken aback. His gaze fell on Agatha, who was beating Kane. The girl suddenly let go of the bandit. Sean suddenly hugged her. Standing in front of his wife, he said that he was very happy. Remembering how Sean left the apartment, Agatha thought, he is a civil servant, administrative work with frequent business trips. This is the kind of husband she knew. Examining her husband, she noted his antics, hell and a sword, the smell of burnt skin emanating from his hands. The girl pointed the gun and asked if Appa was okay. The guys were taken aback by what happened. Agatha was furious. Looking at Sean with a crazy look, she asked why he was called Appa, and her husband asked to let him explain everything, noting that they had something to talk about. He pointed at the girl and yelled that he was the team manager and not Appa, to which the girl replied that it was a misunderstanding, she meant Sunday. The guy looked at Kane and clarified if this was Agata's doing. Frowning, Sean suggested that they needed to talk, then ordered everyone to leave the room and guard them outside. Putting his hand on his chest, Sean said that he had long wanted to tell her that he was immortal. He apologized for hiding it and he thought that no excuse would help. He remembered how he walked with Agata and said that he just did not want to lose her. He liked talking to her, spending time with her, and she made him happy. Looking at Agata, who was feeding him, Sean said that he was most afraid of their life falling apart. Looking down, Agata's husband apologized to her. Agatha stood on her tiptoes and said that she had something to tell him too. She started to cry and admitted that she was a werewolf. Sean hugged her and thought that it was hard for her. Smiling, he asked if Agatha would leave him. The girl reached out to him with her lips. She put her finger on his lips. Smiling, Agatha asked who the girl was calling him Appa, to which she received the answer that she was just a junior employee and there was nothing between them. Rising to his feet, Kane thought that he could not forgive her. The illegal drug from Prometheus, he did not want to use it. In his hands was a syringe. He threw the blade at the guys and screamed for them to die. Sean turned his attention to the knife and pushed his wife away. He was able to stop the blade. Dumbfounded, Kane asked if this was psychic equipment. Agatha pounced on Kane. The guy fell to the floor again. A confused Sean heard the girl arguing that the guy wasn't there for him, but for Larry. Kane's legs were sticking out of the floor. Agatha, furious, said that they urgently needed to get to their son. Sean raised the radio to his mouth and ordered a helicopter to be brought in, because they were now heading to KH Varam. The guys hid behind the door and discussed how Agatha wasn't just a person, so they had to be careful. The agents stood behind the guys and told everyone not to move. This place was protected by Immortal Special Forces. The girl put a mask on her face. Turning around, the guys introduced themselves as Phoenix, a Special Forces unit of the Ministry of State Administration and Security. Clenching his hand into a fist, Larry asked if Kira had talked Christopher into leaking all the information about him. The girl held out her hand, suggesting that the protagonist was very surprised. Looking at his angry face, she noted that this is why he should have been more accommodating. Maybe it was precisely because he was so uncontrollable that they managed to come to an agreement with him. Standing behind the soldiers, Kira declared that it was not the point and that it was all over. She contentedly wished Larry dead. Harry suddenly killed all the soldiers. The surprised protagonist asked how he got there. Adjusting his Panama hat, Harry said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Thomas walked through a cloud of dust. He contentedly declared that Harry had done a good job and held up well. He noticed Oscar in a bear uniform and emphasized that he had done it after all. Pointing her finger, Kira ordered the monsters to kill them. The demons rushed at Thomas. The guy put his hand inside his bosom. He cut the monsters in half. Turning around, Thomas asked if the terrorists had forgotten where they were. The plot moves us back an hour to Incheon International Airport, where the plane was flying. The manager stood in front of the guys and asked if all the runways were closed. Frowning, he said that their target was a high-ranking representative of the Immortal Faith. He was being watched. They needed to be careful. The man looked at the people entering and said that they were here. They needed to concentrate. The girl bowed to the guys and said that she apologized. Thomas grinned when he heard that they checked that he landed. His car and luggage were in place, but the target himself was missing. The manager stood in front of the employee and asked how he disappeared. Frowning, the man cried out that an emergency notification had arrived. Thomas looked worried when he heard that the headquarters was attacked. He stood there seriously, thinking that this was a terrible day. They let a fool escape, and they attacked H. Wareham. Christopher gave him information about the terrorists. The manager recalled how the director turned around and told him to go to the airport. He would be there, wondering if he had taken him away from KH Varam on purpose. The man watched the manager go and asked where he was going. Gritting his teeth, Thomas asked to call a helicopter because they were returning to KH Varam right now. Some time later, at a sniper position near KH Varam, a machine gun lay on the bloody floor. Molly was shooting monsters. Raising her gun, she asked her colleague how many bullets were left. Polly lowered the gun and answered that there were only 3 magazines. The girl frowned and thought that they would not be able to hold out for long. Suddenly, Thomas cut down the monsters. Molly looked at the serious man and wondered where the team manager came from. He stood among the corpses and said that they did a great job, asked how the situation was. Remembering the battle of the monsters, the girl said that the assistant manager Simon turned to fight him, and Larry was currently holding the enemy on the first floor. Polly looked calmly and said that the situation inside KH Varam was much more serious than here. First of all, it was necessary to figure out what was happening in the building. Turning away, Thomas replied that this was smart. He held a sword and said that he would go and deal with what was happening outside. The manager frowned. Kira pointed her hand at him and screamed that he was crazy. Her eyes began to glow. The girl stood at the exit in fear. The tip pierced her hand. Oscar swung his dagger furiously. Kira fell to her knees and screamed that her hand was wounded. Frowning, Thomas said that he would deal with the crocodile, and the protagonist needed to deal with Simon. He stood in front of the crocodile and said that they had not seen each other for a long time, asking how he was doing. The monster looked down angrily and asked if he was alone. The man held his sword out and said that he couldn't disappoint all the women in the world, they would be upset if he got married. Thomas smirked and told him to shut up and attack. The protagonist stood in front of the bear. The guy looked up and asked the assistant manager if he would return to normal himself. Larry jumped back from the blow and thought that his attacks were amazingly simple. The protagonist knelt down, thinking that they were actually much more difficult than they seemed. He swung his hand behind Simon. Having hit him in the back, the protagonist thought that this is why he can't defeat the crocodile. His actions are driven by instinct. The bear collapsed to the floor. The guy shook the dust off his palms and said that the assistant manager was successfully knocked out. Larry looked away, wondering what the team manager was up to. He watched as the man jumped up to the crocodile. The monster swung his arm and said that he was crazy and didn't dare fight him. He threw Thomas back. The wounded man flew up. The protagonist called out to the team manager in alarm. The crocodile punched his opponent furiously and screamed that he was going to die. Smiling, Thomas asked him to back off. He pulled out his sword. The man deftly cut the monster's paw. Bloody limbs flew to the floor. The manager knelt down. The protagonist looked at him in shock and thought that this was a great punishment. Larry watched as the man wiped his mouth, thinking that he had deliberately exposed himself to make the crocodile lose his guard, a tactic only an immortal could use. The monster stood in front of the manager and said that he was a crazy fool. Harry held Kira with his hands and said that the lizard should surrender. He would finish her off if she moved. He was taken aback when he heard the crocodile say to kill her. The monster sighed furiously. Larry watched as the enemy raised his paw and said that it was a distinctive feature of werewolves, allowing them to control every muscle. The protagonist stepped on the floor. Smiling, he told the manager that it seemed like they should join forces. The protagonist turned around in surprise at the voice saying that it was HWRM Telecommunications, the sole branch of the Immortal Special Forces. The woman stood in front of the guys and said that it seemed like they really were in the right place. Frowning, she said that she would only say it once. She had many questions for the owner of this place. Agatha stood next to her husband and listened as they discussed who they were, why civilians were here. The crocodile looked at them in fear. Looking at the furious woman, he thought about how this was the #1 special species that werewolves should avoid, a regenerating witch. The monster pushed off the ground, deciding that it was time to run away. He rushed forward. Columns of dust rose behind the crocodile. Stunned, Harry held Kira back and asked if he had just run away. Chase walked in front of the people and said that it was a mess, clarifying what had happened. He turned around with displeasure at the man who asked if the Immortal Special Forces were only fools who did not understand human language. Frowning, Sean said that he was Larry's father and asked him to tell that fool Christopher to come down right now. Zach looked at him in shock and asked if this was the Special Forces of the Ministry of State Administration and Security. Chase stood behind him with displeasure and said that he didn't care who it was because it was disrespectful to the CEO. Zach frowned and told him to shut up because he was an important man. He looked at the serious man and said that he was the head of the Phoenix Group, the Thousand-Faced One. There was a crowd standing near the destroyed building. Journalists were taking pictures in a panic. The driver held the wheel and asked the girl if she was sure because there would be consequences if she failed in the case. Monica leaned against the car window, thinking about the need to study the problem of document seizure and terrorism. She hired 2 people from Prometheus just for this. The girl looked away when he asked her if she was worried about the mission. Monica looked at Larry and his father in the window and said that she was just heartbroken. She stuck out her tongue embarrassedly and told him that she was rejected without even going on a date, deciding that it was embarrassing. The driver looked at her in the mirror and said that they had not been able to contact Kane. The car pulled up to the building and the girl said that it was time to begin. The guard stuck out his finger and told his friend to look at the expensive car. It must be a big shot. Monica closed her eyes with a smile and asked why he was saluting the car. Christopher looked at the open door in surprise, hearing that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The man looked scared and apologized. Agatha swung her leg. She hit him in the neck. Alarmed, Chase ran to the head. Putting a gun to his temple, Sean said that their CEO had brought trouble on himself. He was aiming at the man and saying that if he got in, he would get it in the neck. Agatha furiously beat Christopher with her fists. The man flew to the floor. Frowning, the director said that it was some kind of mistake, a misunderstanding. The woman pressed her foot on his shoulder and replied that he should have known what a mistake could cost. Sean furiously lowered his eyebrows and asked if he was ready for the minister to decide to raise this place to the ground. The protagonist watched as his mother stretched out her leg and thought about the fact that the general was into politics. He needed him, perhaps, as a trump card. Larry stood in front of his surprised father, thinking that the reasons were hidden in politics, his position in society, and profit. He didn't care. He didn't want to be someone's puppet, and unnecessary stress was also unnecessary. He would just take away what he owed him, that's all. The guy stood in front of Agatha and the director and said that he was leaving. Christopher looked at him in shock and clarified what he said. The protagonist looked seriously and said that he needed $3 billion, an apartment of 165 square meters, and they would go their separate ways. Frowning, the man agreed. Larry raised his hand and said that he was fed up with everything. He was flexing his fists and telling his father that everything was fine, he would figure it out if necessary. Putting his hand to the back of his head, the boy said that he was old enough to make decisions on his own. Sean smiled and replied that of course, he was big now. The protagonist looked at his happy parents and said that he wanted to go home and eat his mother's home-cooked food. Larry stepped barefoot and asked if he could stay with them while he was unemployed. Agatha walked in front of her son and asked if he liked killing, if it was pleasant to watch people die. The protagonist frowned when he heard her ask if he was going to stay there. The woman turned away and replied that she understood him. The protagonist looked at his father in confusion and said that he should tell him that he had a younger sister. The girl came to the door. Clasping her hands, Mary said that she was glad to meet her father. The guy stood calmly next to Sean and said that his mother had adopted her, so she was now his daughter. The girl sadly hung her head and said that if she was causing inconvenience, she would try to be quiet, lower than a mouse. If this did not help, she could move out. The father happily put his hand on her shoulder and, having clarified her name, said that he was glad to see her in the family. He always wanted a daughter. Mary burst into tears and called him Dad. The protagonist hugged her shoulders and said that she could call him by name. The girl looked at the set table in delight. Agatha put her hand to her cheek and said with a smile that even if it was not so much, they should still eat. Sighing, Larry said that it was very tasty and he ate too much. The guy was taken aback when he heard his mother ask what he was going to do. The woman cut an apple and asked where he planned to work, because if he wanted to live on the money he got for being fired, he should forget about it. She would kick him out. The main character scratched his head in embarrassment and replied that she shouldn't worry. He hadn't even thought about that. Agatha smiled and handed him an apple and asked if he wanted to train with her. She stuck a fork in her surprised son's mouth. Putting her hand to his cheek, the woman happily told him that it was time to start training like a werewolf so he could learn from her. The guy scratched his head in confusion and asked what about the other trainers. Closing his eyes, he said that he liked the others too. Agatha smiled and clenched her fist and asked if he really didn't want her to train him. She raised her finger and said that he shouldn't worry, she needed a couple of weeks to get back into shape. With her arms crossed, the mother said that training would begin in 14 days, so he should prepare. The protagonist raised his hand and asked if they would study theory. 3 days later, in the office, the minister stood happily in front of the man and asked what he wanted. Was it really to get rid of KH Let him just say. He would do anything. Sean sat down in the chair and asked why they didn't talk over a cup of coffee. Rob raised his fingers with a smile and asked the secretary for 2 cups of coffee. Looking at the glass on the table, he asked what he should do. Was it really to remove Christopher from his position or put him behind bars? Sean clasped his hands and replied that even if he was removed from his position, he would find a way to return. Frowning, the man said that it was necessary to restrict travel abroad for 3 years and ban any support for KH The minister held the glass, listening that, in addition, Christopher should know who he was. Rob looked surprised, asking what he meant. Sean frowned and told him that he had to send him a warning about what happened to those who crossed him. Meanwhile, Agatha stood in front of the balcony, asking him on the phone if he was okay and if she could ask him a favor. The woman held the phone to her ear and said that they had to stop the flow of funds to KH Telecom. The man frowned and asked if she knew what that place was. Agatha closed her eyes and said that it was the Immortal Special Forces, the Korean branch of the old force. Richard tapped the keyboard and said that he agreed, but they could not stop the government funding. He looked down sadly and asked her to meet Junior when he had a minute. The woman looked at the phone and told him to say hi to his dad. The plot flashes forward 2 weeks to the day of training, where Larry was sitting in the middle of the woods, thinking that he had been told that training would start at 3, but where was everyone? The protagonist glanced at his phone. He was reading a message from James about how he had heard that the general had used him, and all because he was born poor, wondering if he even knew if his nose was that long or if the security system was that bad, how he even knew that. The guy imagined himself standing with the boy on a gold spoon, reading that he was proposing to marry his sister to raise his social status, then no one would dare to lay a finger on him. Smiling, the protagonist thought that an international marriage was nonsense. Larry looked at his phone and read how the boy wrote that they were friends. Liam approached the sitting guy and said that it turned out to be him. Frowning, the protagonist thought that he was trying to make an acquaintance in a very original way, and asked who he was. Mary put her hand to her chest and asked her brother to be careful. The man swung his leg at the protagonist. The guy dodged the blow. The protagonist raised his fist. Liam stopped his hands. The guys stood opposite each other. Agatha walked towards them and told her son to say hello. He was his uncle after all. The man extended his hand with a smile and said that it was nice to get ready. Looking at his surprised nephew, he said that he had such a face as if he had never heard of him before. Did his mother not tell him? Larry was taken aback when he heard that their father was the president of Dangan Corporation. This was his grandfather. Imagining skyscrapers, the guy thought about the fact that Dangan Corporation is a representative Korean company. It has more than 60 branches, one of the largest excursions. The protagonist imagined a planet in his hand, thinking that their influence is so great that they are equal to the government. That is, the president of this mega corporation is his grandfather. The main character looked down seriously. He put his hand to his chest in delight and asked if he was really the heir to a large company. Frowning, Larry said that he wanted a car for his birthday. The guy happily clasped his hands, hearing that his uncle came here in it and could give him a ride. Agatha hit the man on the head and said that it was enough, there was no need to spoil him, it was time to study. The protagonist looked at the projector with the planner of his transformations. Liam put his hands in his pockets and asked whose handiwork this was. What a terrible design, he had never seen such wretchedness. Dumbfounded, the protagonist listened to them say that 6 months should be enough. Mary put a large barrel and said that they needed to conduct a test. She watched the mouse running inside and asked if he could stop it. The protagonist picked up the mouse by the tail and agreed. Agatha sadly closed her eyes and said that he couldn't touch it with his hands. Holding the mouse by the tail, the guy thought about stopping it without touching it, putting moral pressure on it. It didn't sound very difficult. He put the animal in the barrel, thinking that he had seen many bloodthirsty auras before. The protagonist looked closely into the barrel. The mouse was trembling, surrounded by mana. Agatha looked at her daughter and asked to let them all out. Mary poured the mice from the bucket into the barrel. The mother looked at her smiling son and asked to try to stop them. If necessary, he could make noise. The main character grabbed the barrel. He looked at the animals with horror. Surrounded by mana, the mice stopped. Liam looked at him happily and asked who taught him this. The man whispered the information in the woman's ear. Larry looked surprised to hear that they would have to change the training plan a little. He was doing better than they expected, but he should not be shy and say if it was difficult. They were going to train for 6 months at the most difficult distances. The guy was sitting at a table in a cafe with his father. Putting his hands on the table, Sean said that he heard that he and his mother had been training in the last few days, asking how he was, to which the son replied that she wanted to kill him. The man laughed and said that he was happy for him. He never thought that this day would come so quickly. He watched as the protagonist held the mug and said that he wanted to tell him something. The father looked at him seriously and said that he shouldn't be too surprised. He wasn't just an immortal, their bloodline was special. Sean clasped his hands on the table and explained that there was a secret skill that allowed an immortal to control their feelings, and that this skill was once created by their family. A spotlight illuminated the lids on the wall. The man sat across from his son and said that they weren't the only ones left. There were those who converted to the immortal faith or went underground. Frowning, the boy said that he didn't mean that and asked why their family had failed. The father looked at him calmly and said that it was simple. A greedy old man wanted power, and some rebelled. They sided with those who went against him. The man raised the mug to his mouth and said that it was a secret that only a few knew, thinking that telling such things in a restaurant was also a dubious idea. Liam smiled and said that in any case, that's how things are, and asked what his plans are for the future. The protagonist was drinking beer and saying that he was going to go freelance. Looking at the empty mug, he said that it seemed to him that the Immortal Special Forces was not the only option. He would like to spend his life the way he wants, and he wondered if he could do it. The father smiled and said that he would support him in any case. Liam happily closed his eyes and asked if he could pay for dinner because he heard that he received the desired compensation and leave and was now rich. The plot moves us to the next day when Molly was drinking from a straw. The protagonist approached her in a cafe and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Sitting at the table, the girl said that the company would soon go bankrupt. Larry calmly looked at her, listening to them cut off from the outside world. In addition, all funds were blocked, and thought why there was a feeling that this was somehow connected with him. The friend looked down sadly and told her that there were rumors that he had to sell all his belongings and spend all his savings, and now he lives in a one-room apartment. Smiling, the guy said that he wanted to meet her not to talk about work, and asked what the others were doing. Molly remembered Thomas reading a book in the ward and answered that the team manager was currently in the hospital, so she was transferred to security group number 1. Imagining Simon behind bars, she said that the assistant manager Panda was locked up for attacking colleagues and hiding information. The girl looked around the cafe and said that immediately after the incident, they tried to track down Monica, but nothing worked. Molly imagined Kira drooling and said that she was captured, cursed, and now she was barely alive. Remembering Kane sitting behind bars, she said that he was thrown into a special kind of prison. The girl looked away and said that it would be difficult for the assistant manager to leave for some reasons, so she wanted to talk to him and ask if he could help. Smiling, the protagonist thought that she was thinking the same thing as him. He didn't have anything special to do yet anyway. It's great when a colleague is so nice. Larry raised his glass with a smile and asked if this was really the team manager's idea. He watched the girl drink a cocktail and asked if he could talk to him since he hadn't said goodbye before leaving. Thomas discontentedly brought the phone to his ear and asked what was needed. Did he really want to tell him personally that he left? The man was taken aback when he heard the guy ask how he felt, whether he was eating. The protagonist drank a cocktail in a cafe and said that maybe he should call him uncle. He was an old man, or just by his first name, let him choose. The manager lay on his bed, surprised, listening to him ask if his recovery was going well. Although he could handle it, let him be patient for a while. Being a team leader wasn't easy. Thomas was taken aback to hear that Simon wouldn't be able to come back anyway. Smiling, he asked if that was why he called, to take one of his employees away. The main character smirked and wondered if he was serious about telling him that after his bad behavior. Larry looked at his girlfriend in confusion and asked if the team manager wasn't over 40. Didn't he have any shame at all? He got up from the table and said that they would see each other. Turning around, the protagonist said what he had wanted to ask for a long time, clarifying whether she went to KH Varam because of her family. Molly smiled and said that it was true, sad, but expected. She lost all her relatives because of terrorists, so she wanted revenge. The turned away guy waved his hand and said that if something happened, he could count on him. He went, let her be careful. The girl smiled sweetly and thanked him. Meanwhile, the protagonist walked down the street and said on the phone that it was time to start the mission rescue the assistant manager of the Panda. Smiling, the protagonist asked how Mr. Secretary of State was doing and whether he could talk to the CEO. Christopher lay desperately on his bed, thinking about what he had been told, that funding had been cut off, that the financial sector did not want to negotiate with them, that they could not arrange a conference with those overseas, that there was no way out, he would have to accept it. His company did not meet their standards. The phone on his bed began to ring. The man put the phone to his ear and listened to the guy ask why he had done this. He frowned when he heard the protagonist ask why he had done this to him, for what sins. Larry was lying on the couch at home, saying that he thought he did not watch that many movies. The protagonist was eating popcorn and saying that he had been having a bit of a hard time lately, that he caught his breath when he thought about what had happened, and that he often had nightmares, and that he could not even eat properly. The CEO was sitting among the empty bottles, asking what was wrong with that. He held the phone, listening to the guy ask if he could free Simon the manager, because he did not need to be taken out secretly, but released legally. The protagonist sat in front of the TV and said that he felt like he had a couple of options. Christopher frowned, thinking about how he was asking for another favor after leaving him with nothing. It seemed like he was mocking him. Larry sipped his soda, listening to him talk about how his hands were tied by his job and the government, and there was nothing he could do about it. The man looked out the window and said that it could be called a skill issue, and explained why he was asking him. Sitting on the edge of the bed, the director said that if there was a qualified lawyer nearby, maybe it wouldn't be a problem. Christopher sat surrounded by bottles and said that an appeal could be filed. He glanced furiously at the phone, hearing the guy say that he shouldn't change his mind later. The man put a cigarette to his lips. Chase stood in front of him in the room, telling him that smoking was not allowed, asking if something was wrong. He sighed and said that Larry was not an ordinary person after all. Christopher clasped his hands together and asked what about the executive team. The scene cuts to the prison where Simon was making origami on the floor. He picked up a paper bug. The man hung his head sadly, thinking that he was broke, locked up. That was as it should be, because he broke the law. Clenching his fist, Simon thought that he was just sad that he couldn't work where he was hired thanks to the team manager. He began to cry, thinking that more importantly, he couldn't watch anime. The man glanced at the door, from behind which he was told that a lawyer had come. A girl's voice came from the second visiting room, asking if it was him. Simon was sitting behind the glass and asking what brought them here. Smiling, the lawyer said that they would make sure that he could get out of here within 48 hours. Pointing to himself, Simon asked why him. Sitting behind the wall next to him, she tells him not to worry and just let him trust, and he asks why. Smiling, she replies that they were asked about it. Looking at him in surprise, they tell him that it was Larry and that's all he needs to know. Last night, the protagonist was practicing doing punches. Taking his chin, Liam says that he is doing better than expected. Looking at him, Larry asks if he has good lawyers. Taking off his mask, he asks for contacts. Taking his cheek, they asked him if he had done anything wrong and in general if he knows how to keep secrets. Squeezing his hand, he says that it is not for him. Smiling, they tell him that someone needs it. Because he hid information about himself and attacked colleagues, he was previously involved in terrorism. Putting his hands on his hips, he asks where they could get a person who is accused of terrorism. Larry answers that the special forces. Opening his mouth, he is told that he needs to clarify these points with the security team. The news talks about Liam. Pointing a finger at himself, he says that he is still free. Looking seriously, the protagonist thinks that he can be relied on. Standing next to him, he is told that he trusts his team more than anyone. The door opens. Standing next to him, the girl says goodbye to him. Looking embarrassed, he thinks that he did not expect to be released so quickly. Suddenly, at that very moment, the protagonist approached. Taking his hand, they ask Larry if he sent those lawyers and if he could have behaved more decently. Holding a bag in his hands, he asks if life is bad without anime. Then he takes out a manga and says that he will read it on the way. Turning to him, he says that someone wants to see him. The elevator button was pressed. Opening his mouth, he asks the protagonist if he is a purebred. He was answered in the affirmative. Without squeezing his hand, he asks to stop. Pointing at him, Simon asks who he is and if he is possessed by someone. Looking back, he says that he should read less manga because he is the result of his parents' love. With wide eyes, he was asked if he had ever heard of a restoration witch. A girl with long hair stands there because she was a legend among werewolves and the black market calls her the #1 werewolf. Putting his hands in his pocket, he asks if he can't control himself when he changes his appearance. There were people standing near the elevator. Looking at Simon, he asks not to worry because she will help him. Starting to worry, he says that it is impossible to take control of this situation and just need to make sure that he doesn't like it. Liam stands there, saying that the test subject looks normal. Agatha, who is a restoration witch, stood with her mouth open. She extended her hand to greet Simon. Then her hand was on his chest. After that, she hits him. Holding his chest, he asks why and is told that he cannot control his instincts. Holding his cap, she says that if you try, anything is possible. Coming up to him, Agatha says that these are all excuses. Leaning over, she again says that anything is possible. The guys were standing behind him. Liam says that she has always been like this and her joy in life is helping werewolves who cannot cope with themselves. Holding out his clothes, he says that they need to practice. Putting on a suit, he asks what kind of ugly outfit it is. Holding a SIM card in his hands, he says that it looks weird, but quite comfortable. Then he begins to hold out the SIM card. Looking down, Larry sees something glowing on him. He takes a pose so as not to fall. Smiling, he says that most would have fallen off their feet. The guy sweats and also asks what level he lasted until. He is told that until the 4th. He scratches his ear and thinks that he is a murder weapon. The suit was in purple lines because it was called Patience and it affected the muscles and destroyed. Mary was standing behind because he had prepared something. Looking confused, he asks if she needs to hit him. He is surprised because he has to fight her in this suit. Looking at Liam, he says that he cannot kill his brother. Raising his finger up, he says that he is immortal. Opening his mouth, he asks how it would be better for her to fight him or himself. They answer that she agrees. Smiling, he says that during sparring he should understand how werewolves fight in close combat. Smiling, he says that it is not healthy to hit his younger sister. Opening his mouth, he says that Mary is a true genius who was raised by his mother. Putting her hand on her chest, she says that she will do everything possible. Taking a pose, he tells her to attack. There was a smile on his face because he would not hold back. The girl tensed her hand and squeezed it. Then the two of them hit each other. A dent remained on her face. After that, Mary hit him in the stomach. Starting to fall, blood came out of his mouth. Clenching her hands, she asks if everything is okay. They answer her affirmatively. Opening his mouth, he says that they continue. Clenching his hand, Liam thought that he had adapted to this faster, so it was worth hanging up the level. Taking the remote control in his hands, he thinks that he needs to learn restraint and it is important to be able to minimize the waste of energy even in the worst situations. Then the two of them ran at each other. Their fists touched. Agatha looks down. Larry hits Mary, and her mother looks from above because after a week of training, he was coping with her. Her leg was on the cliff. Landing down, she asks if he will practice with her. Looking surprised, he says that he is not ready. Then he is hit in the face. Agatha closes her eyes and smiles. A month later, someone was cooking meat. His father, with his mouth open, asks if his son trains hard. Larry, with his mouth open, asks if he sees all these abrasions, and Mary apologized. They put a stick in his mouth and ask him to say the letter while eating. Agatha says that she is a little upset. Smiling, she says that she never trains with her and that is why they now train only together. He was hit in the face, then in the leg. After that, Agatha beat him on the back. He holds weights because all he remembers is the beating and he trained like this for 4 months. His leg was on the ground. Smiling, he understands that he has completed a 6-month course of training and so summer has come. The sun is standing. Someone asked how he plans to sit without work. Looking at the girl, he asked if she thought about his offer. With his mouth open, he asks what conditions she is talking about. Starting to scream, she talks about a date because he said that he would go on it 3 times. Blood started pouring out of his ears because he was told that he slept through the entire movie and ate everything in 10 minutes at lunch, and now he was giving a lecture. And what about the hostel anyway? Looking at the sky, she asked what about the cruise liner. Opening his mouth, Larry said that he had a workout yesterday and was tired, and she herself booked tickets for the morning show without warning. Showing the time on his phone, he asked which hostel at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Raising his finger up, Larry thought that she quit after him and was now trying to lure her to her place. Turning away from the guy, he says that he considers this an affirmative answer, after which he decides to go about his business. Starting to get angry, she starts asking if he wants to see another girl. In response, he hears a negative answer. Turning his head, he says that he will meet another guy. Raising his hand up, the man greets. Looking at him, he says that they have not seen each other for a long time. There were no fingers on his hand. Rick scratches his head and says that he was betrayed when he worked with mercenaries and that he should never trust them. Closing his eye, they ask him if he thought about a prosthesis. They answer that there is no money. Waving his arms, Larry says that he received an apartment and 10 million. Opening his mouth, he is surprised. Kneeling, he stretches out his hand and gives him a piece of paper. On the piece of paper was written about the job and that the commission is only 8%. Looking at the piece of paper, Rick says that this is not so much and some take more. Opening his mouth, he says that the commission for new clients is 35%. Looking at him in surprise, they tell him about 10%. Raising his finger up, Larry tells him that they used to work together and saved his life. People ran from the forest, asking the protagonist to die. Rick looks at this, then a hand is extended. The protagonist hits the enemy and puts him on the floor. Opening his mouth, he says, just saved him. Looking at Rick, it seemed to him that he was simply immortal. Putting his hand on his neck, Larry asks if he can leave this idea and go away, because he didn't like killing people. Gritting his teeth, he asks if he knows who they are. Having made a ball, he says that now they will see how long he will yap. The protagonist looks at them. The ball was getting bigger. He asks them to watch carefully. At that very second, he is hit in the face. Larry stands with his hand raised. The opponents looked up because their commander was in the air. Warming his hand, he says that he doesn't like killing. Kneeling down, he says that they have money and if he lets them go, he will give them all their savings. Looking down, they asked him how much he will give. Warming his hand, Larry asks how much their freedom costs. They raised their hands near the protagonist. Simon picked up the phone. They ask him if he can look for those who are wanted. Closing his eyes, he says that he caught several guys from Prometheus. Looking at them, he is asked to describe them. Starting to scroll through the information, the protagonist says that the leader used magic and called himself a cook. The guy with blue hair was nicknamed the Deadly Cook. Looking at the phone, he was told that he found several under the nickname Deadly Cook who specialized in killing immortals. The leader is lying on the ground. The other guys are also lying on the ground, and they were also considered enemies of the immortals. Simon decides to contact the administrative agency. The guy held his hands up. Looking at the phone, he was asked how much he wants. Opening his mouth, he says that he will give everything he has, just let him name the price. He is surprised because they asked for 6 billion. Approaching him, he says that he cannot get out and the guy only had 60 million. It was night. They were sitting on the couch. They stamped their feet, asking what kind of monster it was. It was Gerald, who was asking if the residents had a top-level security system. 2 guys say that the girl who took over as the leader said that they need to focus on business and not run into Larry. Opening his mouth, he asks if they will stick to their plan. Starting to get angry, he thought that he came here not only to play a drug lord. Squeezing cigarettes, he thinks that the position of the head of Prometheus is not shining and he needs to prove himself to get a promotion. Throwing a pack of cigarettes, he thinks that he needs to grab the main character and get a promotion. Opening his mouth, he answered affirmatively because he was asked if he left KH Farm. Jay, looking at him, says that lately everything is going smoothly and there are good guys. Putting his hands on his knees, he says to prepare the free ones. Getting up from the couch, Gerald says that they will start working immediately and let them not lose their heads. Bowing his head, the man says that he is as strong as a butcher. The guys are taken away in handcuffs because the immortal special forces arrived at the scene and Larry handed them over. He pauses in the doorway, having returned home. His entire family was sitting at the table. 2 relatives asked to wash their hands and have dinner. He asks, displeased, why they were all being so nice and why his uncle was here. It was night, there were lights in the house. Liam says he stayed for tea. Putting his hands on the table, he is told that they need to talk. His eyes widen, having been told about the Prometheus guys and that they had set up an ambush. Opening his mouth, he says that nothing happened and that he should not worry. Looking at his son, he says that they were after him too and it would be better to take protection with them. Putting his hands on his head, Liam says that he can assign his protection team to work for him. Sean also explains that if special forces are needed, he can help. Opening his mouth, he says that his bodyguards are better. Looking intently, the father says that they prioritize the safety of individuals. Putting their heads together, they say that Sean and his company are government-owned. Standing up from their chairs, Liam says that the government would never use its resources on one person. He is told that a mega corporation would want to spend money on something that will bring them profit. Slamming a cup on the table, it cracks because Agatha asks if they want to kick the bucket. Watching, she says to go to the ring and find out, and at the same time calm down. Opening his mouth, he understands what they are both getting at. Sitting at the table, Larry asks if this is really necessary. Scratching his head, he says if it is really necessary to just sit back and tolerate everything the guys did to him. Throwing his hand out, he says that he is going to get rid of them. The family is still silent. Lum looks at him and asks who is doing this. He is told that Larry. His mother sits next to him and asks who he wants to get rid of. Looking the other way, he says the princesses, or rather Prometheus. His legs walked. The father folds his arms and asks if he is going to listen, if he is going to try to convince him otherwise. The protagonist says no, because he is an adult. Looking back, he says that all his loved ones will be hit if they are not gotten rid of. Sean opens his mouth. Smiling, he says to let him know if he needs help. Putting his hand on his shoulder, Sean tells him not to worry because he will not be alone, and he and his uncle had a good talk. Approaching the protagonist, he says that the support team will help. They give him the keys, a gift from Liam. Waving her hand, Mary says that she will support him. After that, Larry gets into the car and drives. Sitting behind the wheel, he asks if he found out anything. Opening his mouth, Simon says that the guys are involved in the illegal trade of prohibited drugs. Opening his mouth, he asks if they produce medical drugs. Holding the phone in his hands, Simon says that he is apparently emotional and will now find out the details. Turning the wheel, he says that he will warn them anyway and will become a terrorist today. The stairs go down. Holding the bills in his hands, he counts them. Showing them to the guy, he says that he doesn't have enough for a fix. Opening his mouth, he starts asking for a discount, because next time he will bring more. Folding his hands, he asks if he is kidding, because if he starts pumping his rights, he will fly out. His hand is shaking because he asked for forgiveness. He kicks the guy, asking him to close his mouth. Standing next to him, he calls him disgusting. A knife starts to come out from under his clothes. Swinging it, he says that he will pay next time and let him give everything if he does not want to die. He bites his lip. Having created a fire, he asks a question: did he mix up the banks? Squeezing his hand, he says that they do not understand when they try to be nice. Running at him, he asks why he just can't listen. Someone takes his hand. Larry swings his other hand. The guy looks at him. Smiling, he decides to hit. The man in the hood lies on the floor, and they tell him that there is a question. Having shown the can, the main character asks not to pretend to be a fool because he tried to buy it and treats consumers and sellers equally. Opening his mouth, he begins to scream, asking what he wants. His face changed in facial expressions. Larry looks at him and asks who is in charge. The next morning, the birds were sitting on a branch. Harold is sitting at the table, and someone calls him from behind. It's Jason, trying to catch his breath. Opening his mouth, he starts to say that 5 of their stores were attacked. Grinning, he asks what kind of attack it is. There are people lying on the ground, and they tell him that it happened overnight and even the customers were attacked. Everyone had broken arms and legs. Putting his hands in his pockets, he asks if it's a phantom or an immortal special forces, and they tell him that it's not them. Grinning, he thinks that they probably know who they are. Looking serious, he realizes that he will have to postpone the hunt for Larry. Picking up his jacket, he thinks that he did everything for the job, and such a problem will not break him. Opening his mouth, he tells Jason to dismiss the guys busy with the chase and first catch the bastards. Looking at the monitor, Simon says that they are scattered and it will be difficult to identify the main one. Standing next to him, Larry asks if the work he did last night was in vain. Approaching the guy, he asks if this was the best he could do. Putting his hand to his chin, he was asked who Simon was. The protagonist replies that he is a panda, a bear with dark circles under his eyes. Pointing a finger at himself, he says that he is a genius born of Kh-Farim, as well as the #1 immortal, wanted by companies and can control his transformations. Looking down, asked what he means by this, Simon says that there is always a way out. Picking up the phone, he says that they are short of hands and that is why his rich uncle contacted him and reinforcements were already on the way. Albert is standing on the street, holding out his hand. Having greeted him, he realizes that the name is strange. A girl appears next to the guy. Squeezing her hands, Sarah says that she is a small and important person and knows how to keep secrets. Larry looks confused, thinking how she can keep secrets despite the conversations. Albert looks at the girl because she was not small in height. Squeezing her hand, he asks to stop talking too much. Sarah says that in front of them is the son of a recovering witch and will be able to get her autograph. The guy begins to feel embarrassed. Looking down, he says that this is his dream. Straightening his arms, Larry asks if they are reinforcements. They tell him that he has something to tell. Putting her hand on the guy's shoulder, she says that they are connected, but could not say exactly which branch is located, and Sarah is the third member of the killer team, and the guy is from the support group. Starting to spin, she says that there are only 40 of them and they are on standby, then asked what fun they are arranging. Closing his eyes, the main character says that they are catching guys selling medical drugs. Picking his nose, Simon is asked why he came. Closing the book, he says that if it is difficult to find the leader, then you just need to lure him out. There was money near him. He says that people sell medicines because they need money. Putting a hand to his chin, they tell him to kill them all, and as soon as the source of funding is cut off, they will crawl out themselves. Looking at the guy, Sarah asks if he wants to beat up every fund seller in Seoul. She is told that he also wants to beat up the guys who buy medicines and wants to break one of their arms and legs. The guys whispered, talking about a psycho who breaks an arm and a leg. With his fingers he shows the number 2, because in that time they will deal with everything. Putting her hands on her face, Sarah asked if he had a girlfriend. She was answered negatively. Wary, they asked him if he wanted to get to know each other better. She was answered negatively. Bowing her head, Sarah said that they would talk later. Sitting at the table, he tells what he learned, or rather, that there are 15 traders for each of the small groups. Turning the laptop, he says that the groups often communicate with each other and they just need to find them one by one and beat them up. Laughing, the girl said that she loves this kind of work and always wanted to just walk around the city sometime. The guy agreed. Closing the laptop, he decides to start. The TV shows the news. Sitting at the table, the girl says that recently one of the popular topics has become the breaker. People put handcuffs on criminals, and the group itself attacks sellers of fun, and the actions of the breaker made a significant contribution to the investigation of the case of illegal trafficking of medical drugs. An arm and a leg were broken, and the name itself came from the fact that representatives of this group broke body parts of everyone associated with the illegal trafficking of medical drugs. Theories were written in the chat about who these people could be. A man stood behind the microphones. He said that the government and some corporations took active steps to refute the claims of their involvement, and citizens became more curious. The guy was handed a microphone and asked about the breaker. He replied that it was some kind of vigilance committee protecting Seoul. Raising his hand, the man says that a vigilance committee like this is dangerous because much depends on personal opinion, and there are also concerns about further unnecessary harm. The stairs were blocked because the illegal circulation of medical drugs has significantly decreased. The main character is sitting on the couch. There is a phone next to him. Agatha picked up the phone, saying that she saw the news, then asked if he broke bones with it every night. Looking at the phone, Harry replies that he was not alone there, but he was involved. Standing next to the laptop, she says that the police will not like this. Showing a card, someone says that they are getting ready to meet guests and is already alone in front of the door. Holding the card, she asks if he is Larry and let him open it. It was the police. Remembering the girl, he realized that she changed the color of her hair. Opening the door, the protagonist asks if she changed her hairstyle. She is told that he remembers her. Opening her mouth, she decides to get straight to the point and asks if he is the breaker. Scratching his head, he says that it was his dream as a child. Starting to twirl her finger, she says that he can't do this and this kind of thing ruins their work. She looks at him in surprise because she was asked if the girl wanted to scold him. Freeing his hand, he asks if his intervention caused a problem. Opening his mouth, he says that the goal is to tie up suppliers and then asks if there are people involved in this. Raising his finger up, Larry says that he will not interfere in this part, but he needs Prometheus. Looking at him, he offers to simplify everything. Her eyes widened because he asked to say that the breaker is the work of the cops and to destroy everyone associated with the illegal circulation of drugs. Starting to wave her hand, she asks to stop and asks if she wants to negotiate with them now. Larry opens his mouth and says yes because he's going to keep doing this and the cops could just take credit. They look at her seriously and tell her she has nothing to lose. Straightening her hand, Layla asks him to promise her something. Smiling, they ask him not to kill them because they need information about them. Shaking hands, he tells them not to worry because they'll stay alive. Taking the phone, the girl asks for her number. Smiling, she asks him to write it down as Layla, and he asks if she's older than him. Handing over the phone, she asks if it matters. Someone came up to him, and Layla said that the more she talks to him, the more she likes it there. The two look back. Rena runs to him, shouting the guy's name. They are in Larry's apartment, sitting at the table together. Looking at him, she asks how he'll explain this. Raising his hand, he asks what kind of betrayal if he doesn't have a girlfriend. She clasps her hands and says that she couldn't sleep well last night because she was so worried and he was with a woman. She starts crying and says that she helped him with his work, was kind to her parents-in-law, and he does this. Scratching her head, he asks if he wants to stay the night. Looking at him, she asks if they can spend the night here, to which she answers yes. Larry closes his eyes and says that he can wear whatever he wants. Embarrassed, he wonders where else he could find a good magician. Looking surprised, he realizes that this is the secret he told. Raising a finger, the girl asks if she can really stay with him. He replies that it is only tonight. Looking seriously, the girl asks if they can order something and watch a movie. There is a car on the edge of the harbor. Looking at the phone, he says goodnight to Rena, to which she sends him away. Open-mouthed, Sarah asks what the cops said and if they are coming here. With folded arms, she is told that they will not interfere and did not give any information. Looking up, she asks if this looks like a date. There is a guy behind the box. Larry thinks that someone could become invisible. Putting his hand to his ear, he thinks that he has long noticed that the guy is watching him and could become invisible, but the tracks cannot be hidden. Picking up the phone, he answers the call. She asks if he is ready. Smiling, they asked on the phone why exactly a lover of older girls. He is told that he stole her heart. As Larry gets out of the car, he thinks she's making a really silly joke and has sent someone to follow him. He closes the door and asks if she can hear how much it costs. He puts on his glasses and says he was hired and is working for free. Sitting on the couch, he says the burglar is a stinking bastard and asks if he's coming. Smiling, he says no, and if he does show up, he'll beat him up. Opening his mouth even wider, he says he's a piece of cake and it's a shame he didn't come here. The door opens. He puts his hand to his face and says no one knocked. Larry holds the guy by the hair and says that whoever kneels and raises their hands will live. The man flew forward with his head down. Larry waved his hand and threw the guy and repeated his words. The guy gritted his teeth and asked who he was and what he was doing there. Larry put a glove on his hand and said that he was the man who had not been looked for so long. The girl was standing next to Larry, and the guy realized that he decided to be impudent to him only because he had a muscular girlfriend. The girl smiled and pressed her hand to her chest. Larry turned his head and asked for forgiveness because he should not have rushed and he himself could deal with them. He pressed his hand to his neck and repeated that he would leave 3 of them alive. He turned his head and said that it was necessary for them to go spread the news of what had happened here. The guy with green hair looked at his comrades and said that they had to defeat him. He looked to the side, and a powerful blow was flying at him. Larry delivered a powerful attack to the enemy. The guy flew to the side from such force. He was pressed against the door, and his body was covered in blood. The girl pressed her hands to herself in surprise. Larry held his hand and realized that he was going to deal with other people. Then we see the stairs that went down. The man in the red suit walked forward. He turned his head and saw a bloody guy. He gritted his teeth and realized that something strange was happening here. Larry lowered his glasses and smiled, realizing that this guy was the one in charge. The man looked ahead in surprise and was lost in his thoughts. The guy in the red suit stood and realized that he was going to get rid of him after he had to deal with the breaker first, but these two turned out to be one person. He came to him himself. The man smiled and realized that the heavens favored him. Larry put his glasses in his pocket and the man realized that he had already inquired about him and he was an immortal from the Immortal Special Forces. He clutched the knife in his hands and realized that he was going to die that night because he was going to use that dagger that was covered in poison. He looked ahead holding the knife and asked where it was. Larry looked ahead and didn't understand what they were talking about. The man gritted his teeth and looked ahead. Then he suddenly rushed forward, leaving a trail behind him. He swung his hand and realized that his opponent didn't realize the whole problem of this situation yet. Larry jumped aside from the blows and realized that he had the ability to accelerate. The man was smiling and holding brass knuckles in his hand, a sword. Larry looked ahead and decided to try to dodge it again. Then he put his hand forward and touched the sword. The man was smiling and looking ahead. Larry was smiling and he realized that he had gloves with a galactic field and it shouldn't have surprised him at all. The guy clutched the brass knuckles in his hands and called the protagonist an arrogant fool because he also had protection from barriers. Then he started swinging his knuckles, leaving a mark. The protagonist was in a fighting stance and looking forward. The man was swinging his knife and screaming for him to die. The protagonist stood confidently and was ready to parry the blows. The guy in the red suit dropped his knife, his arm was broken. He groaned in surprise, and his arm was crooked. Then Larry stabbed him in the leg. The protagonist looked at the guy lying down, who was screaming in pain, and he said that he hit him so hard because he had never done this before and he never had any special technique for all this. The evil guys stood and screamed, called out to their boss. Larry turned his head and asked if they still wanted to kneel, and then he repeated that only 3 would survive. The protagonist looked at the guys who raised their hands up. The girl covered her eyes with her hands, and the guy said that he saw these 3 guys and they decided to let them live. And the girl realized that he really took care of everything himself, and she felt like she was about to fall in love with him. The guy looked down with a smile and said that he was an idiot because he didn't even know what kind of organization Prometheus was. He held his hand with a big smile and said that he really thought that his actions would have some kind of strong impact. Larry turned his head and looked at the guy, realizing that from now on he and everyone else who was associated with him would be targets, and he would regret this for the rest of his life. The guy looked forward, and the protagonist asked what would happen if he let him go. Larry looked ahead with a smile and asked if he really thought it would be too late since technology had advanced so much in their day that it wouldn't be that hard to subdue a couple of limbs. The guy opened his mouth and started screaming, realizing that he had the nerve to make fun of him. The protagonist leaned towards his head and realized with a smile that he had noticed since he was being too sarcastic with him, and then he told him not to worry since he was crossing that line. He crouched down and hit the guy on the head. He lowered his head and looked at the lying man, not understanding what he was supposed to do. He then turned his head towards the guys with their hands up and asked if any of them wanted to confess since he was only taking one with him. The man then hit the other guy with his hand and confessed that he was second in strength to the boss. The protagonist turned his head and realized that they were supposed to talk to him. The protagonist's comrades looked ahead and realized that they had a whole squad of 40 werewolves, but it did not lead to anything. Larry pointed his fingers forward and laughed with a smile, realizing that it was just funny to watch all of this. The girl held her hand near her mouth, realizing that he was the grandson of the head of a large corporation, and she really wanted to get him. The guy stretched his hand towards the girl, saying that if she did anything right now, it would be very bad. The girl stood with a scary face and asked what the protagonist thought about this. Then we see many police cars near the building. The black-haired girl silently looked ahead. She looked at 2 bloody people and many surrendered criminals, not believing her eyes that the protagonist managed to handle all of this. The guys were kneeling with their hands up. She realized that the investigation department specialized in fighting drugs, and he would also be very shocked if he heard all of these words. The guy looked at the girl and she was very interested that he was closely connected with them. She turned her head and looked away silently. Larry put his hand on the guy's shoulder and asked who his boss gave himself to for money. The girl pointed her finger at the guy and he greeted the officer, saying that he would do his best to confess to everything he knew. Larry looked at the guy with a smile and said that he kept his promise, and he could also be free because adults needed to talk, and he always treated it too distantly. The protagonist crossed his arms because he did not want to join the police. The girl turned around and said that it was too cruel, so he had to do one favor then. She turned her head and with a smile offered to have dinner with him. Larry looked ahead in surprise and sank into his thoughts, realizing that some pretty weird things had been happening to him lately. Then we see a blue sky and a newspaper. Then we see a lot of gold coins and guns, because he was able to take all of that from another person, and there was about 400 million. The guy was holding gold bars in his hands, wondering if the police hadn't told him anything about it. Larry was sitting at the table, and it seemed to him that something was wrong with him. He was holding his hands near his head and saying that he was too popular. The guy leaned on his hands and told him to get out of here. Then he took the gold bar in his hand and said that he must have heard about the love affair, and he was 100% sure that it was about money. The man threw the gold bar away and said that Prometheus wouldn't let it go. Larry grabbed the knife in his hands and said that they just had to beat everyone up, and he had to hit them once during this time, otherwise they would think he was too weak. The protagonist looked ahead, and he asked for a list of all the people left in Korea who were in Prometheus, and he also had to make sure that he kept it all a secret from the other people because he had to do it while working with him as a team. The guy put his hands up and asked him to stop. And then we see a bloody ingot and the reflections of the guys because they were going to continue this whole thing. And Larry also said that he didn't start this whole thing to bankrupt the drug market. The protagonist stood and looked ahead, realizing that he had a long way to go before he achieved his entire goal, and it was not enough to just break a few limbs. The guy opened his mouth and said that he was crazy, because other people were going to kill them if they found out what they were doing. Then Larry clenched his knife in his hand. He stuck it into the table and cut through the gold bar. The protagonist held the sword and looked sternly ahead, knowing that sooner or later this was bound to happen. If anyone else was willing to take this on, he wanted to be on his team. The guy lowered his head and exhaled, and then decided to tell her everything. Larry sat at the table with the guy, and he told her that he had heard that the CEO of Prometheus had caused some trouble in Asia, and he asked what he knew about it. The man held his hand on his head and didn't understand where he had this information from. Larry remembered the guy who was giving a thumbs up and said that he had talked to him during the last sortie, and he had told him everything, and that was when he too must have known who was involved. And then we see the projector working. The man stood there pointing at the pictures and telling them that as far as he knew they were all supposed to be active in Japan right now, and their goal was to infiltrate the Korean Air Force. He held his hand up to the guy's picture and told them that the leader and the one doing all this was a crocodile. Larry put his hand to his chin and thought about it and realized that the time and method they were planning all this somehow stood out suspiciously from the whole picture. The guy held his hand out and Larry said that they were all trying to lure them into a trap. Then he remembered the green-haired guys in pairs and realized that this idiot crocodile had to be really strong, and he had also puzzled over this whole plan. The protagonist looked ahead with a smile, knowing that he was supposed to be able to handle this mission and not fall into a trap because they were just supposed to wait and see how he could solve it. Then we see a bright sign. The protagonist looked at the girl who was texting. Then Larry snatched her phone from her hands and asked why she took his cell phone without asking permission, which was too much for her. The girl gritted her teeth and looked at Larry, who said it was none of her business. They argued at the table with awkward faces, and the guy asked them to be quieter and they could also sort things out somewhere else. Then we see the door open. The girl with red hair greeted the guys. Larry looked away with a smile and decided to start eating. Then we see a lot of food on the table. The protagonist looked towards his comrade and hoped that they would all work together on this task. Then he looked at the guy with the tablet, and they decided to discuss everything again. He put his hand in front of the guy's photos and said that, however, they were able to attack Hwarem. His face became sad when he realized that he asked all this in vain. He stretched out his hands and showed 2 holograms, explaining that there were 2 Prometheus leaders in Korea. His gaze changed and he said that this was all they knew at the moment, and yet the incidents with the axe on stone and the invasion of Hwarem were too big to be accepted without the permission of someone in a higher position. The girl with red hair raised her head and said that as far as she knew, the crocodile was not in charge. Then we see a guy and a girl and a dark shadow, and there was a third person who was the leader of this entire organization, and that was the conclusion they were able to come to the whole time. Larry looked at the guy and asked if there was any information on this, but it was too difficult to discern, and he thought that the government, the police, and even the secret services had no information on this. Then we see a hologram of the area, and also these guys were usually involved in investigating cases of mission failure. Then everyone looked towards the protagonist, who suggested sticking to the plan he spoke about, which meant that they just had to ignore the crocodile. Then someone took the food with chopsticks and now they all had to do whatever they wanted, and obviously they were waiting for them to fall into his trap, but they hadn't given him that pleasure yet. The guy looked down and realized that they had always been so smart. Then we see a smiling Larry who decided to start acting on his plan. Then we see a huge building. The guy was looking at the hooded man with a smile. Then the guy got scared when he heard what the man was asking. Then he pressed the emergency button. Then the armed men were standing near the guy. Then he pulled down his hood. The masked guy looked away and said that a tiger had come down from the top of the mountains. Then we see a dark alley. Larry and his comrades were sitting at a table. The girl with red hair looked at the mask. The protagonist took the mask and said that this mask was admired by people and other famous people also wore these masks for a reason. Larry handed it over and asked him to put it on. The girl pulled the mask over her head and the girls looked at it. The guy showed the laptop and said that he had already planned part of the route and she had to go one. Larry put on the mask. Then Larry stood in the mask and looked forward. The guys pointed their guns, said that this mask was on that very man, then asked not to move because they would shoot if he moved. Then he raised his hand with red balls, and then he swung, after which the guards raised their hands. The guy ran to the side, stretching his arms forward, and screamed. The red balls fell to the floor. The protagonist looked at the armed man, after which he raised his head and clenched his hand into a fist. The guy with the gun stood and did not understand what was happening here. Then the chair turned over on the floor. The protagonist came closer and struck with his hand. He swung and hit him in the face. Then he raised a huge table over his head and asked to give him the woman. The girl stood up and looked at the protagonist. The girl with pink hair said that she was the manager and asked to stop this whole mess. Larry turned his head and realized that it was the same woman. The girl looked forward and did not understand what was happening here. Then she spread her arms and her eyes began to glow red. Then the red laser went forward. The huge table was pierced by red lasers. The girl looked forward in surprise, realizing that her opponent was still hers. Larry stood and looked at the lying girl, realizing that he had no intention of flirting with her. The girl was lying on the floor and rose in price, realizing that firstly, she was the real manager, and secondly, she had no connection with Prometheus, and the reason why he burst in here and began to attract attention was because of their plan. The protagonist turned around and walked forward. Then the man in the mask broke the glass. Larry looked forward and realized that everything was as they expected. A lot of dogs stood and offered to just take and kill the protagonist. It was a squad of fighting dogs Prometheus. Larry lowered his head and realized that if he behaved well, they would not touch him, but he did not need it. He stood and looked at the dogs. 2 angry dogs opened their mouths and said something that they could not control themselves any longer. Then they ran forward to say goodbye to his life. One of the dogs opened its mouth. Then Larry hit it in the face. The dog flew to the side. The other opponent was watching all this and did not understand what was happening. Larry hit with his foot. The other dog swung its hand. Then it hit with its hand, but the protagonist dodged. Larry looked at the other opponent. Then they kicked each other. The protagonist looked forward in surprise. Then the other dog swung a bat with nails. Then he hit the ground. The dog looked forward menacingly. Larry took a step forward, and the bat was broken. He lost himself in thought and remembered how he broke it with his foot. He realized that he managed to move in time and kick the bat away. He stood in a fighting stance, clenching his fists. The guy was sitting at the table at that moment. He looked at the laptop in surprise, realized that all of this was incredibly impressive, but it seemed to him that everything was fine. He looked at Larry holding the table and screaming. He presented the phone and realized that it didn't matter because phase 1 of their plan was complete. And then we see the girl walking down the road. She got into a fighting stance, clenching her fists. She clenched her hand into a fist and realized that she had to give it 100%. Then she broke the glass. The guy with the monocle looked ahead in surprise. The man in uniform turned to the side. The girl in the mask stood and looked ahead. Then we see a huge building. The protagonist's father looked to the side and said that they hadn't just sat together like that for a long time, and he thought this was the first time in a long time. The protagonist's mother held a mug in her hands and said that she was always at work and had a lot of problems. She presented the mug with a map and was asked how she felt. The protagonist's mother looked at the mug and realized that after she found out that he was immortal, and a pureblood at that, everything had changed. She remembered holding her hands near his head, and the day they told each other the truth about themselves, they agreed that everything would be okay, but they hadn't really talked about it yet. The protagonist's father looked ahead and realized that it was a little stressful for him. He then held his hand out in front of him and realized that knowing the truth and accepting it were two different things after all. The girl pressed her hand to the guy's face and said that it was no big deal. She smiled and said that everything was okay. She held the mug in her hands and looked ahead with a smile. We then see someone vacuuming the floor. The news guy then said that according to reports, a group of masked robbers had just broken into the branch. The girl was holding a piece of apple and looked away in surprise, realizing that their reporter was there now and ready to share the details. Larry in the mask was in a fighting stance, and the girl broke the glass. The protagonist's father was sitting on the couch and watching the news in surprise. The protagonist's mother bent her fork in anger. She stood up and was very angry about this situation. If he had been beaten by some losers, then her lessons with him would have been wasted. Then she clamped her hand and broke the fork. The guy in the office at this moment was standing and looking forward. Larry was standing, clenching his fists. The girl in the mask was standing near the beaten guards. The guy pressed his hand to his face and realized that there were a lot of animals there. He clenched his hands into fists and started screaming that they had to do something about this situation. The girl in the red suit entered the room and said that they would stay away. She walked past the guy, who was screaming for her to do something about this situation. He turned around and asked what she was going to do. The girl in the mask was walking up the stairs at that moment, and their opponents were werewolves and they were purebred. The girl in the mask turned her head. The manager in glasses looked ahead and realized that they had been exposed. Then the girl in the mask smashed the camera. I understand that suddenly they started destroying all the cameras, although before that they did not touch them and did not care about it. The manager stood and looked ahead, realizing that they just broke in, and now they decided to cover their tracks. She looked ahead and realized that they had planned everything in advance. The guy was sitting at the laptop and talking on the phone. They said that they had someone else helping. The manager gritted her teeth and realized that, however, everything was not supposed to go according to their plan. The man pressed his hands together. Then the girl in the mask hung upside down. She looked ahead and saw a bright aura. The man ran forward, saying that she was incapable of anything. The manager watched as the man stood in a fighting stance. The girl and the guy looked forward, realizing that they had entered one against one opponent, and then they had to take care of the rest of the opponents. Then the guy grimaced and fell. The girl turned around and saw the man lying down. She looked away in surprise. The masked guy kicked. The manager put her hands up and protected herself from the blow, realizing that she did not feel any presence at all. The masked opponent stood and looked forward. The manager watched all this in surprise and realized that magic was used here. She stood and watched the opponent, realizing that they used a spell that hung in the air and protected them from detection. Then someone walked down the hallway. The masked girl stood and offered to surrender or fight. Then we see an empty building. Then we see broken glass. Larry stood near the beaten opponents. He put his hand to his head and realized that he wanted to brag to his mother, but he was able to defeat 5 werewolves. Then his gaze became wary. He looked to the side and saw a bright aura. Then someone's hand reached forward. The girl grabbed the man and began to strangle him. She raised her head and looked forward in surprise. Larry stood and looked at the girl, asking what she did, but he tried to avoid, and so she decided to grab him and help. Larry stood and looked forward, realizing that the goal was destruction, and they all had to leave here. He turned his head to the side and said to leave. Then they walked down the corridor. The protagonist raised his head and realized that the street was too noisy. He bent down near the window. He looked out the window and saw many people with police cars. The girl sat and looked away, realizing that they had to do something, and it was time to use their ability. Larry sat looking out the window, realizing they were going to use the name to get out of here. The cars were parked outside the building, They heard a voice saying, "Be careful, if they don't get out in a minute, they'll have to use force." Looking straight ahead, the man wondered what that meant. It was all true. 4 hours ago, he was sitting at the computer. The man was typing on the keyboard. Looking straight ahead, he wondered what the hell, how much longer did he have to write about these stupid celebrity scandals when he tried to offer to write a story about terrorists in Korea 2 years ago. The reporter's eyes widened when he heard that what? Terrorists? Was this his newspaper? He wanted to fool them all. The man held his hand out to the side and shouted that she should give him proof. The thought arose that he was crazy, shouting about proof. But the guy looked at the girl. The thought arose that why didn't he ask for proof about celebrities? The man looked surprised and thought that the reason he wanted to become a journalist was because 2 notifications appeared in his mail. He was surprised to read the letters. The chair moved back. Leaning against the back of the chair, the man thought that another joker. He was going to attack Prometheus. What a crazy person. He closed his eyes and froze. Walking straight, the reporter thought that okay, he had nothing to lose. Standing in the crowd, he thought that it was just a joke, but could it really be serious? Suddenly, a devastating explosion thundered. The robbers took a step forward. The masked men raised their hands up. It was heard that they came out. They looked at each other, hearing that they should take off their masks and surrender, otherwise they would have to open fire. The ground beneath the man gave way. Suddenly, the robbers jumped up, and someone shouted that they were trying to escape. Let them shoot. They ran forward rapidly. The camera lens was pointed at them. Raising his head, the journalist thought that those reports were true. Sitting on the ground, the protagonist asked how she was. Did it hurt somewhere? The girl grinned and replied that everything was fine. She even liked it. Looking in surprise, the protagonist thought that iron legs, so that's the secret of werewolf training, they were useful. They looked at the passing car. Looking out the window, Simon told them to get in. The car drove forward. They heard that they were going to start the next stage of the plan. Everything is in force. Yes, what about Molly? Looking straight ahead, the man replied that she had been shot, so she was currently being treated, to which Larry asked again. The girl was in the hospital. It was heard that yes, she had gotten into a fight with the real branch manager. She had a broken left shin, 3 ribs, and a broken jaw. The hero, with wide eyes, said that's how it was. Then what about the real branch manager? She had escaped, to which Simon replied that no. The girl was lying on the ground. It was heard that she was partially paralyzed. The man's eyes were wide. It was said that the guy who was involved in money laundering got his comeuppance. He thought the cops would take care of everything. They had gotten it right this time. The man frowned, saying that anyway, the plan had changed a bit. They had lost Molly. The hero looked away, hearing that that's why they had to redo some things. Now they would have to act separately. The car stopped near the building. The man got out. Putting on the mask, the protagonist asked what, so, where he was going now, was connected with Prometheus, to which the man answered that it was. Looking straight ahead, he added that fine, he leaves the rest to you, to which Simon said that yes, let him remember to pay when they were done. Larry froze, hearing that he should be careful, and the man asked that she really thought that he would get hurt. A stairwell appeared. There was a sign on the door. The hero grabbed the door handle. Suddenly, he swung it open. People looked at him in surprise. The man frowned angrily and asked what the hell. Hitting him, the protagonist said that he was a tiger from hell. He shook his hands and added that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Standing in the middle of the office, Larry said that he didn't think it would be that easy. Looking straight ahead, he thought about not touching the safe in the headquarters, but that's a different story. The safe stood in the corner of the room. The thought arose that this place positioned itself as a bank. In fact, it was just a fly-by-night operation. The documents were lying on the table, and the hero thought that so, the money should be returned to its rightful owners. Having picked up the safe, he said that he would take it with him. The protagonist kicked the door down. The thought arose that until 4 in the morning he and Mary raided loan sharks, fly-by-night businesses, and gangs. The girl bowed. It was said that in total they had visited 19 places. Dots appeared on the map. The hero stood next to Mary. The thought arose that they had confiscated 10 safes and lists of debtors. The man raised his finger up. Sitting at the table, the protagonist thought that they had studied all the debt contracts and returned all the interest paid. Putting his hand to his face, he added that as soon as they were done with everything. Larry looked away. The girl looked at the city and said how beautiful it was, to which Simon confirmed. Raising his head, he asked what and how the bastards from Prometheus would react now. They certainly wouldn't let it go after what had happened. Grinning, the hero replied that okay, it didn't matter. He himself knew that this would most likely happen when he started all this. He would just beat them when they got here. The sunset appeared. It was heard that well, yes, how simple everything is for him. They would go home. He was tired. The protagonist entered the apartment. Closing his eyes, he said that they had arrived. Larry suddenly caught the gloves. Grinning, Agatha said that it seemed that her son was too brave. He went with his sister on such a dangerous mission without telling her. Why don't they have a training session? The hero stood in front of the woman. He was breathing heavily and turned to her. She closed her eyes, hearing that she could ask her something, to which she responded approvingly. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that he should tell the truth, he was adopted. He winced, hearing that if he had enough strength to talk such nonsense, it meant that he was not tired yet. Swinging, Agatha said that he should hold on. They were starting the second round. Suddenly, the girl put her hands out to the sides and screamed. Stopping, the woman asked again. Larry looked at her in fear. Hearing that Mary wanted this, her brother did nothing wrong. Frowning, she added that Mary wanted to prove herself she could not live at her expense anymore. The girl was in a cage. It was heard that she wanted to live as Mary and not as a test subject. The hero fought with her. It was said that it meant that she should do everything she could. Agatha looked amazed, hearing that she could also help her brother. Standing in front of her, the woman asked that she herself thought so, to which she replied that yes, these were her thoughts. Smiling, the protagonist said that Mary was good. It would be a pity to stop working with her because she was so talented, to which the woman said that she should shut up. Putting her hand to her face, Agatha said that okay, she understood what she meant. Mary looked amazed, hearing that apparently she should not have treated her like a child. The woman hugged her and added that she had grown up so much. Tears appeared on the girl's face. Closing her eyes, Agatha said that it was nice to see her so grown up. Good, she can do what she wants. Like her mother, she will support her. Looking straight, the protagonist said that what a beautiful sight. He also believed that she was his real sister. If someone tried to harm her, he would them. Suddenly, he opened his eyes in fear, hearing that it was good. The woman's eyes lit up and she said that but he took her on a mission without warning her. That was a different matter. He didn't think so. Let him put on gloves. They were starting the second round. A view of the director's office opened up. There were documents on the table. The reporter looked up. The man stood next to him. Scared, the thought occurred that he had been trying to track down the tiger mask all night. The assistant looked at him with fear and asked what it was. A robbery. Raising the camera, the journalist said that they needed to film everything first. Messages appeared. The thought occurred that if it weren't for that message, he would have decided that it was just a robbery. But it wasn't. Photos appeared. It was said that they were wearing masks. He began an investigation. Because a loud noise was heard here, and all the people were unconscious, they returned the money to them. Sitting at the computer, the man was thinking about how he had put together all the evidence he had collected overnight, as well as information from witnesses he had interviewed, and had written an article. It seemed he had not slept a wink all night. The director looked at the documents and said what it was. Ed frowned and said that he should allow it to be published. The director looked at the article carefully. Suddenly, he opened his eyes in surprise. The man slammed his fist on the table. Looking at him in surprise, the journalist turned to him, to which he replied that he despised terrorist organizations. In his opinion, they were all bastards. Looking straight at him, Ed heard that he was ready to give up on it, to which he asked again. Gritting his teeth, the director replied that they would be at gunpoint with their lives as soon as the article was published. Standing in front of him, the man said that if he was scared, he would not have started this at all, so he approved the publication of the article or not. The director smirked and said okay, let him publish it, he gives his permission. An article about terrorist organizations appeared. It was said that because of this article there was an uproar in South Korea. Looking at the phone, the man thought that he was his nephew. Liam smirked and added that but he is damn smart. Standing in front of him, the hero asked that he would be able to protect the media company. Raising his finger up, he added that the company where the journalist works, who wants to dig into the Prometheus case, let him protect them. Holding out the card, the man said that they are in Korea. The people looked surprised to hear that he is also the director of the main branch in Dangun. No matter whether he opposes Prometheus or anyone else, they will be under their protection, because they made a promise. Liam smirked and added that 3 years. Standing in the crowd, he said that they will assign them security for 3 years without pay. A message came to his phone. The man closed his eyes and thought about what he already knew, what he couldn't tell her, because she wasn't on good terms with Dangun. At first glance he seemed very stupid, but in fact he was very smart. A crack appeared. It was said that in this way the company went bankrupt overnight and a scandal erupted. The man was photographed. The thought came to mind that politicians were being arrested left and right. They justified themselves by saying that they were not feeling well and refused to come to court. Sitting on the floor, the protagonist thought about how, well, it doesn't matter. He thought that this would clean up their country a little. Now he would continue to live his daily life. Watching TV, he added that he was on guard and waiting for Prometheus to react. The protagonist looked at the man and thought that in any case, their panda was doing a good job. He had outlined the big picture, but he had put the details together and brought it all to life. Laying on the couch, Simon asked what, to which he replied that nothing, he just thought he was cool. Looking at the man, Larry asked that by the way, he understands real estate, to which he replied that, in fact, he has permission to do this, and what? The thought came, what the hell? Putting his hand to his face, The hero said that he was thinking of buying a building so that it would have about 5 floors. One floor should be completely dedicated to parking and another one for an underground training center. Reading the book, the man asked what all this was, said that he would look for options, then choose. The thought appeared that he was a genius, a know-it-all. Looking at the phone, the protagonist thought about Molly and then asked how she was feeling, to which the girl replied that it was urgent, something happened. Larry frowned, hearing Kira speak, to which he thought that this idiot. Looking up, the girl said that the mental restriction spell was removed. She told where the Prometheus base was. The papers were lying on the floor. It was heard that the Immortal Special Forces entered there, but it was already empty. The hero, looking straight ahead, said that it meant that they had either gathered somewhere else and were planning a major attack, or they had escaped. Looking down, Molly replied that yes, she thought Kira knew the answer, but she had a condition under which she would talk, to which he asked what. The girl was sitting on a chair. It was heard that she wanted to see him. A view of the building opened up. It was heard what it was. Standing in front of the door, the man answered that the stairs to the basement. Descending the stairs, the protagonist thought that they had such a place in their company. Cool. Looking at the prisoner, he added that what was this? An underground prison? Interesting. Looking straight ahead, Larry asked why she wanted to see him, to which the man replied that he would find out himself. Standing in front of the girl, he said that he brought Larry to her. The girl raised her head. The thought appeared that it was Kira. Sitting on the floor, she said that she would tell him everything she knew about Prometheus. Looking at Ethan, the hero said that they would chat a little, one-on-one, nothing to worry about, right? To which he responded approvingly. Taking a step forward, the protagonist said that he should tell him. Frowning, Kira replied that he should get her out of here. She already had a plan. Her hands were cuffed, and she added that of course, it would not be easy, but with this psychological spell it could work. Looking down, the protagonist heard that one of them was able to remove it, to which he thought that, but Rena said that she did not do it. Sitting in the cage, the girl said that in any case, she was abandoned. Even if she escaped from this place, Prometheus would kill her. Kira looked up and said that therefore, let him help her. She wanted to take revenge on Prometheus. Looking at her, Larry thought about what to take revenge. But she used to be a leader, and she added that she was sure he wanted to know why. Her family appeared. It was heard that she had 5 younger brothers and sisters at home. Her favorite, little brothers and sisters, she loved them all madly. The man smiled. Standing in front of her, it was said that they had a peaceful life until Prometheus made him an offer. Seeing what power she had, she was told that if she worked for them, they would take care of her family even if she died. The children were lying on the floor. It was heard that, however, the Immortal Special Forces recently told her that Prometheus, thinking her dead, brought all her younger ones to death. The hero looked at her in surprise, hearing that this is why she spoke, this is why she wants revenge. Looking down, he thought that he really felt sorry for her, but she was a terrorist. He hadn't sunk so low yet that he would help her out of pity. The girl frowned, and the protagonist added that he would really like to get information from her. Well, if she did something, then maybe he could kill her or put her in jail again. Kira lowered her head and said that Prometheus was leaving Korea. They had left their most important Korean base, the place where they stored all their goods. Larry looked surprised when he heard this. Lamps appeared. He heard that she knew why they decided to leave. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that so let her out of here. She knew that she could help him. A view of the Prometheus base opened up. The girl was lying on the couch. Looking up, she thought that in the last few years she had failed at least once. The diagrams appeared. The thought appeared that in just a few days all of Prometheus' bases had been destroyed, both the headquarters and all of the other underground business. The girl sat up, hearing what they were discussing with Prometheus. They were admitting their connection to him, to which she thought that they had lost too much. The girl looked straight ahead. The thought appeared that the manager of the security group. The guy was lying on the ground. It was said about lone sharks. The fighters appeared. The thought appeared that a squad of attack dogs too. The image of a hero appeared, and the girl thought that the man behind all of this, Larry, who the hell was he? Taking a step forward, the man asked if she was really going to retreat. Maybe it would be better to leave it to him, to which she asked why she was so sure that he could win. He lowered his head and replied that if only she had given the order. Standing up, the girl said that everything was fine, now they needed to focus on other things, to which the man asked what she meant by other things. Looking away, she added that creating a world of special species, just like Prometheus gave the world fire, is what they need to do. The man lowered his head and responded approvingly, to which the girl said that he should contact the crocodile in Japan, let him say that they were retreating from Korea. Holding the phone in her hands, Grace thought that she would leave him a parting gift. Grinning, she added that if he survived after this, then she would seriously take up his murder. Sitting at the table, the girl asked that Prometheus was leaving Korea, to which the hero replied that yes, they had already checked. Looking straight ahead, the employee said that there was no trace, they had left. Molly raised her eyebrows and said that they were no longer here. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that their group had undergone a real purge and the remaining people had left Korea. Sitting in front of him, the girl said that she was not sure if it was him who was impressive or if Prometheus had gone completely crazy. She didn't know, to which Larry replied that perhaps both. She looked at him in surprise, hearing that okay, let him say it, she could cast the mental restriction spell on Kira again. An image of a woman appeared, and it was heard that yes, it was not her, but her mother. Looking at her in surprise, the hero asked again, to which the girl replied that yes, and it was she who had removed the spell last time. Rina closed her eyes, hearing that he was still wondering who had done it, to which she replied that yes, but it would be difficult to repeat it on the same person. She had probably developed resistance. Looking at her, the protagonist asked what she meant. She could ask her, she needed something. Jewels appeared. It was heard that they needed some resources. For example, gold and gems. They needed them so that they could conduct magical research. Raising her hand, the girl said that this is why she joined the Immortal Special Forces. After all, finding such resources is hard work. Surprised, Larry asked why, to which she replied that they usually get them on the black market, but someone organized raids on them. Smirking, he added that okay, so be it, he will give her money and gems. Looking at him, Rina asked if it was true, to which the hero replied that he had some savings, and then thought that he should not tell her that he got them because he organized these raids. Throwing his hands behind his head, the protagonist said that well, let him talk to his mother about it, and he will get her gold and gems. The man stepped forward and the girl asked why he was trying to save her, to which he replied that he was saving her. He planned to put her back in jail as soon as he got the information. Frowning, Larry exclaimed. The man extended his hand forward. The girl looked at him in surprise and turned to him, to which he replied that she should wait. Grinning, the man said that he should stop him. He abruptly threw the grenade down. Gray smoke dispersed everywhere. The fire alarm lit up. Looking at it, the hero thought, was it contactless security? Really? Looking straight ahead, the man said that they would see each other. People began to run away in fear. Smoke flew in the air. Frowning, the protagonist said that it seemed that something was wrong here. People ran in fear and screamed. Suddenly, a terrifying monster appeared. Looking up, Larry thought, what the hell? A black hole is opening. The monsters descended to the ground. The girl looked at them in fear and exclaimed. Suddenly, the creature swung its hand. Having stopped its blow, the hero said that she should tear her eyes away from the phone or she was going to die. Turning around, he added that in what she was doing, let her run, to which the girl responded approvingly. She began to run away quickly. Throwing the monster aside, the protagonist thought that he almost made it. Frowning, he added that and who this blonde bastard was. There were many monsters in front of him. The thought appeared that well, it doesn't matter. Larry, looking straight ahead, thought that he needed to sort this out first. Suddenly, the creatures rushed forward. Clenching his fists, the hero thought that during his work he was told that he should avoid close combat with these guys. Grinning, he added that but that was then, now everything is different, and then said that his mother would never forgive him if he lost to them. Taking a fighting stance, the protagonist said that he still wanted to check something. Just in time, let them attack. Sitting at the table, Liam turned to the woman. Looking straight ahead, he asked that Larry was a monster. Yes. Agatha looked surprised and asked that he called her son a monster. Closing his eyes, the man said that well, he should not exaggerate. When she was an instructor, did she see anyone like him? Lowering her head, the woman thought that no, many do not understand one thing. A gene appeared. The thought arose that genes do not guarantee the presence of talent, even if he is a purebred. A monster appeared. The thought arose that there is a limit to abilities. A strong werewolf is not just a result of genetics. The hero's body trembled. He hit the ground with his hands. It was said that however, Larry, he is able to remember forever what he saw only once. The protagonist ran forward quickly. It was heard that and then does it better than her. Looking to the side, Liam said that he feels useless when watching him. The woman looked surprised, hearing that by the way, she knows about H-Warring, right? Men in suits appeared. It was said that H-Warring is an organization led by Dangan and consists of only the most talented geniuses. A view of the city opened up. The thought arose that they are responsible for the safety of Seoul and also deal with the invaders. The monster was lying on the ground. The thought came that they deal with all incidents that could threaten the safety of citizens. A high-rise building appeared. It was said that and they also keep Dangan's reputation clean. This is H-Warring. Suddenly, a woman slammed a mug on the table. Frowning, she asked what he wanted to say. The man looked away and said that his father wanted to see him. The hero looked angrily at the monsters. He deftly dodged the blows. The protagonist suddenly rushed forward. He struck at the monster. The creature blocked his blow. Standing in front of him, Larry said that they do not break. Suddenly he jumped up. The hero slid along the ground and thought that it was more difficult than he expected. Frowning, he added that he would probably have to take advantage of this. The werewolf's strength is divided between an iron constitution and monstrous strength. The protagonist looked out the window and thought that the iron legs actually came from monstrous strength, and that Clenching his fist, Larry thought that one of the skills that increases muscle strength and creates armor. Suddenly, he rushed forward. The hero began to deal many blows. He looked at the monsters furiously. His eyes lit up brightly. Standing in a traffic jam, someone in the car shouted that the hell. Frowning, the man added that where did such traffic jams come from? Putting her hand to her face, the girl thought that the hell, they were late. Looking straight ahead, she added that the black hole appeared for no reason. She heard that, except for that case, such things cannot just happen. Holding out the phone, the guy said that she should take a look at it, to which she asked again. Suddenly, the girl opened her eyes in amazement. Looking to the side, she said that it was amazing. They can see it. The hero swung his fist. It was heard that she was only going to look at the opening of the hole. The manager looked at him in amazement when she heard that here he was, killing them all by himself, to which she thought, oh my god. Looking down, she added that it could be true that he was killing dozens of champions by himself. Standing among the corpses, the protagonist said that oh my god, there were a lot of those monsters there, well, since this matter was settled. Frowning, he added that he was going after him. A video of the battle was shown. It was said that because of this he became popular on YouTube. Fortunately, the streamer only filmed him from behind. Nevertheless, the entire battle against the champions was shown on the stream. The comments were shown. It seemed that people began to make all sorts of assumptions. He earned the nickname Owl. The title of the video was shown. It seemed that some people also doubted the sudden opening of the black hole. Lying on the couch, Larry thought that it did not matter what people wrote in the comments. He did what he had to. The man grinned, and he added that he would soon find this blonde. Picking up the phone, the hero answered, to which he was told that he was overexcited, so he lost his step. She told him to watch it. The woman closed her eyes. Hearing that she noticed this, it was on purpose. He wanted to be unpredictable, to which she asked, what do you mean? He planned it that way. Yes. The protagonist looked away. Hearing that okay, let him come home on the weekend. His grandfather wants to see him. There were 2 guards behind the man. The man looked at the phone. Looking at the video, the police chief thought that he was demonstrating precise control over his body while maintaining the necessary concentration to assess the situation. Impressive. Grinning, he added that he was comparable to the heroes of past generations. If they could find someone like that, then perhaps the police formation would cease to be just a dream. Standing in front of him, the manager asked what he thought, to which the man replied that yes, he was smart. Looking straight at her, he added that he had declined her offer of intelligence, to which the girl replied that she had. She asked again in amazement, hearing that he should accept all his demands. Smiling, the police chief said that yes, they should please him. He thought he was worth it. Music was playing on the record. The man sat down at the table and cleared his throat. The door opened slightly. It was heard that this was the place. Looking around, the hero asked what the name of the Flower Girls Cafe was. How tasteless. He froze, hearing that he was the same as they said about him. Right. Grinning, the man said that he was glad to meet him. He was his grandfather. Lowering his head, the protagonist said hello and introduced himself. Closing his eyes, Vincent said that perhaps he should tell about his mother's dark past. Larry looked surprised to hear that once again he was Sir. Bowing, he said that he had long wanted to see him. Throwing his arm over his shoulder, Vincent said that he should sit down. They would chat about his mother, to which the hero thought that he was simpler than he thought. Raising his hand up, the man said that tea with ginger, to which the woman responded approvingly. Sitting at the table, Vincent said that his mother used to be in a biker gang. He knew about it, to which the protagonist asked again. Smiling, he added that he even doubted whether she was really his daughter. He told her that she could become whoever she wanted, and she went to the bikers, to which Larry thought that his father would be shocked when he found out about this. The woman turned around. It was heard that back then she was reckless, kicked everyone's ass, and she was also very fat. They even called her the Whale Witch. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist thought that she was telling him that at his age she liked to read and cross-stitch. He knew that something was wrong. Raising his hand, the man said that it was funny. Really? Let her talk about it at home. She will go crazy, to which he laughed. The protagonist grinned, hearing that no one knows his mother better than him. She is his daughter, but he is sure that it is hard for him, to which he thanked him and thought that it seems that he is on his side. Holding a cup in his hands, the man said that his name is Vincent. His mother is a daughter from his first marriage, to which he thought that a daughter from his first marriage. Looking at him, Larry asked why he has such a bad relationship with his mother. Smiling, the grandfather replied that puberty, well, probably the second or third. The thought appeared that he was carefree about everything. Sitting at the table, he added that in general, he told her that he wanted to leave the company to her. She said that she did not want it, and left. Well, so this burden fell on her brothers and sisters. Grinning, the hero thought that this was not the easiest topic to discuss. It seems that he had already come to terms with everything. Drops of rain flowed down the glass. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that he was interested in something. Could he ask him a question? To which the man replied that of course, let him ask. Vincent looked in amazement, hearing that spells were cast on these walls for protection. Smiling, he said that he was paying attention. Did he really get this from his dad? The man was sitting on the chandelier. It was heard that it was possible. Lowering his head, the man said that he invited him here. Suddenly the man rushed forward. It was heard that because he wanted to see how good he was, were his bows for the new year. Larry closed his eyes and froze. Suddenly he dodged the blow. The hero looked to the side. He dodged the flying knives. Sitting down, the protagonist asked what it was. Sitting on the couch, the man said that he reacted in time. Lowering his head, he added that it was not bad. Looking at the masked men, Larry thought it was some kind of test. He thought something like that could happen, because his mother and uncle had both warned him, but he had rather strange tastes. Grinning, the hero said that he was sure everything would go well, he would not give in, they would not collapse in tears. The man looked at him furiously, stretching his hand forward. The protagonist added that, and before that, Vincent looked away, hearing that he could first get his envelope with New Year's money. Turning around, Larry said that the black hole of the earth, it can be forced to open artificially. Smiling, the grandfather asked what to open the black hole. Himself said that he had never heard of such a thing. Getting into a fighting stance, the hero replied that it was clear. Well, okay, well, let's start the New Year's bows. Cracks appeared above him. Suddenly he rushed forward. The man looked at the blow in amazement. He deftly dodged his blow. The man swung his arm. The protagonist dodged his attack. He stepped on his opponent's foot. The man lowered his head and thought, what a bastard. Suddenly, Larry swung at him. He delivered a sharp blow forward. The man ran quickly towards him. Suddenly, he was grabbed by the neck. The hero threw his opponent aside. The ninja caught his ally. Jumping aside, the protagonist said that he didn't really like all this. It felt like he was being played. Crouching, he added that but that's what he wanted to see. Larry swung his arm sharply. The metal fist rushed forward. The hero stood in front of a broken wall. The ninja looked at him in surprise and asked how it was. There were shards on the floor. It sounded like he was able to destroy the spell with his brute force. How strong was he? Jumping out of the building, the protagonist said that they should screw their New Year's bows. See each other next time. Vincent laughed when he heard this. He leaned his elbows on the sofa and added that he expected nothing less from his grandson. Looking away, the man asked if they should follow him, to which he replied that no, there was no need, he had already left. Turning his head, the grandfather asked how the scan was going. The woman lowered her head and replied that it was almost finished. The thought arose that Madame Flower, who had once been Vincent's wife after she was diagnosed with infertility, became part of the staff. The woman typed on the keyboard. It was said that she was a scientist and a werewolf, to be more precise. A projection of the hero appeared. The thought arose that she was a scientist who studies the bodies of werewolves. Grinning, the woman said that she would summarize and give him the results, to which the grandfather replied that he would wait. Looking at the villagers, he added that he had broken the protection spell with just one blow, and then thought that both iron legs and metal arms, Agatha had taught him well. Turning around, the man said that he had hit him. Let him tell how it was. The man took off his mask. Sitting on the floor, the guy said that he didn't think the three of them could handle him. They would need at least a whole platoon to capture him. Grandpa laughed and asked what a whole platoon was, said that it was too much, to which he replied that he was sorry. Vincent looked away, hearing that he was addressed. Looking at the screen, the woman said that his rank could not be measured. They called it non-standard. A view of the building opened up. It was heard that he had arrived. Simon looked away and asked why had he returned so soon. He asked again in surprise, hearing that he suddenly said that he wanted New Year's bows from him, so he ran away. The hero pushed back his chair and said that he also told him about the black hole. I'm sure he'll start looking into the matter right away. Frowning, he added that they'll do what they already know. Blondie, first they'll find him. Opening his laptop, the man said that yes, that's the task, let him say what he knows about him, to which the protagonist replied that he's Blondie, and he added that that's all. Larry's eyes widened and he asked yes, try to draw him, to which Simon said he didn't really believe in the success of it. The hero closed his eyes. An image of a man appeared in his head. A clear image appeared. The protagonist's eyes widened and he said yes. He began to draw sharply on the paper. The man looked at him in surprise and hesitated. A drawing appeared, and Simon asked if he was serious now. Larry looked at it and asked yes, it didn't turn out well, to which the man replied that it was very bad, and he thought, damn. The girl grinned and asked if he remembered his face, then it would be easier. Holding out a pen, she added that here, let him use this to draw. Looking to the side, the hero asked if she was sure about it. Somehow, suddenly a drawing of a man appeared, and it was heard that it was him. Looking down, the protagonist said that yes, it was him, to which Simon replied that it was cool. Smiling, he asked if he could take the pen, thinking that with it he could become a real manga artist, to which Rena replied that she couldn't keep it without permission. Larry picked up the phone and greeted his mother. Closing her eyes, Agatha asked if he had seen his grandfather like that, to which he replied that yes, recently. He rolled his eyes when he heard that he had time now, to which the hero hesitated in response, and she added that then he should come home, they would do charity work. The car moved forward rapidly. While driving, the protagonist asked what was going on, to which the woman replied that she meant that a person should be useful to his society, and in general, what should he do with all his money? Looking straight ahead, he heard that he needed to donate it, and also look after the children, to which he responded approvingly. An image of a man appeared. It was heard that this is how his meeting with his grandfather went. While driving, Larry replied that he looked healthy enough that he could still give her a brother or sister. Turning away, Agatha replied that of course, he was a purebred werewolf, and the hero said that he also demanded New Year's bows from him. Gritting her teeth, the woman said that it was not even New Year's, to which the protagonist replied that he apparently wanted to receive bows for all the past years. Agatha crossed her arms and said, God, he really hasn't changed. If he wants him to do something, then let him refuse, and if he gives something, then let him not be stubborn and take it. Looking away, she added that she would take responsibility for everything that might happen. The woman looked angrily, hearing that they should make an enemy out of him, to which she asked what he wanted to say. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that exactly what he said. It seemed to him that it would be better if he pretended that they were listening to him. Agatha put her hand to her face, hearing that if they did what he asked, then they could ask for something in return. The car drove along the road. It was heard that he inherited his intelligence from her. Dad would have a fit if he heard her, and what should that mean? To which the hero replied that he meant from happiness. Getting out of the car, the woman said that they would go. Stretching his arms forward, the protagonist said that today he was giving out donations, to which she responded approvingly. Standing in front of the woman, Agatha turned. Looking surprised, she asked what she was doing here. With wide eyes, the director asked for help. The man was holding a camera in his hands. The hero looked at him. It was heard that someone else was with her. The guy grinned and said that yes, it was a photographer from a detective agency. Pointing the lens at the hero, he added that the target was in place, but someone else had come with her, to which he was asked again. Smiling broadly, the photographer said that yes, that meant an additional fee would be required, to which he was told that it was good, he should not worry about it, let him continue according to plan. Standing by the window, he thought about the fact that the work of a detective agency undoubtedly requires a lot of effort, especially when it comes to special types. Putting his hand to his head, the guy added that it didn't matter, he would get a lot of money for this, he just had to report everything he heard and saw. Smiling, he thought they would start. The woman looked scared and asked for help. Standing in front of her, Agatha asked what was going on, what had happened. Lowering her head, the woman answered that inside, some people had taken over the building, to which she was asked again. The man in the hood smiled. It was heard that yes, they were asking about the volunteers who were supposed to arrive soon, and then they had taken over the building. Looking straight ahead, Agatha asked what and how the children were, to which she replied that fortunately, the children were studying outside, so they were with the teacher. Putting her hands on her hips, the woman asked if the other teachers knew, to which the principal replied that they didn't. She clenched her teeth in fear when she heard why she hadn't told them, to which she replied that they had told her that if she silently brought the volunteers to them, they would leave and do nothing. Looking at her, the hero asked that was why she had waited for them here, to which the woman replied that she had. Frowning, he thought that was understandable, so they knew that they would come here. Agatha gritted her teeth and thought that these bastards were going beyond all bounds, and then said that she was calm. Walking forward, she added that he should stay with her for a while. Lately her fists were itching. Looking away, the protagonist asked that he wanted to deal with them himself. As a more experienced one, maybe he should. Turning around, Agatha asked again and said that yes, not even 3 years. How he does this, let him use his money, she will use her fists, to which Larry thought that she was calmer. Looking at her, the woman turned, to which Larry said that everything is fine, these people will leave soon. Smirking, he added that nothing bad will happen. The lens was pointed at them. The earphone was inserted into the ear. The thought appeared, what the hell? Holding the camera in his hands, the guy thought that he can't wait to practice. He uses his fists. He really sent his mother there. The hero waved his hand. The thought came that this was a bastard. Looking straight ahead, the director addressed him. The protagonist turned around, hearing that she would be fine, to which he replied that yes, he should not worry. If he was worried, they could call the police. Raising her eyebrows, she said that well, she had already tried, but there was no signal here, to which Larry thought that there was no signal. He looked at his phone and added that she was right, there was no signal. Raising his head up, the hero thought that he had heard that Prometheus had left Korea. A window appeared in the building, and he added that who could hunt them. Suddenly, a monster flew out of the window. He fell to the ground. Looking scared, the director said that it was a person. The protagonist abruptly caught her. The guy ran out of the building and asked what was going on. He froze and asked again. Standing in front of him, Larry said that he should take her. Looking away, he added that there was an operation going on here now, Let him evacuate with her, to which the guy asked again. Waving his hand, the protagonist said that they had received a call and had come here on a mission. Let him not worry about it, just leave, to which he responded approvingly. Walking straight ahead, the protagonist reflected on the fact that he had dealt with the situation with a fairly simple improvisation. After all, he was in the Immortal Special Forces. Looking straight ahead, he added that so, now we need to help Mom. Suddenly, a monster fell in front of him. Lying on the floor, he wheezed. Larry raised his head up. Grinning, he thought that it would be easier, otherwise he would destroy the entire building. The hero climbed the steps. There were corpses of monsters on the ground, and he thought that these guys were like the ones he had seen before. Creatures appeared. The thought arose that they were experimental subjects. Frowning, the protagonist thought that they were the same as from Prometheus. How disgusting. Running away, the creature screamed about the monster. Frowning, he added that he should not approach him. Raising him up, Agatha asked who sent him, to which he replied that his father. The beast raised its head, hearing that it believed that he was not talking about his biological father. He was an experimental test subject, to which he mumbled. Looking straight, the woman said that it meant there were still people who do this, asked who his father was. The beast raised its head up and said that his father was Leon. Agatha looked in amazement and asked again. Gritting her teeth, she added that he was still alive. Approaching her, the hero asked that she knew him. The beast lay on the ground. It was heard that it was a mad scientist, a pervert who creates them. Taking the phone in her hand, the woman said that she needed to call, to which the protagonist replied that there was no connection here, someone had jammed the area. Looking away, she asked who the hell was, to which Larry said that he should wait, someone was coming. Smirking, the girl asked how things were. Frowning, the hero said that he was wondering who it was, what they were doing here, and Agatha asked that he knew them. The fighters looked at them. It was heard that yes, these werewolves from Dangan, he met them when he went to see his grandfather. Standing in front of them, the protagonist asked what brought them here, to which the girl replied that they missed him. The guy looked away, hearing that everything was fine with his face. Let him forgive him for what happened then in the cafe, to which he replied that he was fine. The guy dragged the photographer along with him and said that it meant they already knew each other. He smirked and added that he hadn't shown mercy then. Putting his hand behind his head, Larry replied that he always tried to give it his all, to which the guy said that but he still hid his powers. The thought came to him that he was a quick study. Extending his hand, he added that, well, enough about the past, he was Luke, he was sent here as backup. Smirking, the hero replied that he was fine and introduced himself, then said that but he hadn't asked for backup. Standing in front of him, Luke said that the CEO told him to tell him that this was one of his New Year's payments, to which the protagonist replied that I understand, and who it was. Throwing the photographer aside, he said that this guy, he picked him up on the way here. Raising his hand up, the guy said that he had been wondering why his phone had stopped working. It turned out that it was him, he was hiding on the top floor. Putting his hand to his face, Larry said that it meant someone was doing it, asked what but why he brought him here. The guy was lying on the floor. He heard his name was Oliver. He owns a private detective agency. Maybe he has information he wants to know. Walking straight, the woman said that God, her father, really loves his grandson very much, to which the hero responded approvingly. The guy was lying on the floor. He heard his name was Oliver. He owns a private detective agency. Maybe he has information he wants to know. Looking at the guy, the protagonist asked again, to which he responded approvingly. Holding out the camera, Luke said that he checked this, and it seems that he studied everything that is somehow connected with him. Someone must have asked him about it. Larry smirked when he heard that they would figure it out together, find out something that would lead them to the black hole incident, to which he replied that it was good, it was pretty good for New Year's payments, and the guy added that he shouldn't treat him like a thing. He told him to tell him that he had deposited the New Year's payments into his bank account, to which the hero asked again. The protagonist looked surprised when he heard that he had, and he also asked him to tell him that Dangan was taking over the headquarters. He smirked, thinking that this was the biggest problem he didn't know how to solve after Prometheus left. Standing in front of the people, Larry thought that of course this solved their problems too. But still, and the director shouted that she should go there herself, to which the guy replied that no, there was an operation going on there. The woman smirked and turned to Agatha. Suddenly, her eyes widened. Looking at the building, the director exclaimed. Looking at the hero, Agatha asked him that he had plenty of money, right? Smirking, she added that he should fix the building. She would trust him, to which the hero thought that he knew she would do so and replied that it was good, he could rely on him. Looking straight ahead, the woman sighed. Putting her hand to her face, she asked where they were, to which the guy clarified that she was fine, and she added what happened. Smirking, the guy replied that it turned out that the volunteer's son was an agent. Stretching his hands forward, he added that yes, those people who had seized the building were the werewolves' test subjects. Thanks to him and Agatha, no one was hurt. The director exhaled, hearing that all the werewolves that were inside had been handed over to the police, to which she replied that it was good, and then thought that yes, the building had been damaged, but no one had been hurt. That was the main thing. Wide-eyed, she added that she would think about the rest later. After looking at the documents, the woman asked what it was, to which the guy replied that it was a proposal for reconstruction, and she asked again. Tears appeared in her eyes when she heard that Agatha asked him to give it to her, saying that her son would pay for everything. A letter with kind comments appeared. Sitting on the couch, the hero said that this was the first time someone said something like that about him, to which the man replied that but he had become more popular, he would receive even more of this. Sitting at the computer, he added that okay, let's get back to the real estate issue. He looked at some options that he might like, to which the protagonist asked if it was true. His savings appeared. The thought arose that after he found out that his grandfather sent him payments, he went to his account and saw that he sent 10 billion won, but he had to pay 4 billion in taxes. The building appeared, and Larry thought that the remaining 6 billion had gone to Simon. He had found him the best possible place. It was heard that he knew that it would be wise to attract him to his side, to which the man replied that it was nonsense. Looking at him, the hero asked that he had not studied what he was telling him about, to which he asked what about the scientist, and he replied that yes. Typing on the keyboard, Simon said that he was completely insane, the most famous mad scientist and irregular hunter in South Korea. The man stood near the monster. It was heard that the irregular hunter, he captures special irregulars alive to conduct experiments on them, then sells the results of the experiments. They call him a crazy pervert. Looking to the side, Simon said that he was quite skilled at what he did. He was not only the leader of the irregular hunters, but also the head of the laboratory. Looking straight, the hero asked what but why he was chasing him, to which he was told that because he also has mixed blood, it would be enough to be an immortal irregular, but he is not purebred. The image of a girl appeared. It was heard that this is just a guess, but he thinks that Prometheus leaked information about him. Every illegal laboratory and criminal organization worked together. Sitting in front of the man, the protagonist asked what was wrong with the blonde guy, to which Simon replied that he couldn't find him, he was a ghost. Looking straight ahead, he added that they used a term for when a person leaves no trace. He's incredibly good at staying in the shadows. Larry sat up and said okay, then let him look for more information about the scientist, and he'd deal with the blonde guy, to which the man asked that he wanted to try to convince the man in the basement. Smirking, he replied yes, calmly, only with words. The tied-up guy sat silently. Suddenly, he exclaimed in fear. Looking at the ceiling, Oliver thought what, where, stop. Sitting on the floor, he heard that this was why there was interference. The thought arose that he couldn't remember anything after meeting them. Gritting his teeth, Oliver thought that now he was tied up here, something had gone wrong. Opening his eyes wide, he added that everything was fine. He was prepared for this. The guy grinned and thought that there was a beacon in his body. He was sure that he would be rescued soon. Suddenly there was a crash behind the door, and he added that of course, here they are. Looking straight ahead, Oliver thought that it was smart of him to hire an experienced mercenary. Suddenly the hero entered his room. Looking straight ahead, he said that he woke up. The man was beaten. A surprised exclamation was heard. The guy froze in amazement and thought that this was a half-blood werewolf, and he heard that he once defeated a member of the Immortal Special Forces. What the hell is going on here? Looking down, the protagonist asked what? Are they a family? Is this some kind of family business or something? The thought arose that stop, this guy. Larry looked straight ahead, and the guy thought that he was finished. Falling to the floor, the photographer said hello. He was shaking with fear and shouting that his name was Oliver. He was a photographer. One of the illegal labs asked him to do this. The hero looked at him in bewilderment. Kneeling, the guy said that they wanted him to study his personal life and find everything he could about him. He knew the address as well as their contacts. The protagonist grinned, hearing that if he spared them, he would give him everything. Walking down the street, the man asked who these people were. Gritting his teeth, the guy answered that why was he asking? He did not know them, not a single name, nothing. Suddenly Larry turned to him. Oliver smiled, hearing that let them do something else in life, next time they could be caught by worse people, to which he responded approvingly. The hero waved his hand at them. Looking at him, Luke said that this was not enough, it was necessary to do something else so that they would not even think about doing this business again. Turning around, the protagonist said that he was leaving. Who was with him? Standing in front of him, the fighter asked what now, and the guy clarified that only the four of them, to which he replied that well, or he alone. Looking at him, they heard that he meant that if they refused, then he would go alone. The fighters looked at each other and said that they were going. Standing in front of the building, the hero said that this must be it. He was holding the balls in his hands. Suddenly, the protagonist threw them forward. The cameras suddenly broke. Larry swung his leg. The men flinched in fear. Gritting his teeth, the fighter asked what the hell, did he even know where he was? Suddenly, a blow flew at him. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that he would ask just once who was in charge here. Looking at him, the guy thought that he had killed all these people alone. He should be feared, especially frightening. Larry swung, and he added that a secret technique, iron hands. Smiling, Luke thought that he wanted to risk everything and fight him right now. Suddenly, they looked away in surprise. The man was standing at the exit. and the hero turned to him. Grinning, he asked how he got in here. Rushing forward, the protagonist shouted that he was a bastard, and the guy said that they should guard the exit. Larry ran forward quickly. He swung his leg towards the wall. Stopping, the hero thought that he could not detect his presence, but he could not have gone far. Walking along the corridor, he added that you should not rely too much on your feelings. Only a purebred can run and hide herself at the same time, it means. The protagonist looked away in surprise. A window appeared in the room. Suddenly, he jumped into it and thought that he should be outside. Larry landed on the ground. Looking to the side, he thought that but he does not feel anything yet. He went in the other direction. The hero suddenly smelled and thought that blood there. Surprised, opening his eyes, he turned to the girl. She froze. The thought appeared that she was wounded. Smiling, the man said that he caught up with him faster than he thought. The fun was just beginning. Snapping his finger, he added that it was definitely a surprise to meet here, but since he was here, he would take him with him. Suddenly, the protagonist trembled and thought that his head was spinning and he could not move. Looking straight ahead, he said that his tongue was numb. Holding a knife in his hands, the man said how funny, what an idiot, to which Larry thought, what a little one. Frowning, the man said that he should behave well. An image of a man appeared. A thought arose that he looked strange, and perhaps this was his ability to confuse feelings. He would separate them. The hero tried to move his hand. He raised his fingers up. His legs trembled. A thought arose that, just like during werewolf training, a new sensation would envelop his entire body. Suddenly, the man swung a knife. He stabbed the protagonist's neck. Larry gritted his teeth when he heard him dodge, to which he thought that his chatter annoyed him and replied that he thought he would just take the blow. Grinning, the man asked what he could say, to which the hero replied that he learned to talk at 4. Suddenly, he grabbed the man's hand and said that now he could get used to his feelings again. The protagonist stabbed him in the leg and said no, let him be quieter. Grinning, he thought that such guys needed to be brought back to reality. Larry punched him in the face and added that he should feel the taste of a werewolf's monstrous flick. The girl looked at him in amazement and said that it had passed, that she had almost died, and asked what was wrong with him. Sitting on the ground, the man said what the hell, to which the hero replied that he had finally started speaking his real language. Sitting down, he asked how he had opened the black hole, to which he said that it was impossible, no person could, especially an immortal who was sensitive. Grinning, the protagonist asked what he would answer his question, to which the man said that he would. Looking down, he said that it turned out that he could determine in advance where the black hole would open. The man cleared the smoke, and it was heard, which meant that he had partly pretended that day. He already knew that the black hole would appear there. Looking straight ahead, he replied that yes, they had created a better program than psionic. The building appeared, and it was heard that she was in this lab too. The men were sitting at the table. It was heard that they were sure that they would be able to catch him, the one who had the blood of both werewolves and immortals, and he was also irregular. The man smirked and said that yes, they should not worry. There were photographs on the table, and he added that everyone had a weakness. Suddenly someone knocked on the door, and the scientist said that in a minute. Standing in front of him, the guy said that the photographer was caught, to which he asked what and what. He did not think that he called him only for this. Leon looked surprised to hear that that guy was caught too, to which he asked what, who is it, and then thought that a special kind of metahuman was captured. The hero smiled. The thought came that Larry was doing it. The scientist looked scared to hear that they captured another base and left a message through the one-way communication system. If he finds him, he is dead, that's what he said. Smirking, he replied that this bastard. The protagonist was tied up. The thought came that Larry, he would make sure that they got him and dismembered him alive. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought that goosebumps ran. Turning around, the girl addressed him and said that they would give it to the company, they needed to go through the security system and much more. Larry grinned, hearing that if the problem was in the money, he could ask, to which he replied that no. Gritting his teeth, Luke asked what he did not want, to which he said yes, they were his. Frowning, the guy said that he could not and should not do such things himself. He was not even a developer, it would be better to leave it to professionals. The thought came that he had been looking at him like that since yesterday. Why? And Simon said that he thought they would need a professional hacker for this matter. Sitting on the couch, the hero said that they would continue their previous conversation. Putting his hand behind his head, the man said that about this, he had nothing. The guy was lying on the floor. He heard that they couldn't find another lab either. The one that had recently become a problem for them had already been closed. A thought appeared that damn, he thought he would get all the information he needed from the blonde guy. He was suddenly useless. Images of people appeared. A thought appeared that while Prometheus was actively operating both in public view and behind the scenes, this bunch of crazy scientists were operating strictly in the shadows. The bastards were too hard to find. The guy looked at the hero, hearing that he should open it. After all, she was a member of the team. Entering the room, the girl said that last night she was attacked by 3 werewolves, to which the protagonist replied that she looked too good to be the one who was attacked. Smirking, she said that naturally she used this scroll to defeat them, to which Larry replied that well done, and then thought that right, she learned kickboxing. Looking at him, Rina asked that they were somehow connected to him. When would he catch them, to which the hero replied that he wanted to, but they were hiding too well. She opened her eyes wide, and he asked what was wrong with her eyes. Holding the card in her hands, the girl said how nice that she cast a tracking spell on one of those who attacked her yesterday.